Yifu woke up from a hangover. After a long while, she finally regained her senses. She had been reborn, returning 3 months before the end of the disaster. Thinking about her past life, Yifu's hands trembled. After the nuclear wastewater was released from the island nation, a heavy rainstorm swept across the world. With water and power cut off, countless people lost their lives and homes. The rain continued for 2 months, causing landslides, dam breaks, city floods, seawater intrusion, and collapsing buildings. Finally, after 2 months, the rainstorm ended. But the subsequent floods, black acid rain, extreme heat, and animal mutations caused by water pollution were even more devastating. The most frightening was the arrival of corrosive acid rain. It rained for a week, and when it landed on people's skin, it would quickly cause burns and foul odors. In her previous life, Yifu only survived a plague of insects, which was already 5 years after the disaster began. Taking a deep breath, she tried to calm her mind and stop thinking about her past life. Looking at her familiar room and thinking of her parents, she felt heartache. Yifu was an abandoned baby. She was left in a trash can right after birth, with her umbilical cord still attached. Her adoptive parents were both doctors. Because her mother couldn't conceive naturally, they adopted her when she was almost dead in the trash can at the age of 43. When Yifu was 17, her mother died of stomach cancer. 2 years later, her father also passed away. She felt both sadness and guilt because she had never supported them even for a day. Wiping her tears, she looked at the time on her phone. Her heart was pounding wildly. Today was January 1st. She had 3 months to prepare. After her father suddenly died, Yifu, overwhelmed, took a leave of absence from school. But her belongings in the dormitory hadn't been moved back yet, so she needed to go back to school again. Entering her room, she looked at everything familiar, and her eyes turned red. Having lived 5 years in the apocalypse, her heart had become very cold. But her parents were still the softest part of her heart. On her dressing table was a family heirloom bracelet her mother had prepared for her, a bracelet made of pure jade. Yifu picked it up and put it on her wrist. Suddenly, she felt a burning, stabbing pain. Looking down, she saw the bracelet was gone, leaving only a thin red mark. In her mind, a huge storage space appeared. Her heart pounded fast. She raised her hand and bit down hard. Looking at the bite mark on her wrist, she finally believed she was not dreaming. Yifu picked up a comb, silently thought store, and the comb immediately disappeared from her hand. In the next second, it appeared inside the space. She continued to store some items, like a watch and hot water. Yifu finally confirmed that she could freely store and retrieve things using her mind, and that time inside the space was frozen. Thinking of something, she took out all her family's savings books and bank cards to start calculating her assets. In her previous life, a sudden disaster struck, catching everyone off guard. Yifu had been lost in confusion after her father's death. Her family hadn't stockpiled much food. Remembering how she barely survived last time, she touched her wrist and made a quiet decision. This time, she must live longer and better. Her parents had always been thrifty. The house they lived in was an old neighborhood built 20 years ago, now transferred to Yifu's name. Together, her bank cards and savings books held about 18 million yuan. Yifu took out paper and a pen and made a rough plan. First, she needed to hire workers to renovate the house. The doors needed extra security, and the balcony and windows had to be sealed. The scene of her previous house being broken into and robbed kept flashing in her mind. She didn't plan to go to the base. She didn't trust anyone. The neighborhood had only 12 floors, and her home was on the 10th. During a heavy rain in her last life, the flood reached the 8th floor, but her home was safe, so she had to guard it carefully. Besides that, she needed various supplies: food, clothes, medicine, protective gear, self-defense weapons, and household equipment. Yifu listed what she needed to buy, but her hands kept trembling. Every expense was crucial, and she had to plan carefully. If she bought too much at once, it would attract attention. She couldn't buy large quantities in one city. After making a simple table, Yifu took scissors from under the coffee table, went into the bathroom, looked at herself in the mirror, and forced a stiff, almost unrecognizable smile. After 5 years in the apocalypse, she was always tense and cautious. Now, seeing her lively reflection, she felt like she was still dreaming. She cut off her long hair at the neck, and seeing her neat short hair, Yifu let out a heavy sigh. She picked up her phone, rented a warehouse online, put on a down jacket, and left the house with her phone and car keys. Xiaoyi, are you at home? In the corridor, Chunde and his wife Yanfin just returned from grocery shopping. Everyone in the neighborhood knows each other. Chunde is a chef at a 5-star hotel, and his wife Yanfin works as a workshop supervisor at a clothing factory. Yifu paused for a moment and nodded slightly to them. Xiaoyi, my condolences. Stay strong. Yifu looked at Chunde without speaking. She was not used to social interactions. Where are you headed? It's almost lunchtime. Would you like to come to my house for a meal? No, I have something to do. I'll go now, Yifu said, and quickly left. Heard faintly from Yanfun's whispering voice. She's an orphan now. But honestly, this kid isn't very likable, always wearing a frown, looking like a fox spirit. Enough, don't say that. Can I say it? Everyone knows Yifu was adopted in our neighborhood. She's a bad luck charm who brings misfortune to her parents. I heard that Director Yi and Director Shen earn about 100,000 yuan a month together, not counting bonuses. After so many years, how much have they saved? Being educated is a good thing. Earning so much money each month, it's just not fair.
Stop talking about this.
Be careful, someone might hear. Yifu stood around the corner of the stairs, listening to the angry complaints upstairs. She slightly curled her lips in a sarcastic smile. In the parking lot, her father's car was parked in its usual spot. Yifu opened the door and sat inside, looking at the peace talisman hanging there. Her eyes grew moist. Mom and Dad, I will live well.
Don't worry about me.
She drove away and went straight to the warehouse. The owner was already waiting at the door. When Yifu said she wanted to rent it for 3 months, he happily signed the contract. After getting the warehouse key, Yifu left. She had more important things to do. She needed to go to the wholesale market. At the market, Yifu bought some small steamed buns and ate quickly. Then she started comparing prices and shopping for supplies. After visiting several stores, the prices were similar. Yifu mainly chose the wholesalers with enough stock. The wholesale price for rice is 4.3 yuan per kilogram, but it's sold by the ton. Young lady, how much do you need? 10 tons. Do you have it? The shop owner grinned and nodded. Of course. This is the biggest wholesale store in Lon City. Besides rice, Yifu ordered 5 tons of flour, paid half of the deposit, and left the warehouse address with the boss. After exchanging WeChat contacts, Yifu went to the wholesale cooking oil store. She explained that she wanted to open a supermarket back home. The boss suggested she buy different types of grains and oils, not just one kind. Yifu followed the advice and ordered 200 bottles of each type of cooking oil. She bought a lot of salt, soy sauce, vinegar, various seasonings, spices, and seasoning packs. She even bought several tons of salt. At the grain and vegetable seed stores, Yifu bought all the seeds available. But that wasn't enough. She also wanted to buy fruit seeds, medicinal herb seeds, cotton seeds, grass seeds, and tree seeds. She didn't know when a natural disaster might end. Maybe in 10 years, maybe in 100. After high temperatures, plants could die overnight, but as long as she had seeds, there was hope for the future. Seeing a liquor shop, Yifu went inside. The owner was surprised when she said she wanted to buy 2 large jars of white wine. He looked at her for a long time, but decided to sell since a customer was there. He took her money and promised to deliver the wine to her warehouse tomorrow. Yifu spent the whole day at the wholesale market. Before it got dark, she went to a slaughterhouse. There are many slaughterhouses in Lon City, but this was her first time visiting one. Standing at the gate, she could smell a strong, unpleasant odor. She checked online for recent meat prices and had a rough idea of her budget. Sure enough, when she said she wanted to buy a large amount of fresh meat, The owner looked at her as if she were a fool. "Which market are you from? I've never seen you before."
Je fu forsta smile.
"A friend recommended me. I'm not from the market. My family is opening a canned food factory, and someone told me to come here to buy fresh meat." The owner nodded after hearing this. "How much do you want?" "Exactly this amount," Yi Fu said with a figure. The owner's expression changed again, but after she paid the deposit, he didn't ask further and agreed to deliver the meat to her warehouse on time. When the time was right, Yi Fu drove home. She calculated how much money she had spent that day, then took out her tablet and phone to buy more items online using several apps. After the disaster, water became the most scarce resource. Yi Fu found a plastic water barrel factory in Lon City. He ordered 2,000 3,000-liter water tanks and 3,000 large storage barrels. In 3 months, these barrels could be filled with water. Remembering the scenes from the past where humans fought over a single bottle of water, Yi Fu clenched his fists tightly. He selected and paid for water purification tablets, thermal clothing, hiking jackets, cotton shoes, rain boots, goggles, gloves, protective suits, disinfectant, face masks, down jackets, socks, underwear, and sanitary pads. As for medicines, Yi Fu tried several online stores, but it was still not enough. He needed to buy more offline, including painkillers, fever reducers, stomach medicine, iodine solution, alcohol, hydrogen peroxide, gauze, allergy medicine, calcium tablets, vitamins, antibiotics, cold medicine, and frostbite ointment. He also bought shampoo, body wash, toothpaste, toothbrush, laundry detergent, sunscreen, and other daily items. Recalling the sunburned face and arms during the heat wave, Yi Fu still felt uneasy. He purchased 20 rescue boats and kayaks, along with life jackets, life rings, fishing nets, fishing rods, waterproof mats, and other essentials. He decided to buy toilet paper at the wholesale market, along with matches, lighters, flint, fire sticks, ordering 10 boxes, each with 100 pieces, enough to last a lifetime. He also needed to buy generators, diesel, gasoline, kerosene, coal, gas tanks, gas stoves, bottled gas, liquefied gas tanks, and ovens. These were more complicated. For solar panels, small electric devices, fire stoves, alcohol stoves, and alcohol blocks, he planned to visit the hardware market. Candles, flashlights, and after heavy rain, when power outages became common worldwide, humanity returned to primitive times. By the way, he also needed vegetables and fruits. After the disaster, they became more precious than diamonds. Since he now had a space that was static and wouldn't let food spoil, Yi Fu felt excited. This time, he was determined to stockpile enough vegetables and fruits. Until late at night, Yi Fu kept buying frantically on his phone. He bought enough clothes and shoes for decades. When he was too hungry to continue, he put down his phone and hurried to cook a bowl of noodles. After eating, he went to his parents' room, tidied up their cherished books, bookshelves, wardrobes, and beds, and stored everything into the space. After a long day, Yi Fu went to bed around 1 a.m. After a short nap, she woke up, washed up, and headed to the fruit wholesale market. Wancheng has a pleasant climate, with no extreme heat in summer or severe cold in winter. The lowest winter temperature is 12 degrees Celsius, and the highest summer temperature is 27 degrees Celsius. Here, you can enjoy a variety of fruits and vegetables all year round. Thanks to abundant resources, wholesale fruit prices are affordable. Although it was January, many types of fruit were still available. Yi Fu decided to order a batch now and planned to order more when new varieties come out in March. She ordered tons of all the fruit varieties available in the market. After natural disasters, many fruits had become scarce. By the time she left the fruit market, it was almost 10 p.m., so Yi Fu headed to the vegetable wholesale market. Many people come here to buy vegetables. Her purchase was modest, but she carefully checked her phone's notes to make sure she didn't miss any vegetables. She bought pumpkins, sweet potatoes, corn, potatoes, bitter melon, eggplants, cucumbers, garlic, chili peppers, radishes, greens, cabbage, bok choy, tomatoes, lettuce, chives, and various seed types. At the vegetable market, she also bought 3,000 boxes of eggs. For lunch, she ate at a nearby fast food restaurant. Then she drove to her warehouse. On the way, she suddenly remembered she wanted to buy some fertilized chicken, duck, and goose eggs, but it wasn't urgent. She could buy those online later. A few minutes after arriving at the warehouse, a truck delivering cooking oil arrived. After the driver unloaded, another truck bringing rice also arrived. One driver was curious and tried to ask questions, but Yifu handed him a red envelope, and he wisely kept quiet. Before nightfall, trucks from the water barrel factory hurried over. Seeing thousands of large water barrels, Yifu felt more at ease. She bought 3 water purifiers just in case. She also ordered a batch of bottled water from a pure water factory, as water shortages are tough to endure, and she didn't want to go through that again. Back home, Yifu ate a bowl of instant noodles and then started shopping on her phone again. She bought hot packs, brown sugar, rock sugar, tents, mosquito repellent, battery-powered lamps, chili spray, electric batons, sleeping bags, heat patches, winter coats, insulated suits, binoculars, and more. Oh, and cat litter and sand. After heavy rainstorms, not only can power go out, but water supply can also be cut off. Sewage may back up into the house, flooding it with contaminated water. Using cat litter or sand can solve the bathroom problem. Yifu thought for a moment and decided to order from the cat litter factory in Lawn City, having it delivered directly to the warehouse, since she bought quite a bit. She planned to buy more sand later from the countryside, along with cement and red bricks. All the drains must be sealed, especially the toilet, to prevent sewage flooding the house again. Regarding weapons, Yifu sighed. You can't buy regulated knives with blades online. She also wanted to get some sharp tools for self-defense. If she could get firearms, that would be even better. In her past life, some people committed terrible acts with guns. Yifu's eyes darkened. Human nature is built on civilization and order. Once civilization breaks down and order collapses, the dark side of human nature is far more frightening than wolves. On the 3rd day, Yifu went to the warehouse at 5 in the morning. Lawn City was still a bit cold in January. She wore a down jacket, a mask, and a hat, feeling very motivated. Today was the day for the slaughterhouse to deliver meat. Yifu visited 3 slaughterhouses, buying tons of pork, mutton, and beef. She also bought a lot of chickens, ducks, and geese. All the fresh meat was placed into foam boxes from the wholesale supplier before being stored in the space. The supplies inside the space were neatly organized, and she could see everything clearly with her mind. At noon, Yifu went to 10 Western medicine pharmacies to buy medicines, completing her purchase. Then she went to a Chinese herbal medicine shop and bought many herbs that might be useful later. In the afternoon, Yifu received fruits and vegetables, which she also packed into foam boxes before storing them in the space. Before returning home, a few tons of cat litter from the factory were successfully delivered to the warehouse. On her way home, Yifu received a call from her roommate, Lin Jiao. She hadn't told her roommates about her leave of absence. Only her counselor knew. Yifu, when are you coming back to school? Yifu's relationship with the other 3 roommates was average. Lin Jiao was the only one who had added her as a friend. Thinking about her belongings in the dorm, Yifu decided to go back tomorrow to clean up. I've taken a leave of absence. Lin Jiao was a bit surprised. Leave of absence?
Yeah.
Lin Jiao asked softly what was wrong. Nothing, just some family matters. I'll go to the dorm tomorrow to pack up. Lin Jiao was shocked. You're moving out of the dorm? Are you going to be away for a long time? At the community parking lot, Yifu parked her car and went upstairs. She met a neighbor in the corridor, nodded politely, and then passed by. Yes, Lin Jiao. Is your home in Lawn City? No, it's my home in Yun City. Yun City? Yifu remembers that in the previous life, Yun City had a medium-sized base. What's wrong? Are you going on a trip? Lin Jiao excitedly starts describing Yun City's famous foods and popular sites. No, I'm not going. After hanging up, Yifu frowns slightly. Should I remind Lin Jiao? After returning home and closing the door, Yifu kicks off her shoes and instantly relaxes. The door installer is coming tomorrow. With the balcony and window renovations, it will be a significant expense. All the house's glass needs replacing, with tempered glass and protective bars outside, then heat-insulating film and panels. The security door she chose is the most expensive brand, thick and heavy. She wants to make her home like a strong fortress so no one can get in. Looking at the neatly arranged supplies in the room, Yifu feels much more at ease. The next day, Yifu goes to Lon City University. She chooses a time when her roommates are in class. Sitting in her familiar spot, looking at her bed and belongings, she feels a strange mixture of emotions. At 16, she entered Lon City University's medical school with a score of 720. Once, Yifu was like a goddess in this school. She packs all her belongings into her space and, before leaving, glances back at her dorm. No regrets, no sadness. Only acceptance. Recently, Yifu has been sleeping only 3 or 4 hours a day, either buying supplies or receiving shipments at the warehouse. The items ordered online arrive one after another. Yifu pushes her cart, collecting the deliveries in batches. After the door installer arrives, the balcony and windows are also renovated. Seeing the 2 unbreakable security doors, even the installer teases her, asking if she's hiding gold at home. Although Yifu tries to stay low-key, the workers coming and going at her house attract the neighbors' attention. Most people are curious but won't ask too much. A few persistently inquire, but Yifu manages to distract them. A few days later, the renovations are complete. Yifu returns to check her home. Seeing the newly installed glass, security doors, and sealed balcony, she feels an unprecedented sense of safety. With her notebook, she reviews her plans and finds many more things she needs to buy. Before this, she went to the hardware trading city to buy a generator, electrical wires, power strips, transformers, water pumps, water pipes, axes, saws, shovels, coal stoves, glacier temperature sensors, sprayers, outdoor shower sets, mini-tillers, and other supplies. Yifu also bought 20 tons of coal and 20 tons of firewood in a small town outside Lon City. The coal cost 1,100 yuan per ton, and the dry wood was 500 yuan per ton. She couldn't buy much diesel and gasoline at once, so she planned to visit Peach Blossom Alley. In the following days, Yifu ordered more supplies online and received deliveries. She spent her remaining time cooking in the kitchen, packing food into plastic trays. She could prepare about 100 servings a day for storage. Yifu's cooking skills are quite good. After the disaster, cooking became a luxury. Sometimes a little smell could be dangerous. Fighting over food was common. The space cannot hold living creatures. All animals must be slaughtered before being stored. Although she doesn't like snacks and candies, Yifu still bought a lot. Looking at her money in the bank account, she decided to visit Peach Blossom Alley. In mid-February, right after the Spring Festival, Lon City's temperature soared to 28 degrees Celsius. Yifu felt something was wrong and recorded it on paper. Peach Blossom Alley is in an old alley in Lon City. People there don't ask about your identity, but you must wear masks, sunglasses, and gloves. The currency used in transactions is gold. To prepare, Yifu bought some gold bars from the bank. Besides diesel and gasoline, she also wanted to buy some self-defense weapons. The transactions went smoothly. No one cared who you were. As long as you had money, you could buy anything. She successfully obtained diesel and gasoline. She also bought several boxes of knives with blades, 30 military bows, and 3,000 arrows. By the end of February, Lon City's temperature exceeded 30 degrees Celsius, breaking the city's record for the highest temperature in 100 years. Yifu looked at the bright sun, feeling strangely anxious. She remembered that in her previous life, Lon City was not this hot. Back home, she checked her supplies in the space again. Over the past few days, she added 200 sets of basic skincare products, masks, lip balm, and moisturizing creams. After the high temperatures, her skin started peeling and cracking, causing pain and itching, which was hard to bear. The water storage barrels were already filled with 10 buckets. As long as she was at home, Yifu would fill the buckets with water. But this method was too slow and might cause trouble. So she went directly to the Qingshan Reservoir to draw water. After 2 days and nights, all the water barrels were full. Thinking about the large reservoirs supplying water to millions in Lan City, Yifu felt a deep sense of gloom and fear. If the reservoirs burst, the flooding would make things worse in Lan City. How many of the 30 million residents might die in the heavy rain and floods? And how many could be trapped at home because of hunger and cold? Yifu didn't have time to dwell on these worries. She went to nearby cities to start a new round of stockpiling. Besides food, she bought hundreds of sets of cotton quilts, warm clothes, bedding sets, folding cots, folding chairs, camping tents, and even gardening bricks, torches, an old sewing machine, sewing threads, needles, and a sewing kit. When she returned from the nearby cities, it was early March. The temperature in Lan City remained high. In some foreign places, many people died from the heat, and there had already been several volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, and earthquakes. Apart from restocking supplies, Yifu focused on cooking and filling thousands of plastic lunchboxes she bought. She also bought many phones, tablets, power banks, and books, covering all subjects, both ancient and modern. Books are the spark of civilization. She made sure to stock up on milk, adult formula, chocolates, vitamins, and other nutritional supplements. Thinking about the days ahead, she bought 20 air conditioners and 20 fans. Time slowly passed, and Yifu began to feel uneasy. She started to have trouble sleeping and fell into deep worry. Should she tell others about what she knew? Of course, she wasn't naive. Announcing to the world that the end of the world was coming would only make her seem crazy or cause panic, which could land her in jail. Yifu considered herself not a good person, but she couldn't ignore her fellow citizens. In the following days, she continued shopping desperately. Besides online shopping, she went to various malls and supermarkets, buying whatever caught her eye without hesitation. Because of her insomnia, Yifu decided to drive into the mountains to dig some soil. After acid rain, the soil was damaged and plants withered. She had many seeds stored away, and she believed they would be useful someday. She carried and dug soil for several nights, filling 20 planting boxes before stopping. Yifu often left early and returned late, not knowing exactly what she was busy with. Rumors spread among the residents' building, but she ignored them and continued shopping for supplies. The supplies in her space were already very complete. Yifu felt she could live 2 lifetimes without running out of food. She bought many chainsaws for cutting trees, as well as small items like nails, trash bags, pens, ink, paper, and a 50-year calendar. She also purchased large tools like farming equipment, leaving nothing behind. The set of iron cookware customized from the blacksmith shop was ready. After bringing it home, Yifu checked her supplies again. As time passed, her anxiety grew stronger. At this moment, she felt like a prisoner about to be executed, knowing when the blade would fall and how painful it would be. Yet, the waiting process was the most tormenting. It was the 20th day of the countdown. Yifu bought a data SIM card and an old-style phone from Peach Blossom Alley, then anonymously posted a warning online. She didn't want to save the world and was afraid of being caught or discovered for her differences. But the people around her, connected by the same roots, made it impossible for Yifu to stay indifferent. After clicking send, she threw her phone into her space. She stopped reading online news and kept shopping. She still had a few million yuan left in her account and continued buying frozen foods, hot pot base, high-calorie chocolates, compressed biscuits, honey, waterproof tarps, insecticides, electronic scales, warm clothing, drinks, milk tea, coffee, tea, and canned meat. Finally, Yifu used her last money to buy a Unimog, 5 bicycles, 5 tricycles, 20 sets of acupuncture needles, and 20 sets of surgical tools. Because of recent natural disasters around the world and her warning, many outdoor survival bloggers quickly made emergency plans to gain popularity. Yifu still went out every day to buy supplies. When she returned home, she either locked herself in the kitchen to cook desperately, exercised in the living room, or sharpened her knives in the bathroom. Her physical condition was quite good, and after 2.5 months of hard training, she surprisingly developed visible abdominal muscles. Starting March 20th, the weather forecast issued a high-temperature warning. Ding, ding, ding. Yifu looked at the security door, hesitated for a moment, then got up to open it. She saw the community security guard standing outside and felt a bit puzzled. Little Yi, Teacher Zhao from room 101, passed away this morning at Ping'an Hospital. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., his family will hold a farewell ceremony at Luoshan Funeral Home. Do you want to go? Yi Fu was stunned for 2 seconds, then gently nodded. Yes, I will go. The community manager wrote her name on the list. After he left, Yi Fu closed the door and went back inside, feeling dazed for a long time. Since her rebirth, she had been busy buying supplies and had forgotten about Teacher Zhao's passing. At 10 a.m. the next day, Yi Fu arrived at Luoshan Funeral Home on time. Besides her, only Qiulan from room 902 was there. Before retiring, Teacher Zhao taught calligraphy. When she was young, Qiulan and Yi Fu both learned basic calligraphy at his home. A teacher for life, she watched his kind smile and her eyes welled with tears. She also thought of her parents. On March 25th, Yi Fu returned the warehouse key and sent a message to Lin Jiao, advising her to return to Yunqing early and stock up. On the way back, she found a place without surveillance and stored her car in a hidden space. On the 28th, Yi Fu felt the temperature drop. A gust of wind made her shiver. That evening, the sky was filled with spectacular fiery clouds. For some reason, as the days went on, Yi Fu's heart grew calmer. She felt no excitement, fear, anxiety, happiness, or sadness. On April 1st, a disaster and apocalyptic event arrived. Yi Fu turned off her phone and lay in bed. She locked all doors and windows, deciding not to join this madness. The next day at 8 a.m., the sun had not risen. The sky was blood red. People left their homes to start a new day of work and life. Suddenly, heavy rain and large hailstones fell from the sky. Dark clouds covered the sky, fierce winds blew, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. It looked like the sky was torn open, with screams and wails echoing through the world. At noon, Yi Fu got up. She didn't open the curtains. After a simple wash, she went to the kitchen to cook. She didn't know what the outside world looked like, and she didn't want to know or be brave enough to find out. Her 3-room apartment felt very empty. Only a sofa and a small coffee table remained in the living room. Yi Fu placed a half-inch family photo in a pocket watch and hung it around her neck. She packed away everything else. Her bedroom only had a bed left. The kitchen was untouched. Family building's stairway often echoes with footsteps, and Yi Fu also hears the loud closing of a door nearby. In the afternoon, Yi Fu slightly opens the curtain and sees cars coming and going in the neighborhood, along with people hurriedly rushing home. Her eyes darken slightly, and she then pulls the curtain back. She opens her phone and sees everyone discussing this rare, massive rainstorm. Many are complaining, some are angry, and others are gloating. All kinds of reactions, but Yi Fu feels calm inside. She scrolls down and notices the heavy rain started after 8 a.m. She knows the pattern of the disaster hasn't changed, only the timing has shifted. She remembers in her previous life, the rain began at 5 a.m. with no hail. From April 1st at 5 a.m. to June 1st at 5 a.m. Someone recalls a warning article and asks online how long the disaster will last now that the rain has started. This is also unknown to Yi Fu. There's no answer. The drainage channels at home are blocked with cement. Yi Fu returns to the kitchen to continue cooking. With the heavy rain worldwide, will rescue teams come? When will they arrive? Will relief supplies be distributed? And when? These are all uncertain. At this moment, the world remains stable. Electricity and water supply are normal. People complain, but haven't yet thought of more frightening ideas. In the evening, the water outside begins to rise. Many pleas for help appear online, but soon, countless posts flood the feed, and the initial pleas are quickly overwhelmed. Yi Fu hears screams and calls for help from downstairs. She suspects someone has been electrocuted, but doesn't go out. On the third morning, the hail finally stops, but that also means water and power will soon be cut off. Yi Fu is relieved that her water tank is full. Sure enough, after the water and electricity are cut, her phone's signal weakens. At this moment, a community manager adds her to a group. Seeing the group named Happy Community Mutual Aid Group 3, Yifu raises an eyebrow but doesn't leave. There are 305 people in the group, and everyone keeps adding more members. Yifu lives in Building D of the family apartments. A 302. Oh my god, the warning came true. What do we do? When will rescue teams come? I live on the 3rd floor. It's so scary. The water is almost flooding the 1st floor, and now the water and power are cut off. I feel so overwhelmed. C505. Haven't you seen the news push notifications on your phone? This is a massive, worldwide heavy rainstorm. It's not just affecting Lawn City. Rescue efforts might have to wait. F601. How much supplies have you stored? I only have 2 cabbages left. A 204. Please, kind people, take me in. I will pay generously. F601. You might as well go out now and book a room in a high-rise hotel where you'll be fed. The group suddenly fell silent. Yifu looked at the messages briefly and set the group chat to do not disturb mode. Suddenly, the signal disappeared. No messages came through. After half an hour, sounds came from downstairs. Yifu looked outside and saw 2 middle-aged men in raincoats and life jackets paddling away in a small boat. At 2 p.m., the signal returned. The group resumed discussing as some members went out to look for supplies. C702. What should we do? My husband hasn't come back yet. It's been 5 hours. A 203. Was the man who just went out your husband? Why go out in such heavy rain? C702. There are children at home, and we have no milk powder or diapers left. C701. My husband also went out. There are elderly people at home who are sick, and he went to get medicine from the hospital. B404. You guys actually have a small boat? That's impressive. C702. We bought it last time for camping. C401. I just looked outside. The water level has risen again, and the rain seems to have gotten heavier.
Do you think they might?
C701. Qianhong, what are you saying? How dare you curse my husband? C401 sent a cheeky emoji, and C701 quickly scolded back. They argued back and forth, refusing to give in until the group admin stepped in to stop the fight. Because of this message, the group fell into an eerie silence again. Someone tried to comfort others to ease the mood, but no one dared to go out and look for people. Fortunately, around 3:30 p.m., the 2 people returned safely, bringing back many supplies. Seeing they were safe, the chat became much more relaxed and cheerful. People started complimenting the fact that C Building has a small boat, hoping they could borrow it next time they go out. At 5 p.m., Yifu vaguely heard crying and shouting from the balcony of Director Chen's house next door. Yifu guessed that the balcony had accumulated water, which then flooded into their home. The heavy rainstorm was accompanied by fierce wind and thunder. The top corner of the front apartment building was struck by lightning and broken off. The green trees in the community were uprooted by the strong wind and blown into the air. Your phone keeps alerting you about hailstorms, severe thunderstorms, lightning, tornadoes, and cold waves. Some residents in the community have too many family members at home. Their supplies are running low, and rescue efforts haven't arrived yet. The water level is rising, and panic and anxiety are becoming uncontrollable. At night, just as Yifu was about to sleep, several messages suddenly appeared in the group chat. Someone in Building E was struck by lightning on the balcony and died instantly. Ambulances and police cars couldn't be reached, so the body had to stay at home. Building G houses more than 10 retired elderly residents living alone, mostly over 70 years old. Late at night, the signal was weak. Yifu saw that the temperature had dropped to 8 degrees. She added a thick quilt, looked at the news on her phone for a long time, and gradually fell asleep. The next day, the lightning had stopped. More people went outside. Using a borrowed kayak and life jackets from Building C, many groups went out to buy supplies. From the group chat, Yifu learned that most people were buying glass to seal their balconies and cement to block the drains. Last night, the water had flowed back from the drainage system, flooding every household. Yifu ate a simple breakfast, changed into sportswear, and started exercising in the spacious living room. She is tall, slender, with short hair that covers her face, making it hard to tell she's a girl. Around 8:30, her phone's signal improved to 2 bars. She opened her phone and saw various news reports, with headlines saying rescue efforts would definitely come. However, because the heavy rain is a global disaster, rescue efforts might be slow. People are urged to help themselves first. Residents on lower floors should move to higher floors, and cities and villages in low-lying areas should quickly relocate to higher ground. Especially those living at the foot of mountains or near rivers need to watch out for landslides and rising water levels. Yifu scrolled through the news on her phone. Every few minutes, a red warning popped up. She sighed and turned off her phone. People returning at noon complained about the crazy rise in prices, and if they moved slowly, supplies would run out. Many bought kayaks, life jackets, and life rings because of the heavy rain. Since they couldn't hire renovation workers, they had to do repairs themselves using cement. At noon, Yifu received a call from Lin Jiao. She thought Lin Jiao had already returned to Yun City, but it turned out she was still at Lon City University. Yifu, the water has flooded the first floor of the dormitory building. Local students have been picked up by their families. Only you are local here. Zhou Kaifeng, Su Ran, and I are trapped inside the dorm. The cafeteria is flooded, and we can't get out. We haven't eaten for a day. Can you come and help us? We agreed to pay you 1,000 yuan for your trouble. Yifu didn't reply. Lin Jiao became anxious and begged with tears in her eyes. Yifu, I know you seem cold but are kind inside. Please help us. The dorm is very scary. There's no electricity, and the bathroom and balcony are underwater. We really don't know what to do.
There were some other voices nearby.
Yifu recognized them as Zhou Kaifeng and Su Ran. Lin Jiao, I can't go to help you either. You should wait for the rescue team. When they arrive, you can follow them to a safe shelter. A shelter? Those places are noisy and messy. Yifu, can you tell me where your home is? Maybe the rescue team can take us there to stay safe. Sorry, my home is small and can't accommodate you. Hearing Yifu's cold refusal, Lin Jiao was stunned. Yifu, I only know you here in Lon City. We're friends. When the rain stops, I'll treat you to a meal. Yifu felt annoyed and pressed his temples. Why don't the rescue team take you to a hotel? It's not only comfortable but also includes meals. He took a sip of hot water and lazily leaned back on the sofa. Hotels are too expensive. We can't afford that, Lin Jiao said softly, frowning. Yifu gave a cold smile and hung up the call. A few seconds later, Lin Jiao called again, but Yifu immediately added her to the blacklist. Help us? Does she think I'm an idiot? Meanwhile, in room 301 of Lon City University Girls' Dormitory, Zhou Kaifeng and Su Ran exchanged glances. Seeing Lin Jiao's disappointed expression, they couldn't help but mock her. I knew Yifu was a selfish person. She's not short of money, but she refuses to come help us or even tell us her address. Lin Jiao, you said she's your good friend? Yet she doesn't care about your life or death. Lin Jiao, call her again and tell her to add 500 yuan more per person. The first floor is flooded, and now there's no water, electricity, or food. We need to leave quickly. Lin Jiao frowned and whispered, Yifu has blocked me. This afternoon, an emergency notice was issued. All public places in Lansheng, including the library, gymnasium, theater, clubs, and cultural center, have set up emergency shelters. Residents on the first, second, and third floors, as well as nursing homes, orphanages, and all trapped students, are being moved immediately. The group chat was still lively, with discussions. Some friendly neighbors started asking to stay over. At 4 p.m., there was a knock on Yifu's door. Looking through the peephole, he saw a resident from the second floor.
Yifu squinted.
Who is it? Xiao Yi. I'm the building's auntie from 202. I have a good relationship with your mom. I used to hold you when you were little. Do you remember? By the way, are you scared being home alone? Your parents are not here. We're neighbors and you're still young. I've been worried about you these days. Yifu didn't open the door or speak. Seeing no response, the woman nudged the man with her elbow. The man cleared his throat. Xiao Yi, Uncle wants to ask you for a favor. The water downstairs is rising quickly. We want to come upstairs and stay at your place. Once the storm stops, we'll leave. Don't worry, we won't take advantage of you. We'll pay you for staying here. We have water and food, and you can eat with us. Also, Xiao Ya and Xiao Kai want to call you sister. With them to play with, you won't be scared. A trace of sarcasm flickered in Yifu's eyes. He played with the knife in his hand, speaking coldly. Uncle Zhang, Auntie Lu, the water level is rising, but it hasn't reached the second floor yet. The authorities have already issued a notice. Residents on lower floors should move quickly to the official temporary shelters. Also, I'm quite brave and don't need company. Please leave. Both were stunned. They didn't expect Yifu to refuse so directly. Xiao Yi, to go to the emergency shelter, you need a rescue boat. We don't have one. Plus, with this heavy rain outside, it's dangerous to go out. That has nothing to do with me, Yifu replied coldly. The rain had just started, and they were already making trouble. How shameless. Out of 10 buildings, she's the only one living alone. It seems they really think she's an easy target. Xiao Yi, are you really so heartless? Won't you let us stay for a few days? We're neighbors. You're just a young girl. Don't be so cold. This was getting interesting. Threats had begun. Xiao Yi, just take them in. You're home alone, and it's good to have company. Young people shouldn't be so selfish. They should learn to do good and earn blessings. Your parents were both doctors who saved lives. You can't afford to go down the wrong path. Suddenly, the door next door opened, and a disheveled Yanfen began to moralize to Yifu. Yifu loudly replied, Aunt Yan, your daughter and son haven't come back yet, right? You have plenty of empty rooms at home. Why not take in Uncle Zhang and his family? Doing good deeds can earn blessings. Maybe it will protect your children and keep them safe on the way back. My parents are gone and I'm alone, so I don't need blessings. But you do, you have children. Yanfen looked extremely upset. The balcony was flooded by heavy rain, and she was busy scooping water day and night. Her son and daughter couldn't come back from out of town. She felt worried and scared. When she heard someone asking to stay at Yifu's place, she couldn't help but come out to stir trouble. She didn't expect Yifu to be so sharp-tongued, returning her words exactly as she had spoken. Uncle Zhang, Aunt Lu, you should hurry to Aunt Yan's house. She's kind-hearted and wouldn't ignore you. After saying this, Yifu turned and went back to the kitchen. She ignored the loud, angry voices outside the door, just smiling coldly as if she hadn't heard anything. In the kitchen, Yifu brewed a cup of tea. The temperature had dropped quickly, and it was easy to catch a cold at this time. An hour later, thunder and lightning started again. Someone on the way back was struck by lightning. The power pole was leaking electricity, and 3 people in the community had died from electrocution. Complaints flooded the group chat, people arguing and cursing. The good news was that by 6:30 p.m., the power was restored. Yifu took the opportunity to cook a pot of lamb soup, drank a large bowl, and felt warmth spreading through her body. She packed the lamb soup into a plastic container and stored it in the space. Picking up her phone, she checked the group chat. To her surprise, someone in Building A was insulting others online. She scrolled up to understand what had happened. There was a supermarket in the community, but it closed on the first day of the storm. A few men had broken in and robbed it earlier. Because they were masked and there was thick fog in the afternoon, no one knew who they were, but it was clear they were residents of the community. Yifu saw someone calling these robbers bandits and wishing them a bad death, so she didn't read further. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the power went out again. The neighborhood was filled with angry shouts and cries. Yifu took an emergency light and placed it on the bedside table. She was reading a book about acupuncture, but the cold weather made it hard to concentrate. She felt very sleepy. Just as she was about to fall asleep, there was a loud knock on the door. Yifu, please help us. Our daughter Inin is in trouble. You're a doctor. I beg you, open the door. Yifu recognized Lu Jie's voice from apartment 901. She got up, put on her clothes and shoes, and carried the emergency light to the door. Through the peephole, she saw Lu Jie and her husband Zhengyang standing anxiously outside. Zhengyang was holding a child about 3 years old. The couple married late in their 30s, and their daughter Yinin was their precious child. Yi Fu, please open the door. Yinin is unconscious. Lu Jie is kneeling and begging you to save her. Yi Fu frowned. She opened the door with the emergency light. Lu Jie saw her and showed a look of relief and urgency. Yi Fu brought the light close to Yinin's face and started checking her condition. Yinin was probably frightened by lightning. Shock can cause a high fever, sweating, and skin pores to open. This makes her vulnerable to cold air. First, check her temperature. If it's below 38.5 degrees Celsius, cooling her physically is enough. If it's higher, she needs medicine or to go to the hospital. Lu Jie's hands trembled, and tears rolled down her cheeks. We don't have a thermometer. Yi Fu was silent for 2 seconds. She touched Yinin's forehead. Take her home and put ice on her forehead. Wipe her with alcohol. Once she feels better, give her a warm bath. Keep her away from the wind.
Calm her down.
Thank you so much, Yi Fu. Thank you. Does she not need medicine?
Yes.
Zhengyang thanked her, then took the child and went home. Lu Jie bowed repeatedly to thank her. Yi Fu waved her hand, telling her to go home and take care of her child. Lu Jie gratefully left. After closing the door and returning to her bedroom, Yi Fu couldn't sleep. In her past life, during a heat wave, Zhengyang was robbed and killed while out looking for food. Lu Jie and Yinin also died at home. Yi Fu went to the balcony, pushed open the heat-insulating panel, and looked down through the thick glass. It was pouring rain, lightning flashing. But what disturbed her most was a floating corpse in the water. The trees that hadn't been uprooted by the tornado swayed wildly, creaking loudly, sounding like the grinding of a knife. She pushed the heat-insulating panel back into place and took a deep breath. The next day's news reports that a landslide in a certain area has destroyed a village. An unknown virus has appeared in Continent F, and wild animals are flooding into a certain country's cities. Yi Fu had just finished breakfast when there was a knock at the door again. Xiaoyi, my grandma has a fever. Can you help check on her? It was Qiulan from downstairs, room 902. They had some contact before, meeting at teacher Zhao's farewell event. Coincidentally, Qiulan also studies law at Lan City University. In the past, Qiulan once shared half a steamed bun with Yi Fu, and that half saved her life. Yi Fu remembers this kindness well. Yi Fu wants to repay her kindness. She goes inside, puts on a wool hat and mask, then opens the door and goes downstairs with Qiulan. Luckily, we have you, a doctor, in Building D. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know what to do. The emergency line is busy, and with so much water downstairs, we can't get out. Qiulan looks worried. Her grandparents are old. Her grandfather has dementia, and her grandmother has a high fever. Her parents are also retired, and she is an only child. The responsibility on her shoulders is heavier than ever. I'm only a part-time doctor, Yi Fu says. Don't be modest. You're a genius, Yi Fu. Last night, I heard noise outside your door. Are you okay? Qiulan asks. I'm fine. Thinking about what happened last night, Yi Fu's expression darkens a little. When they arrive at 902, they hear a suppressed cough as soon as they enter. Qiulan's grandmother is lying in the bedroom, covered with 3 blankets. Her face looks a bit yellow. The old man is on another bed, staring blankly but seeming relatively alert. Yi Fu checks her temperature and frowns slightly when she sees it's 40 degrees Celsius. After leaving the bedroom, Yi Fu pulls Qiulan aside. She remembers that in her previous life, Qiulan's grandmother suddenly passed away. At that time, Yi Fu was also overwhelmed and didn't pay attention to others. Qiulan didn't come to find her, and she only learned about it later from others. By the last time she saw Qiulan, her family was down to just her. Qiulan, the old lady's temperature is 40 degrees Celsius. She has a high fever now, and there might be a lung infection or even a central nervous system infection, Yi Fu says. Qiulan's face turns pale, and tears suddenly well up in her eyes. Xiaoyi, do you have any way to help?
She asks.
Xiao Yi, is my mom very serious? Qiulan's father looks at Yi Fu anxiously. Her mother, who is pouring water from a basin, also stops and looks worried. Yi Fu is silent for a moment. The old lady is in danger of losing her life. She doesn't want to cause trouble. Due to Qiulan's kindness, she cannot ignore her gratitude. I have 2 fever reducers and some antibiotics at home, but with your grandma's condition, going to the hospital is safer. Qiulan's eyes lit up with hope. She grabbed Yi Fu's hand eagerly and said, Yi Fu, can you sell me the medicine? I'll pay 3 times the price. Or maybe we can trade water or rice. My grandma can't go to the hospital like this. It's too cold outside and the water is too deep. I'm worried that going out and catching a cold will make her condition worse. Then let's trade rice. I don't have any left at home, Yi Fu replied. She went home to get the medicine, and Qiulan gave her half a kilogram of rice. In the afternoon, Qiulan sent Yi Fu a message saying the old lady's fever had broken, and Yining, who lived next door, was also getting better. Another good news was that a rescue team was driving a rescue boat with a loudspeaker, moving through the streets and alleys. They were calming residents and urging those in lower floors to evacuate quickly to emergency shelters. Especially disabled and elderly people, once registered, were picked up by rescue workers in boats and kayaks. Of course, some stubborn old people refused to leave, but the situation was urgent, and everyone had to obey orders. No one had time to indulge their stubbornness. The floating body that was downstairs was recovered by rescue workers. The streetlights crackled, and a bulb burst into sparks, but the rain quickly put out the fire. Hui from 202 building came up with her 2 children, knocking on the door. She first acted pitiful, then used emotional blackmail. When that failed, she started crying and making a scene in the hallway. Yi Fu ignored her, letting her cry outside the door. Yi Fu just feels sorry for Xiaokai and Xiaoya. They are only 10 years old. Can you bear to let them suffer like this? I'll give you money, 5,000 yuan. Is that okay? Auntie Lu, Xiaokai, and Xiaoya are your children, not mine. Your crying here is useless. You should pack your things and go to the shelter. That place has all kinds of people, and the conditions are poor. Xiaokai and Xiaoya can adapt. Yi Fu, I'll add more money, 10,000 yuan. Just take in the 2 kids. My husband and I won't go inside. Sorry, that's not possible. Don't you have any compassion?
Yi Fu sneered.
What is compassion?
Can you eat it?
Mom, I'm so cold and hungry. Xiaokai, though young, was not shy about showing his temper. He started kicking and banging on the door. Yi Fu suddenly opened the door. The chubby boy fell to the ground by inertia, crying loudly and shouting a string of curses. Yi Fu picked him up and threw him 2 meters away. Yi Fu, why did you throw my son? Are you still human? Mom, she hit me. Please hit her back and avenge me. If we beat her, we can stay here. Hearing this, Yi Fu closed the door, went over to Zhang Kai, and lifted him up again. Lu Hui's face turned pale with fear, and she looked at Yi Fu with suspicion. Yi Fu, let go of my son. What do you want to do? I warn you, don't hurt him, or you'll regret it. If you don't leave now, I'll throw him down the stairs, Yi Fu said, looking at the staircase. How dare you? Lu Hui rushed over to grab her son, but Yi Fu kicked her in the knee. Are you leaving or not? Yi Fu, you're out of control. I'm just dealing with a troublemaker. Are you leaving or not? I'm leaving now. Give me back my son. Yi Fu threw Zhang Kai onto the ground. Lu Hui picked up her son and ran away. The shy little Yi looked at Yi Fu timidly. Seeing Yi Fu's expressionless face staring at her, she also ran downstairs. Meanwhile, Lu Hui's husband was still hiding somewhere unknown. 2 hours later, Lu Hui's family of 4 was forcibly taken away by rescue workers. The water level had risen to the 2nd floor. Murky water floated with various trash and many animal carcasses, swollen like balloons. Sewage was flowing back through the drainage, and residents threw garbage and feces directly into the water. Just opening the door and walking into the corridor, you could smell a strong, foul odor. At night, Qiulan sent a message to Yi Fu. asking if she wanted to go shopping for supplies tomorrow. Yifu thought for a moment. If she didn't go out for a long time, how could she explain her food and drink? Letting others know she wasn't short of food could cause unnecessary trouble. Even if she didn't go out tomorrow, she would have to go out later. Might as well take this chance to openly get a motorboat back. Yifu just replied that she planned to go out, and Qiulan immediately said she and a neighbor on the 8th floor had bought 3 hours of usage rights for a motorboat, costing 3,000 yuan. Yifu checked her bank balance on her phone and transferred 1,500 yuan to her. Qiulan didn't complain and happily accepted the transfer. Many people in the group were borrowing power banks, and some had generators at home. They started doing business, charging 100 yuan per charge. Although it seemed like a form of robbery, many still bought electricity. Yifu does not plan to take out the generator and use it now. She bought an imported brand that is almost silent. Although the temperature dropped quickly after the heavy rain, it was bearable. The human body needs time to adapt to the environment. Only by boosting immunity can the chances of getting sick be reduced. After drinking a hot bowl of soup, Yifu put on warm clothes and snuggled into a well-covered quilt. She did not have insomnia tonight and slept until 6 a.m. the next morning. After a simple wash, she took 2 heat packs and stuck them on her warm clothes. She then put on a thick cotton-padded coat, a raincoat, and rain boots, wrapping herself up tightly before leaving the house. Qiulan had also finished packing. The two of them went to the 8th floor to get a rescue boat. They carried it downstairs one after the other. When they saw the water overflowing at the staircase on the 2nd floor, Qiulan gagged because of the strong smell. The wind was freezing cold. Yifu placed the rescue boat on the water and told Qiulan to sit on it first. After they had gone a few meters in the boat, several people appeared on the 2nd floor, shouting their names. Qiulan asked if Yifu was taking them along. Yifu squinted and looked back at the 6 people. No, we only bought 3 hours. We need to make sure the boat stays intact and come back on time. Qiulan was also hesitant, but those people were neighbors in the building, so refusing them was difficult. Since there are exactly 8 of them, they can sit together. Just take them along, and let them buy their own boats when they're ready, then they can come back on their own.
Yifu reiset herjebros.
Maybe because of experiencing a heavy life again, she had lost much of her empathy. For Qiulan, it was just a heavy rain now. She didn't know the end of the world had already arrived. Yifu couldn't see the situation from a divine perspective. She turned back to the staircase entrance. The 6 people came up and sat down, and the rescue boat immediately became crowded. They kept complaining about the weather. Yifu sat at the front and started the engine. We also need to buy a rescue boat. Inflatable ones shouldn't be expensive, but now prices have risen sharply. What used to cost a few thousand now might take tens of thousands. We can borrow one for use. No matter how expensive it is, once the heavy rain stops and the water recedes, buying one isn't worth it. Who lends you one every time? It's not the time to be thinking about taking advantage. They argued behind her. Qiulan squeezed next to Yifu and sighed softly. Little Yi, when do you think this heavy rain will stop? Yifu looked at her, and Qiulan shrugged with a smile. I always feel so anxious, but luckily my grandmother is fine. Thank you, Yifu. You're welcome. As they spoke, the rescue boat had already left the community. Along the way, they saw many people like them going out to buy supplies. The heavy rain continued. One family's rescue boat capsized, and everyone on it fell into the water. Yifu was passing by in her own boat when she saw elderly people and children. Neighbors sitting at the back reached out to help. Sewage water soaked into their clothes. The children shivered from the cold, tears welling up in their eyes, looking scared. The elderly person looked very unwell, with a swollen, pale face. Thank you all for helping. The wind is so strong, and the boat is hard to steer. Are you heading to Dasun Mall? We just came from there. The mall is crowded, but there are security guards maintaining order. You should go quickly. The family gratefully thanked everyone. The adult held the child, and the elderly person leaned on the corner. The family started their boat again and headed in the opposite direction. This terrible weather is a disaster. Where are they going? With so many people and families, it doesn't seem like they're just out shopping. Probably heading to the shelter. I live on the 4th floor. If the water keeps rising, we'll have to go too. People chatted behind them, but Yifu and Qiulan sat silently at the front. When they arrived at Dashun Mall, they saw many rescue boats and crowds, all looking hopeless. The mall has 5 floors. The supplies on the lower 2 floors had already been moved upstairs, so there seemed to be enough resources. There were constant complaints from the scene, some shivering from the cold, others crying loudly in panic. Security guards held electric batons, sternly watching everyone. Stop arguing, don't push. Place the rescue boats here. We will mark them, and when we leave, you need to match the marks. Someone tried to steal a boat, but the security guards quickly subdued him with their electric batons, calming everyone instantly. In front of the mall was a sky bridge, and many people were crowded on it. Qiulan and Yifu parked their boat, paid 500 yuan for parking, and had their wristbands marked with numbers before entering the mall. Inside, people were packed tightly, almost unable to turn around. Yifu glanced at the small bottles of mineral water. Prices had risen to 30 yuan for a small bottle and 60 yuan for a large one. Everyone was complaining and cursing, but they moved quickly and efficiently. Sounds of arguing occasionally come from nearby. Someone just fought, and the security team quickly arrived to control and take the person away. Yifu grabbed a large bottle of mineral water, a 5-kilogram bag of rice, a big cabbage, 3 large potatoes, 3 packs of sanitary pads, and a pack of tissues. She felt like her internal organs had shifted. Someone who didn't manage to grab anything from the shelves tried to from her. Yifu pulled out a hidden dagger from her sleeve and cut the person in the lower back. The person cursed while holding his wound, but there were too many people around. Yifu moved very quickly, and he didn't even know who had hurt him. Meanwhile, Yifu slipped past and grabbed a jar of bean paste. Qiulan followed behind her, having been stepped on a few times earlier and grimacing in pain. Seeing a bag of flour and 3 packs of noodles in her shopping basket, Yifu helped her by squeezing through again and snatched 3 bottles of water from some middle-aged men for her.
Qiulan, food is life, she said.
Now isn't the time for fussing. Qiulan blushed a little. She was not tall, and if Yifu hadn't led the way, she probably couldn't have squeezed into the mall. Thinking of her elderly, confused grandparents at home, her eyes grew firm. Half an hour later, they reached the checkout. Items that usually cost a couple of 100 yuan now totaled over 1,000. The rice was especially expensive. What used to be 70 yuan for 5 kilograms of ordinary rice had risen to 600. Yifu packed the items into a waterproof cloth bag. Qiulan didn't have her own bag, so she bought 2. But each bag cost 100 yuan, which was quite shocking. They didn't leave immediately. Instead, they went to the nearby pharmacy. The prices there hadn't increased much, but there were too many people buying medicine. Due to purchase limits, only 1 box per person, they mostly bought cold and fever medicines. Yifu only bought a box of painkillers, a box of fever medicine, and some gauze. Fortunately, they also managed to buy a small rescue boat, but only the smallest model that could seat 3 people, and it was very expensive. Only 50 minutes remained out of the 3 hours. More people were waiting to use the rescue boat behind them, so they had to return on time. They planned to retrieve the boat from the security team and load their supplies. Yifu prepared to go back. What will they do? Didn't you say they should go back on their own? Yifu asked, not mocking but curious. Even at this time, she wondered why Qiulan still cared about others. What if they don't manage to get a rescue boat? If we leave, they'll be stranded here. Yifu looked at Qiulan carefully and said, they have families. If they are kept here, their family members will come looking for them.
But
there's no need for but. The 6 people came out looking tired and dirty, each holding only a small amount of supplies. When they saw Yifu and Qiulan, their faces showed relief. Xiaoyi, Qiulan, we thought you'd gone back first. The mall was too crowded, and everything is so expensive now. It's really unfair. Wow, you actually managed to get a speedboat. We went to look, but the boss said there was no stock today, and the prices had doubled, tripled. You guys have quite a bit of supplies too. Amazing, 2 young girls, even more capable than us grown men. Seeing the two sets of speedboat bags and the oilcloth bags filled with supplies in the corner, everyone looked at Yi Fu and Xiaolan with envy. Yi Fu ignored them. The others, feeling embarrassed, fell silent. Nearby, people chattered excitedly about getting on the speedboat. Before starting, Yi Fu turned to look at them. This speedboat is from the 8th floor. It costs 3,000 yuan for 3 hours. With 8 of us sharing the cost, each person pays 375 yuan. After Yi Fu finished speaking, everyone, including Xiaolan, looked at her. Xiaolan quickly responded, "Everyone, please pay your share." Finally, an uncle on the 5th floor broke the awkward silence, saying he would pay once he got home. Yi Fu started the engine. The 6 people exchanged glances, some rolling their eyes behind her back, others making sarcastic remarks. Yi Fu paid no attention. Today, she bought the speedboat openly so in the future, she could go out alone. The return trip was quick. Yi Fu, wearing gloves, still felt her hands numb from the cold. As they neared the community, a loud thunderclap startled everyone. A large floating dog carcass rushed toward them, emitting a foul smell that hit Yi Fu's face. She held her breath and sped into the community as fast as she could. She returned the speedboat to its owner. The 6 people paid their share, and Yi Fu carried her supplies in one hand and the speedboat in the other, rushing upstairs. Yi Fu, when they reached the 9th floor, Qiulan suddenly called out to her. "Thank you today. If it weren't for you, everything wouldn't have gone so smoothly." Yi Fu shook her head. "Hurry home." Both people went back to their own homes. At 9:01, Zhengyang looked away from the cat's eye and excitedly said to Sister Lu, "Yi Fu and Qiulan both bought food and a small boat. You should borrow it. We also want to go out and buy some things." When Yi Fu returned home, she found the power was out again. She placed her things in the living room and quickly turned on the emergency light. She took off her life jacket and raincoat, put on a warm pack, and took a hot bath to warm her body. After drinking some soup, she started organizing the things she bought today. Today's trip revealed something more important. The natural disasters in this world seem worse than in her previous life. She opened the curtains and looked at the dark sky outside, feeling a heavy, suffocating pressure. Because of the power outage, people in the group chat were complaining again. Some had bought generators and posted photos to show off. But generators need diesel and gasoline, which are very expensive now. Without enough fuel, they wouldn't last long, and showing off might cause trouble. The parking garage in the neighborhood was flooded, and all the cars were waterlogged. Some people were still paying car and house loans, suffering heavy losses from the rain. Everyone was anxious. In the afternoon, Yi Fu planned to take out the generator to steam some buns and bread. But first, she needed to sharpen her self-defense knife, which had blood on it from earlier. Suddenly, there was a knocking at the door. Yi Fu thought it was Qiulan, but it was Sister Lu. "Xiao Yi, can you open the door? Is there something you need?" Yi Fu looked at her through the peephole. "It's just a small matter. I heard you bought a small boat. I want to borrow it. Don't worry, we're just going out to buy a few things. 2 hours will be enough." Sister Lu is a housewife. When her mother was alive, she praised her for being gentle and easy to get along with. The 8th floor apartment is for rent, 1,000 yuan per hour. Sister Lu exclaimed in surprise and kept knocking. "Yi Fu, please open the door. I won't go inside. It's hard to talk with the door closed. I heard you also bought a small boat. Can I borrow it?" Yi Fu's eyes were cold. "No, I won't lend it." Sister Lu's face instantly darkened. Both she and her husband are formalists who only thank you with words. Now, the small boat is a scarce resource. Yi Fu just came back and she's eager to take advantage. Her behavior was quite rude. "Little Leaf, we will only borrow it for 2 hours. We won't damage anything." Yi Fu still said the same thing. The 8th floor can be rented. Wu Wanfash from 801 is asking for a lot, charging 2,500 yuan per hour. He's really money hungry. When the rescue team arrives, we must complain about him. "Little Leaf, I know you're worried about the rescue boat getting damaged. Don't worry. I swear we will be careful and take good care of it." Yi Fu looked expressionless and slightly tugged at the corner of her mouth. Does she look like a fool? Why does someone always try to take advantage of her? I heard Sister Lu can swim. Why not swim over? Why do you talk like that, little leaf? You're so selfish. When you helped Een with her illness, I thought you were easy to get along with. I didn't expect you to be so cold and mean. No wonder the Lu family was driven away by you. Neighbors shouldn't behave like that. Yifu didn't reply. She simply slammed the protective door shut inside. Outside, Sister Lu was angry for a long time. Suddenly, she realized her daughter wasn't fully recovered yet. Her father-in-law has diabetes, and her mother-in-law has high blood pressure. She was so anxious earlier that she offended Yifu. If Yifu holds a grudge, what if she refuses to treat her family in the future? Forget it. She decided to knock on the Chiu family's door instead. Sister Lu put on her down jacket tightly, rubbed her hands, and went to 901. However, after knocking for several minutes, the Chiu family didn't open the door. She couldn't help but kick the door of 901. After cursing a few words, she angrily returned home. Yifu received a message from Chiu. It turned out that before going to the 10th floor again, Sister Lu first knocked on the Chiu family's door. The Chiu family was about to open it, but the old lady held them back. Chiu said her grandmother once saw Sister Lu slap a young boy downstairs in the community. The reason was simply that Een and the boy bumped into each other and fell. It's better to avoid people like that, or there will be endless trouble. Yifu and Chiu talked for a few words, then put down their phones and went into the kitchen. The Lu family is unrelated to her. Anyway, if something happens to that family in the future, just don't let it happen at her door. After a busy afternoon, Yifu successfully steamed a basket of buns and a basket of steamed bread. Making noodles is too tiring. Her motivation to keep fighting until tomorrow has faded. She ate 2 buns and happily patted her stomach. Although it was her first time making them, thanks to her extraordinary cooking talent, they turned out surprisingly delicious. Until evening, the neighborhood was still without power. Some people in the group said they were so cold they couldn't stand it, so they started burning wooden tables and chairs to keep warm. Yifu guessed that starting tomorrow, besides going out to buy supplies, everyone would also need to find wood to make fires. Sure enough, the next morning, as soon as Yifu woke up, she heard the noisy chatter downstairs. She opened the curtains to look. Many people were collecting twigs, and some were trying to drag away a green tree that had been broken by lightning and was floating on the water. A purple lightning bolt struck, followed by a loud thunder that shook the sky. Yifu watched helplessly as a man trying to drag the twigs was struck by lightning. He twitched for a few seconds and then fell into the dirty water. Blood spread out in a small stream in the water, but soon the heavy rain washed it away. Under the lightning, the people downstairs quickly ran back home. Yifu watched the man slowly sink into the water. Just then, a speedboat passed by, and 3 men on it quickly helped pull the man out of the water. Fortunately, after noon, the lightning stopped for a while. People went out again to gather firewood. However, there was bad news for those going out to buy supplies. The Daoshun market was closed. Chiu sent a message to Yifu, saying that yesterday afternoon, Lu Jie's family finally rented a speedboat at 801 and bought supplies before Daoshun market closed. In the evening, Chunde from next door and his daughter Yanfin's children came back with their families. Chunde's son, Chunji, is 29 years old. He works as a security guard at a private company in the west of the city. His wife, Chui Li, is a hotel receptionist. They have been married for 2 years and do not have children. Chunji has a sister named Chundan, who is 27. She works at a fashionable clothing store. Her husband, Sun Hao, is from another city and works as a sales manager at a furniture market. They have a son named Sun Jia. Suddenly, 5 more people crowded into the old house with 3 rooms and 1 living room. Within a few hours, several arguments broke out. Yifu saw trash outside the door and threw it back in front of Chen's house. At that moment, Chendan, Chuili, and Yanfin each carried a bundle of twigs and came up the stairs. The mother and daughter mocked Chuili for not having children after 2 years of marriage. When they saw Yifu, Yenfen remembered a previous embarrassing incident and snorted, her expression changing instantly. Little Yi is so lucky, living alone in such a big house. Poor your parents, they picked you up and raised you, but before they could enjoy life, they died, she said. So, Chunji and Chundan really have tough lives. Aunt Yen, why are you still alive? Hurry up and go die. Tell your children to clear out your house and let them live in a big home. Not only are you taking up space, but you're also wasting food. Also, do not throw trash at my door. Yenfen thought Yifu would feel ashamed, but instead, Yifu didn't get angry or embarrassed. She even responded with a smile, telling her to go die. When Yifu looked at her just now, Yenfen felt a cold chill on her head. Yifu, are you sick? Throwing trash in my house. Chundan rushed over to push Yifu, but Yifu pushed back and she fell to the ground. Chundan, I heard you were bitten by a dog a few months ago. Be careful. Rabies has an incubation period. As for the trash, Chundan sat down hard, grimacing in pain. She was about to curse, but Yifu picked up the trash and directly put it into Yenfen's arms. Return what belongs to its owner. After saying that, Yifu locked the door and went downstairs. Mom, what are you staring at? Hurry up and throw away the trash. That mean person Yifu pushed me, and you didn't help me clean her up. And you, pull me up quickly. Chundan glared at Cui Li and shouted loudly. Yenfen came to her senses and realized she was sweating coldly on her back. Her look just now was like she wanted to kill me.
Didn't you see? Chendan was speechless.
You're an elder. Why are you afraid of her? Yenfen didn't know what she was afraid of either, but every time she faced Yifu, she couldn't help but make sarcastic remarks. The words she just said were reflexive. She didn't think she had a problem, but just thinking about Yifu's gaze made her shiver all over. Ignoring the trash in her arms, the mother and daughter opened the door and went inside. Cui Li looked back at Yifu's house. Yifu went downstairs, slowly releasing her clenched fists. There was a tiny needle mark on her index finger, but that sewing needle had already entered Yenfen's body. Yenfen kept provoking her, so Yifu had no choice but to let her suffer a little. Yifu used a homemade rake made from a clothesline to fish out the wooden boards washed down from the water. Others were busy gathering firewood, so she also pretended to do something. After gathering a bundle, Yifu planned to go back. Just then, Qinji and Sun Hao returned in a kayak, both looking very disheveled. Their raincoats were torn, and their clothes inside were soaked. They shivered, their lips turning purple, as they took the branches off their kayak. Yifu used a rope to tie up the firewood, quickly picked it up, and went upstairs. At this time, the water level was almost flooding the second floor. The neighbors collecting firewood were crowded on the third floor. Everyone was too busy with their tasks to speak. Yifu returned home and placed the firewood on the balcony to dry. Now, the power was completely out, and the phone signal was unreliable. She no longer checked messages in the group chat. Although it was a mutual aid group, given the current situation, everyone was too busy to help others. Half an hour later, there was a loud knock on the door. Yifu heard Chunji's voice. Chunji was tall and strong, with a temper worse than a bomb. He pounded on the door, cursing loudly. Yifu, you brat, come out. How dare you push my sister and stuff trash into my mom's hands? Do you believe I'll beat you to death? Yifu moved her wrists and then opened the door. When Chunji's hand was about to hit, she swung a kitchen knife. Chunji was startled and quickly pulled back his hand. He reacted quickly. Yifu, you dare to threaten me with a knife, and you're bullying my mom and sister. Do you want to die? It's not me who wants to die, it's you, Yifu corrected him. Chunde stepped forward, looking at Yifu with disappointment. Little Yi, how can you threaten someone with a knife? Uncle Chun and Aunt Yen have watched you grow up. Today, not only did you curse her to die, but you also stuffed trash into her hands and pushed Chundan.
Chendan's hand is bleeding.
What's gotten into you? Uncle Chun, you know very well what kind of people your wife and daughter are. There's no need to lie here. I am alone, and anyone who provokes me will send their whole family too. The barefoot are not afraid of the shod. If you want to try, come on. At this moment, Neighbors from the 11th and 12th floors heard the commotion and came downstairs to watch. The residents downstairs also looked on. Everyone saw the knife in Yifu's hand and the Chin family members standing in the corridor, acting aggressively. Their expressions were quite interesting. Yanfen was crying and making a fuss, exaggerating that Yifu was bullying her. But everyone in the building knew everyone's true nature, quiet, honest, and straightforward. Moreover, Yifu was a medical student. Everyone had times when they had a headache or fever. Who to help was obvious. Little Yi couldn't possibly bully you. She's just a child. Besides, Yanfen, your grandson was crying loudly in the middle of the night. Can't you control him first? Yanfen, I don't believe Yifu cursed you to die. But at a certain age, everyone will die. Don't be afraid to admit that. Big River, you are well known as a kind person, but think about how many disagreements you've had with your wife over the years. You can't just bully her, because Yifu lost her parents. Some people sympathize with Yifu, while others mock her. But little Yi has really changed a lot. She even refuses to lend us the speedboat. Yifu's personality is really strange. Miss Liu, Yifu is giving free medical care to your daughter Yinyin, and you still say such things about her, Qiulan said, stepping forward with a look of disdain. I'm just being honest. I mean no harm. Miss Liu shrank her neck. Yifu looked up at everyone. Thank you to the uncles and aunts who spoke up for me earlier. I appreciate your kindness today. As for the reason behind all this, I believe everyone understands. The Chun family falsely claims I have no elders, throws trash at my door, and even wants to kick me out of the happiness community and take over my house. That's just too much. My house, no one is allowed to come in. Seeing Yifu holding a knife, the timid people stepped back, and some tried to scold her with old-fashioned words, but were scared off by the kitchen knife in her hand. Everyone's attitude towards the Chin family became complicated. Yifu's nonsense made the Chin family speechless. Though angry, they could only sheepishly close the door and go back inside. Yifu accepted everyone's support and said she could treat anyone with a headache or fever, only asking for a little material compensation, water, rice, or firewood. No one refused. At such times, having a doctor nearby is like holding a life-saving charm. Even the families mocking Yifu started to regret a little. After closing the door, Yifu put the knife back in the kitchen. Chun-ji came over voluntarily, and Yifu took the opportunity to establish her position in the building. As for the Chin family, Yifu looked at her hands, her expression hard to read. At 2 a.m., the temperature suddenly dropped to -2 degrees. Woken by the cold, Yifu took out a battery from her space and laid an electric blanket on the bed. She thought she wouldn't need these things before the storm stopped, but she underestimated the extreme weather. Once the electric blanket warmed up, Yifu drank a cup of hot water, then quickly crawled into her quilt, wrapping herself tightly. Her phone had no signal at all. She stared at the emergency light on the bedside table, lost in thought. Today marked the 10th day after the heavy rain. Just 10 days. The next day, Yifu rarely slept in. At 10 o'clock, she heard the loud sound of helicopter blades overhead. She suddenly opened her eyes, sat up in bed, held her breath, and checked again. It was definitely the sound of helicopter blades. Rescue teams were dropping supplies. By 10:30, everyone from Building D gathered on the 12th floor. There was a safety door that led directly to the roof, and the only key was kept in room 1201. The owner of 1201 was a police officer, so everyone trusted him. However, they only found out that since the heavy rain, Officer Song had only come back once. The key to the roof was with him, but now the safety door wouldn't open, and no one could get up. Break the door open. We won't go up, but the rescue team thinks no one is here, so they won't drop supplies, Chin-dae said first. We have to do that. A few strong guys kick the door together. It should open after a few tries. After some discussion, everyone was excited as they kicked the door. Yifu and Qiulan stood among the crowd, both wrapped up like dumplings, only their eyes showing. Chun-dan stood on the right side, her face twisted when she saw Yifu.
Yifu ignored hash.
Chun-dan's son had cried for hours last night. Yi Fu vaguely heard him asking for snacks and toy cars. Many people in the building had opinions about the Chen family. Now, with one more person, there would be less supplies for everyone. Chun Dan had brought her husband and her mischievous child to share the supplies meant for everyone's survival. No one would give her a friendly look. If the Chun family and Chun Dan were smarter, they would know they needed to behave humbly now. Stop kicking. I'm back. A tired figure squeezed out from the bottom of the stairs. No one recognized that it was Officer Song, who was tall and handsome. At this moment, he looked ragged, clothes torn, beard unkempt, and appeared at least 10 years older. His parents and wife saw him and couldn't help but cry. He comforted them briefly, then pushed to the front and took out the key. Yi Fu saw bloodstains on his gray clothes underneath his torn raincoat. Little Song, what happened to you? Oh, right. Do you have any news from upstairs? When will the power be back? When will the heavy rain stop? Why is there no signal? Did the signal tower fall? Officer Song shook his head.
I don't know any of that.
He opened the safety door, and the people in front rushed quickly to the rooftop. Because there was a drainage pipe on the roof, there was little water accumulation. The helicopter arrived at Building D's roof quickly and dropped supplies. Within half a minute, the helicopter flew to the next building's roof. Several men carried the supplies down the corridor on the 12th floor. Officer Song locked the safety door and took the 2-year-old girl from his wife's arms. How did it get like this? We encountered robbers on the way back. Are you going back to the police station? No, I won't go back. The situation is out of control. I don't trust home alone. After their quiet talk, Yi Fu noticed that Mrs. Song looked much more relaxed. Chiu Lan nudged Yi Fu's arm and whispered, "The supplies are too few." Yi Fu looked at the supplies. 1 box of mineral water, 1 box of compressed biscuits, and 1 box of canned meat. They shouldn't be divided by people. They should be divided by household registration. Some families only have 1 person, while others have 8 or 9. That's even worse. If 1 person gets the same as 8 people, isn't that unfair? If we want fairness, then divide by property ownership. Those who own property in this building can share. Those without property cannot. That's fair enough, right? No matter how they divided it, someone always felt it was unfair. In the end, everyone looked at Officer Song. All right, let's do this. 1 bottle of water, 3 compressed biscuits, and 3 cans of meat per family. That way, everyone gets something. The Chen family still felt it was unfair. They had 8 people, the largest family in the building, but this division was made by Officer Song. Although they were unhappy, they didn't dare say much. Yi Fu took the supplies and went back to his own home. He had 3 cans of braised pork, a small bottle of mineral water, and some compressed biscuits. The biscuits were small but heavy. They didn't taste very good, but when soaked in water, they expanded. Yi Fu took out 2 steamed buns and ate one with a can of meat for lunch. He had planned to take a short nap, but just after eating, Officer Song suddenly visited, which surprised Yi Fu. "Xiao Yi, my parents aren't feeling well. Can you help check on them? I heard from everyone that you're good at medicine." Yi Fu silently observed him. Of course, Officer Song was also watching Yi Fu. A 19-year-old genius girl, abandoned by her biological parents at birth, raised by Dr. Shin on the 10th floor. She entered university at 16, excelling in science. Her foster mother passed away when she was 17, and her foster father died a few months ago. Now she was an orphan. Yes, but my medical skills are average. If acupuncture is needed, I require firewood or supplies in exchange. Officer Song has an important position, so Yi Fu is cautious around him. Officer Song already knows this, and he nodded to show he had no problem. Yi Fu went back to get the medical kit, which contains a set of silver needles and surgical knives. When he arrived at Officer Song's house and saw his sick father and mother, Yi Fu understood their condition. Last night, the temperature suddenly dropped below freezing. The 2 of them are suffering from mild hypothermia. They are now shivering, exhausted, unable to speak normally, with purple lips and pale faces. I will check their temperature first. If it's too low, they may need to go to the hospital. Hypothermia can cause heart and lung failure. Neither of them is over 60, but if elderly people over 70 experience hypothermia, they can die quickly. Severe hypothermia can cause loss of consciousness and a hibernation-like state. Little Yi, is hypothermia very serious? Officer Song asked. Yifu nodded. Many news reports have covered this. Runners or mountain climbers who get lost in cold weather can easily die if they become hypothermic. The temperature is 34 degrees Celsius. Yifu handed the thermometer to Officer Song and his wife to look at. It's my fault. I didn't notice the temperature dropping last night. Wenwen suddenly cried loudly and woke me up. I only then realized it was cold. When I went to wake my parents, they seemed okay physically and mentally. If I had measured their temperature earlier, I wouldn't have let it get this bad. It's not your fault. I didn't take good care of you all, and I left this big family to you. Now I'm home, and I'll take care of everything. Don't worry or blame yourself, Officer Song said, patting his wife's shoulder. His eyes were still red when he looked at his parents. Little Yi, you might not know, but the water level outside has risen again. It's not only cold but also with strong winds over level 8. Going out now would be dangerous. I'm fine alone, but taking my parents out might be impossible, even in the neighborhood. He had not said one thing because all shops in Lawn City are closed and there are many robbers outside. Do you have sugar? Boil some hot water and make a bowl of sweet water. If you don't have a hot water bag, heating pads, or warm packs, you can fill a plastic bottle with hot water and boil rainwater outside. Then, put the hot water in the bottle and place it on their chests, armpits, or groin areas to warm them. Officer Song and Mrs. Song began to get busy. Yifu saw Wenwen sleeping on the sofa and went over to check on her. Little Yi, is Wenwen okay? She's fine, don't worry. Yifu took out a silver needle and gave the two elders a few acupuncture points. Their faces gradually turned red and healthy. An hour later, the two elders improved. Yifu packed up her things to go home. Officer Song gave her a compressed biscuit, a can, and a bottle of water. Yifu accepted them calmly, without refusing. However, as soon as she returned to her door, Mrs. Wu from apartment 801 pulled her aside. Little Yi, help. Uncle Wu is having severe stomach issues and just fainted. When Yifu got home again, it was already 5 p.m. She organized the supplies she received from treating patients today, including some firewood from 2 families. Yifu felt pretty good. She wouldn't refuse small illnesses or minor pains. But if it was serious, she would refuse outright. Her main goal was to protect herself, not to exchange treatment for supplies. Yifu turned on the electric stove, held her hands and feet close to warm herself, and waited until her body warmed up. Then she took a quick shower. After dinner, she went to bed to sleep. That night was destined to be restless. The temperature dropped to -6 degrees Celsius. Under heavy rain, thunder, and strong winds, the water level rose, flooding up to the 3rd floor and nearing the 4th. The next day, Yifu heard voices outside. After listening carefully, she understood what was happening. People knew there was a police officer in Building D and came to ask for help. Some asked Officer Song to send his frozen father to the funeral home for cremation. Others asked him to share extra food to help them. Many people gathered from the 12th floor to her door. Yifu was curious about what Officer Song would do. If he chose to be selfless and help others, it would match his duty. But that wouldn't be wise. Sacrificing oneself for others is dangerous. The first to suffer would be the helper. After a while, the commotion outside grew louder. Yifu opened the door and saw many people from Building D had come out. Why does Officer Song give you food? How can you say such things? After the rain, Officer Song has been busy at the police station. He just came back yesterday. His family is sick. You people usually bother the police, and now there's a disaster, and you still look for the police? Why not find your parents who gave birth to you? If there's no food, go eat tree bark. Get lost. Don't come into our building or we'll stop you. The woman on the 5th floor, with her hands on her hips, loudly scolded these people. But he's a police officer, someone argued. Isn't a police officer supposed to serve the people? What's wrong with giving him some food? He hasn't eaten in 2 days. What's wrong with a police officer? Should they be responsible for your meals? Why don't you fly to the sky? An uncle joined the argument. Fine, I remember this. He won't help us. You people are in cahoots with him. When the heavy rain stops, I will complain about him. I want him to lose his job. No need to wait for the rain to stop. I can tell you now, I already resigned. I am no longer a police officer. You have 1 minute to get out of Building D, Officer Song said firmly. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked at him in shock, including his wife and parents. Resigned? Are you kidding us? I heard you got promoted to captain. How could you resign? Officer Song's tone was cold. If you don't believe me, go ask at the city bureau. Unfortunately, the bureau had already been flooded and had moved away. Seeing the situation, those people hesitated. But you are a police officer. You have to take responsibility. My father's body is still at home. You're more capable than us. You must help me take him to the funeral home for cremation. The man speaking had triangular eyes, with his pupils darting left and right. Using morality to pressure me won't work. Everyone knows what's happening outside. You don't even dare to go out yourself. Why should I go for you? People from Building D nodded in agreement. At such a moment, everyone united in silence, refusing to fight among themselves. Unable to argue further, those people cursed and left. Officer Song looked at the staircase and told everyone, let's block the 4th floor. The situation is serious. Someone might come in to rob or steal. Everyone was startled by his words. If someone came to loot during such a time, it would make things even worse. Later, Officer Song removed the door on the roof. Wu Wan from apartment 801 had a welding machine and a generator at home, and within 20 minutes, the door was installed. Having a door really gives a sense of security. Little Song is capable, someone said. Yes, yes. Even if he's not a police officer, he will protect us. Building D is the best. Everyone praised Officer Song. He looked calm and simply finished installing the door before going home.
Bang!
A loud sound of something heavy falling into the water was heard. Mrs. Song looked toward Officer Song on the balcony, who was making a drainage hole. What was that sound? There is nothing much, just a corner of the wall was struck down by lightning. Officer Song finished his work quickly, closed the sliding glass door, and went back inside. On the balcony of the 5th floor across the street, a suspicious-looking man scanned the surroundings. After seeing no one, he looked down at the water below. When the black figure disappeared into the water, he sighed with relief and calmly left the balcony. After the temperature dropped suddenly, a small moth appeared outside. The glass, the hallway outside the door, the walls, the door, and the handrails were covered with many moths. Yi Fu felt a tingling sensation on her scalp. She caught one and took it home to study. After a long time, she still couldn't identify its name. It looked strange, with red and black horizontal stripes on its wings, like snake patterns. It had 2 about 10-centimeter-long antennae, protruding green eyes, and a face that looked tight and strange, as if crushed by a car. Its abdomen was full and covered with tiny hairs. It also had a strange smell, not bad, but definitely unpleasant. Breathing it in for a long time made her dizzy, nauseous, and sick. Just a few seconds after Yi Fu opened the window, hundreds of moths flew in. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and sprayed half a bottle of insecticide, killing them all. She also made an important discovery. Dead moths rotted quickly into a foul-smelling puddle of water that stunk so badly it made her head spin. If bitten by a live moth, the wound would swell immediately and then lose sensation. Yi Fu angrily looked at her swollen left hand, which looked like a pig's hoof. She decided quickly to cut it open and bleed, then applied a cooling ointment. Half an hour later, her hand regained some feeling. She took out surgical tools, disinfected with saline, and stitched it up. Since there was no anesthesia, the pain made her neck veins bulge, and cold sweat dripped down her forehead. At that moment, she heard Officer Song shouting outside. The moths today probably contain toxins. Don't try to hit them with your hands. The water from dead moths is also toxic, so be careful when cleaning. If bitten, immediately treat the wound with poison blood. Usually moths fear fire, so you can use fire to drive them away. His voice faded, and Yifu also heard crying and screams from downstairs. Neighbors who heard Officer Song's shout quickly picked up torches and burning books and papers to drive away the poisonous moths flying into the house. Before that, the person bitten was not treated in time, and the swelling spread all over their body, making them look like a blown-up balloon, with their face distorted by the swelling. The poisonous moths hovered outside the window, like countless flies around a dung pit. Yifu, wearing gloves, wiped the moth carcasses and water off the floor, then sprayed disinfectant and air freshener inside the house. After finishing these tasks, her body was exhausted. A sharp pain spread through her palms, accompanied by dizziness, blurred vision, and weakness. Yifu took out a box of detox capsules from her space and swallowed them all. Her body kept feeling hot and cold. Lying on the bed, Yifu faintly heard knocking and crying outside, but she was too weak to move. Her throat was sore and dry, as if sparks were about to fly out, and the pain from her wound was unbearable. She wished she could cut off her whole hand. Yifu bit her lip and kept telling herself to stay awake. She ignored the people outside. When she woke up again, it was 5 p.m. the next day. The wound on her hand had healed quite a bit. The swelling had gone down, and she reapplied ointment and bandaged it with gauze. Fortunately, before she fainted, the electric blanket was connected to a battery. Otherwise, she might have frozen to death in her sleep. She was very hungry, so she took out a bowl of rice with toppings she had prepared earlier and stored in her space. She ate it quickly and felt truly alive again. She drew back the curtains and saw the poisonous moths on the glass window, causing her to gasp in shock. The moths were large, and although their attack was not very strong, their venom was very potent. Yifu didn't even dare to think about what was happening to the people downstairs and upstairs. Since waking up, she felt the entire building was shrouded in strange silence. Suddenly, there was a loud knocking on the door. Yifu went to the living room, then quickly returned to the bedroom, put on her protective suit, and grabbed insecticide. Seeing Qiu Lan outside, Yifu finally opened the door. "Little Yi, thank goodness you're alive. I've knocked on your door several times since yesterday, but I didn't hear any response. I was so worried." Qiu Lan, fully armed, stood outside, waving a torch to drive away the poisonous moths. She wore a helmet, and when she saw Yifu, her voice trembled with excitement. "I was bitten by a poisonous moth and have been unconscious. Qiu Lan, is your house okay?" Yifu looked at the dense swarm of poisonous moths on the ground. Her arm hairs were standing up. She had never seen such disgusting things in her life before. Qiu Lan sighed. "When those moths appeared on the balcony, my parents locked my grandparents in the bedroom. We were trying to swat the moths with a fly swatter when we heard Officer Song shouting upstairs. We quickly grabbed torches to drive them away. Luckily, we had some alcohol at home, and we managed to kill the moths." Yifu nodded. "That's good." "Yifu, there were deaths on the 4th, 5th, and 6th floors. Were they all caused by the moth bites?"
Yes.
Aunt Zhang from apartment 402, Grandpa Duan from 503, and a family of 5 in 601 all died last night after being bitten by the moths. This was the first time Qiu Lan saw dead people up close. Every time she closed her eyes, the images of their bodies after death would appear in her mind. She looked at Yifu and noticed that she didn't seem surprised or sad, even appearing emotionless. Qiu Lan felt a bit envious. Do medical students really have such strong mental strength? After being bitten by the moths, bodies develop black and red patches, similar to the patterns on the moth's wings. When the body swells enough, it cracks along these patterns. Officer Song said the bodies might explode like the moths and turn into a mess. He suggested placing the bodies in apartment 601 since everyone there had died. Yifu raised an eyebrow. Officer Song was very capable. He handled everything perfectly. All the belongings in 601 have been moved out. Just move them. Has the rescue team come over these days? No, but the rain stopped afternoon today. Yifu suddenly understood. No wonder she had felt an eerie silence upon waking. Seeing Yifu in good spirits, Qiu Lan relaxed her tense shoulders. If my family hadn't left some cement and sand from renovating the study, and if I had blocked the toilet in time, my house would have flooded too. They chatted for a while. When Qiulan was about to leave, Yifu handed her a bottle of insecticide. After Qiulan left, Yifu opened the curtains, took out a flashlight, and looked at the moths through the glass. Something occurred to her. She went to the door, quickly opened it, and caught a moth to take home. She placed it in a glass jar, planning to run an experiment to see how long the moths could live. At 6:30, someone knocked on the door and called her. Yifu didn't rush to open it. She first asked who was there. Xiaoyi, I am Rinyu from apartment 403. Outside, a young girl's voice was heard. The flood outside is almost reaching our house. Can I stay at your place for a few days? I can pay you 10,000 yuan for staying. If Yifu remembered correctly, Rinyu was in her 3rd year of high school this year, and she had a younger brother in 1st year. Their family in Building D was known for favoring boys over girls. I already said before, I don't take in anyone. Yifu, it's just you at home. Please, we really can't hold on anymore. There are poisonous moths outside. Please open the door. Yifu, open the door quickly and let me in, or I'll break the door down. The threatening voice was fierce. Yifu recognized it as Rinyu's younger brother, Renwu. Soon, there was the sound of a door being broken, but the doors weren't made of wood, so Yifu wasn't very worried. A hint of anger flashed in Yifu's eyes. She took out a 30-centimeter-long military knife from her space. Unexpectedly, it was already useful. Then I'll have to cut off your dirty hand first. As Yifu opened the door, she swiftly swung the knife. Renwu's right hand, holding a knife, was cut off at the wrist and fell to the ground. A piercing scream echoed. Many people came out holding torches to see what was happening. When they saw the cold glinting, blood-stained military knife in Yifu's hand, they were so frightened they almost fell over. Soon, they quickly retreated into their houses. Officer Song didn't move, nor did Ren's family members who arrived after hearing the noise. It hurts. My hand. My hand is cut off. Yifu, you wicked girl, I'll kill you. I want you to pay for this. Yifu pressed the tip of her knife against Renwu's face. He immediately fell silent, trembling as he looked at her.
Cut off the left hand too.
No, please, Yifu, don't hurt my brother. I beg you. We only wanted to stay for a few days. Why did you cut my brother's hand? You're committing a crime. Yifu, you'll go to jail. She looked at Officer Song, crying desperately. Brother Song, you're a policeman. Please save my brother.
Quickly, arrestó Yifu.
She's crazy. She's attacking people with a knife. Officer Song pursed his lips without speaking. He looked at Yifu's expressionless face and remembered what his wife had told him. Xiaoyi is very capable, but she has a bad temper. It's better not to provoke her. If you do, it could be very troublesome. I'm no longer a policeman, he said simply, indicating he didn't want to get involved anymore. Ningyu looked at Officer Song with anger. She wanted to pick up Ningwu's fallen hand, but at that moment, she realized the hand had been completely eaten away by the poisonous moths on the ground. Ningyu felt a wave of nausea and couldn't help but scream. Ningwu's parents, seeing what Ningwu had become, were furious and desperately wanted to find Yifu. However, when they saw Yifu raising her knife, they were so scared they didn't dare move forward. Yifu listened to their crying, shouting, and curses. She slowly walked to face Ningwu. Ningwu's face was pale from pain. When he saw Yifu approaching with her knife, he was afraid and hid behind his parents. I don't take in anyone who can't understand human speech. Next time, I'll cut off their ears, Yifu said. After glancing at them, she went back inside and slammed the door shut. Outside, she heard their curses and insults. She carefully wiped her knife clean. After resting for a moment, she took out the speedboat. Since the heavy rain had paused, she planned to go out. She wanted to gather some supplies because, in a few days, everything would probably be looted. Yifu stuck more than 10 warm packs on her thermal clothes, making sure her feet were covered. She put on a thick, fleece-lined jacket, then added 2 protective suits outside. She wore a mask and night vision goggles. She took a rope and tied the loose protective suit tightly to make movement easier. She strapped her military knife to her waist and carried the speedboat out of the house. She locked the door and sprayed her own homemade poison on it. At the staircase on the 4th floor, she placed the speedboat on the water. After getting on, she started the engine and left the happy community in the dark. The sound of poisonous moths flapping their wings buzzed in her ears. The water was filled with all kinds of things, trash dropped from above, cats, dogs, rats, and human bodies. For those who died after the disaster, death meant not only losing life, but also losing the last bit of dignity. Yi Fu aimlessly drove the speedboat. She really wanted to go out and gather supplies, but also to see what the outside was like now. She wandered for half an hour, but didn't find anyone else. She arrived in front of a tall building, a landmark in Lawn City. Now, with the city flooded by heavy rain, the building was tall and imposing but no longer valuable. However, Yi Fu wasn't interested in that building. She wanted to go to the nearby pharmaceutical company building. She found a window she could climb through, stored the speedboat in her space, and then climbed onto a small window ledge on the 3rd floor. After jumping inside, she realized it was a men's restroom. The building has 58 floors. This pharmaceutical company is quite well known in Lansheng. Yi Fu had previously invested in this company's funds and made a few thousand yuan profit. Quietly leaving the men's restroom, Yi Fu removed the military knife and held it in her hand. The building was full of poisonous moths, in the offices, break rooms, and even on the expensive computers. Their green, round eyes stared at Yi Fu, perhaps afraid of the insecticide smell on her. The moths dared not come too close, only flying around her ears. Yi Fu carefully checked the clean desks, chairs, water dispensers, coffee machines, sofas, and office supplies like tissues and hand soap. When the water level rises again, these items will be discarded into the sewage. The lower floors are all business departments, while the labs and production areas are on the higher floors. Yi Fu plans to slowly collect items floor by floor. She has plenty of time, so she's not in a hurry. Looking at the shelves full of books in the office, Yi Fu's eyes lit up. Books inside the pharmaceutical company are treasures. After clearing out the moths from the shelves, Yi Fu stored the books in her space. The ground was covered with dense moths, which she stepped on, causing them to burst instantly. She arrived at an office on the 8th floor. Seeing the jade cabbage and golden horse decorations inside, Yi Fu couldn't help but mock the owner's flashy taste. She quickly stored the items in her space. Inside the partition there was a bed, a bathroom, and 2 wardrobes. The clothes hanging inside included men's suits and women's dresses and high heels. Based on the style of the dresses and shoes, Yi Fu guessed they belonged to different owners. Under the men's wardrobe, there was a safe. Yi Fu pulled it out and saw it required a fingerprint to unlock. She lost interest immediately, but still stored it, thinking it might contain a box of jewelry and gold. The owner of the office on the 13th floor was a very interesting person. Perhaps out of superstition about the number 13, the office was decorated with many talismans and the 5 emperor's coins. The windowsill held 9 pots of money trees, but unfortunately, they had all died. Yi Fu gained nothing from this office. Next, she entered another office with a unique decor and some ornaments. She guessed the owner was a woman around 35, in love. Sure enough, inside her small cubicle, Yi Fu found 3 boxes of different styles and complete sets of lingerie, along with various toys and intimate clothing. Yi Fu clicked her tongue twice and put away the power bank on the bedside table. She looked at a set of purple clay tea utensils outside, but couldn't see their value. However, inside the nearby storage cabinet, there was a full shelf of various teas. Yi Fu found a shared hobby, drinking tea, with this unfamiliar person. Time slowly passed as Yi Fu carefully collected supplies. Unbeknownst to her, many people were hiding in despair inside an office on the top floor. The 16th floor is the dining room. As Yi Fu entered, she was stunned by what she saw. On the floor, 7 or 8 human skeletons were lying askew, with tattered clothes hanging on them. Some skeletons still had bits of flesh and blood attached. Poison moths were crawling over them, gnawing. The air was filled with a foul smell and a thick, bloody mist. At the back, one skeleton had a swollen arm still attached. Carefully avoiding the skeletons, Yi Fu moved toward the kitchen. She wanted to see if there were any supplies left in the storage room. The ground was sticky with the remains of exploded poison moth carcasses, making walking very difficult. Inside the kitchen, a rotten smell wafted out. Yi Fu saw moldy steamed buns in a steamer and porridge nearby filled with dead poison moths. The disinfectant cabinet held clean dishes. Yi Fu opened it, checked, and took all the dishes. She found the storage room was locked, but it had a wooden door. Yi Fu took out an axe from her space and swung with all her strength, splitting the door open. She reached inside and opened it from within. Poison moths tried to enter behind her, but Yi Fu placed a burning pine torch at the door opening to block them. After entering, she quickly closed the door. Good. The storage room hadn't been invaded by poison moths, and there were plenty of supplies inside. Yi Fu took a quick look. Rice, flour, grains, and oil all seemed to be there, like a small supermarket. There were dozens of bags of rice, each weighing 100 jin of high-quality polished rice. In the corner, she also found an unused pressure cooker. She stored all the supplies in her space. Instead of leaving immediately, Yi Fu took out insecticide, sprayed it over her protective suit, changed into a pair of hiking shoes, and put on 2 masks. Only then did she open the storage room door. The smoke from the burning pine torch was pungent, but the poison moths dared not approach, only circling about 3 meters away. Li Fu took a torch and left the restaurant. She arrived on the 17th floor and looked at the words herb storage with bright green eyes. She couldn't wait to push the door open. However, when she saw the skeletons on the floor and the dark swarm of poisonous moths, her heart sank. Li Fu had no interest in these moths and headed straight to the herb area. Seeing that all the herbs were sealed and stored safely, she finally relaxed. She initially planned to take everything, but then she thought of a problem. After a natural disaster becomes uncontrollable, the authorities will send people to search for supplies and herbs, then deliver them to various bases to help survivors. If the authorities come to take these herbs and find the storage empty, what will happen? If the searchers are not official personnel, but criminal groups that appear after the disaster, then the herbs falling into their hands would be even worse. After much thought, Li Fu decided to leave some herbs behind, but she had to hide them well so the poisonous moths wouldn't destroy them. After finishing gathering everything from the storage room, Li Fu was exhausted. Time passed slowly. She had left at 7 p.m., and now it was already midnight. She didn't rest long, just 2 minutes, and then continued to the 18th floor. The 18th floor was the pharmaceutical company's finished product storage. Luckily, it was similar to the floor below, and because everything was stored properly, the loss wasn't too bad. The finished medicines were sent from the factory. There weren't many, just dozens of boxes. A few hours later, Li Fu reached the 23rd floor. After a busy night, besides feeling tired, she was most uncomfortable because of the cold. She took out a thermometer and saw it was -10 degrees Celsius. Hearing thunder, she went to the window and saw a purple lightning bolt tear through the night sky, followed by heavy rain and thunder. The crackling sound indicated that the glass had been struck by lightning. After rummaging through the manager's office, Li Fu entered a small compartment to rest. She took off her dirty protective suit, looked at the stains on it, and felt her stomach turn. She quickly washed her hands and used a battery to turn on the electric oven, which warmed up the small space immediately. She placed a mat on the floor and sat cross-legged. She stared at the heating element inside the oven, lost in thought. She wondered if there were any survivors still inside this building. Since the restaurant, each floor had revealed quite a few skeletons. After her body and hands warmed up, Yi Fu took out a box meal and a lamb soup. Feeling full and warm, she gained some strength, but chose not to go out for more supplies. Instead, she closed her eyes to rest for a while. The building has 58 floors, and even if she moved quickly, it would take 2 or 3 days to finish collecting everything. So, there's no rush, she should rest first. After sleeping for 3 hours, Yi Fu woke up. It was already 8 a.m., but outside the sky was dull and gray, no different from night. She packed up the electric oven and battery, put on a warm sticker again, and dressed in her protective suit. Then, she started her new day of gathering supplies. On the 25th floor, there was a gym. The high-end equipment there had been destroyed and taken over by toxic moths. The 26th floor had a library and a coffee shop. Yifu saw the damaged books and couldn't help but sigh. On the 27th floor, she found a storage room that hadn't been invaded by the toxic moths. Inside, there were office supplies, papers, pens, and ink. Yifu looked at the boxes of white paper, feeling somewhat good. She carefully packed everything into her space. When she left the storage room and saw the moths on the wall, her disgust seemed to lessen a little. At 7 p.m., Yifu was so exhausted her legs felt weak. She looked at the sign for the 42nd floor, kicked open the safety door, and staggered inside. She found a clean office, immediately took out her fire heater. The warm stickers on her body had frozen hard, her hands were red and numb, and her toes itched. Worried about frostbite, she took off her shoes and socks to warm her feet, then applied frostbite ointment to the itchy spots. The warmth made her very sleepy. Sitting by the fire, Yifu quickly fell asleep. Half an hour later, she woke up, needing to use the bathroom. But thinking about the toxic moths in the bathroom, she irritably tugged at her hair. Half an hour later, Yifu, feeling hopeless, returned to the office where she planned to sleep that night. After eating and washing her face briefly, she took out her sleeping bag. Just as she was about to sleep, she suddenly heard footsteps. Someone? She turned off the fire heater, held her breath, and listened carefully to the sounds outside. The footsteps came from a distance, and there was more than one person. As they approached, Yifu could faintly hear their conversation. "It's so cold and hungry. I'm about to go crazy," a young man's voice said, a little irritable. "If only I hadn't stayed late to work on April 1st. If I hadn't believed the warning online, I wouldn't have come to work that day." The person speaking was a young woman, with tears in her voice. Yifu's gaze darkened as she quickly stored everything in her space and drew a dagger, holding it in her hand. "Help team, if they don't come soon, will we really be trapped here? Qi Yuan, can we still survive and get out? I don't know. Hurry and find some food. Xiao Hai and Fong Sihong have already scavenged the food from the upper floors. If we can't find any here, we have to go lower. But did you forget? Zhong Min and the others died because they were attacked by poison moths in the restaurant. I dare not go down. Then you'll just starve to death." The man spoke impatiently, waving a torch. Through the glass window on the door, Yifu saw two figures. They were wrapped tightly in curtain cloth, a small woman hiding behind a man. As they moved closer, Yifu could hear the sparks crackling. It seemed there were survivors in this building, so she didn't need to search upstairs anymore. Yifu placed one hand on the door handle, her body pressed against the wall. They went into the next office. Yifu heard the sound of boxes being overturned. After a few minutes, the man named Qi Yuan cursed and kicked the door, causing it to creak. It looked like they didn't find any food. "Qi Yuan, help me. These poison moths keep circling me, and my torch is about to go out," a girl shouted loudly. "You're stupid and clumsy.
Stop yelling.
I'm scared, Qi Yuan. Don't leave me behind. I told you to shut up." With a loud bang, Qi Yuan tore down the office curtain, lit it, and threw it in front of the girl. He continued rummaging through the boxes for supplies. Yifu heard footsteps approaching her office. She slowly raised her dagger. When the person reached the door and made no move, just when Yifu thought he might push the door open or leave, there was a knock. Knock, knock. "Is anyone inside? Qi Yuan, what are you doing?"
Who are you talking to?
The girl, carrying the burning curtain, came to Qi Yuan's side, looking around nervously. "Let's go back upstairs. These poison moths are too scary. Is there anyone inside? Can you open the door? We mean no harm. There are only two of us, both employees of this company. I am Qi Yuan from the research room." "Qi Yuan, is there really someone inside?" The girl shrank behind Qi Yuan, timidly staring at the door in front of her. "Shut up. Don't say anything." Qi Yuan growled loudly, and the girl pouted sadly, but obediently kept quiet. I know someone is inside. I am familiar with this place. If you need help, I can assist. The girl glared at Qi Yuan, seeming to accuse him of his behavior. After some thought, Yi Fu opened the door with a click. The three of them were exposed to each other's view. Of course, Qi Yuan and the girl also saw the cold glinting dagger in Yi Fu's hand. Who are you? Why are you here? The girl asked first. Yi Fu ignored her and looked at Qi Yuan. You said you know this place. Tell me, what is the current situation of this building? Are you a girl? Before Yi Fu could speak, both of them froze. Although she was fully dressed in protective gear, wearing goggles and a mask underneath, hiding her face, Yi Fu was tall, about the same height as Qi Yuan, and both instinctively thought she was a man. Is there a problem? Yi Fu closed the door and crossed her arms, looking at Qi Yuan. I didn't make any noise. How do you know someone is here? Qi Yuan swept the office with a torch, but found no one else. His guard lowered a bit. I told you I work in the lab. I have a keen sense of smell and can detect very subtle scents. Besides, the insecticide smell on you is very strong. May I ask when you came here? 2 hours ago. Was it to avoid the storm or to find something? I see you're fully armed, so you came prepared. Do you have a boat? Yi Fu had already guessed Qi Yuan's purpose. Yes, Yi Fu said, playing with the knife in her hand, but her eyes stayed fixed on Qi Yuan. All right, I'll tell you. Since April 1st, after the heavy rain, many employees have been stuck here working overtime. Some left despite the rain, but those who stayed wanted to wait for the rain to stop. After 2 or 3 days of continuous rain, they decided to wait for rescue teams, but no rescue arrived. Calls to emergency and fire services couldn't get through. Later, we wrote SOS on the glass, but no one came to save us. The water supply and electricity stopped, the internet went out, the rain kept falling, water levels rose, temperatures dropped, and even poisonous, man-eating moths appeared. As Qi Yuan spoke, a flicker of fear crossed his eyes. Have you seen any bodies? Each floor has people, all of whom are company employees. Because the temperature dropped and 2 people froze to death, everyone gathered together and moved to the top floor. Before the poisonous moth appeared, Xiao Hai and Fong Sihong hid all the food from the upper floors. We could only find food in the restaurant and lower floors. Unexpectedly, the poisonous moth appeared, biting several people. Those bitten quickly died, and were then eaten completely by the moth. How many people are left upstairs? Including me, and Ai Yang, and 24 others, there are only 14 people without food, besides Xiao Hai, Fong Sihong, and their henchmen. Today, and Ai Yang and I are going downstairs to find food. Yi Fu stroked his knife and thought about Qi Yuan's words. What are you looking for? If I help you, can you take me out? Yi Fu looked at Qi Yuan. Their eyes met. Yi Fu said nothing, and Qi Yuan patiently didn't rush him. Qi Yuan, what are you talking about? This is our company. If you let her take things from the company, you'll go to jail, you know that? Qi Yuan smiled coldly. Jail? Whatever. I just want to leave this hellish place. Are you going home? Which floor do you live on?
Yi Fu asked.
My home is at Jingshan Apartments, on the 26th floor. He was so excited, he almost stammered, looking at Yi Fu as if he were a divine being. Okay, I need medicine to save my life. I'll take you to the laboratory. They have some newly developed medicine there. Yi Fu liked working with smart people like this. They quickly agreed. Yi Fu picked up the extinguished torch on the ground, lit it with Qi Yuan's torch, then opened the door. Let's go. No, Qi Yuan, you can't take her there. It's our company's property. I won't allow you to take anything. When the rescue team arrives, I will call the police. Whatever you say. Seeing them about to leave, and Ai Yang looked at Yi Fu with almost fiery eyes. You bandit, you're robbing us. You'll go to jail. Yi Fu looked at Ai Yang without speaking, then raised the torch and walked away. The laboratory is on the 48th floor. The special medicine Qi Yuan mentioned isn't many, only 40 boxes. Yi Fu followed him into the lab, unzipped his protective suit, took out a black waterproof bag from his pocket, and stored the items inside. Chi Yuan looked back with a cold tone. "And Ai Yang is gone. Hurry up." She went to the top floor to report. Yifu kept a calm expression, methodically packing the bag and tying it behind him. Chi Yuan urged him a third time before following him out of the laboratory.
"Come this way."
"There's a security door here. We can go down through it." Chi Yuan held a torch in one hand and pulled at the curtain with the other. Without hesitation, Yifu followed him through the door. The staircase was quiet, only the sound of their footsteps and the crushing of poison moths. Although Chi Yuan was young, long hunger had weakened his body, and he was gasping heavily every few steps. Since Chi Yuan couldn't keep up, they paused to rest. Fortunately, no one was chasing them. When they reached the fourth floor, Yifu entered an office, looked outside, and saw the heavy rain still falling. The water level was almost reaching the fourth floor. She opened the window, took out a bundle of rope from the waterproof bag, and tied it to the window frame. Then she climbed onto the windowsill, grabbing the rope to prepare to jump down. "Wait, I didn't see your boat. Are you sure there's really someone down there?"
Chi Yuan asked. Yifu nodded.
"Of course. You should organize your things so they don't get caught on the window frame when you come down. I'll go first." After speaking, Yifu slowly slid down. Just as she was about to touch the water, she looked up and didn't see Chi Yuan. She released the boat, stepped onto it steadily, and then took off the waterproof bag from her back. "Hurry up and come down. I'm a bit afraid of heights. What if I fall? Will you save me? I don't know how to swim." Chi Yuan hesitated.
Yifu.
"You won't die from falling. Stop wasting time. 5 seconds. If you don't come down now, I'll leave." Chi Yuan, frightened, quickly climbed onto the windowsill. "Don't go. I'll jump now." He held onto the rope as if risking his life, looked down and saw the boat. Before he could be happy, he was frightened by the dirty, deep water and shrank back. 5, 4, 3. Yifu started counting down. Seeing her so ruthless, Chi Yuan, despite his fear, closed his eyes and slid down. At the last moment, Yifu grabbed one of his legs and threw him onto the boat. She then started the engine, and the boat shot out like an arrow. Meanwhile, inside the building, Ai Yang and his team arrived at the laboratory but found no one there. "Director Xiao, I'm telling the truth. A female thief came to our company to steal medicine." Chi Yuan, wanting to escape, took her to the lab and stole all the special medicines from the safe. "Did that female thief have any accomplices?" Ai Yang shook his head. "I didn't find any accomplices. She said she had a speedboat and came alone." Xiao Hai looked at Ai Yang suspiciously. "Then why didn't you leave with them and instead told us? Are there more accomplices coming to keep you here as a spy?" Ai Yang, "I've always said that the company building is the safest place. There's food, and the building is tall enough to avoid flooding. Going outside is dangerous. Do you really think Chi Yuan would follow a stranger woman so easily? He's known to be difficult to deal with. This might all be a trap you set with Chi Yuan. There's no such thing as a female thief." Ai Yang looked both wronged and angry. "I'm telling the truth. I didn't leave with them because I don't trust that woman. And what they're doing is illegal. I would never collude with them. Supervisor Xiao, I swear, once the rescue team arrives, we can call the police to arrest Chi Yuan and that woman." Calling the police? The outside must be chaos already. Nothing will come of it. Meanwhile, Yifu and Chi Yuan were almost at Jingshan apartment. Yifu looked back at Chi Yuan, who was waving a torch to scare away moths, and tucked her dagger back into her sleeve. Having lived through this again, she wouldn't trust a stranger so easily. He initially promised to leave with her, just to use her to get medicine. When Ai Yang disappeared, Chi Yuan's first reaction was to tell her to run. Yifu was a bit surprised, but later, he asked her to go back and check on his cats. That was when she truly decided to leave with him. "By the way, I haven't asked your name. You sound young. Are you out looking for medicine because your family is sick? Aren't you afraid? Look over there, do you see that body floating?" Yifu glanced and felt nothing. "Fate brought us together. I don't need to know your name. As for the body, I've seen plenty in your company building. There's nothing to be afraid of." Qi Yuan forced a dry smile. That's true. When they arrived at Jingshan apartment, he looked at the familiar neighborhood now in ruins and sighed. I thought I'd never get to come back here alive. Thank you, unknown heroine. Yi Fu redefined the word heroine. She was clearly a bandit and thief. This medicine I'll give you 5 boxes. Maybe you can exchange them for supplies. Yi Fu rarely showed kindness, and Qi Yuan didn't act pretentiously. After taking the medicine, he tucked it into his pocket and climbed through a small window at the stairwell on the 4th floor. Seeing that he landed safely, Yi Fu was ready to leave and go home. Be careful. Qi Yuan's voice was blocked by the heavy rain, but Yi Fu still heard it. She raised her hand and waved casually before disappearing into the darkness again. As she neared the happy community, 2 speedboats suddenly appeared beside her. They held long knives and tried to attack her from both sides. Yi Fu reacted quickly. When they rushed at her, she drew 2 crossbows and shot rapidly, counterattacking. Before they could get close, all of them fell into the water. Yi Fu looked at the water surface. The last attacker was not hit by the arrow and tried to fight back, but she stabbed him in the heart with a knife. His protective goggles were splattered with blood, and through her protective suit, she could smell the strong scent of blood. She had killed someone, her first time killing in this life or the last. She didn't feel anything special, just a strange feeling like something inside her had broken free. She wiped the blood off her goggles, looked around, and didn't see anything unusual. She pulled the crossbow arrows from their bodies. These were expensive and couldn't be wasted. She also collected the items from the speedboats. As for the 2 bloodstained speedboats, Yi Fu didn't mind the mess and directly stored them in her space. Back at Building D, Yi Fu carried her belongings upstairs. There were still some bloodstains on her protective suit from the rain. When 701 opened the door and saw her, he was very surprised. Xiaoyi, you're back? His tone and expression seemed to assume she had died outside. Last night, several neighbors saw her leave, so in just a day and 2 nights, these people already believed she was dead outside. Yi Fu ignored him and continued upstairs. When she reached her door and saw the marks on the lock from being cut with a knife and axe, she smiled coldly. It seemed that her survival would disappoint some people. It took 4 trips to bring everything back home. That night, everyone in Building D knew that Yi Fu not only returned safely, but also was covered in blood. The next noon, Yi Fu was awakened by knocking on the door. Seeing Officer Song outside, her eyes darkened. Did you encounter bandits last night? Yi Fu was silent for a few seconds before nodding. I have no other intention. When faced with robbers, I fought back. That is self-defense. Besides, times are different now. I just want to remind you to be careful. Someone in Building C was robbed, and many people are gone. The robbers were very cruel. For now, don't go out. Yi Fu looked at Officer Song. Even at this moment, he took the time to remind her, which surprised Yi Fu. Yi Fu never owed anyone favors. She went inside and brought out a bag of things, handing it to Officer Song. The plastic bag outside was stained with blood. Last night, she took it from the robber's boat. Officer Song opened it and found 2 large cabbages inside. You don't need to give me this.
I'm not asking for it, she said.
I know. Just consider it a mutual exchange, Yi Fu replied. Officer Song almost wanted to laugh. Does mutual exchange mean that? All right, I accept. How is the situation outside?
Yi Fu asked.
There are many bodies in the flooded streets and alleys. Poisonous moths are everywhere. The water level is rising quickly.
And?
She paused, then continued, stock up on supplies while you can. The heavy rain keeps coming. What if the reservoir breaks? Yi Fu stopped speaking. Officer Song's face changed. When he thought of the reservoir breaking, his eyes looked blank and scared. He warned Yi Fu a few more words, then held a torch and went upstairs. Seeing his hurried figure, Yi Fu sighed. In front of nature, humans are truly insignificant. But human resilience is strong. During disasters, some people stubbornly and diligently keep living. Back inside, Yi Fu sorted through last night's loot. She realized she had collected quite a lot. After organizing everything, She stored it all in her space. This trip was very fruitful, and she was quite satisfied. After lunch, Yifu drew back the curtains to observe outside. Seeing the corpses floating on the water in the community, she frowned. Were those robbers really just ordinary thieves? In the afternoon, Officer Song and some neighbors installed a new security door on the 4th floor. While Yifu was outside clearing things from the door, she overheard a few people downstairs talking about her. She's just a young girl, and she went out for a day and a night, bringing back supplies. She's quite brave. Who knows? But she's really bold. Last night, I saw her return, and her protective suit was covered in blood. I tell you, she might have been involved in a robbery too. I've always thought she's not a good person. Everyone who stayed with her, none succeeded. Runwoo even lost a hand because of her. She's so ruthless. If she had died outside, it would have been better. Yesterday morning, the Wrens used an axe to try to break the door, but it didn't get damaged. The door is very strong. Her house looks very safe. If she had died, who would we turn to for help? Don't say anything more, so no one hears. In the afternoon, Cheolan came up. She caught a cold and was feeling very weak. Luckily, she had bought many medicines when she went shopping at Dashun Mall. Yifu, I'm glad you're back safely. Why did you go out for so long? Everyone was worried you wouldn't return. The Wrens tried to break your door with knives and axes to take revenge, but luckily, the door was still intact. Seeing her tired and weak, Yifu advised her to go home and rest. I'm fine. I just want to tell you that the night before last, some robbers came to the neighborhood to steal. They even said they would come again tonight. You shouldn't go out today. No, don't go out at all these days. I'll tell you, that building nearby has seen many deaths, men killed women. As Cheolan spoke, she suddenly broke down emotionally. How did it come to this, Yifu? Is there any hope for us? I'm so scared. I'm afraid of dying. Does anyone upstairs even care about us? Who isn't afraid of death? Cheolan, if those people come, we must fight back. Don't be afraid. Think about your family. Only if you're alive can you protect them. As for those above, they can't ignore us forever. Maybe they can't handle everything, or they're busy with more important tasks like moving supplies or building the base. Cheolan looked at Yifu blankly. I don't dare. That's normal. We grew up in a civilized time with proper education. We're afraid to even kill fish or chickens, let alone fight those monsters. But you're scared. They won't go easy on you. If you die, do you think your grandparents and parents can still survive? Cheolan's eyes gradually became more determined. She studied law and believed in the law, but she wasn't foolish. She knew that survival was the most important thing. Yifu, I understand now.
Yifu nodded.
All right, go back and get some rest. Rest well and prepare for what's coming. After Cheolan left, Yifu looked at his door. He went inside and took out more than 10 kinds of herbs, then mixed them into a poison. He simmered it for 3 hours and then gave some to Officer Song's family and Cheolan's family. The rest he poured into a spray bottle. As night fell, the neighborhood was filled with strange silence. Yifu dressed carefully, stood by the window, and took out a telescope to watch downstairs. It was 11 o'clock, and outside was very quiet. Everyone was relieved. Tonight's heavy rain was mixed with hail, and the sound of hail hitting the glass made people nervous.
Yifu remained alert.
At midnight, a drop of water hit the glass, and Yifu heard the sound. Her heart sank immediately. They had arrived, and quite a few people were here.
Yifu heard a scream.
The glass on the balcony of the building in front was shattered by them. Those people laughed loudly without fear. Yifu's hands trembled, and the veins on her wrists bulged. She heard the safe door downstairs being shaken. They carried not only knives but also axes and saws. Long ago, Yifu's dream was to become a good doctor like her parents, picking up a knife only to save lives. Today, she held a knife not to save, but to kill those evil monsters who had lost their humanity. She believed she could only survive by killing them. Yifu kept telling herself over and over that this was to protect the people, that she shouldn't be afraid, that she shouldn't hesitate or show mercy. There was a loud crash as the safe door on the fourth floor was broken down. The sinister laughter of the attackers echoed through the building. They used axes to smash the door, like a curse, tormenting everyone inside. "Please, let us go. We have nothing at home. Don't kill us. Please. Isn't this bag of rice enough? Dishonest old man. Tonight your family will be the appetizer. Brothers, kill the men and the women, hee, take them all. No, please, let us go. Let you go? Haha, I'll grant your wish." With one strike, the old man stared with wide eyes, unwilling to close them in death. A strong man dragged a young woman into the bedroom. Others laughed lewdly and began looting the supplies inside. Piercing screams echoed from the fourth floor to the 10th. Yifu closed her eyes but kept her hand on the door handle. She was like a lion ready to pounce, waiting for the perfect moment. "Please don't kill me. I know who has food at home. I can tell you." A dirty, stinky hand grabbed Renu's neck, lifting her up. The man looked at her shamelessly and laughed wickedly. "Really? I'm not interested in food right now. I'm more interested in you."
Terrified, Renu trampled.
Her neck was squeezed, her face turned red, and her eyes rolled back. "I am sick and but this building is clean and nice. There is someone in apartment 902. Her family is mostly elderly. In apartment 1001, there is a girl who is an orphan and was once the top scorer in the college entrance exam in Lawn City. Her family has a lot of food. I saw her bring back many things. They all look better than me. I can take you upstairs. I am really sick. Big brother, please spare my life. I beg you. You scoundrel, still trying to trick me." A slap hit Renu's face. She tilted her head, spit out some blood, and 2 of her teeth were knocked out. Renu's head spun and hurt badly. The man tore off her clothes and pressed a knife against her neck. She saw a poisonous moth flying in, and her whole body trembled. "If you don't want to die, be honest." "Big brother, I really am sick. The medical records are in the cabinet. If you don't believe me, you can check. I'm not lying." Renu's father and brother had already been murdered. Her mother was crying loudly in another room. Her hands kept trembling as she desperately tried to stay calm. The man opened the cabinet and saw a medical record inside. It was full of technical terms. Although he couldn't understand them, he no longer doubted Renu. Looking at her delicate face, he cursed and, without hesitation, cut her neck with the knife. Already so fast? The accomplice outside saw the man come out and smirked maliciously. "Don't talk nonsense. You're a sick, worthless person." Then he glanced at the room still filled with screams and pointed upward. "I heard there are 2 young, pretty girls in this building." On the 9th floor, Chiolan's family's door was broken open with an axe. Her grandparents were locked inside. She and her parents held kitchen knives, fighting off the looters. Chiolan remembered Yifu's words. Only by staying alive could she better protect her family. Her grip on the knife was firm and unwavering. At that moment, she clearly understood that the world had changed, and so had she. Sure enough, there's a young one. The 4th one. First, kill these 2 old folks. We'll take this girl back and play with her slowly. Chiolan's father stood in front of her and her mother. When he heard the robber's words, he raised his knife to rush forward, but was cut down when the other's long sword sliced off his arm. Then another strike stabbed into his stomach. Chiolan's eyes filled with rage. Seeing her parents killed one after another, her attempt to fight back became a joke in front of the strong men. Just then, she remembered what Yifu had given her. She grabbed a glass bottle from the table and poured it onto the face of the man in front. A loud scream echoed as the substance was poured onto someone, causing rapid burning and decay. Seeing this, Chiolan poured the substance onto another person. Although quick to react, she still managed to splash it on their face, which quickly rotted and fell apart. No wonder Yifu said this thing was for saving lives, but the amount was limited, and it had to be used carefully to kill instantly. Chiolan's aim was not very precise, so she missed their necks and hearts. Hearing the screams, Chiolan looked at her parents nearby. She raised her knife and attacked the 2 robbers, one strike after another, until they had no breath left. Only then did Qiu Lan regain her senses. She endured her pain and moved her parents to another room. She picked up their long knives and left room 902. When she heard footsteps at the door, Yifu quickly opened it and shot the first crossbow arrow. Her arrows were coated with poison. She could no longer hear the crying and screaming. She was like she had lost her mind, with only one thought in her head: to kill these people, all of them. Officer Song and Yifu worked perfectly together. No one was hurt on the 10th, 11th, or 12th floors. All the robbers in Building D were killed, but many residents also lost their lives. They arrived in front of Building E on a speedboat, looking at the terrible scene. Officer Song nearly lost his balance. His hand holding the military knife was trembling. Yifu had already seen how cruel the end of the world could be. She had no time for anger. She shot another crossbow arrow, hitting a robber in the chest as he charged at her with a knife. The robber fell down the stairs. There were 18 robbers in total, divided into 3 teams, entering 3 residential buildings to kill and loot. Yifu and Officer Song finished clearing them 2 hours later. Yifu's protective suit was torn and soaked with blood. Her tactical vest underneath was wet, but she was uninjured because she had a bow and crossbow for defense. Officer Song had knife wounds on his back, waist, abdomen, and calves. When they returned to Building D, he was barely alive, bleeding from his wounds. He kept calling out his daughter's name and coughing up blood. Yifu dragged him to the 12th floor and found that all the survivors of Building D were gathered there. They looked at Yifu not with gratitude, but with fear. Seeing the nearly dead Officer Song, they backed away in fright. On the 7th floor, Yifu found Qiu Lan. She was covered in blood, holding a knife and fighting off the robbers below. Yifu pulled her up, patted her shoulder, and then together they dragged the robbers to room 601 to feed them poison moths. You have weapons, so why didn't you show up earlier? If you had come sooner, my husband wouldn't have died. A middle-aged woman suddenly jumped up and tried to hit Yifu. In an instant, the two became the focus of everyone's anger and were blamed for the disaster. Yifu ignored the people talking and looked at Madame Song seriously, saying, "Officer Song's condition isn't good. We need to treat his wounds quickly." Then she looked at Qiu Lan and said, "You should go home first. Yifu, please go see my son. He's definitely still alive. Hurry and save him. My son. Those robbers, they're not human. Yifu, why didn't you save my wife just now? You could have saved her. Song Chunha, do you really think you're doing your job? You're a police officer. Why didn't you come to save us earlier?"
Why?
They shouted and cried loudly, blaming and accusing, but no one spoke up for Officer Song. His elderly parents and young daughter were at home, and no one defended Yifu either. She was just a 19-year-old girl. Enough. If it weren't for Yifu and Officer Song, all of you would be dead today. Instead, you're kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy, watching your family members being killed, too scared to resist, and then you have the nerve to blame Yifu and Officer Song. Qiu Lan looked at these people coldly and said slowly, "Let me tell you, times are different now. Killing and looting will become normal. Dream on if you think others will protect you." That night was especially long. Yifu did some basic stitching and treatment for Officer Song, but whether he could survive depended on his willpower. The crying from buildings D, B, and E lasted all night. At 9 o'clock, Yifu carried a medical kit to Qiu Lan's house. Her grandparents were preparing to lay her father and mother to rest. Yifu helped Qiu Lan stitch a wound on her back and then went home. Back at her own house, Yifu sat on the floor, her hands trembling. After a long while, she stood up, took off her protective suit, revealing her bloodshot eyes. She took a long, hot shower, ate some food, and then lay down to sleep. She thought she wouldn't be able to sleep, but unexpectedly, she slept until 8 in the evening. After washing her face, she heard Madame Song calling her outside the door. "Xiao Yi, Chunha isn't doing well. Please come help. Sister-in-law is begging you. Don't worry. I'll go get the medical kit. You go upstairs first." I went inside to get the medical kit, and Yi Fu hurried to the 12th floor. Officer Song's condition was very bad. He was badly injured, running a fever and infected. Yi Fu retreated his wounds and looked at his innocent daughter. He felt a bit upset, such a young child. How can she survive without her father's protection? I have some traditional medicine at home. After boiling it, give it to him to drink, he said. Mrs. Song was a little surprised. Xiao Yi, that's great. But we took it already. Do you have more? We can't take your life-saving stuff.
Yi Fu nodded.
His condition is urgent. Watch him carefully. If anything seems wrong, ring this bell on the balcony. He saw a small bell that a child played with at her house. It was easier to ring than running back and forth. Mrs. Song thanked him again. Just as Yi Fu was about to leave, she took a box from her room and handed it to him. He opened it and saw a small, heavy gold pig. Like you said, it's important to exchange with others. Xiao Yi, this isn't worth much now. You saved Chuanhe's life. Our family doesn't know how to thank you. Yi Fu took the box and also took out a lollipop from his pocket, handing it to Wenjin. He will get better. The neighbors who had died were also taken to room 601. It seemed that from that day on, the number of moths carrying poison started to decrease, and so did the number of people. Xiulan's grandmother couldn't handle the shock and passed away the next day. Only she and her grandfather, who had dementia, were left at home. On the third day, Officer Song finally woke up and was out of danger. Next door, the Chin family still argued every day. On the fourth day, the heavy rain suddenly stopped. People in the neighborhood started going out to find supplies. Xiulan and Yi Fu teamed up to visit the food factory building new roads. Xiulan became quiet and reserved, but she gained a strong, resilient spirit. Many people went out to find supplies. Sometimes their boats bumped into each other. Everyone's temper grew worse, and small conflicts could turn into fights. The water was dirty and stagnant. People who fell into it coughed for a long time after being rescued. There were collapsed houses and steel bars blocking the water, which could easily cause injuries. When passing by a hotel, many people fought over blankets and some boats were stolen, causing loud curses. This world is crazy, Yi Fu. It's gone mad, Xiulan said coldly, watching everything and muttering to herself. The two of them only had one small boat to escape in. Xiulan was driving at the front, while Yi Fu sat at the back holding a bow, an arrow, and a knife. Some people tried to steal their boat, but after seeing how fierce Yi Fu could be, no one dared to come close again. It was uncertain whether there were still supplies at the food factory. When Yi Fu and Xiulan arrived, they found no one there. Xiulan was worried the boat might be stolen, so they discussed. Yi Fu would go inside first to check for food, and if she found any, she would bring it out in batches. Xiulan would stay outside to guard the boat. Yi Fu used a waterproof bag and climbed through a glass window. The place was a canning factory, and canned food is sealed, so pests couldn't damage it. The workshop and warehouse downstairs were flooded, but luckily, the factory building was taller than the nearby apartments, so only the third floor was submerged. Inside, Yi Fu turned on a powerful flashlight attached to her head and started searching. It looked like someone had been there before. Things were messy, but she found dozens of boxes of canned meat hidden under an oilcloth in the corner. She took 30 boxes of cans and moved the remaining 6 outside. First, the boat was small and couldn't hold much. Second, having too many supplies would attract attention, so she preferred to keep things simple. Xiulan was surprised to find so many cans. Her usually cold face showed a faint smile. Yi Fu wanted to go back and look around more, so she left her bow and arrow with Xiulan. They couldn't stay long. Yi Fu went upstairs for a quick look and found 2 boxes of water hidden in an office, along with a bag of biscuits, 2 buckets of instant noodles, and a pack of spicy snacks. She kept 1 box of cans in the hiding spot and packed the rest. Water? Xiulan's eyes widened. Yi Fu handed her a bottle of water, then jumped out the window back onto the boat. Okay, each of us takes 1 box, plus some snacks. 1 for each, Yi Fu said. Xiulan shook her head. I want a box of water. You can take an extra box of cans since you did more work. The snacks are yours. Yi Fu took her bow and arrow, smiling as she looked at her. Alright, stop being so sentimental. Surviving is the most important. Qiulan turned away and wiped her tears. Yifu pretended not to see and quickly tied everything up, covering some broken windows with torn curtains. On the way back, Qiulan drove the boat, while Yifu stayed behind to watch for danger. Just outside the factory, they encountered a group of people. The others looked at Yifu, Qiulan, and their boat. When they saw the knife and bow and arrow in Yifu's hands, they kept their distance. Yifu's gaze was cold, and she held a bow and arrow, ready to shoot at any moment. After creating some distance, she relaxed her grip slightly. I thought those people were coming to steal things. Qiulan was worried about her confused grandfather, so she hurried home. Yifu didn't delay either, and the two quickly headed back. Although they still encountered some trouble on the way, they managed to resolve everything smoothly. Back at Building D, Yifu heard Yanfen crying loudly. Yifu and Qiulan had returned safely, which made Yanfen's eyes sting with tears. She suddenly went crazy, trying to come over and hit people. Yifu coldly kicked her away. Are you looking for trouble? Who do you think is looking for trouble? Yifu, if it weren't for you provoking my mom, she wouldn't act like this. Chindan shouted loudly at Yifu. Just as Yifu was about to kick her, Chindan's husband, Sun Hao, quickly pulled her back. Little Yi, you're back? Don't argue with Chindan. Hey, Big Brother hasn't come back yet after going out to find supplies. They're all too worried. Seeing your return made them a bit emotional. Sun Hao looked at what Yifu was holding and tightly grasped Chindan's arm. Yifu hadn't interacted much with Sun Hao, but she could see some of his mannerisms and personality traits. He was cunning and ruthless in his actions. No wonder in the previous life, all the Qin family members had died, and only he and Sun Jie survived. Yifu glanced at Yanfen, who was now delirious and acting wildly. It seemed the needle was starting to work. Rabies is indeed dangerous, Yifu said with a sarcastic smile, carrying her spoils as she went home. Chindan was so angry she almost jumped up, and Sun Hao looked at Chindan thoughtfully because of Yifu's words. Did you get the rabies vaccine? Sun Hao, what do you mean? Do you think I would have an outbreak? I told you, that dog wasn't a stray, and I wasn't bitten enough to bleed. My mom said I didn't need the vaccine. Rabies vaccines require 5 shots, and I don't have time for that. Sun Hao didn't reply, lowering his head as if lost in thought. Suddenly, Yanfen lunged forward and bit Chindan on the neck. Sun Hao was stunned for a moment, then kicked Yanfen away. Chunde and Chuili, who had just returned looking for Qinji, saw the scene. Their eyes widened with rage, and they stepped forward to slap Sun Hao. Chundan's neck was bleeding. She looked at the irrational Yanfen, thinking she was worried about Qinji, and didn't realize Yanfen's actions. Sun Hao stared blankly at Yanfen, then took a step back with a frightened expression. She bit someone. She must have changed like those poisonous moths. She is going to turn into a zombie. Sun Hao, who had read many novels and watched zombie movies, immediately thought of a scene where a zombie bites someone. Seeing Yanfen's condition, he suddenly pushed Chindan down the stairs. Chunde thought his son-in-law was crazy. His son was missing, his wife was not thinking clearly, and his daughter only caused trouble. Now his son-in-law was also crazy. He felt endless anger and shouted loudly in the hallway. Chuili watched this scene coldly, as if the chaos had nothing to do with her. Chundan tumbled down the stairs. When she finally stood up, she saw her husband looking at her with suspicion. Sun Hao, are you crazy? You actually pushed me? Sun Hao shook his head painfully. Chundan, your mom bit you. Look at her now. Does she seem normal? She must be turning into a zombie. You got bitten too, so you'll become one as well. Chundan, I won't hurt you. Leave now. Hurry and get out of here.
Chindan was stunned.
She looked at Yanfen, who was lying on the ground, covering her head and making strange noises. Her painful expression and rolling eyes didn't look like a normal person. She reached for her neck, where she had been bitten. Her skin was sore and numb. Her legs went weak, her mind went blank, and she knelt on the ground. It can't be. We are human. Mom is just upset. My wound will heal after a bandage. Sun Hao, don't do this.
I'm scared.
Dad, believe me, I am normal. But Sun Hao didn't look at her. Instead, he looked at Chendae with a pained expression. Dad, Mom, and Chendan are really going to turn into zombies, like the monsters in the movies. Sun Jie is still young. I can't let him get hurt. Dad, Sun Jie is your only grandson. Chendae finally understood what his son-in-law meant. He didn't believe that normal people could turn into monsters that eat others. But seeing Yanfen rolling on the ground and foaming at the mouth, she didn't look like a normal person. Dad, don't believe Sun Hao. Mom and I are normal. You can't abandon us. Xiao Jie, please save Mom.
Yeah.
She cried out and climbed up the stairs but was kicked back down by Sun Hao. Chundan, don't hurt Sun Jie. He's your son. As a mother, make the final sacrifice for him. Chundan shook her head and shouted loudly. The neighbors downstairs and upstairs heard her cries for help. But Sun Hao's words felt like a sword hanging over everyone's head, making nobody want to risk coming out. Instead, they preferred to quickly force Chindan and Yanfen out, seeing them as dangerous threats. Dai Chen's eyes were red. He had lived over 60 years and understood human nature very well. If he didn't make a choice, their family might lose their home in this building forever. He looked at Chindan and promised with red eyes, Dan, Dad will protect Xiao Jie. You and your mom should go outside. If you don't leave, I'll have to lock you in room 601. Find a safe place outside and hide. When things get better, I'll bring you back. Chundan cried and refused to go downstairs. At that moment, Yanfen opened her mouth to bite Daichen, but he reacted quickly and kicked her away. Daichen looked at Yanfen writhing on the ground, feeling both fear and relief. Sun Hao came over to help him, and together they subdued Chindan. Sun Hao then asked Chui Li to pull Yanfen away. Chui Li hesitated for a moment, but, under Sun Hao's urging, slowly moved toward Yanfen. Chundan began to feel scared and hopeless. She kept begging. Daichen looked at his daughter, his hand suddenly loosening. But Sun Hao quickly held him back. Dad, Xiao Jie is still young. He can't be without us. Dan has gone crazy. She's about to change, Sun Hao said. At this moment, Chui Li suddenly looked up at Daichen and said softly, Dad, I might be pregnant. This is Chun Ji's only child. Sun Hao suddenly looked at Chui Li. Chui Li stared straight at Daichen. Hearing this, Daichen's mixed feelings of joy and sadness grew stronger. His previously wavering heart became firm again. Chundan's screams and cries echoed through every corner of Building D. In the end, her family personally pushed her and Yanfen out of the building. The Chun family, originally 7 members, now only had 4 left. Yifu was tidying up today's spoils. The noise outside gradually faded. She looked at her right index finger, where the needle mark had disappeared, just like the person she wanted to deal with had been perfectly handled. As for those foolish troublemakers, Yifu curled her lips slightly. Heaven will take care of useless people. She didn't need to waste time on them. No one cared whether Chindan and Yanfen were alive or dead. The residents of Building D only felt some regret. Being able to force his wife and daughter out, Daichen, a kind old man, was not an ordinary person. The next day, Chui Li and Chindae appeared at Yifu's door. Chindae's hair had turned half white overnight, making him look about 10 years older. Chui Li stood nearby with a blank expression, looking very tired. Xiao Yi, I feel ashamed and sorry about what happened before. Chundan and her mother are no longer involved. Anyway, Uncle Chun is here. I need your help with something. Chui Li says she's pregnant. Could you please check for us?
Ye fuesse ais foco don cui li esse belli.
Instinctively, she covered her stomach and took a step back. I believe medical treatment requires some form of exchange. Chundae nodded. I understand.
We won't cheat you.
Xiao Yi, can you come to our house and take a look? Chui Li begged with hopeful eyes. Yifu squinted, unable to guess what Chui Li was really planning. When Yifu arrived at the Chin family, she felt like she was stepping into chaos. The living room was messy and dirty, with a strong bad smell. She adjusted her mask and followed Chui Li into her and Chunji's bedroom. She checked Chui Li's pulse. It was very smooth and moist, like a string of beads, which indicated pregnancy. From your expression, I can tell you're pregnant. It's funny, after 2 years of trying, I didn't get pregnant, but during this disaster, I did. Chui Li touched her belly and stared blankly at the door, her eyes dull. Yi Fu had a faint suspicion. Do you not want the baby? Chui Li looked up at Yi Fu and showed a faint smile. Before, Chunji gave me an ultimatum. If I didn't have a child this year, he would divorce me. It's funny, now he's missing and I am pregnant. His mother and sister used to mock me for not being able to have children. Now, I can't even share this good news with them. Yi Fu said nothing. She glanced around the room, still very messy and dirty, with dust and footprints on the floor. The walls were peeling and moldy from dampness. Items were piled in the corner, and the bedding was damp, with a musty smell filling the air. Xiaoyi, do you have any medicine?
No.
Chui Li begged. The rain won't stop. I can't support him. Giving birth might only bring more suffering. Please think of a way to help me get rid of it. Chui Li took a box from the cabinet and reluctantly handed it to Yi Fu. I'm begging you. I can't help with this. I've checked your pulse.
I need to leave now.
Chui Li's face changed. What should I do? How can I get rid of him? Yi Fu didn't speak. She opened the door and saw Chundea comforting the crying Sun Jie. Little Yi, how is it?
Yi Fu remained silent.
Chundea took out a compressed biscuit and handed it to her. Only then did Yi Fu nod. She is pregnant. You're not allowed to take our things. That belongs to me. Grandpa, we are all running out of food. Why did you give her some? Sun Jie rushed over to grab the compressed biscuit from Yi Fu. Her expression turned cold. Just then, Sun Hao, who was out looking for firewood, returned and saw the scene. He stepped forward and pulled Sun Jie back. Kids don't understand. Little Yi, don't mind him. Are you here to check on the eldest sister-in-law? Is she okay? Sun Jie still wanted to cause trouble, but Sun Hao shot him a warning look. He shrank back in fear. She's fine. I'll go now. Wait, Little Yi, I want to ask you something. When you went out to find supplies earlier, where did you go? The thing is, there are too many residential buildings nearby and the supermarkets and malls around have been looted. The eldest sister-in-law has a baby, Dad is old, Sun Jie is still young. I want to go out and find more supplies. I feel like this rainstorm will never end. To the factory. Did you go out with Qiulan? He asked again. No, I didn't. It's about time. I'll head back now. After returning home with a compressed biscuit and locking the door, Yi Fu took off her protective suit. These days there were fewer poisonous moths, but going out still required full gear. The rain came and went, and the temperature kept dropping, already below -13 degrees. Yi Fu folded her dirty clothes and placed them in the laundry basket. After washing her protective suit, she hung it on the balcony to dry in the shade. During this time, she had already discarded 2 pairs of rain boots. She opened the curtains and looked outside. Many people were still collecting firewood. Because of the previous bandit attack, many people in the happy community had died. Even when they saw acquaintances, no one felt like greeting each other. Everyone kept their heads down and worked quickly to go home. In the afternoon, on the balcony of the 8th floor across the street, a young man stood there shouting a few times before jumping down. Such incidents happened almost every day. After the disaster, there was no water, electricity, internet, food, or water. Rescue teams only came twice, and then disappeared. Relief supplies were only distributed once. Many people's mental states had already broken down after repeated waves of hope and despair. With some free time, Yi Fu cleaned the living room and lit a bundle of mugwort incense after disinfecting. The bathroom has a large trash bin. Yi Fu carefully packed her daily trash into small bags before placing them in the bin, waiting for the next outing to store the trash in the space and then throw it outside. There are still many box meals in the space. Yi Fu has been using up her stored supplies since the water and electricity were cut off. She stopped cooking because the smell might attract trouble. When extremely hungry, people can do anything. She took out a small plastic bucket to steam some bean sprouts, trying to find a small joy amid hardships. In the afternoon, Officer Song and Mrs. Song appeared at the door. Yifu was surprised to see them fully armed. She didn't expect Officer Song to bring Mrs. Song along to look for supplies. She doesn't want me to go alone. I also want to take her out so she can slowly get used to the outside world, he explained. You shouldn't go out now. It's better to stay in bed and rest for a few days, Yifu kindly advised. I can't wait. Little Yi, maybe your guess will come true. We need to prepare quickly, he said. He was talking about the dam at the reservoir. Several reservoirs around Lawn City could break, which would cause a disaster that could destroy the city. If they leave, where can they go? How can they ensure there are safe places elsewhere? Be careful. Yifu sincerely wished them safety. Okay, but before we go, I want to buy something from you, he replied.
Yifu quickly understood.
There's half a bottle left. I'll get it for you. This poison was used to deal with bandits. It also contained the corpse water of many toxic moths, making it even more effective. Yifu handed over the remaining half bottle. Officer Song smiled gratefully. Let's settle this later. We'll return fully loaded, he said.
Yifu nodded.
Safe travels. She watched them go downstairs. When she was about to return home, the door next door opened. Chui Li, fully armed and carrying a sack, came out, followed by Sun Hao. It seemed they were also heading out to find supplies. Life in the apocalypse was tough. Pregnant women and newborns faced even greater difficulties. Yifu understood Chui Li's feelings and decision to consider abortion. However, removing the baby wasn't only possible with medicine. Deep down, Yifu didn't want to get involved in such trouble. The radio was placed on the living room coffee table, but it never made a sound. In hidden corners, darkness and crime had begun to take hold. In her past life, during the 5th year of the apocalypse, the entire Lawn City had become a ruined and abandoned place. The survivors who remained clung to life like stray dogs, barely hanging on. Yifu had eaten mudcakes, tree bark, rat meat, spider meat, and cockroach meat. No one understood better than her the pain and despair of hunger. In the afternoon, Yifu trimmed her slightly long hair. She rarely used a face mask and then took out 2 potatoes to roast over the fire. She placed a folding bed in the living room and covered herself with a blanket to lie down. The radio had no signal, so it was just for decoration. The potatoes on the stove started to cook, and Yifu felt like she was back in her childhood. After eating the potatoes, she felt sleepy and fell asleep. When she woke up the next day, the temperature had dropped by 2 degrees. Yifu felt a sinking sensation in her stomach and knew something was wrong. Perhaps because of the weather, her period was especially painful this time. Even with painkillers, she couldn't get out of bed. She pressed a hot water bag to her stomach, slowly warming her belly, which eased the cramping a bit. She also stuck warm packs outside her socks but still felt cold. Cold sweat kept breaking out on her forehead, as if she had fallen into an icy cave. At noon, Yifu endured the pain to get up and brew a pot of traditional medicine. After drinking it, her condition slightly improved. Lying in bed, covered with 3 blankets, Yifu curled up. She listened to the thunder outside and experienced alternating feelings of hot and cold. She checked her temperature, 41 degrees Celsius. She was running a high fever. Besides the pain from her period, she now also felt dizzy, had a stuffy nose, sore throat, cough, and a runny nose. It was just her luck. Just as she was exhausted from recent stress, her body suddenly reacted after relaxing last night, bringing all her old ailments back. She stuck a cooling patch on her forehead and took some fever medicine. She felt terrible, too weak to even lift her hand. Sounds of movement came from the hallway, followed by arguments and curses after a while.
Yifu frowned irritably.
Although she had installed 3 doors, the old house had poor soundproofing, especially when she was sick. Her ears seemed even more sensitive. Her damp hair clung to her skin, making her feel like she had just been pulled out of water. Her warm clothes were tight, and after sweating, she felt very uncomfortable. In a daze, Yifu fell asleep again. After 2 hours, she suddenly woke up and quickly got out of bed. Her stomach felt like there was an ice pack inside, and moving caused pain. Yifu recharged the hot water bag, changed into warm pants, and quickly lay back down on the bed. In the afternoon, there was a knock at the door. Yifu struggled to get up. Through the peephole, she saw Mrs. Song fully armed outside. Yifu opened the door with insecticide in hand. Mrs. Song saw Yifu looking exhausted and was surprised. "Little Yi, what's wrong?" Mrs. Song asked with concern. "I'm fine, just a small issue." "Are you back?" "Yes, we traveled to many places. There are too many people outside looking for supplies. We ran into some trouble on the way back, but luckily, we found a good amount of things. Here, this is for you. Take care of yourself. Are you feeling okay?" Yifu shook her head. "I'm fine." Seeing the bag Mrs. Song handed her, Yifu took it openly. "Are the toxic moths fewer now?" "Yes, after the temperature dropped below -10 degrees, the number of toxic moths started to decrease." Yifu nodded. She was in terrible pain. After exchanging a few words with Mrs. Song, she closed the door and went back inside. 2 minutes later, there was another knock. Yifu sighed and gritted her teeth as she went to open the door. "Little Yi, this is for you. Take good care of yourself." Mrs. Song looked at her with some pity. Yifu saw she was holding a piece of brown sugar and a pack of sanitary pads, which made her suddenly freeze. "We got lucky this time, and found quite a few of these. The packaging is good, and they haven't been water damaged." She quickly handed the items to Yifu and left swiftly. Yifu watched her figure walk away, feeling complicated. Inside the bag Mrs. Song gave her, there were 2 bottles of water, 2 small bread rolls, and a 200-gram bag of salt. She put the items in the kitchen, then bent over and returned to her bedroom. She took out a wool hat and put it on her head. Sitting on the bed, she looked at herself in the mirror. Because of her illness, her face looked very pale, with dark circles under her eyes and red veins in her eyes. She took out a box of fried rice, ate a few bites, but lost her appetite. Then she poured herself a bowl of dark, bitter Chinese medicine. She kept tossing and turning. Her stomach didn't hurt as much anymore. That night, Yifu lay on the bed and stuck a fever patch on her forehead. On the second day, the bleeding was much less, no longer like a switch flipping every time she moved. Yifu just let out a sigh of relief, when suddenly her stomach started growling loudly, followed by sharp cramps. Oh no, she had diarrhea. Yifu was grateful. She had bought several tons of cat litter. Although cleaning her own mess was a bit disgusting and embarrassing, she was getting used to it. Now, having the litter made dealing with diarrhea much easier. She couldn't imagine how difficult her life would be without it. After running back and forth 5 times, Yifu was exhausted. Her stomach felt empty, yet every time she moved, she felt like she was facing a big danger. In the bathroom, she lit a mugwort incense stick and sprayed half a bottle of air freshener. Then she collapsed onto the bed, feeling hopeless, staring at the ceiling. At noon, Yifu ate 2 buns and drank a bowl of herbal medicine. She planned to lie down again, but suddenly remembered something. She went to the balcony, moved aside the heat insulation board, and looked outside through the thick glass. Sure enough, there were no more poisonous moths on the surface. However, the heavy rain seemed strange. Sometimes it rained, sometimes it stopped. Sometimes there was thunder, sometimes wind. Fewer people went out to find supplies. Thunder and wind were more frightening than the rain because everyone was afraid of being struck by lightning. There were many bodies floating in the community, turning into giant figures. Yifu always felt like an explosion was about to happen. Thinking of that scene made her stomach feel uncomfortable again. Next door, Sun Jia was crying and calling for his mother. He opened the door and shouted loudly in the hallway. "Your mom and grandma have turned into monsters. They bite people and drink blood. Your grandpa and dad chased them away," said the neighbor from the 11th floor, pointing outside. "If you keep shouting, we'll throw you out too, so the monsters outside can bite your neck and turn you into a monster." Sun Hao and Chen De wanted to argue, but they were scared off by the iron shovel in the neighbor's hand. Sun Jia sat on the ground, shaking his head non-stop. He couldn't accept that his grandma and mom had turned into monsters. He was also afraid he might become one. After Sun Hao carried him home, Sun Jia cried all night. The next morning, he looked like a different person. His eyes were blank, saliva dripped from his mouth, and he could only giggle and call for his mom. Yi Fu didn't know about these things until Qiu Lan came to talk to her. That's when she found out. Sun Jia was scared silly because of those stories. It's sad, Qiu Lan said.
Sad?
Maybe so. For 25 days, the heavy rain continued, and the radio intermittently picked up some sounds. Global severe storms are worsening. Citizens are urged to protect themselves. Poisonous insects have appeared everywhere. Water levels keep rising. Landslides are happening. Because the signal was weak, only parts of these messages could be heard clearly. Another elderly person in Building D has died from the cold. Those who die from hypothermia often have a gentle smile on their face, as if they are dreaming peacefully. Their families are heartbroken. The old man was 80 years old and had just celebrated his birthday a month before the disaster struck. The nearby trees have been cut down by survivors. Officer Song goes out once every 2 days. He doesn't always find anything and sometimes returns injured. Later, several people from Building D came to find him. Everyone realized the situation. Without skills, it's hard to survive. Even capable individuals are weak alone. So, they formed small groups to go out together to find firewood and supplies. With many people, they don't need to fear bandits. Yi Fu, who was recovering from a serious illness, cleaned her home thoroughly and decided to treat herself. This was her first time cooking after losing water and electricity. She sat in the kitchen, watching the meat on the grill sizzle and release oil. Thinking of something, Yi Fu went to her bedroom and took out a tablet. Because it was very cold, the tablet started up slowly. Luckily, she had downloaded thousands of TV shows, movies, and countless novels. She chose a light-hearted cartoon to watch. It was rare for her to enjoy such a moment, eating grilled meat and watching TV. Even if the world was ending outside, it didn't matter to her now. After eating, she took a hot shower and lay happily on her bed. In her drowsiness, she seemed to see herself in her previous life searching through garbage for food. Startled, Yi Fu kicked her legs and woke up abruptly. The next day, Qiu Lan came to see Yi Fu, looking worried. Yi Fu, my grandfather hasn't been doing well these past 2 days. I don't know what's wrong. No matter how I try to comfort him, he won't eat. Qiu Lan took Yi Fu to her home. Seeing her grandfather lying on the bed staring blankly, Yi Fu knew that dementia was an incurable disease. She had no expertise in this area and didn't know how to diagnose or treat it. Is he refusing to eat, or just lacking appetite? Qiu Lan's expression changed suddenly. She looked at Yi Fu in disbelief. You just reminded me, I just realized my grandfather really seems to be starving himself. Yi Fu signaled her to go outside and talk. The two of them went to the living room. Yi Fu organized his words and whispered, sometimes your grandfather is aware. He knows that your grandma and your parents have passed away. He feels sad and might even think about starving himself or harming himself. On the other hand, he might also be worried about you and wants to leave all the food for you. Qiu Lan stared blankly at the door. Suddenly, she squatted down, hugged her head, and quietly sobbed. He knows everything, Yi Fu.
He knows everything.
Yi Fu patted her shoulder and said, don't be too yourself. Yi Fu left Qiu Lan's house feeling a bit down. This apocalypse is like it's trying to destroy everything and wipe out humanity. He planned to go out again. He didn't go far. Instead, he went to a park 3 kilometers away. The terrain there was higher, so the water wasn't too deep. Because of the heavy rain, few people were out today. He found a quiet spot, cut down a few trees, and stored them in a space, leaving only a small bundle on the speedboat. When he saw a group with chainsaws coming to cut trees, he quietly slipped away. He took a sip of hot tea from his thermos and looked at the gray sky, cursing silently in his mind. After leaving the park, Yi Fu went to the nearby commercial street. Although the residents nearby had already scavenged most things, he still followed his principle of not wasting anything and picked up 2 sets of cotton blankets. It was about time to head back. The harvest was modest, but considering the recent extreme weather pattern, after the heavy rain, there would be strong winds over level 10. He decided to return home quickly. The water level had completely flooded the 4th floor. Yi Fu returned to Building D, took off the protective suit, shook off the poisonous moths, and then took down 2 sets of cotton blankets and firewood. He carried the supplies and the speedboat back to the 10th floor in 2 trips. As soon as he got home, Mrs. Song hurried down the stairs. Seeing Yi Fu, she let out a heavy sigh of relief. "Xiao Yi, you finally came back." Seeing her like this, Yi Fu had no choice but to follow her to the 12th floor. He initially thought Officer Song's old injury was acting up, but it turned out that Wenwen was the one who was unwell. "Xiao Yi, Wenwen has been acting strange since this morning. She has a high fever and some red spots on her body. Could she be having a fever and an allergic reaction?" Officer Song and her parents stood nearby, looking nervously at Wenwen. Yi Fu had to check the red spots on her body first. Wenwen's condition looks like chickenpox. "I remember when I was a kid I had chickenpox, and her symptoms are similar." As Yi Fu finished speaking, Mr. Song patted his thigh and sighed. "It must be chickenpox." Chickenpox has a long incubation period, and Wenwen has been a bit lethargic for a few days. "It's all my fault. If I had noticed earlier, maybe it could have been prevented." "Dad, don't blame yourself. Chickenpox usually isn't serious." Officer Song comforted him, but his face was tense, and he didn't seem relaxed. "Little Yi, can chickenpox heal on its own?" "It can, but it is contagious. If you haven't had chickenpox before, you might catch it." The Song family looked at each other, recalling whether they had chickenpox as children. Luckily, except for Mrs. Song, everyone else had it before. Once the chickenpox scab's over, they develop immunity and are unlikely to catch it again. The chance of it coming back is very small. Does healing take a long time? It must be uncomfortable. Should she take any medicine? You can apply some ointments, like antibiotic cream, or give her medicine such as shuangwanglian liquid, shower qi qiaoqing'er granules, or wangzihua liquid. Mrs. Song hurriedly took out a medical box and started searching inside. "Do you have shuangwanglian liquid? Should we give it to Wenwen now?" "Yes, once the chickenpox appears, make sure she doesn't scratch it with her hands. Otherwise, she'll need ointments and scars might form. During this time, germs are everywhere, so be careful to prevent infection." Officer Song took out a pen and paper to note everything. Yi Fu was about to leave when he took out a bag and handed it to her. This time, Yi Fu didn't take everything, only 1 potato. Back home, Yi Fu quickly took off his protective suit, goggles, and mask. He turned on the electric oven, drank a cup of hot water, and waited until his hands and feet warmed up before packing up today's supplies. He was still hanging on the balcony to dry. The quilt was found in a burlap sack in a warehouse and had never been opened, so it was very clean. Yi Fu hadn't eaten any of the fruit in the room yet. He washed an apple, took a bite, then took out his tablet and continued watching the unfinished cartoon. The next day, a loud noise shattered the quiet of the neighborhood. Yi Fu drew back the curtains and looked outside. A white substance was on the glass. Something came to mind. He took out his binoculars and looked for floating bodies in the water. Sure enough, the bodies were gone. Yi Fu had seen a short video about a whale explosion, which said that the explosion of a giant creature's body was as powerful as a bomb. This was the first time he had seen such a scene so directly at the site. When the temperature dropped below -16 degrees, all the poisonous moths disappeared overnight, leaving behind sticky carcass water and a strong, foul smell. Officer Song returned from searching for supplies and told Yi Fu that a nearby old neighborhood had suddenly collapsed last night, creating a huge pit as the ground sank. No one in the neighborhood survived. Yi Fu understood Officer Song's worries. The heavy rain had been falling for a month. The underground pipes failed on the 3rd day, causing surface erosion. Once the soil was damaged, it naturally collapsed and eroded away. Floodwaters carried sand, stones, cars, steel, and trees downstream. If they got blocked somewhere, the water couldn't flow down, causing flooding in the area. Yi Fu knew that a bigger flood was coming soon. Roads could collapse, Reservoirs might break, landslides and mudslides could happen. Wancheng is in a low-lying area. If a reservoir breaks, the town could be surrounded and turned into an island. Wenwen's chickenpox was almost healed. Luckily, Mrs. Song was not infected. When Yi Fu returned home, she suddenly felt restless. Many uncontrollable factors made her anxious. If Happiness Community also collapsed, how could she save herself? In her previous life, the disaster pattern was not very different from this one. But Yi Fu remembered that in her past, the neighborhood didn't collapse. Instead, during a heat wave, a gas canister exploded in one house, destroying the building. Yet, some survivors were rescued from inside. Also, after a few days of heavy rain, it started freezing in her previous life. This time, with temperatures below -10 degrees, the water surface didn't freeze, and poisonous moths appeared. That afternoon, Yi Fu went out. When she saw the huge, sunken pit with her own eyes, her heart sank suddenly. Water from all directions flowed into the pit, forming a waterfall-like spectacle. The sky was rarely so clear, and Yi Fu faintly saw a rainbow over the pit. She felt an indescribable discomfort. At that moment, she truly realized how small she was. For a moment, she felt like she was living in a disaster game, with a pair of hands creating one catastrophe after another. The sunken pit seemed like a challenge to pass, and the people who died in it were just NPCs in this disaster game. She looked up at the sky, as if seeing a mocking smile. Suddenly, those hands created a gust of wind that easily swept her into the pit. Yi Fu took a detour to the park where she had cut down trees earlier. Unfortunately, there were no more stumps left. After passing through a dilapidated residential area, I noticed the terrain was high. Inside, there were some trees with leaves fluttering. I used a small boat to go inside, chopped some green trees into pieces with an axe, and placed them on the boat. My fingers were a bit stiff as I prepared to head back home. On the way back, a large toad appeared on my boat. It was quite frightening because it was very big. The toad sat at the back of the boat, staring at me with big, round eyes. Its skin was covered with bumps and was dark brown, reminding me of a vanished poisonous moth. Toads are usually not seen in cold weather, especially now that the temperature has dropped below 10 degrees Celsius. The toads I saw before were only the size of a fist, so this large one was the first of its kind I encountered, about the size of a soccer ball. This creature looked very ugly. People with a fear of close clusters might feel dizzy or sick just by seeing it. Toads are poisonous, but they can also be used to make medicine. I stared at it for a couple of seconds, then poked it into the water with a thin stick. When I returned to Building D, I saw a few more toads in the corridor. By then, I had regained my composure. It seemed that the poisonous moth had disappeared, and the toads had arrived. Sure enough, 2 days later, the toads started appearing in the hallways and water, just like the previous poisonous moths. The residents were miserable, unable to find a place to stand when they opened their doors. The toads croaked loudly together, their calls echoing with a strange reverberation that made my scalp tingle. The toads were surprisingly good jumpers. As soon as someone appeared, they would leap onto the person. Their slimy skin was not only poisonous, but also very sticky, making it hard to shake off once they attached themselves. I tried to scare them away with a torch and insecticide, but it didn't work. Before making a sound, each toad's neck would puff up like it was inflating, reminding me of a giant creature from a story. Since the toads appeared, I haven't gone outside. The water outside keeps rising, and the 5th floor is in danger. Next door, Sun Jie suddenly opened his door. A swarm of toads rushed into his house. I heard loud shouting and banging from next door. Something clicked in my mind. I put on protective gear, grabbed some tongs, and went outside. Kill them quickly, throw them out, and close the door. Don't let any more toads come in. Dad, they're all over the balcony. They even jumped into the bedroom. This is all Sun Jie's fault. Why did he open the door? Such a fool. A burden. Aren't you the burden? You dare to say something about my son? I will beat you, you nasty woman.
How dare you hit me?
Somehow, I am pregnant with Chen Ji's child. When he returns, I will make him deal with you. Deal with me? Will he even come back? I tell you, Chinji isn't coming back. What do you mean? Sun Hao, what did you just say? Chui Li and Sun Hao started to fight and argue. Chun Dea comforted Sun Jia and walked over to slap each of them. If you two keep arguing, get out of this house. Sun Jia is my grandson and must stay. You two outsiders, get lost. Hearing this, Sun Hao and Chui Li reluctantly stopped fighting. Chun Dea looked at Chui Li's belly and softly said, You better protect this child. Yifu stood at the door holding a toad, ignoring the tragic scene inside the Chin family, and quickly closed the door to go back inside. Yifu used a scalpel to cut off the toad's head, then removed the skin and glands. She remembered that toads are toxic but can be eaten. The best way to deal with them might be to eat them. Thinking that they came from the water, Yifu hesitated for a moment, but it was only a moment. After cleaning up, she heated oil in a pot. The method was similar to cooking bullfrogs, either frying or boiling. When the toad came out of the oil, the smell of meat filled the air. Yifu took a bite, and honestly, it tasted pretty good. But this creature seemed mutated. The largest toad was about the size of a basketball. There might be side effects, so she needed to observe for a few hours. 3 hours later, with no adverse reactions, Yifu put on her protective suit again and visited Xiulan's house and Officer Song's house to tell them about this. Then, Yifu went home, took out a bucket, and started collecting toads. She wanted the toxin inside their glands. Xiulan and Officer Song's family believed Yifu and immediately joined in. When others in the building saw them collecting toads and asked Officer Song, they learned that these creatures could be eaten. These toads came from the water. Can we eat them? The water is so disgusting, there are even dead bodies in it. Yeah, don't you remember the explosion at the Giant's observation tower a few days ago? My balcony is full of rotten meat. It stinks so bad, and there are maggots. But Yifu said these can be eaten, which means she's already eaten them. If she's not afraid, what are we afraid of? She's a doctor, so she's brave. You don't eat, I will. After all, it's all meat. Eating enough to survive is the main goal. Some people find it disgusting, while others quickly join the toad-collecting team. Yifu, rarely showing kindness, reminded everyone that toads are toxic and their heads and outer skin should be removed. Although not deadly, she couldn't guarantee there wouldn't be other side effects. Yifu collected a bucket and went home. She planned to try making medicine from the toads to see if it would work. Most people were eager, but toads reproduce very quickly, like chives. Once a batch was collected, another batch would appear in the corridor shortly after. That night, as Yifu lay in bed, the sound of toads croaking outside was so loud it drowned out the rain and thunder. The next day, the toad-collecting team grew larger. Some even went into the water to fish them out. Those who found it disgusting yesterday became especially active today. News spread that toads could be eaten. People in the neighborhood, and even on the streets, used small boats and fishing nets to gather them. Sometimes, they found unexpected surprises like rat or cat and dog carcasses. In the afternoon, a family in the neighboring building got poisoned. Everyone became worried, but poisoning was rare. That family hadn't properly removed the toad glands. Luckily, they only experienced vomiting and diarrhea for a day, and no one was harmed. Because of water shortages, most people made simple filters using charcoal to filter rainwater. They boiled it before drinking or cooking. Many people also experienced diarrhea or worms passing through their bodies. Not only the neighbors in Building D, but also residents across Happy Community came to Yifu for treatment. Usually, if someone had worms, they would take several doses of medicine to kill and expel them. But Yifu couldn't give out medicine. She could only use silver needles to give a few acupuncture points. One day, a resident from Building A came to see Yifu. His wife was about to give birth and asked Yifu to help deliver the baby. Yifu didn't want to go, but the man looked desperate. She hesitated but then nodded and followed him to the 10th floor of Building A. As soon as she opened the door, Yifu smelled blood. The house was damp, with water on the floor. The pregnant woman was lying in the bedroom, crying out. Seeing her large, round belly, Yifu's eyelids twitched. Wife, the doctor is here. Hang in there, the man said, holding her hand and trying to comfort her. The man told Yi Fu on the road that the pregnant woman was expecting twins. Dr. Xiao Yi, please save my wife. You must save her life. Yi Fu looked at the unremarkable man, feeling a bit surprised. Since it was twins, but the man was begging her to save his wife. The baby's position was not ideal, the head was not properly aligned, the pregnant woman was very weak, and her pelvis was narrow. At this moment, Yi Fu had put aside her supplies. She looked at the man and spoke gently. I will try to help her deliver naturally first, but this is my first time assisting in childbirth, and I have no experience. If something goes wrong, Dr. Xiao Yi, everyone says you're very skilled. I beg you, please save my wife. Just save her. I don't care about anything else. Seeing the man close to breaking down, Yi Fu had to send him out. The house only had this couple. She saw many baby clothes, diapers, and milk powder piled in the bedroom. Yi Fu noticed the pregnant woman's was weakly contracting, making natural delivery very difficult. She kept telling herself to stay calm. These were 3 lives, and she had to stay steady. Can you hear me? Don't be nervous. You will be fine. The pregnant woman was already losing strength. Hearing Yi Fu's words, she nodded weakly, then suddenly grabbed Yi Fu's arm. Save the baby, doctor. Please help me save them. Yi Fu looked into her eyes for a few seconds, then held her hand firmly. Trust me, trust yourself. Relax now. Don't be nervous or scared. You can talk to me, say whatever you want. After putting on gloves and a mask, Yi Fu nodded to the pregnant woman and began adjusting her position for delivery. An hour later, when Yi Fu looked at the 2 children, both covered in purple bruises, she felt speechless. The baby's cries grew stronger from weak to loud. Yi Fu asked the man to come in and clean the babies. The pregnant woman had a cloth in her mouth. She fainted from pain, then woke up, fainted again, and repeated this cycle. Because she was delivering twins, her lower body was severely torn. Yi Fu stitched her up, and although she didn't have heavy bleeding, this was the best outcome possible. The 2 babies, 1 boy and 1 girl, were wrapped up after the man cleaned them. He then sat by the bed, staring intently at his wife. Is she okay now? She needs to be observed for a while. Since there was no anesthesia, she fainted from pain. Postpartum care must be properly done. 1 hour of surgery had left Yi Fu's hands trembling. She just wanted to take a shower and sleep, but the pregnant woman was still in danger and couldn't leave yet. After observing her for 2 hours and seeing that her condition was stable, Yi Fu left with some supplies given by the man. On the way home, she kept asking herself if she failed today, could she bear this responsibility? Interfering often leads to trouble, but after the 2 children were successfully born, Yi Fu secretly praised herself. Human nature has 2 sides, she was no exception. While regretting meddling, she also felt genuinely happy about the birth of the children. Neighbors outside Building D were catching toads. When they heard she had delivered a baby in Building A before, they hurried to ask about the child's condition. Twins, very healthy. Everyone felt happy hearing that. That's great, as long as the children are healthy. Such good news. The birth of children means the disaster will pass soon. Haha, that's wonderful. Children are hope. Making toads is actually simple. Take toad venom, remove all the internal organs, open the body cavity, and dry them in the sun. But now there's no sun, and using a generator to dry them wastes oil and electricity. Yi Fu had to put it off temporarily. Although toads are edible, they have become a disaster in just a few days. Now it's hard to find a place to stand when going outside. Qiulan had already started burning the wardrobe and wooden bed at home. The trees outside had been cut down, leaving only empty houses where she could gather some wooden furniture to burn for warmth. After toads appeared, going outside became difficult. Someone from the neighboring building went out and was attacked by a swarm of toads jumping from the water, finally falling into the water and being swept away. Flooding worsened, and Officer Song brought bad news. The Cross River Bridge in Land's House City had collapsed, and many residential areas faced sinkhole dangers. The appearance of toads had both pros and cons. Although they caused trouble, They also helped solve the food shortage to some extent. Yifu stopped avoiding work and started going out with a bucket to catch toads. The pregnant woman in Building A was saved from a near-death experience. Yifu checked on her once. The man treated her very well, and the 2 children were well cared for. To her surprise, many pregnant women still remained in the community, and some had become pregnant after the disaster. Due to malnutrition and cold exposure, some had miscarried. Under heavy rain and low temperatures, a cold snap swept in. Everyone could not go outside. Despite being fully dressed, Yifu still felt bones aching as the cold air blew in. The wind outside made a woo-woo sound. Yifu's eyes hurt a lot. She had just gone out to catch toads. When she came back, a cold breeze swept over her, making her eyes sting and water non-stop. The falling temperature forced Yifu to turn on the heater early. Her fingers turned red and swollen, and started to itch. Her toes began to peel, and she soaked her feet and applied some ointment. She used warm water to rinse her eyes, which eased the pain a little. After resting for half an hour, her body warmed up again. Yifu carried 2 buckets of toads to the balcony and quickly cleaned them. However, on the 3rd day of the cold snap, many people started to develop allergies to the cold air, eczema, and rhinitis. Yifu stayed inside her house, not going out. Her first priority was to protect herself. When she had the ability and free time, she could do other things. The heater was on for 5 hours each day. During other times, she relied on the remaining warmth to get by. In the living room, Yifu placed 3 soundproof mats and used jump rope exercises to keep warm. 2 days later, the heavy rain suddenly stopped. Then, a gray sky was torn open, and a strong beam of sunlight shone through. Yifu looked at the sudden sun, but she felt no excitement or happiness. Instead, she had a bad feeling. The sun only appeared for 3 hours. During this time, the rain stopped, thunder and lightning disappeared, and the cold air was gone. Even the toads hid back into the water. Everyone was excited at home, on the balcony and the hallways, and even outside, shouting loudly. They thought the disaster was over. Many took the chance to go out for supplies and firewood. But after half an hour outside, many people's eyes and skin started to feel burning and pain. After 3 hours, the sun suddenly disappeared as if it had never appeared. Everyone who went outside looked like they had been poisoned. Their lips turned purple, they vomited and had diarrhea, their skin was red and swollen, and their eyes kept watering. Yifu's door was knocked loudly. People in the hallway cried and begged her to open the door to treat their illnesses. After she was fully armed, she opened the door with a knife and a toolbox. Seeing the patients brought in, Yifu was surprised. She examined them and made an initial guess. They had been poisoned by the sun. At this moment, a few more people were brought in by their families for treatment. Yifu also noticed the characteristics of the sun poisoning. The skin was burned, turning from redness and swelling to blackness. Then large areas began to rot. Hair fell out in clumps. The eyes were red, swollen, and teary. The person experienced vomiting and diarrhea, irregular heartbeat, and confusion. Yifu had no effective treatment options. She had some burn ointments, but they couldn't be used now, and ordinary burn ointments probably couldn't treat the sun-poisoning burns. Honestly, people affected by sun poisoning could only wait for death. Yifu kept saying she couldn't save them. The family members were overwhelmed and cried loudly in the hallway. Most of the victims were young adults. On the 8th floor of Building D, there was another person affected by sun poisoning. His condition worsened quickly. After vomiting foam, he spat out blood, and within an hour, he passed away. Yifu watched these people, wanting to quietly leave, but an old man grabbed her arm. He suddenly knelt down and started bowing to her. Hearing the knocking sounds, Yifu's pupils shrank, and she quickly took 2 steps back. The old man held his son, looking at Yifu with despair. "Please save him. He's my only child. Without him, I don't know how I can live. Doctor, I beg you, don't give up on him. He's still breathing. There's still hope." Yifu took a deep breath and shook her head slightly.
It's all my fault.
If I hadn't gone out looking for food, he wouldn't have gone outside. Xiaozhe, I beg you, don't die. Please open your eyes and look at me. The young man started coughing up blood heavily. With his last strength, he reached out and wiped the tears from the old man's face. Then his hand fell heavily to the ground. The old man stared blankly at his son, who had stopped breathing. He cried out in despair. Everyone around was overwhelmed with grief for their lost loved ones. It was a pain that cut deep into the heart, helplessly watching family members die slowly before their eyes. Some people came forward to beg her for help, while others hid her in their grief. Yifu took out a knife and took a step back. She leaned against the door, staring blankly at the crying crowd. The old man carried his son and left. On the way back, he jumped into the rushing floodwaters from a rescue boat, and he and his son were quickly swept away. Because of sun poisoning, everyone became fearful, afraid of another sudden change in the weather. For several days, no one dared to go outside. Everyone was afraid that the sun might suddenly appear again, or that something else might happen. Officer Song's father developed acute hand dermatitis due to the cold air. After examining him, Yifu explained that it was an inflammatory, itchy skin condition. Large blisters and red patches appeared on his hands, making him unable to stop scratching. Fortunately, Officer Song had brought back some medicine when he went out to find supplies, including calamine lotion. When she returned home, Yifu sprayed disinfectant on herself. Although eczema isn't contagious, she knew she couldn't afford to take any chances. In the following days, the number of eczema cases suddenly increased, affecting different parts of the body. Most of these cases appeared in women and elderly people. If it was hand eczema, applying medication quickly helped. However, most women with the disease had sensitive or private areas affected, which left Yifu feeling confused and helpless. The toads that had disappeared earlier reappeared the next day in the sunlight, but this time, they looked different. The toads that appeared this time had smaller, denser bumps on their skin. Their color changed from dark brown to dark green. Their eyes, which were already round and prominent, seemed even more so. Yifu wasn't sure if these toads were safe to eat anymore, suspecting they might have mutated. She caught one and used her usual method: cut off its head, remove the toxic glands, and boil it. The soup's color remained the same, but the aroma became richer. She wanted to experiment with a mouse, but after the heavy rain, all the mice had drowned, so she couldn't catch any. She tested the toad with a toxin test, and nothing abnormal was found. Still, Yifu remained cautious. Suddenly, a faint aroma wafted from upstairs and downstairs. The new toads seemed safe to eat. Some people had tried them and experienced no adverse reactions. No one cared much about where they came from anymore. For survivors struggling to stay alive, nothing was more important than staying alive. Even if it meant only living one more day, they would cherish it. The next morning, Yifu was awakened by a knocking at the door. When she opened it, she saw Qiulan, and she immediately sensed something was wrong. "Is something the matter?"
Yifu asked.
Qiulan shook her head and showed her a potato. She wanted to exchange it for a large plastic bag. Seeing her expression, Yifu understood immediately. Qiulan's grandfather had committed suicide. Using his rare moments of clarity, he had written a farewell letter to Qiulan. Carefully, Qiulan wiped the marks around her grandfather's neck, dressed him, and then placed him in the bag. He was so thin. I could lift him so easily. Qiulan carried him to room 601, which had become the cemetery for Building D. Qiulan's home became very empty. She clutched the letter and curled up on the bed, her eyes no longer shining. "I have no family left. Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, and Mom are all gone. I have no home. I have no home anymore," she whispered to herself. Yifu helped her add some firewood, sat on a chair by the bed, and silently stayed with her. Yifu could understand her feelings, but she didn't know how to comfort her. Grandpa Qiu, to avoid burdening Qiulan, ultimately chose to end his life. The letter he left for her contained only a few short sentences. "To my dearest granddaughter, Qiulan, this is the letter I left when I was most clear-headed. Don't feel sad or upset about my choice. Not wanting to be a burden to you, Leaving with dignity is my last wish. Finally, I hope you live well and become a stronger, braver person. Yifu, being alone must be very hard, right? Yifu looked at her, and Xiaolan silently shed tears. I am the happiest person in the world. Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, and Mom all loved me. They worked hard, saved money carefully, and wanted to buy me a house in the city center after I graduated. I have been a diligent student from elementary school to university. I want to work hard and become the best lawyer. I do good deeds, never do bad things. I donate blood, give money, old clothes, and even signed up to donate my body after I die. I think I am a good person. Xiaolan covered her chest, her face full of pain. Why did heaven still take my family away, leaving me alone? How can I go on living? I just can't live anymore. Xiaolan sobbed and then broke down crying. She punched her chest and cried hopelessly. Having lost her loved ones repeatedly, Xiaolan even grew white hair. Outside, the floodwaters had already submerged the 5th floor. The residents on the 5th floor either died or moved out. When the rain would stop was still unknown. People started to become numb. Perhaps no one believed they could survive. Death was just a matter of time. Xiaolan gathered her strength again. She called Yifu, and they frequently went out to find supplies and firewood. In an old hotel, they found many wooden beds and cabinets. Most of the time, Yifu preferred to go alone. She had secrets, and she was more suited to traveling alone. About her space, Yifu would never tell anyone. The patrol boat was stopped beneath a private hospital. Yifu didn't know if the equipment, supplies, or medicines inside were still there. Without hesitation, she climbed through the window to search the place. As soon as she entered, Yifu saw many footprints and signs of rummaging. The tables, chairs, and stools were all knocked over. She collected all the clean items into her space, including the beds and cabinets in the ward. This was a fairly large private hospital. Compared to a regular public hospital, it looked very luxurious. A huge chandelier hung from the top floor, reflecting Yifu's figure. It didn't feel like a hospital, but more like a hotel. The corridor was full of toads, densely packed, just like when poisonous moths appeared. Yifu went to the operating room. Seeing the semi-new equipment inside, she cleared the toads lying on it and took everything away. In one room, she found several frozen corpses. After 2 hours, Yifu was ready to leave. Just as she was about to jump out the window, she saw 3 people approaching in a patrol boat. Few people went out looking for supplies after the cold wave. Yifu looked around but saw no one else. She placed the patrol boat on the water, but almost got robbed. Whoa, someone's there. Is this your boat? The speaker was a young man, about 20 years old. Yifu jumped onto the boat, not planning to talk to them. Hey, are you deaf or mute? We're talking to you. What's going on up there? Is there nothing? Why are you empty-handed? There were 3 young men, with 2 large bags on the boat. They had long knives, and one pointed a knife at Yifu, seeming not to want her to leave. Just go and check, you'll know. A woman? You're a woman? The young man pointing the knife looked excited, as if he'd never seen a woman before. Oh my God, impressive. Coming out alone to find supplies. I tell you, several groups were swept away by the flood just now. Aren't you afraid? Yifu wasn't interested in chatting, but these 3 people seemed very curious about her. We are students from Lon City University. You sound young. Are you still a student? We set up a temporary base. Want to join us? You have a patrol boat, and we can make an exception to help you. Yifu. No, thank you. Yifu picked up her crossbow from her side and aimed it at them. Move aside. Don't block the way. Wow, you actually have a crossbow. That's impressive. How far can it shoot? Is this set expensive? Do you have any extras? Could you sell me a set? For a moment, Yifu wondered if he was talking to a crazy person. Where is your base? How many people are there? If you join, I will tell you. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Xu Yang. What's yours? Xu Yang is the young man pointing a knife at Yifu. Now, he has put the knife away. Yifu squinted and looked at them. The three are full of energy, in good spirits, with a small boat and protective gear, and not much damage. They seem capable of defending themselves. Do you have several family members at home? Can you all be accepted? Shuyong looked back at the two behind him and asked, Are they your family? Do you have elderly or children?
Yes.
Shuyong shook his head. That's not possible. Elderly and children are a burden. We can't take them. It seems their base is made up of young people. From Shuyang's tone, these people might not accept the elderly or children, but they seem decent.
Then I will leave now.
Can you move aside? Their small boat is blocking the way. If they don't move, I will have to crash through. You haven't told me your name yet. By the way, do you have any extra crossbows? I can trade food for one. Yifu looked at the bags on their boat and shook his head.
No.
Shuyong exclaimed softly, showing obvious disappointment. The man behind him moved the boat back a few meters. Yifu nodded slightly at him and then started the engine to leave quickly. Hey, you haven't told me your name. Shuyong called out from behind. Yifu raised his right hand and waved twice. The small boat turned sharply into a street corner. I like her crossbow. Too bad, I don't have an extra. You could have just killed her and taken the crossbow. Shuyong rolled his eyes. Is the knife faster or the crossbow? Do you think I'm stupid? And anyway, if I hurt a young girl, am I still a human? The man chuckled softly. Mercy for women. If you're so merciful, why did you back the boat up a few meters to let her go? All right, stop arguing. It's time to go back. Shuyong was not wrong. There's no need to attack a young girl. Moreover, we might not be their match. Wenjiao was also right. In this world, kindness can be dangerous. So, what do you suggest we do? Shuyong and Wenjiao looked silently at the man in the corner. I don't know. Let's go. After separating from Shuyong and others, Yifu and his group encountered a group of ambush robbers around the corner. They suddenly threw out a fishing net, which spread open and covered Yifu and his speedboat. The robbers then attacked from both sides, trying to steal from them. Yifu quickly calmed down, scanned the robbers, and based on their numbers and positions, he immediately thought of a counterattack. Nothing valuable. Bad luck. Waited an hour, only to meet a poor thief. Isn't this speedboat valuable? Hurry up, deal with them, and take the boat back. Yifu crouched on the speedboat, examining the fishing net. It was a normal nylon net, easy to cut with fire or a knife. When the robbers approached, he drew his sharp, short-bladed sword and cut the net. Then he shot two of them through the heart with his bow and arrow. She has a weapon, be careful. However, before the others could react, Yifu reflexively kicked one into the water. He quickly shot an arrow, piercing the throat of another. Within 10 seconds, he had taken down 3 robbers. He tore off the net from his body, aimed his bow at the remaining 4, and prepared to attack. Wait, we can talk. Brothers, we'll give you everything. Let us go. We're desperate, please spare us. Yifu looked at their 2 speedboats. They had quite a lot of supplies. Wait, there was movement in a sack at the back of one boat. Was someone inside? In the brief moment of distraction, the robbers raised their knives, aiming to stab Yifu's speedboat. Yifu shot an arrow directly into one's throat, causing him to fall stiffly. The man made a few choking sounds, then stopped breathing. The remaining 3 exchanged glances and immediately tried to escape in their speedboats. Yifu wouldn't let them go so easily. He shot 3 more arrows, killing all 3 instantly. Yifu drove his speedboat over, retrieved the arrows, and kicked the robbers into the water. With a splash, a whirlpool appeared, and the robbers sank immediately. Near the small boat making noise, Yifu stared for a few seconds. The person inside moved again and made a whimpering sound. Using a knife, Yifu cut the ropes, revealing 3 burlap sacks with people inside. 2 young girls, a teenage boy around 15 or 16, were tied up, gagged, and looked frightened. Their clothes were torn and dirty, and their skin was covered in scars. Seeing Yifu, they trembled and kept moving back. Yifu cut their ropes and tore off the black tape over their mouths without mercy. Don't be afraid, they are all dead, Yifu said, pointing to the water. A corpse floated to the surface. The three huddled together, eyes wide in shock as they looked at the body. Yifu ignored them and opened the remaining 3 bags of supplies. Inside, there were clothes, shoes, water, instant noodles, bread, and other items, all dirty and with a musty smell. She only took a few buckets of instant noodles for herself. "Take these 2 boats and the supplies and leave," she said. She returned to her boat. The 3 people hesitated for a few seconds. Before rushing to the 2 bags of food, they tore them open and started eating greedily. The boy picked up a piece of clothing and wrapped himself tightly. He looked at the knives left by the pirates on the boat and then took a knife, swinging it at the floating corpse. Yifu watched his actions and raised an eyebrow. The frogs in the water, smelling blood, jumped onto the floating body. The scene was too disgusting, so Yifu frowned and looked away. As she was about to leave, the boy looked up at her and softly said, "Thank you." Yifu nodded gently and then drove her boat away. The boy jumped onto another boat, took one of the bags of supplies, while the 2 girls watched him, confused. "I'm going home," he whispered. "Home? I can't find my home anymore." The 2 girls hugged each other, recalling everything they had been through recently, and they couldn't hold back their tears. The boy clenched his fists, looking around blankly, with a shadow in his eyes. He also couldn't find his home. Yifu returned to her neighborhood and happened to meet Xiaolan, who was outside catching frogs. Seeing her recover, Yifu breathed a sigh of relief. Many people couldn't handle the loss of their families and chose to end their lives. Such incidents happened often in the neighborhood. For most, just losing electricity, water, and internet was enough to crush their confidence and strength to keep going. The 2 of them exchanged a few words, and then each went home. Over the next few days, Yifu decided not to go out. After lighting a few fireplaces to warm up, she finally took off her heavy winter coat. Yifu made a pot of radish and lamb stew, which helps fight the cold. She needed to go out once, and usually took 2 or 3 days to recover her energy. That evening, Yifu caught a cold. Cold air entered her body. At first, she only felt dizzy and nauseous. She took medicine and lay in bed, hoping to sweat it out. But after several hours, she still felt cold. It was as if she had been frozen. Fortunately, she still had some leftover herbal medicine from before. She drank a big bowl of it from her space. Soon, cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Her body was quite strong, so she thought she'd feel better after one night. But the next day, her bones started to ache faintly. Yifu suspected she had rheumatism. Rheumatism can cause joints to deform and, in serious cases, lead to heart problems or paralysis. After a while, her lower back also started to hurt, and her cough worsened. She couldn't stop coughing, feeling like she might cough out her lungs. Her throat was dry and itchy, making it painful to speak or eat. Yifu took out silver needles to give herself some acupuncture. She placed a mirror beside her and slowly inserted the needles into her lower back. Lying on the bed, she looked at herself in the mirror, her back full of silver needles. She clicked her tongue, saying, "I look like I've been turned into a hedgehog." By the afternoon, Yifu felt much better. Her back and bones no longer hurt. However, her cough and nasal congestion were still quite bad. The heavy rain was gradually easing, but the cold wave was still frightening. Few people went outside. Many others had also caught cold air and developed rheumatism, but Yifu didn't have the energy to treat others. During these days, she hardly left her bed except to eat and use the bathroom. She took out her tablet and played a downloaded reality show, watching the celebrities act silly during games. She couldn't help but laugh. In her previous life, Yifu had met a popular star before the apocalypse who was robbed during a heat wave and later beaten to death. The apocalypse was like a great cleansing, power, status, and money all vanished in an instant. On May 15th, it was Wenjin's 3rd birthday. The little girl sweetly called her little sister Yi. Officer Song's family invited Yifu and Xiaolan to celebrate Wenjin's birthday. Despite difficult conditions, they still prepared a very special birthday party for her. Xiaolan took 2 cans, and Yifu took 2 packs of instant noodles. In the Song family's living room, there was a homemade iron rack with an iron pot on top, cooking toad hot pot. Their family had Officer Song present, and conditions were not too bad. At least firewood and food were enough. Wenwen saw Yi Fu and rushed into her arms. "Little Yi's sister, are you feeling better now?" Yi Fu gently sat her down and put aside the noodles. She greeted Qiulan and the Song family before sitting next to Yi Fu. "Are you feeling better now? Does Wenwen miss me?" "Yes, I do." Wenwen was wearing a thick cotton jacket and looked at Qiulan curiously. "Lanlan's sister, why is your hair all white? Are you old now?" In Wenwen's mind, only old people have white hair, like her grandparents. Lanlan's sister dyed her hair. Wenwen's eyes widened. "Then I want to dye my hair too. Can I dye it red?" Qiulan shook her head.
Not now.
"You can dye it when you grow up." Wenwen wasn't disappointed. Instead, she looked at Mrs. Song and sweetly begged, "Mom, when I grow up, can I dye my hair? I like red." Mrs. Song glanced at her. "Didn't you say yesterday you liked purple? Now you're changing your mind?" "I won't change. I will always like red." Everyone was amused by her. Mrs. Song moved the table over and took out some snacks. Spring and went out earlier and brought back a bottle of cola. "Little Yi, Qiulan, you two can have some." "I can't drink cold drinks because I have a cold," Yi Fu said. "I haven't been feeling well these past few days, so I won't drink cold drinks either," Qiulan added. Both declined, so Mrs. Song had no choice but to put away the cola. She kept offering sunflower seeds to the two of them. Around the fire, everyone munched on seeds and chatted happily. "It's been 45 days. Yeah, I wonder when this heavy rain will end." Yi Fu looked at the firelight, lost in thought. "Yes, 45 days. If nothing unexpected happens, in 15 days, the heavy rain will stop." The hot pot was ready with potatoes and chili sauce inside, smelling quite good. Everyone sat together to celebrate Wenwen's 3rd birthday. She clapped her hands and cheered happily. She asked Officer Song when they would go to the amusement park and then asked Mrs. Song if she could go to kindergarten. At that moment, a loud crash sounded, nearly causing Yi Fu to drop her chopsticks. Everyone looked at each other in fear. Wenwen, frightened, curled up in Madame Song's arms, her expression changing from joy to fear. "It seems like a mountain flood is coming." Officer Song struggled to say this. Unlike the flooding caused by heavy rain, a mountain flood results from landslides, upstream collapses, or dam breaches. Yi Fu and Qiulan said goodbye and went home. They parted in the corridor, and suddenly Qiulan stopped Yi Fu. "Yi Fu, you must live well." Yi Fu's eyes grew moist. They stood silent for a long time. Yi Fu stepped forward and patted her shoulder, nodding firmly. "We all need to live well." Back home, Yi Fu drew back the curtains and quietly looked outside. Thunder roared, the sound of an approaching mountain flood, heavy rain, and fierce wind all mixed together, forming a deadly symphony. A flash of purple and blue lightning streaked across the sky, accompanied by thunder that shook the earth. Yi Fu put on earplugs and curled up under the blanket to block out the noise. Half an hour later, the mountain flood reached the Happiness community. Some boats were swept away by the floodwaters, which roared like angry waves, splashing water layer after layer. A heavy stream of water slammed against the balcony glass with a loud smack, and stones caught in the flow struck the glass, making heavy impacts that echoed inside the room. Outside, just a wall away, it looked like a magical world. Having experienced a mountain flood in her past life, Yi Fu knew how terrifying it was. Once caught in a mountain flood, survival was almost impossible. A car was swept up by the water and crashed into the 7th floor of a building across the street. The sound of shattering glass and desperate cries filled the air. Yi Fu felt her scalp go numb. Time seemed to pass slowly, but the roar outside continued unabated. She got out of bed and paced anxiously in the living room. A body was carried by the floodwaters and slammed against the glass, distorting the face beyond recognition. Yi Fu covered her face and closed her eyes, trembling uncontrollably. "Please end soon, please end soon, please end soon." She crouched on the floor, clutching her head, praying over and over. After a day and night, the mountain floodwaters began to recede. Yi Fu was in the bathroom, vomiting continuously. She had already vomited bile and blood, but her stomach still churned violently. The crying and shouting could be heard from both upstairs and downstairs. Yi Fu crouched beside the cat litter box, vomiting repeatedly. The floodwaters had already submerged the 7th floor. The people on the 6th and 7th floors ran to the 12th floor corridor to escape this disaster. Yi Fu clutched the pocket watch hanging around her neck. When she opened it, she saw a family photo inside. It was taken when she was 16. She looked young, with short hair just touching her ears, smiling foolishly between her parents. Tears fell onto the back of her hand. She took a deep breath, put the watch away, and slowly stood up. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Yi Fu's face turned pale as she dragged her weak, tired body to open it. "Are you okay?" Qiu Lan looked at Yi Fu with concern.
I'm fine. How about you?
Qiu Lan shook her head. "I'm okay too. Luckily, I went out earlier and brought back some wooden boards and metal sheets to block the balcony." Just as they both let out a sigh of relief, they heard a noisy commotion from the 11th floor. After a few minutes, Yi Fu and Qiu Lan exchanged a helpless glance, seeing the same resignation in each other's eyes. In the hallway of the 11th floor, several people knelt on the ground, reciting words non-stop. "This is God's punishment. It's a warning from God because humans damage nature, extract energy, and pollute the environment. God is using this disaster to remind us. We must sincerely repent, change our ways, and become good people so that God will forgive us and stop his anger." That's Grandma Zhang from apartment 1102.
Her 2 daughters are abroad.
She went overseas for half a year, and unexpectedly, she has now become a believer. The followers kneeling behind her are survivors from the 6th floor, who were accepted by her. Qiu Lan sneered. "Impressive. They've managed to brainwash her so quickly," Yi Fu said, crossing her arms with interest. "Oh, God, please forgive us, ignorant humans. Forgive us, we were wrong."
We don't want to die.
Yi Fu felt nauseous again. She and Qiu Lan waved goodbye and hurried home, rushing into the bathroom to in front of the litter box. The prayers and confessions on the 11th floor continued. Grandma Zhang announced she would fast for 3 days to show her sincerity to God. Right now, the most anxious residents were on the 8th floor. If the water level rose again, they would be doomed. Wu Wanfang from apartment 801 went to Officer Song's house. He had to prepare for the worst and make some plans for his family. I don't know what agreement the two families reached, but Officer Song's family agreed to take in Wu Wanfang's family. However, they can only move in once the water level rises to the 8th floor. The people on the 7th floor are temporarily sheltered in the hallways of the 12th and 11th floors. Outside Yi Fuyang's balcony window, a black dog's body is caught in the iron bars. The balcony glass is fully enclosed, with no open windows, so Yi Fu can only hope it falls out or is carried away by the water. In the afternoon, Yi Fu's door was knocked again. She opened it and saw Grandma Zhang from the 11th floor, suddenly feeling a bad premonition. "Little Yi, God guided me to find you, to ask you to confess your sins with me. Come out quickly and join us."
Yi Fu.
"Grandma Zhang, I don't believe in God." "Shut up, don't talk nonsense and anger God. God will be upset. You still don't know what you did wrong? You foolish, pitiful human. Come out and kneel to confess. If you stop eating for 3 days and sincerely repent, God will forgive you, and you can survive." If she weren't over 70, Yi Fu's hand would have already slapped her. Is this some kind of cult? It's the end of the world, and they're still doing this. Really? You want him to come out? I'll ask him myself why I need to confess. What did I do wrong?
You. Stubborn, Yi Fu.
Don't say I didn't warn you. If you don't confess now, the next one to die will be you.
Yi Fu rolet Harrius.
I think it's you. With a loud smack, Yi Fu slammed the door shut and then sprayed disinfectant on herself, afraid of being infected by the crazy people. Yi Fu doesn't know when the flood will stop. In her previous life, it seemed to last 2 or 3 days, followed by endless flooding. But after the flood appeared, the toads seemed to disappear again. The flood carried a lot of wood. Brave people started picking up wood at the hallway entrances, sometimes finding clothes too. After washing them with heavy rain and drying them over fire, they could still be worn. Sometimes they got hurt by things swept in suddenly. The water was muddy, so it was hard to see what was inside. If they got a cut, they had to clean and disinfect it immediately, or it would quickly get infected. The next day, the flood's flow slowed down again, but the water level rose more than a meter. Everyone was worried, not knowing what disaster might happen next. Yi Fu felt like he was about to become a medicine container. Fortunately, after taking medicine for 2 days, the nausea finally disappeared. Grandma Zhang's confession team added 2 new members. One was Officer Song's mother, and the other was Granny Jiang, who lived next door. They knelt in the corridor, acting as if possessed by ghosts, behaving wildly. Yi Fu didn't have much opinion, but others were tortured quite badly. Officer Song tried to persuade them many times without success, so he gave up. That night, Grandma Zhang personally went to see God to confess. Everyone on the 7th floor also moved into her house. After that, the confession team officially disbanded and the mountain flood stopped, but it turned into a flood disaster. Starting from May 20th, the rain decreased. However, after the toads disappeared, food became a big problem. While fishing for wood, Officer Song was bitten by something unknown. His right calf swelled up like a drumstick. When Yi Fu saw him, he was already unconscious from pain. "Little Yi, do you think Xuanhe is okay? Did he get bitten by a leech?" Yi Fu looked at his wound, which was a tiny red like a pinprick. Without careful inspection, it was hard to notice. "It's not clear yet. We might need to cut open the wound to check." "Cut open the wound?" Mrs. Song's face turned pale with fear. She looked very exhausted. A few days ago, her mother-in-law joined the confession group, daily brainwashing them that humans are sinners and must seek forgiveness from God. After Grandma Zhang died, her mother-in-law finally realized the truth. But now, her husband was in trouble again. Seeing her father-in-law wasting away from rheumatism, her tearful mother, and her young daughter, Mrs. Song was full of despair. "Let's cut it open. I'll hold him steady." Yi Fu didn't have time to comfort Mrs. Song. He took out a scalpel and cut into the wound. Officer Song woke up from the pain and shouted loudly. Inside the wound, Yi Fu found a white worm, which seemed to be the culprit. "What is this?" "It's the worm that bit Officer Song." It was about to enter his blood vessel. After biting, it immediately burrowed into the skin and then entered the blood vessels, possibly even reaching the brain. Yi Fu pressed his lips together. It seemed that this worm was the next troublemaker. Yi Fu cut the worm into 2 pieces. They were still writhing wildly. After waiting a long time, they didn't die. Instead, like earthworms, they separated into 2 bodies and remained alive. The white thread-like worms are very soft and flexible, with no bones or spine. They have many tiny rings around their bodies. Using a magnifying glass, Yi Fu saw that their heads are sharp and pointed, with a sucker-like mouth. These worms are similar to earthworms but smaller and can burrow into human skin and blood vessels to live off or harm the body. They resemble leeches in this way. Cutting them doesn't kill them. Yi Fu had to pour some alcohol on them and set them on fire. After burning, the worms emitted a sour smell. They twisted wildly and secreted green liquid from their bodies. Once their bodies shriveled up, they were completely dead. Officer Song's leg was not seriously hurt. After removing the worms, the swelling on his leg gradually went down. The stitches didn't get infected. Mrs. Song gave Yi Fu a new thin blanket as a thank you. The heavy rain had turned into light rain. More people were collecting things outside. Some made simple rafts from wood and prepared to leave. Yi Fu didn't know how many dangers still lurked in the muddy floodwaters. The temperature had dropped to -20°C, and the cold snap showed no signs of easing. Next door, a family of 4 died from carbon monoxide poisoning after sealing their windows and trying to keep warm. Only an elderly person survived and called neighbors for help. When neighbors went inside, they emptied everything and left. The old person shouted and cried in the hallway, and during an argument, A strong man pushed him down the stairs, causing him to roll into the flood. Every day, there were fights on the 11th floor. Residents on the 6th and 7th floors didn't get along, and even fought over a place to sleep. Yifu's door was knocked on several times each day. She pretended to be dead and didn't open it. Listening to the curses outside, she turned the pork belly on her grill, sprinkled chili and cumin, and the delicious smell quickly filled the air. In apartment 1101, more than 10 people crowded into this two-bedroom home. In the corner of the living room, Du Chung from apartment 701 hadn't moved all day. Some thought he was dead. They secretly pulled back the blanket covering him. Suddenly, a foul smell came out. Frightened, Du Chung pushed away the person pulling the blanket and curled up in the corner, looking scared and uneasy. "Did you pull the blanket over him?" "Du Chung, there's a bucket in the bathroom. Just into it and pour it outside the window." "How many times do I have to tell you? You're a man in your 40s. Why are you so disgusting? There are over 10 people living here. Can you be a little more careful? It's so stuffy. Do you want to make us all sick?" Du Chung did not argue. He pulled the blanket tightly around him, covering everything except his head. His wife and daughter were downstairs gathering firewood. He sat alone, avoiding everyone's disgusted looks, silently lowering his head. The man who had pulled the blanket looked at him with suspicion. Suddenly, he saw a rotten mark on Du Cheng's neck and shouted in fear. "Du Cheng is rotting and smells bad.
He's sick."
Remember what Sun Hao said? When his wife and mother-in-law showed strange behavior, they started biting people. Du Cheng is turning into a monster. He's going to eat people. The man backed away, screaming. Others also hid in the corners, grabbing nearby weapons and watching Du Cheng carefully. Du Cheng was anxious to explain, but as he came out from under the blanket, a terrible stench hit him. The whole room was filled with a sharp, rotten smell. At this moment, everyone saw the rotten flesh on his neck and the back of his hand. Looking closely, they saw that Du Cheng, a tall, strong man of about 1.8 meters, now had sunken cheeks and looked very thin and weak. "Don't come near me. Don't bite me. I'm not going to bite anyone. I won't infect you. Please don't be afraid." But the more Du Cheng explained, the more frightened everyone became. Just then, his wife and daughter returned. They hurried over to him, nervously trying to cover the rotten flesh and the foul smell on his body. "Kick Du Cheng and his family out. He's turned into a monster. His wife and daughter must have been infected too. Get them out of here." One person spoke up, and the others seemed to find their courage again. They all raised their weapons and moved closer to Du Cheng's family, cursing loudly.
"Get out.
Leave now. My dad hasn't turned into a monster. He's just sick. He won't infect anyone. He'll get better soon," Du Na explained anxiously. But in the next second, someone hit her the back with a clothes hanger. "Do you want to kill us all?"
"Get out."
Du Cheng is rotting and smells terrible. He says he's not a monster, but what if he bites someone? We have children at home. We can't let Du Cheng and his family stay here. Everyone quickly agreed. They all raised their weapons, ready to attack. Du Cheng suddenly knelt down with a loud thud, bowing deeply to the neighbors in front of him. "Please don't kick us out. I won't bite anyone. I haven't turned into a monster. Neighbors, please don't do this." Du Cheng's wife also cried as she knelt down. However, everyone was already frightened by the foul smell and decayed flesh on Du Cheng's body. At this moment, no one could stay calm or feel pity anymore. Du Cheng's bedding and belongings were all thrown out. Du Na was kicked and curled up on the ground, crying in pain. Du Cheng's eyes turned red with anger. He rushed forward to hit someone but was kicked again. He was knocked like a kite and tumbled down the stairs. Afterward, Du Cheng spat out black blood, hunched over, and twitched. Yifu was awakened by the knocking at the door. She put on a military coat, grabbed an emergency light, and went to open the door. She saw Qiulan outside and was a bit confused. "Why are you here so late at night?" Qiulan sighed and told Yifu about what happened on the 11th floor. "Uncle Du once helped me. I was followed by a man on the street, and he helped chase away the bad person. I decided to take them in for now. Yifu, please check on Uncle Du. He's very unwell and might not last much longer. Yifu looked at her for a few seconds, then nodded in agreement. I'll go back to get the medical kit. After Chiu Lan went downstairs, Yifu looked up at the door of apartment 1101. She put on a wool hat and mask, carried the medical kit, and went to Chiu Lan's house. In the living room, Du Cheng was lying on the ground. The fire in the stove burned brightly. Du Na and Mrs. Du were crying nearby. Chiu Lan stood behind, hands in her pockets. Dr. Yi, please help my father, Du Na begged when she saw Yifu with the medical kit. Yifu pulled her up. I'll check on your father first. A few days earlier, they had knocked on Yifu's door, but she had been pretending to be dead at home. She didn't answer anyone who knocked.
Fou crouche de baiser du Cheng.
She put on gloves and unbuttoned his shirt. Seeing the large area of rotten flesh on his body, she felt terrible. This was a typical case of pemphigus vulgaris, an autoimmune skin disease common in middle-aged and elderly people. When the immune system is out of balance, blisters and large sores appear on the skin, often with erosion, oozing, infection, pain, or itching. Many patients also develop ulcers in the mouth mucous membranes. The sores hurt terribly when touched. The body quickly loses proteins, causing rapid weight loss in a short time. Yifu pursed her lips and said nothing. Without medical equipment, her visual judgment appeared especially pale and fragile. Duna said that Du Cheng only started to get sick after the heavy rain. In just 50 days, almost all of Du Cheng's skin was damaged, except for his face. Yifu's silence shattered Duna and Mrs. Du's hope. They stood nearby, crying. Yifu first handed Duna some ointment. Her abdomen was kicked, and she was in pain, breathing heavily. Yifu explained Du Cheng's condition to them. Her words were clear. There was no cure. Not only were there no treatment options, but there was also no need for treatment. Mrs. Du couldn't accept this. She collapsed onto Du Cheng, crying loudly. Yifu quickly pulled her away. His skin is so badly damaged that even breathing causes pain. Are you trying to make him suffer more by throwing yourself on him? Mrs. Du was shouted at bluntly by Yifu, and she was stunned. Then she collapsed to the ground, covering her face and crying. Duna was much calmer. She stared blankly at Du Cheng, silent for a long time. Yifu had seen everything she needed to see and said what she needed to say. She didn't want to get involved in what happened next. She took her medical box and was about to leave when Duna ran over to look at her, her face full of pain. Is there any way to let him leave peacefully without pain? He's really suffering. He's been crying out in pain. Dr. Xiaoyi, my dad is a strong man. He was stabbed twice trying to save a kid kidnapped by robbers, but he didn't cry out. I've never seen him cry or bow his head to anyone before. I will never forget how scared and desperate he looked, kneeling and begging those people not to chase us away. I will never forget. Duna is only 15, still in 8th grade. She hasn't learned how to hide her anger. When she spoke about those people, her eyes showed a fierce anger that Yifu recognized in herself. Without this medicine, your father won't last through the night.
Talk to him nicely.
Here's some ointment for you. The kick hastened Du Cheng's death. Back home, Yifu no longer felt sleepy. Outside, the rain was still falling softly. Even through the wall, she could smell the stench of floodwaters. She turned on the emergency light and stayed awake all night, staring blankly. Her hands and feet had frostbite that had just scabbed over, but new sores appeared. Maybe because she hadn't been in the sun for too long, her skin was so pale it looked frightening. Du Cheng stopped breathing at 6 a.m. His body was carried to the rooftop by Du Na and Mrs. Du. After learning of Du Cheng's death, the people in 1101 caused a fuss all day, fearing that Du Cheng might have left behind a virus to harm them. They insisted on forcing Du Na and Mrs. Du to leave, but Officer Song and Wu Wanfang from Unit 801 stepped in to stop them. Only then did the situation settle down. Meanwhile, Du Na and Mrs. Du temporarily stayed at Chiu Lan's house. Next door, Chui Li came again. This time, she asked Yifu to buy pregnancy-safe medicine. Although she didn't know why she was now willing to keep the baby, Yifu repeated that there was no medicine available. Chui didn't want to be involved with the Qin family anymore. She wasn't angry, but gently touched her belly and smiled at Yifu. Son Jia has become foolish. My father-in-law says that once I give birth to this child, I will be a great contributor to the Qin family. My husband will come back soon to pick me up. When he sees I've given him a son, he won't argue with me anymore. He will come back. I must let him know I am pregnant. I can have children. I am not a hen that can't lay eggs. Yifu looked at her with a frown. It was clear Chui Li's mental state was not right. She seemed to be showing off and talking to herself. After a while, she left. Yifu returned home, feeling frustrated and massaging her temples. Despite Officer Song's experience, many people still went out to fish things out, thinking it was just bad luck that Officer Song got bitten by the lineworm. In the afternoon, several people in the building were bitten by lineworms. They were luckier than Officer Song, with bites only on their calves. But Li Xian from 1101 was the unluckiest. He was the man who had kicked Du Na and Du Qing earlier. While others were bitten on their legs, he was bitten somewhere more private.
Yifu couldn't treat that.
As usual, she treated and saved people in exchange for supplies. The others cursed her ancestors, but still tried to flatter her, bringing wood to her door and politely asking for her help. Regarding Li Xian, Yifu's suggestion was to cut it off. If they did, his life might be saved. His family was devastated. Although cutting it off was cruel, compared to losing his life, it seemed less important. Li Xian was extremely distressed, crying and begging not to have it cut off. But his wife acted quickly. With one swift cut, he lost his dignity, but kept his life. Later, Qiulan told Yifu that Li Xian had cheated on his wife several times. After being caught, he refused to change. His wife was angry and wanted a divorce, but then a natural disaster happened, so the divorce was put on hold for a while. No wonder Li Xian's wife was so quick and decisive. Yifu even thought she worked at a slaughterhouse. Although Duna was very young, she had a strong personality. Every time Yifu opened the curtains, he could see her fishing things downstairs. After Du Qing died, Du's wife fell ill. Losing her father and being dependent on others made Duna grow up quickly. On May 27th, the rain stopped. The dull gray sky gradually cleared, revealing some light. But because of the deadly sun's heat earlier, no one dared to go outside. To celebrate the rain stopping, Yifu decided to cook dry pot chicken at night. He took out an alcohol stove, put in an alcohol block and lit it. Then he placed a frying pan on the stove. Once the pan was hot, he added the base ingredients. Music played on his phone, and Yifu wore headphones, stirring and humming along. Yifu loved spicy food, so he added lots of chili peppers. When the chicken and potatoes were almost cooked, he added lotus white and onions, then sprinkled sesame seeds and cilantro on top. It was delicious. The 2-month-long heavy rain was ending. Everyone was praying for the floodwaters to recede quickly. The people on the 11th floor started setting up tables and chairs in the corridor, with a small incense burner and 3 sticks of incense inside. People who believed in God had died, and those who believed in spirits and ghosts had started again. On June 1st, the thunderstorm stopped, the cold snap ended, and the temperature rose again. The temperature went from minus 20 degrees Celsius to above 5 degrees. Behind the gray sky, the white sunlight shone through gaps in the clouds and reflected on the glass. When you reached out, you could still feel a little warmth. But Yifu still felt something was wrong. Lan City was not very high in altitude. Now that the cold snap had ended, why did he feel short of breath and like there wasn't enough oxygen? He felt a tightness in his chest and a bit dizzy. These are symptoms of high-altitude sickness, which only happens in highland areas. Yifu shook his head and took out a thermometer to check his temperature. It was 37.5 degrees Celsius. His temperature was rising, which really indicated a lack of oxygen. This life was truly different from his previous one. During the previous heavy rain, the temperature did not drop to minus 20 degrees. It is well known that under standard pressure, pure water freezes at 0 degrees, and water with impurities can form ice water mixtures below 4 degrees. But earlier, the temperature had dropped to minus 20 degrees, only bringing cold waves and cold air. Unless the atmospheric pressure is broken or there is a deviation in latitude and longitude, the only reason for such deviations is crustal and plate movements. Along the coast of Lancheng, if the plates truly shift, will the sea level rise, causing water to flood in, or will Lancheng sink and become a new ocean? Yi Fu felt uneasy in her heart. She opened the window to clear away the dirt and debris washed outside by the floodwaters. The muddy floodwaters still flowed slowly, and the air was filled with an indescribable smell. Yi Fu quickly held her breath, closed the window, and exhaled heavily. Bodies of animals and people floating on the water had been submerged for a long time, giving a giant-like appearance. If another explosion occurs, it might become impossible to even open the door. Yi Fu did a thorough cleaning at home, sprayed a whole bottle of disinfectant, and burned mugwort incense in the room, bathroom, kitchen, and balcony. Thinking of something, she took several flower pots from the storage space, along with a bag of soil. After mixing and rooting powder, she filled the pots with soil and planted a few flower seeds. She sprayed nutrient water into the pots and moved them to the balcony. The rain stopped, and clean drinking water became the biggest problem. Survivors started to go out in groups to look for supplies. Some people even dived into the water, retrieving beverages soaked in floodwaters. On June 2nd, the temperature rose to 10 degrees Celsius and more people went out. Even Xiaolan and Duna came to invite Yi Fu to go out and find supplies together. Survivors in the community came out. Those without boats used bathtubs or rafts as makeshift boats. Some even lay on car tires, struggling to paddle out of the community. In just 2 months, half of the people in the community had disappeared. Everyone looked exhausted and disheveled. Their eyes were dull from hunger, faces pale and yellow, hair greasy. Even without getting close, they could smell each other's foul odors from 2 or 3 meters away. The continuous 2 months of heavy rain saw the government only issuing supplies once. A few rescue teams came during the first week of the rain, but there was no official news afterward. Yi Fu's radio only picked up a signal once. Survivors who had been hoping for rescue had now given up hope. Everyone was forced to accept the fact that 2 months of rain marked the beginning of the end, and now, the end of the world had truly arrived. Yi Fu did not go out with Qiulan and the others. Now everyone was mobilized. Even if they found supplies, it would bring many troubles. Hungry people would lose their minds and do anything. Young women and children were the best prey. Yi Fu was busy steaming buns and dumplings at home. She couldn't eat food with a strong smell for now because she didn't want to attract attention. To look like everyone else, Yi Fu always changed into the dirtiest clothes when she went outside. Besides brushing her teeth, she hadn't washed her face, hair, or taken a shower for a long time. Her short hair looked a bit greasy, but it felt safer that way. The best way to hide was to blend in with others. There was plenty of food in her space, enough to last 2 lifetimes, but Yi Fu wouldn't share it out of kindness. Human nature is unpredictable, and it's best not to test it. She once heard a story about a kind merchant during a drought. He shared his grain with villagers, but their greed grew. One day, he ran out of grain, but the villagers didn't believe he was out and thought he was unwilling to help anymore. They stormed his house, killed his family, and forced him to give up his remaining grain. White steamed buns were fragrant and soft. Yi Fu packed some into a bag and stored them in her space. She still had many box meals from before, enough to last at least a year. So, she decided to steam more large buns since they didn't need a stove with an exhaust fan. People who went out to gather supplies kept returning. They brought back all kinds of things. When Yi Fu saw a gas can, she frowned. She had many gas cans stored, but she was a bit afraid of them. If they exploded, it would be disastrous, causing damage far and wide, leaving people injured or worse. Someone also had a bunch of bottled mineral water on their raft. Floodwaters carry many germs, so the water shouldn't be drunk anymore. But everyone was too hungry to care. When you're starving, you might even eat dirt or anything you find. By around 7 p.m., the people from Building D returned. Yi Fu stood on the balcony, looking through her binoculars. Qiulan and Duna were at the back, while Officer Song and Wu Wanfang were at the front. Everyone had blood and injuries on their faces and bodies. It seemed like 2 people were missing from the group. A few minutes later, loud noises came from outside. After a while, Officer Song's voice was heard. We encountered several groups of bandits. Everyone was cut or stabbed. Uncle Xia was shot in the chest, and Zhao Bo was stabbed in the neck. Both victims were brought back by Officer Song. Their families cried in the hallway, then carried their bodies to the roof and set them on fire. A strong smell of burning, rotten flesh drifted down from the rooftop, making Yi Fu feel even harder to breathe. The next morning, Qiu Lan came to see Yi Fu. Duna's mother was ill, but the cause was unknown. Yi Fu entered Qiu Lan's home and saw 2 cans on the table. She looked back at Qiu Lan, who gave a nervous smile. Annie is sick and can't eat anything. I just took a can to her. Duna has lost a lot of weight. She's still growing, and her period was 2 weeks late this month. I was worried she might be malnourished, so I gave her one. Yi Fu didn't comment, but from her eyes, Qiu Lan could tell she thought she was being foolish. Duna crouched by Mrs. Du's bed, looking worried and anxious at the sick woman. Yi Fu checked her and lifted Mrs. Du's clothes, feeling her belly. You're 4 months pregnant. The fetus has died inside, which caused your stomach pain and made you unable to get out of bed. Yi Fu's words stunned all 3 of them. From the expressions on Mrs. Du and Duna, they also seemed unaware of this. Dr. Yi, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? I really was pregnant for months, but I haven't felt anything. My belly hasn't gotten bigger. I'm sure I didn't make a mistake. As for why your belly hasn't grown, it could be due to your body type or poor nutrition. Mrs. Du touched her belly, looking dazed.
No wonder.
I haven't had my period for so long. I thought I was getting old, and it just stopped. Mom, you should have it removed. The fetus is already dead. Removing it will stop the pain, Duna said, worried, holding her mother's hand. Mrs. Du looked at Yi Fu with a sad and pleading expression. Dr. Yi, please help me get it out. The pain is too much. Please, I beg you. Your situation is dangerous. Giving birth to a dead fetus can be complicated. If anything happens to you, I am not responsible. What do you mean? At this point, how can you say such things? You're a doctor, Duna said angrily and anxiously, confronting Yi Fu.
Yi Fu si milletfiendtlig, mein tegning her kalmatte to det.
I'm a doctor, not a saint or a god. I can save lives, but I need supplies in exchange. You're so cold-hearted. I'm just cold-hearted. You must be sick. Yi Fu looked at Qiu Lan with a cold expression. I have returned home. From now on, if there is nothing urgent, please do not disturb me. Qiu Lan was startled by Yi Fu's suddenly cold expression. Seeing Yi Fu really about to leave, she hurriedly stepped forward to stop her. Yi Fu, don't be angry. Duna is just a child. Auntie was too anxious given the situation. Please don't argue with her. How about this? You treat Auntie's illness, and I'll help provide supplies. Yi Fu raised an eyebrow, looking at her with a half-smile. How much do you plan to give me? The child in her belly needs to be born 1 step at a time. Qiu Lan hesitated, looking at Duna. She saw that Duna and Mrs. Du neither looked at her nor spoke a word. Suddenly, she felt uncomfortable. She wasn't demanding gratitude from Duna and Mrs. Du, but their attitude made her feel a bit hurt and cold. I'll give you 5 cans of food.
Yi Fu nodded quickly. All right.
Since someone was willing to be the generous one, 5 cans of food wouldn't go to waste. Yi Fu opened the box and took out some silver needles. All the needles were inserted into Mrs. Du's abdomen. She immediately stopped feeling pain, her expression relaxing significantly. Qiu Lan pulled Duna aside and said something to her. Duna watched Yi Fu's busy back, her face conflicted. Duna, Yi Fu is a good person. She keeps her professional and personal boundaries, and she always helps others without hesitation. Even if you were anxious just now, you shouldn't have spoken like that. Duna clasped her hands without replying. Duna, I have a camping tent at home that I can lend you. When your mother feels better, you can move to the rooftop. Duna suddenly looked up at Qiu Lan, her eyes filled with shock. Are you also trying to chase us away? Sister Chiolan, my mother and I are just weak girls. How can we live on the rooftop? There are still traces of burning bodies there. What if it rains heavily again? What will we do? Is it because I said those things to Dr. Xiao Yi earlier that you're angry and want to send us away? I can apologize to her. I'll kneel and apologize. Please don't make us leave. I beg you. Do not knelt down directly. Chiolan was startled and quickly helped her up. Don't do this. Fine, you and Yifu apologize, and I'll take you in for a little longer. Do Na smiled through tears. Thank you, Sister Chiolan. You're such a kind person. Dr. Xiao Yi is also a good person. Don't worry, I won't speak carelessly anymore. Chiolan patted her shoulder. When Duna lowered her head, her smile disappeared. A few minutes after the silver needle was removed, Mrs. Du experienced stomach cramps again. She was in so much pain that she sweat all over and her neck veins bulged. Once you feel the sensation of dropping, quickly push to expel everything from your stomach. Then I will go home. Yifu didn't want to stay here, smelling the bad odor. Chiolan returned to her room, took out 5 cans of food, and Yifu accepted them without hesitation. Dona approached Yifu first, bowed deeply, then sincerely apologized. Yifu looked at Chiolan with a meaningful expression but didn't argue with Dona. Let go of the desire to help and respect others' fates. Back home, Yifu took off her mask and gloves and washed her hands several times. The canned food was from the last time she took Chiolan to the food factory, braised pork. Yifu had eaten it twice. It was very tasty and could be served with rice or bread. She took out 2 buns, opened a can, and had breakfast this way. Mrs. Du spent the whole day expelling everything from her stomach. That evening, Chiolan and Dona came up to ask Yifu to go down and see Mrs. Du unexpectedly. They had kept the expelled items. Yifu resisted the urge to scold and first checked Mrs. Du after confirming she was fine. She gave her a few acupuncture needles. Dr. Xiao Yi, can we throw these things away? Yifu looked at Dona, the first time seriously examining the young girl in front of her. Chiolan said Dona was still a child, only 15 years old, just 4 years younger than Yifu. Was she still a child? Yifu saw nothing wrong on her face, but her intuition told her Dona was deliberately leaving those things here to disgust her. If you want to keep them as a memento, that's okay. After all, they might be your brother or sister. After speaking, Yifu took her silver needle box and left Chiolan's house. When she returned home, she didn't hesitate. She boiled water and washed herself from head to toe. Late at night, Yifu lay on her bed, wearing headphones and watching a downloaded movie on her tablet. It was a love story about childhood sweethearts who faced many hardships and misunderstandings. Eventually, they married, and when they were in their 70s or 80s, their spouses had passed away. They reunited, cleared up misunderstandings, and got back together. The story ended with 2 elderly people, both with gray hair, holding a wedding. They expressed their deep love and said the other was their true love. Everyone present was moved to tears. After finishing the movie, Yifu turned off the tablet with a blank expression, feeling even worse. When you are young, do you not speak openly? If there is a misunderstanding, do you not clarify it directly? If it is true love, why harm others? The ones harmed tend to die young, while the 2 shameless people live long lives. The plot is so stupid, it's almost sick. Yifu kept tossing and turning, unable to sleep, and instead got so angry she felt hungry. She took out a box of chopped chili fish head, a box of small lobsters, opened a bottle of cola, and restarted watching an animated show. After watching 1 episode and eating enough, Yifu felt happy again. The temperature kept rising. The water's decaying corpses were rotting faster. Even on the balcony, she could smell the strong, foul odor. Fewer people went outside, not only because supplies were hard to find but also because they were afraid of bandits outside. Yifu hadn't gone out for half a month. She placed solar panels on the balcony to charge the batteries. During her free time, she took out stored toad venom, mixed it into her prepared medicine just in case. The temperature rose to 15 degrees, and the air started to feel stifling. The next morning, Yifu's door was knocked. Chiolan stood outside holding an oval-shaped egg, offering it to Yi Fu like a treasure. Yi Fu, look at this. I found it in the hallway. It's also in the water. This one is for you. You can eat it. Duna accidentally broke one earlier, so she ate it raw to avoid waste. She said it tastes like chicken eggs, just a bit fishy. Yi Fu looked at her, took the egg, which had a very thin shell, and felt cool. Under the sunlight, she saw nothing inside. She shook it slightly and felt the egg liquid moving inside.
Is there a lot? Gulan not that.
There are many in the water. I haven't told anyone else yet. Yi Fu, let's go gather them quickly. Yi Fu's brow furrowed slightly. Something strange was happening. So many eggs appearing suddenly was not normal. You go first. I'll come later. Qiulan eagerly ran downstairs. Yi Fu closed the door and went back inside. She took out an egg from her space and placed it next to the oval egg, carefully observing. This was definitely not a chicken egg. It looked more like a crocodile egg, turtle egg, or snake egg. She went to the balcony and used binoculars to look at the water surface below. As Qiulan said, many white eggs floated on the water. They seemed to stay on the surface without sinking. An hour later, others in the building also discovered the eggs in the water. Everyone excitedly went downstairs to fish them out. Some had just picked up an egg when they accidentally broke it and ate it. Yi Fu cracked the egg and saw the thick yellow egg white inside. Her pupils shrank suddenly. She immediately ran to the balcony, but seeing the excited people in the community fishing in the water, she wanted to say something but held it back. This was a snake egg. Unlike chicken eggs, snake eggs don't have a clear yolk and white, they are just cloudy yellow. If it was a fertilized snake egg, you could see the embryo's pattern under the light. Yi Fu is very afraid of snakes. Just seeing pictures makes her get goosebumps, her hair stand on end, and she feels uncomfortable all over. The appearance of so many eggs in the community is like cockroaches. When you see one, there could already be thousands hiding in the corners. Yi Fu had a crazy idea. As the temperature rises and hibernating snakes come out, they are numerous and have left many eggs all over the city. She poured the snake eggs into the trash can, then took out a flashlight and carefully checked every corner of her home. If all the eggs hatched, the consequences would be terrible. Officer Song's family upstairs also went to collect snake eggs. Seeing them bring back 2 full buckets, Yi Fu's skin prickled, and her mind filled with images of countless snakes. Late at night, Yi Fu quietly went out and sprinkled some homemade snake-repelling powder in the corridor. In the damp, dark stairwell, countless snakes coiled together, flicking their tongues and hissing. The floating bodies in the water were rolled up by snake tails. The snake group surged forward, climbing onto the bodies and frantically biting and tearing. Under the murky floodwaters, a giant python coiled and rested. Feeling the temperature change, it opened its glowing red eyes. Yi Fu had a nightmare. She dreamed that many snakes entered her home, crawling into her bedding and wrapping around her ankles, knees, waist, neck, and head.
She couldn't resist.
One snake coiled around her neck, opening its foul-smelling mouth to reveal sharp teeth. Drool dripped down, and the thick liquid emitted a strong, unpleasant odor. The snake's head slowly approached, suddenly lunging toward her eyes.
Ah, Yi Fu gasped heavily.
She turned on the emergency light and cautiously looked around her bedroom. Seeing the door intact and undamaged, she collapsed onto the bed, feeling as if she had survived a disaster. The survivors who collected snake eggs were full of enthusiasm. Yi Fu took a quick glance and then pulled the curtains. The smell of fried eggs still lingered in the air. With food to fill her stomach, her neighbors upstairs and downstairs moved more cheerfully. The water level outside the 8th floor has dropped a bit, but Wu Wanfa's family, who moved to apartment 1201, still can't go back inside. The most diligent people in the building are him and Officer Song. They each carry a bucket of snake eggs upstairs. When they pass the 10th floor, Yi Fu calls out to Officer Song. These might be snake eggs. After you bring them back, it's best to cook them quickly. The temperature is rising, and if they are fertilized eggs, they will hatch soon. Officer Song's face changes. He had also wondered if these eggs could be snake eggs, but Wu Wanfa said snake eggs aren't this big. These eggs are probably from crocodiles or other animals. No wonder you didn't pick them up, Yifu smiles. Snake eggs aren't poisonous, but if they hatch into snakes, it will be very troublesome. Snakes are animals that remember grudges. Once the temperature reaches 20 degrees, I suggest everyone stay indoors and block all gaps in the house. Yifu's words, Officer Song believes completely. After thanking him sincerely, he immediately goes home and tells everyone about it. In the following days, Yifu notices fewer people are collecting eggs. Officer Song is not a selfish person. He shares what he knows. As the news spreads, everyone in the community begins to feel scared. Qiulan visited once and confirmed the information about the snake eggs with Yifu. However, drinking water is now very precious, so everyone can only cook the eggs thoroughly. By late June, the temperature reaches 25 degrees. Daylight lasts for 18 hours and the night shortens to 6 hours. Chueli hasn't appeared for half a month. Yifu finds it strange, but doesn't want to interfere. A few days later, strange sticky substances appear in the corridor. Late at night, Yifu hears something wriggling outside. She is completely awake, holding her breath and listening carefully to the sounds outside. After a long while, she confirms the sound is coming from outside the window. Yifu turns on her flashlight, pulls back the curtain, and draws her military knife. When she sees a snake lying on the glass, her mind goes blank for a moment, and her body stiffens. It's a red-spotted water snake, commonly called a water snake. It has mild venom and is edible. The snake is about 1 meter long, thick-bodied, with black spots on its surface and stripes along its back. Yifu stares at it. The snake bumps its head against the glass, making a bang-bang-bang sound. Its tail is hooked onto the iron bars outside the window. When its scales rub against the bars, it makes a faint noise. After staring at it for a few minutes, Yifu was the first to give up. She took out a bottle of medicated oil, placed it at the gap in the window, and gently fanned it twice. The special smell of the medicated oil drifted out through the gap. Outside the window, the water snake began to twist its body, its tail hitting the glass with a snap sound. It anxiously flicked its tongue, and the hissing noise was especially clear in the night. After 2 minutes, it left the windowsill. There are many things that can be used to drive away snakes, such as realgar, sulfur powder, snake-repelling powder, medicated oil, garlic, and so on. Although Yifu managed to scare it away, she still felt uneasy. She quickly took her flashlight and checked every corner of the house carefully, making sure nothing was missed. Only then did she relax. Water snakes are slightly toxic, but generally not very dangerous to humans. If a snake is highly venomous and aggressive, and it bites without antivenom, treatment is almost impossible. Venomous snakes include sea snakes, spitting cobras, banded krites, green pit vipers, cobras, and short-tailed pit vipers. These are the main venomous snakes in our country. However, with the climate changing drastically, it's not impossible for snake species to mutate. If it were other creatures, Yifu might go out and fight fiercely. But when it comes to snakes, she prefers to hide if she can. Later that night, several snakes climbed onto the balcony outside the glass. At first, Yifu actively used medicated oil to drive them away, but eventually, she gave up resisting. Since they couldn't come inside, she decided to let them rest outside. A ripple of floodwaters appeared. One by one, snakes swam out of the water and crawled into the building. When they smelled humans, their tails stood up, heads raised high, pupils constricted, and they flicked their crimson tongues. That night, Yifu only slept for 2 or 3 hours. When she opened the curtains again and saw the several snakes coiled outside the window, she felt completely indifferent. However, others in the building were not as lucky. Many balconies and windows were open, so some people felt the cold, slippery sensation while still asleep. When they opened their eyes, they saw a thick, slimy snake lying nearby, looking at them with its head upright. Some people were bitten in their sleep and never woke up again. Of course, there were brave people like Officer Song, who fearlessly tried to catch snakes and even eat their meat. After breakfast, Yifu was about to take a nap again when she heard loud noises coming from upstairs, downstairs, and outside the door. It seemed that overnight, the entire neighborhood, even Lawn City, had turned into a snake den. The water level outside seems to have dropped about 20 centimeters. Besides that, Yifu made a major discovery. The floating bodies in the water are gone. If they haven't sank to the bottom, the only possible explanation is that they ended up inside those snake stomachs. Downstairs, Lan and Duna each hold a kitchen knife, staring fearfully at the few snakes on the windowsill. Last night, Mrs. Du said the house was hot, so she opened the window without asking. This morning, Lan woke up to find 5 or 6 snakes inside, with 3 hanging on the window. Duna trembles badly, holding her knife and hiding behind Lan. Mrs. Du has already fainted from fright. Lan, what should we do? Why are there so many snakes? I'm so scared. I can't kill them, Duna says. Lan isn't feeling much better, but she can't back down. She wants to protect her home. She wildly swings her knife, trying to cut the attacking snakes in half. Warm blood splashes onto her face. She instinctively licks her lips, but the fishy smell makes her. After dealing with the snakes on the windowsill, Lan quickly closes the window. She checks the balcony for any gaps or holes, finding none. Then she returns to the living room and looks seriously at Duna. Duna, I told you yesterday not to open the windows or doors. Why didn't you listen? And when those snakes tried to attack, why did you push me to the front?
She asks.
Duna bites her lip and stays silent. Lan takes a deep breath, her face turning cold. When the snakes are gone, you can move out.
Gulan, I'm sorry.
I was just too scared earlier. I won't do that again. We really appreciate your help during this time. We will move out soon. Because of me, Dr. Xiaoyi seems to have distanced herself from you. I can tell she doesn't like me very much, but I don't understand why. We haven't had any conflicts. Sorry, I think I caused you a lot of trouble. It has nothing to do with Yifu.
She cares a lot about me.
I don't care what you're thinking. Don't speak badly about her in front of me. I don't like hearing that. When your mom wakes up, tell her. The tent is still available for you. These snakes can probably be eaten. I'll go clean up. You wipe the blood off the floor. Lan, you misunderstood me. I didn't mean anything bad, Duna says. Lan waves her hand. Enough of this. Just get to work. Duna watches Lan's back and keeps her lips pressed, saying nothing more. Meanwhile, Mrs. Du, who had fainted earlier, slowly regains consciousness. Nana, where is the snake? Is it all dead? Duna was so angry she almost exploded. She lowered her voice and said, Mom, can you stop always holding me back? I have to take care of you and find food now. And you, when you see a snake, you faint from fear. You want me to protect you. Do you know we are now in a difficult situation, living under someone else's roof? This is not our home. Mrs. Du listened to Duna's complaints for a long time without speaking. Once Duna had vented enough, Mrs. Du held her hand and said carefully, Then let's make this place our home. Duna looked at Mrs. Du in shock. Mrs. Du looked toward Lan, who was busy in the kitchen, and repeated her words. Make this place our home, and no one will be able to chase us out. After an elderly person on the 11th floor was taken away by a group of snakes, only bloodstains remained. Outside the door, there were muffled crying sounds. Yifu took some red bricks and cement from her space, planning to build a brick wall on the balcony. Although the glass was very thick, she still felt uneasy. Yifu spent the whole day watching several documentaries about snakes. After learning about the attack power of giant pythons, she could no longer rely on just glass for her safety. She saved the water used for washing up and used the cement mixture. Besides the balcony, the glass windows in the room also needed sealing, leaving only one. Yifu poured cement into an iron basin, added some fine sand, mixed in water, and stirred. It couldn't be too runny, or the bricks wouldn't stick tightly. Wearing an apron and gloves, Yifu started working. Because she was a beginner at wall building, the finished wall wasn't very neat and was a bit crooked, but Yifu was already satisfied. After a couple of days, once the cement dried, Her home would be a true fortress. While Yifu was busy building the wall at home, others upstairs were busy fighting snakes. After building the wall, the house grew dark, almost like a basement. Yifu had to put an emergency light in the living room and kept it on 24 hours a day. The next morning, she woke up and reached out in the dark, unable to see anything. She remembered she had sealed the balcony glass. In the bedroom, she placed a table lamp connected to a backup battery, and it lit up immediately. Yifu made herself some breakfast, turned on the radio, and inserted a tape. Cheerful music played, and she isolated herself from everything outside. She chose not to look, not to listen, and not to pay attention. Yifu understood that the snake swarm had become uncontrollable, and Lawn City was about to turn into a hellish place. Now, she could only wait for that terrible acid rain. When the rain fell, there might still be hope to eliminate the snakes. All day, Yifu spent her time reading, practicing acupuncture, jumping rope, strengthening her arms, and watching TV. In the afternoon, she took out a bowl, soaked some soybeans for about 7 or 8 hours in clean water, then placed them in a small bucket to sprout for about 3 or 4 days. Once sprouted, she could cook hot pot. The smell of cement had eased somewhat. Yifu laid down many moisture-proof mats in her bedroom. She took out her stored yarn and crochet hooks, planning to knit a sweater to pass the time. For Yifu, thinking was easier than doing. She followed the instructions in her book to crochet, failing countless times. Her fingers were pricked several times. Just when she was about to give up after the 100th try, she finally crocheted a border. She enjoyed the process, and time flew by quickly. On the 3rd day, Yifu looked at her finished piece, almost choking with anger at herself. Was this ragged piece of clothing really the result of 3 days of her work? The edges were uneven, and even the symmetry was off. One sleeve was long, the other short. One was wide, the other narrow. Only mutated creatures might wear such a thing. Thinking about the more than 10 boxes of yarn stored in her space, Yifu regretted her effort. She wished she had just bought a few bags of rice instead, because what really belonged to her was what she ate. The bean sprouts had already sprouted. She had soaked 2 handfuls of soybeans in a large bucket of water. She had planned to cook hot pot, but looking at the tightly sealed room, Yifu realized it would be hard for the smell to escape. It seemed she could only cook plain water bean sprouts. She decided to do it immediately. She took out a lettuce, planning to make blanched lettuce. With the temperature rising recently, she thought eating more vegetables might help reduce her heat. She spread a rug on the living room floor, set up a low table, took out a frozen Sprite, arranged the projector, and started watching an art film. It felt like she had returned to before the end of the world. She always felt like her room was Truman's world. Maybe one day, if she opened that door, she could return to the normal world. Sometimes, Yifu talked to herself. Living alone, if she didn't speak or communicate with others for a long time, her vocal cords might lose function and she could go deaf. Her brain might also become dull.
Yifu didn't want to become like that.
She took out a notebook and pen, recording her daily life. The old house has poor soundproofing, and Yifu can still hear noises outside. Many times, someone outside is calling for help or frantically knocking and banging on the door. Because she hasn't responded, the neighbors think she might be dead. Someone even tried to break in with an axe. However, the sturdy security door Yifu bought prevented any damage, wasting their effort. In mid-July, Yifu took out a thermometer and saw the temperature had risen to 35 degrees Celsius. The walls were starting to feel hot. Outside the window, the sound of a snake crawling clearly reached her ears. Yifu took out some wires and switched off the power. She then moved the air conditioner into the living room, placing the outdoor unit on the balcony. But she didn't need the air conditioner right now. 2 fans were running together, consuming much less electricity than the air conditioner. There was plenty of gasoline and diesel in the space, but Yifu didn't want to waste it freely. The fans kept running all night. When she woke up the next day, her face was dry and tight, with cracked lips. She quickly applied lip balm and moisturizer, smearing them on her face as if they were free. Looking at her disheveled self in the mirror, Yifu touched her face, feeling disgusted and not wanting to look anymore. "Really eyesore," she muttered. Since she was alone at home, Yifu didn't hold back. She changed into a cool tank top, feeling much more comfortable. After being cooped up for so long, she couldn't resist opening the curtains. Through the only unsealed window with red bricks, she saw a 2-meter-long blue-ringed sea snake coiled outside. Their eyes met. After 3 seconds, Yifu pretended to stay calm and pulled the curtain closed. She took a deep breath, almost collapsing to the ground. If she wasn't mistaken, the black and white blue-ringed sea snake outside the window was about as thick as her thigh. Its purple-black tongue seemed to be confirming her position. Just as she was about to drink some cold water to calm down, she suddenly heard a series of knocking sounds outside the window. Yifu swallowed hard and carefully moved closer. She lifted a corner of the curtain and saw the sea snake's raised head and tense tongue, ready to strike. She resisted the urge to kneel and took out 2 bottles of insect repellent from her space. She placed them in the gap of the window, but the gap was too tight, and the smell seemed unable to escape. Her actions appeared like a joke to the snake. Although snakes don't see well, Yifu felt those dangerous eyes were fixed on her. The sea snake thumped the glass with its tail, its vertical pupils slightly dilated. Yifu felt her hair stand on end. She lowered the curtain quickly and rushed back to the living room as fast as she could. At this moment, Yifu truly hopes that Fa will descend from the sky and capture all these snakes. If that's not possible, Su Xian could do it instead. Because of the green sea snake outside the window, which is glaring fiercely, Yifu has completely lost her appetite. That night, she secretly sneaks to the window, pulls aside the curtain, but doesn't see the sea snake. A hint of joy flashes in her eyes. Finally gone. It wasn't easy. That night, Yifu has another nightmare. In her dream, the green sea snake returns, bringing many more snakes with it. They lie outside the window, flicking their tongues and watching her. She is terrified and cries loudly, kneeling and begging for mercy. Suddenly, the sea snake begins to speak. "Human, using disgusting things to scare me. I will eat you." Yifu rolls off her foldable bed and collapses on the ground, staying there for a long time without regaining her senses. Until she hears the tail slapping outside the window again, she can't hold back and, after a dry heave, vomits a stomachful of sour water. The fear of snakes isn't really because they are poisonous or strong, but because they are so disgusting. Yifu tells herself that unless she plans to hide in this house forever, she must overcome her fear of snakes. To survive, she can't have any weaknesses. As Yifu told Officer Song before, snakes are very vengeful creatures. They not only like to claim territory, but also tend to stay in fixed areas. Most snakes are social, like king cobras, but snakes also eat their own kind. Large snakes prey on smaller ones. So, when Yifu opens the curtain again and sees the same green sea snake perched outside with its head raised, her feelings change drastically. She is no longer afraid, but strangely feels a desire to conquer or hunt it. Snakes are cold-blooded animals. Their blood changes with temperature. According to books, snake blood is bitter and astringent. There's a folk saying that snake blood is very nourishing and can strengthen the kidneys and boost vitality. While Yifu is planning how to kill the snake quickly, the snake is also cautiously watching her. At this moment, a person and a snake are separated by glass, each observing the other directly. Yifu wants to protect her home, which is her only safe zone. She must drive away the invaders. If the snake wants to claim this territory, it must eliminate the original inhabitants. This is a battle to defend the home. Under its watchful eye, Yifu took out a piece of fresh meat from the space. She applied her homemade poison to both her dagger and crossbow arrows. She placed the meat on the windowsill and carefully opened the window about 5 centimeters wide. To lure the snake, she needed to act quickly, precisely, and decisively. Yifu held her breath, slightly pressed her knees down, and focused intently. Outside, the hot air and foul smell mixed together and entered her nostrils. She ignored all distractions and watched carefully as the green-ringed sea snake slowly crawled closer. Perhaps the snake also sensed danger, so it didn't rush, but instead seemed to compete with Yifu to see who was more patient. How could Yifu lose to it? Today, she would show the snake what a top hunter looks like. A sudden attack is typical of a snake hunting. It only takes a second. When it strikes, she will cut off its head, and she will win. At this moment, she only needed to wait for the perfect time. Yifu slightly adjusted her stance because she suddenly had an idea. If the snake's blood splattered on her face, warm and smelly, and if she accidentally licked her lips, she might not want to eat for a month afterward. Details determine success or failure. This is a basic quality a hunter must have. Clearly, Yifu's patience was better than the snake's because the meat was right on the windowsill. The temptation was as strong as a rare delicacy, and the snake couldn't hold back. Yifu raised an eyebrow slightly, but didn't show off or relax her guard. Her life was at stake, hanging on the tip of her knife. Even a tiny delay, no, she didn't need a whole second, just a fraction of a second, and she could be dead. At this moment, Yifu saw the green-ringed sea snake as a tool to train her speed, though she didn't realize how crazy she was being. SSS. As the snake opened its mouth to bite the meat, it coiled its body, and its scales shimmered in the sunlight. Yifu's knife swiftly fell. In just 1 second, the snake's head separated from its body. Blood splattered onto the windowsill, the curtains, and as Yifu predicted, the snake still chose to attack suddenly. When her knife fell, she let out a heavy breath. She had won. Half of the snake's body hung on the windowsill, trembling, while its head rolled into the dirty, hot flood outside. Yifu even heard the sound of water splashing. She closed the window and carried the snake's body into the kitchen. She threw it into a stainless steel basin and looked down at it with the victorious attitude of a champion. This kind of fear can actually be overcome and eliminated. The moment I killed it, the snake looked no different in Yifu's eyes than the previous poisonous moths and toads. She returned to the windowsill, wiped off all the snake blood, and replaced the curtains with new ones. To cover the smell of the blood, Yifu lit some mugwort incense and dabbed a drop of essential oil. Dealing with a snake is not easy. First, you have to skin it, then cut open the belly and remove all the internal organs. The snake's organs include the gallbladder, heart, lungs, liver, and intestines. She kept the gallbladder and threw the rest into the trash. For Yifu, eating snake meat was the biggest challenge. She left a plate stir-fried and braised, and stored the rest in the space. The green-ringed sea snake was 2 meters long and quite heavy, but snake meat can carry bacteria and parasites, so it should only be eaten occasionally.
Yifu took a bite.
The taste was actually pretty good, delicate meat, not dry or bitter. At night, Yifu washed her hands with white wine until her hands turned red, and then she stopped. Every day after that, she eliminated any snake that challenged her authority, whether big or small, poisonous or not, leaving no survivors. One day, Yifu boldly stuck her head out the window. When she saw the floodwaters reaching the 7th floor, she was about to feel happy, but was immediately frightened into silence by the dense snakes in the water. On the wall, in the water, on the wooden boards in the water, on abandoned boats, on skeletons of unknown creatures, on the balcony and railings of the opposite building. There wasn't a single empty space. Yifu quickly closed the window. She felt it wasn't safe even then. She gasped for breath, pressing her hands against the thick bulletproof glass. It seemed that if she let go, the snakes outside would swarm in and attack the house. She drank a glass of ice water, and only then did the terrifying images in her mind begin to fade a little. Suddenly, she heard hurried footsteps upstairs. Her eyes flashed. Someone was still alive in the building. A long time ago, Yifu read a post titled, "If the world were to be reset and purified, could humans still return to the position of dominance?" The comments below the post were varied, but the most memorable one, with the most likes, was this: if the world were to be reset, humans would first face a crisis of survival of the fittest. The advantages, intelligence, strength, and wealth, none can be missing. The disadvantages, disabilities, old age, weakness, recklessness, impulsiveness, arrogance. Having any of these would lead to quick elimination. Rebirth of sorts means humans still have to fight nature and compete with other creatures. Humanity's greatest strength is resilience, not power. Unless a miracle happens, humans might become like extinct dinosaurs. Under the pressure of natural disasters and attacks from other species, do humans still have a place to stand? Or, how much longer can humans hold on? In the living room, the fan and humidifier work together. Amid the humming sound, Yifu lies on a folding bed, exhausted and falling into deep sleep. A lazy giant snake swims in the water, its bright red tongue flicking out. It quickly coils around a small snake and eats it. The weak not only lack the ability to resist but also cannot escape being killed by others of their kind. In hot weather, it's best to eat cool foods. Yifu takes out a bag of pea starch, a bag of mung beans, and a bag of koik seeds. She plans to make cold jelly and mung bean soup. First, she prepares 2 small bowls, each with an appropriate amount of starch and water, mixed in a 1-to-1 ratio to make starch water. Then, she fills 5 cups with clean water, heats them in a pot. When the water is about to boil, she slowly pours in the prepared starch water while stirring evenly until it becomes transparent and thick. She then pours it into a basin to cool. It takes about 4 or 5 hours to cool completely, and once cooled, the jelly takes shape. Yifu begins preparing the toppings. She slices some cucumber, cuts green onions and cilantro, then cuts the jelly into strips. She adds chili oil and a cold dressing, then tops it with the prepared ingredients and cucumber strips. Making mung bean soup is simpler. She rinses the mung beans, steams them for half an hour until soft. Then she washes the koik seeds and jujubes, places them in small bowls, and steams them together with the mung beans. She cuts small pieces of green plum, kumquat, and citron, boils them in a pot, then pours them into bowls. After removing the steamed mung beans, koik seeds, and jujubes, she adds sugar osmanthus. The mung bean soup is ready. Mung bean soup can clear heat and detoxify, boost appetite, and is especially good to eat in hot weather. Yifu hasn't eaten rice for 2 days. The heat has made her lose her appetite. The air conditioner is set to 17 degrees Celsius, blowing cool air. She eats cold jelly and drinks mung bean soup, almost forgetting about the lurking snake group outside. Most of the time, Yifu spends her days watching movies and TV shows or exercising. Before going to bed at night, she records all the small events of the day in her diary. Then she randomly opens a book to a page, reads it, and goes to sleep. She doesn't know how long she will stay hidden here, but Yifu believes that one day she will leave. The outside world is also full of dangers, so she must stay alert and keep her mind clear and maintain a healthy, quick body. Of course, surviving in this harsh world also means enduring loneliness. Yifu is never afraid of being alone. She just dislikes the snakes that trap her outside and the unpredictable, ever-changing crises. Late at night, she often wonders if there are still people outside. She hasn't heard any sounds from upstairs or downstairs for several days. She wonders if Officer Song's family, the Chin family next door, or Chiolan and Duna, the mother and daughter downstairs, are still alive. Sometimes, Yifu imagines herself as another Robinson Crusoe. Crusoe survived on a deserted island for 28 years. As long as she has food and water, Yifu believes she wouldn't lose to him. Occasionally, she opens the curtains to enjoy some sunlight, but most of the time, various snakes are coiled outside the window. The plants in the flower pots have grown a lot. On the windowsill, Yifu sets up a table and places the flower pots on it so the plants can absorb sunlight. Through long practice, Yifu has developed a beautiful 6-pack of abs. Fortunately, she still has some flesh in the right places and hasn't become a perfect Barbie doll. After trimming her hair, she stands in front of the mirror, admiring herself for a long time. Seeing that she still looks healthy, she snaps her fingers in satisfaction. The more hardships and adversity she faces, the more she affirms her own worth. Those who have died once truly understand how precious life is. Every morning, the first thing Yifu does is encourage herself. After using the air conditioner, the generator consumes oil faster. Although there is plenty of engine oil and diesel in the space, Yifu still feels a bit sad. She regrets not stockpiling saltpeter, which could have been used to make ice and cool down. Running the air conditioner for an hour uses half a liter of engine oil. Yifu turned on the air conditioners for a few days, but finally chose to use fans instead. She rewired her room with electrical wires, installed light bulbs, and no longer needs emergency lamps for lighting. I washed a plate of fruit, and the table was full of snacks. Yifu turned on the projector, put on headphones, and started watching TV while eating to relax and pass the time. Before the apocalypse, she never watched family dramas, but now they have become her mental nourishment. She enjoys stories about family disputes, mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationships, powerful CEOs, and Cinderella-like love stories filled with love and hate. Surprisingly, Yifu finds herself watching with great interest. When the temperature exceeds 30 degrees Celsius, Yifu must apply a hydrating face mask every day, or her face can't handle the heat. Without a thick layer of moisturizer, her skin quickly becomes tight and flaky. The same goes for her body, especially her calves, which peel badly. The most dangerous time is during her period. Snakes have a very keen sense of smell. Even though Yifu uses medicated oil to mask her scent, many snakes still gather outside her window. After the heat, she feels her body's metabolism become very intense. She needs to change her pads almost every hour. Her period lasts about 7 days, with heavy bleeding, leaving her bedridden for the entire week. Any movement causes bleeding to flow heavily. Finally, after enduring 7 days, Yifu's face is pale and bloodless, her lips are white, and she feels weak and dizzy when walking. She has lost 5 jin, about 2.5 kilograms. After a week of rest and nourishment, she finally feels like she has come back to life. One day, Yifu pulls back the curtains to check outside. After the snakes outside her window leave, she quickly opens the window and looks out. The water level has dropped to the 6th floor, and many cracks appear on the outer wall of the opposite building. This discovery makes Yifu very nervous. The snakes in the water seem to have increased again. They are tangled together, making a hissing sound similar to scratching sandpaper with fingernails, which sounds like a scrape noise. Listening to it for a few seconds makes her feel uncomfortable. There are still many snakes on the wall. In the heat, their reactions become faster. At 35 degrees Celsius, it is the most comfortable temperature for them. Just as Yifu closes the window, 2 brown cobras attack her simultaneously. They rush toward her head and neck. In a split second, Yifu quickly closes the window. One cobra's head gets caught on the window frame. As it sprays venom, Yifu rolls 2 meters to the side and narrowly avoids being bitten. Without time to breathe, she immediately pulls out her military knife and cuts off the snake's head that was caught on the windowsill. Fortunately, the snake was a juvenile. Otherwise, Yifu wouldn't have been able to defeat it with speed and strength. She erased all traces and slumped in her chair. She thought about the wall of the building opposite. She scratched her head, feeling a strong sense of unease and irritation. The only good news was that the water level kept falling. Once the flood outside was gone and the temperature rose above 40 degrees, the snake threat would return. For Yifu, knitting sweaters was not only making her braver, but also gradually becoming something she enjoyed. Yifu is a bit stubborn. She either gives up completely or does her best without quitting halfway. This time, she planned to knit a scarf because it was much simpler than a sweater. After her first failure, her second attempt felt easier and more natural. She carefully wound the red yarn into a ball, planning to add some tassels. She tends to focus fully on her tasks. Once she finds the right technique, she forgets everything else. From morning to night, she finished a nearly perfect scarf and stored it away happily. Before going to bed, Yifu set a small goal for herself: to learn how to knit socks tomorrow. In the middle of the night, she heard a child's crying. She opened her eyes, stared blankly for a moment, then turned on the bedside lamp. She grabbed her binoculars and flashlight and went to the window. The crying came from the nearby building. Sometimes loud, Sometimes soft, it sounded like a girl's voice. She looked outside with her binoculars. Outside the window, a black snake hung on the railing. The metal bar had been climbed on and was being watched by the snake, which had broken several of her snake's threads. Only two remained, tightly wrapped around the snake's tail. Ignoring the black snake, Yifu listened carefully to the crying to confirm where it was coming from. Suddenly, a strong wind howled past, almost knocking the snake off the railing. Yifu didn't believe in ghosts or spirits, but at that moment, she felt a shiver of fear. She thought about it, just this building, how many people were still alive? Maybe only she was left. The roof had burned bodies, and there were more than 10 corpses on the 6th floor. Upstairs and downstairs, Yifu lost count of how many had died. Familiar and unfamiliar faces, friendly and annoying ones, all had died in this building. She couldn't see anything through the binoculars. The crying was intermittent. She had a bad feeling. She knew very well that humans without laws or civilization were no different from other creatures, perhaps even more terrifying and cruel. Just like a big snake eating a smaller one, humans are similar. In hidden corners, people may already be fighting and harming each other, with women and children at the bottom of the food chain. They are often called two-legged sheep. The crying sounds are especially sharp and desperate in the silent night. Yifu looks at the dark sky, feeling as if a heavy black veil has fallen over her heart. Gradually, the crying stops, and the wind outside also quiets down. Yifu returns to bed, lying there absent-mindedly, staring at the bedside lamp. The next day, Yifu goes about her usual routine, learning to knit socks, reading books, writing a diary, exercising, and occasionally practicing with a Rubik's Cube to keep her mind sharp. Her life is dull and repetitive, day after day. Outside, the temperature has risen to 40 degrees. The water level has dropped to the 4th floor, revealing more skeletons and vehicles swept downstream by floods, including kayaks and rescue boats. Although snakes are heat-resistant animals, 40 degrees is already their critical limit. In the following days, Yifu observes the situation outside. On the 5th day, when the temperature reaches 42 degrees, many snakes begin to die. After the snakes on the upper floors die, they fall and hit the railing outside the window. The remaining 2 rails can no longer bear the weight and break completely. Snake carcasses rot very quickly, normally in 3 to 5 hours and even faster in the heat. Outside the window, the smell is terrible, like being in a cesspool. Inside, Yifu wears a mask to avoid inhaling the foul air. She scratches her palm, and a small blister bursts. The broken skin itches and hurts. She scratches again, causing her palm skin to wrinkle and peel. Frowning, Yifu tears off the peeling skin, but more keeps coming off, making her entire palm look terrible. She glances outside the window, trying to hold back her nausea as she slowly walks over. On the railing of the building opposite, she sees shed snake skins hanging. Looking at her own palm, she suddenly feels a shiver down her spine. She quickly finds some ointment from her space and squeezes out a large amount to cover her palm and back of her hand. She comforts herself, thinking that peeling skin is a normal allergic reaction or perhaps a fungal infection causing hand eczema. It's nothing serious. Medicine will fix it. But as she looks at the snake skins fluttering outside in the wind, cold sweat breaks out on her back. Yifu first realized how painful it was to feel itchy. She wanted to scratch the broken skin on her hand, and scratching would make her feel much better. But common sense told her not to scratch, as it could make things worse. Yifu couldn't take it anymore. She even thought about cutting off her whole hand. The itch in her palm spread through every nerve in her body. She gritted her teeth and wrapped her right hand. She applied ointment to her itchy palm. A burning pain spread through her hand. To prevent infection, Yifu used disinfectant and sprayed every corner of her house. After using 3 tubes of ointment and enduring 5 days, Yifu's right hand finally healed. Besides some redness and swelling, there were no more cuts or itching. Outside, the temperature had risen to 45 degrees. She poured water on the glass, and with a hissing sound, the water immediately evaporated. She put on a sun protective suit, a mask, and protective glasses. She opened the window, and a wave of heat hit her face. The strong impact made her feel dizzy. Most of the snakes had already died. Occasionally, a few large snakes still moved among the corpses. They tried to climb the walls, but as soon as they touched the hot surface, they fell down. The foul smell of decay seeped through her mask into her nose, making her feel suffocated. Yifu took out 2 masks to reinforce her face. Once she couldn't smell anything anymore, she took out a telescope and began observing the neighborhood. It was completely silent, no sounds at all. Suddenly, she heard a hissing sound coming from the flood below. Yifu looked down and shrank back in fear. A huge black python emerged from the snake carcasses. Its wide, flat head lifted high. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed several dead snakes in the water. Yifu didn't know how long its body was, but judging by its thick, basin-sized body, it was probably at least 7 or 8 meters long. She quickly closed the window and took out a bow and arrow from her space. She coated the arrow with poison, aimed at its frantic heartbeat, and slowly exhaled while leaning against the wall with her eyes closed. The giant python was large but harmless, without venom. Still, humans were no match for it. Yifu's hand holding the bow and arrow tightened until her fingers turned white. She suddenly remembered the people on the 11th floor praying to God for mercy and divine protection. If possible, she now wanted to kneel and beg the python to leave. In front of such overwhelming power, Yifu felt a deep sense of frustration and helplessness. The high temperature made the giant python very uncomfortable. It restless, swung its tail, hitting the snake carcasses in the flood and causing them to splash. Yifu held her breath and watched it closely. When she saw it open its mouth and spit out a black tongue, she guessed that it was suffering from heat stroke. As the temperature rose, the floodwater warmed up. The python finally broke free from the water, trying to find a new place to rest. However, the scorching wall surface made it very hard to move. Watching it swim and occasionally slap the water with its tail, Yifu thought of a plan. She still had some poison left from before. She took out 2 fresh chickens and coated their surfaces and insides with deadly poison. Later, she planned to use the smell of chicken meat to attract the python. When it opened its mouth, she would throw the chicken inside. This method was risky, but Yifu was 70% confident it would work. She could also heat a gas cylinder with a flame and throw it into the python's mouth to make it explode, but the power of the gas explosion was unpredictable. If it damaged the building, the consequences would be terrible. The giant python was still causing destruction. Its tail swept across a building on the opposite side, destroying the railing and glass on the 5th floor. The halo around the sun had become so bright it was hard to look at directly. Yifu put on gloves, moved the bow and arrow to her right side, and pushed the glass open 20 centimeters. She picked up a chicken, shook it twice, and the smell of blood spread out. The python immediately became alert. Perhaps at this moment, the chicken was just bait, and Yifu was the real target in danger. She blew her whistle loudly. The sharp sound made the python tilt its head slightly, confirming Yifu's position. When it crawled over, Yifu could see its rough scales and half-shed skin. She quickly threw the chicken meat toward its head. The python immediately opened its mouth. At that moment, she threw the second chicken. It moved very fast and ate violently. Yifu even saw its 4 rows of snake teeth inside its mouth. Calmly, she took out a lighter and a piece of alcohol. She lit the alcohol and threw it again. Her first shot was not precise, hitting only its head, and the alcohol fell into the water, igniting immediately. The bright flames angered the python. After swallowing the 2 poisoned chickens, it wildly swung its tail. Yifu did not pause. She threw another lit alcohol block at the giant snake. Just as the snake opened its mouth, the alcohol block fell inside. Yifu smiled slightly and picked up a crossbow nearby. This time, she aimed at the snake's vital spot. The vital spot is at the connection between the snake's neck and body, where its heart is located. As soon as she shot, the poison and alcohol would work together. In less than 10 minutes, it would surely die. The giant snake was still wildly swinging its tail. The burning alcohol block entered its body. Although it wouldn't explode, it would keep burning. The snake was suffering from internal pain. Yifu seized the opportunity and shot another arrow. Today, Yifu's luck was not very good. Her first shot missed again. The arrow just scraped the snake's scales, leaving only a scratch. Don't rush, stay calm. Her palms were already sweaty, and the intense heat made her dizzy. Yifu clenched her teeth and shot a second arrow. Good, this arrow hit the vital spot firmly. The giant snake let out a terrifying scream. It was angry and opened its mouth wide. It swung its tail with all its strength. Finally, in pain and twisting, it collapsed heavily. It fell into the water and snake carcasses, splashing countless small snakes and water droplets. Yifu's hand holding the crossbow trembled slightly. She stood at the windowsill, quietly watching the giant snake sink into the water. She was worried that other giant snakes might appear behind. The red brick wall she planned to dismantle could only be kept for now. After 3 hours, the snake's skin showed large areas of decay. Yifu kept observing outside with her binoculars. When the smell of decay spread, red-headed flies appeared above the snake's corpse. The next day, almost all the snakes in the water had died. The water level dropped to the 3rd floor, revealing mud and sand underneath. The water areas formed patches of marshland. The marsh was full of snake carcasses, including the giant snake, surrounded by red-headed flies. After 2 months, Yifu finally opened her door for the first time. She was wearing protective gear and holding an iron shovel. Seeing the pile of snake carcasses in the corridor made her stomach churn, almost suffocating her with the strong, rotten smell. Yifu decided to start right away. She began cleaning the snake carcasses outside from the entrance of her home. Among the snake remains, there were also 2 human skeletons. Yifu shoveled them up together, opened the protective window in the corridor, and threw them outside. It took her 3 hours to clean the 10th floor. She quickly went home, drank a bottle of glucose to restore her energy, and rested for half an hour before her strength returned. When she opened the door to the Chin family's house next door and saw the many snake carcasses inside, Yifu stepped back. She spent the whole day cleaning from the 10th to the 12th floor, checking every household. No one was alive. When she reached Officer Song's door, she had no hope left. She pushed the door, but it didn't open, seeming to be locked inside. Just as she was about to turn away, she heard a faint sound from inside. Surprised, Yifu knocked loudly on the door. "Brother Song, sister-in-law? Is anyone there?" No answer came, as if the noise was just her imagination. Yifu took a step back, then kicked the door 5 times. It finally opened. A strong bad smell hit her face. She quickly held her breath and stepped back several paces. The room was very dirty and messy. Luckily, she didn't see any snake carcasses. The balcony window was intact. Yifu checked each room carefully. When she saw 3 badly decayed bodies in one bedroom, she gently closed the door. In the end, Yifu found Wenwen and Officer Song barely alive in the bathroom. Officer Song was on the floor, holding a fruit knife. His thin, bony arm was covered with many cuts. Yifu was shocked beyond words when she saw this. She checked Wen's body. She was weak, but otherwise fine. Officer Song's condition was terrible. Luckily, he was still alive, but severely dehydrated, and his wounds were rotting. Yifu carried Wenwen to the living room, then dragged Officer Song out. She gave both of them half a bottle of glucose. Wenwen woke up. Wenwen looked at Yifu blankly, without crying or making a fuss. Yifu gave her some more glucose. When she saw the many empty drink bottles piled up in the living room, she guessed that they had been surviving by drinking beverages they fished out of water during this time. Later, when there was no food left, Officer Song used his own blood to feed Wenwen. Officer Song's condition was very bad. She gave him a few injections and some medicine, but he still showed no signs of waking up. Throughout this process, Wenwen sat quietly beside them. Yifu looked at her small body and swollen face, then gently rubbed her thin, yellow hair. The next day, Yifu continued cleaning the snake corpses on the 9th floor. The door of room 902 was wide open, and the corridor and inside were full of snake remains. Yifu already had an idea. She quickened her pace to clear the 9th floor. When she entered 902 and saw a skeleton in the bedroom, she closed her eyes. As for the bones of Duna and Mrs. Du, Yifu found them in the kitchen. On the stove, the range hood, and the refrigerator, snake bodies were hanging everywhere. Just as Yifu was about to leave, she heard a hissing sound from a corner shelf. She raised her shovel and slowly approached the source of the sound. When she saw a small snake struggling to hatch from an egg, Yifu let out a breath of relief, but didn't soften her stance. She swung her shovel, and the small snake, still partly inside the egg, was instantly cut into two. It seemed the snakes weren't completely dead. To be safe, Yifu decided to check carefully, leaving no corner unchecked. It took her the whole day to clean the 9th and 8th floors. Before finishing, Yifu went to the 12th floor to check on Officer Song. He still hadn't woken up. Yifu fed Wenwen and then checked the house thoroughly again. Finding no more snakes, she left the Song family's home. Back home, Yifu took a cold shower. After a busy day, she was starving. For dinner, she cut open a watermelon and ate half with a spoon. Feeling full and satisfied, she lay down on the bed. She was so exhausted she didn't want to move. Just as she closed her eyes, she fell asleep. The next day, Yifu woke up around 9 o'clock. She had breakfast, put on protective gear and water shoes, and first checked on Wenwen and Officer Song on the 12th floor. Wenwen was already awake, holding a dirty rabbit toy and sitting still on the floor. Officer Song's condition had improved somewhat. Yifu fed Wenwen and found a clean set of clothes for her to change into. During the change, Yifu noticed Wenwen had soiled her pants. She took a few seconds to steel herself and, gritting her teeth, helped her clean up. Taking care of a child is really hard. Yifu dedicated herself to saving Officer Song. Besides his past help, she had another reason. She hoped Wenwen still had family, even if only one remained. Back on the 7th floor, Yifu used her shovel to clear the snake corpses. As for the bones of the dead, she left them untouched. Cleaning a building is not easy, especially in hot weather, and you have to prevent heatstroke. Yifu could only clean 1 or 2 floors a day. It took 5 days to clean most of the building. The lower 2 floors were buried in sand and dirt. He cleared the exit and made a simple door, then returned to his home on the 10th floor. On the 6th day, Officer Song woke up. Although still weak, his mind was much clearer. Yifu had only 1 can of food left, half a bottle of water, and had given all his glucose to Officer Song. When Officer Song saw Wenwen safe and unharmed, he was so happy he hugged her tightly. He knew Yifu had saved him. Struggling to stand, he wanted to kneel and thank Yifu, but Yifu quickly stopped him. Your body is still weak. It's best to lie down and rest. Little Yi, thank you for saving me and Wenwen, and for bringing us food. It's not easy for you alone. I will never forget this kindness, said Song Chun. If Wenwen hadn't made a noise, I might not have come to check, Yifu replied. Officer Song's eyes were red. It's my fault. I let Wenwen suffer. What about my parents and my wife's bodies? They're still in that bedroom, Yifu said. Officer Song immediately staggered to his feet, opened the bedroom door, and saw his parents' and wife's bodies. He collapsed to his knees and cried uncontrollably. Yifu didn't know what they had been through, and she didn't want to know. After leaving the Song family's place, she stood in the corridor. Every person and face in this building flashed through her mind like scenes in a movie. The snake corpses outside had all rotted, covered in red-headed flies buzzing and flapping their wings, their humming filling Yifu's ears. She dismantled the red brick wall on the balcony, collecting the bricks inside the space. The cement blocks were thrown outside the window. The solar panels and air conditioning units were rearranged on the balcony. The temperature kept rising. When it reached 46 degrees Celsius, Yifu felt the ground was almost smoking. The fan was no longer effective, so she had to turn on the generator and air conditioning. Officer Song's health was almost recovered, so, He went out to find food. The water downstairs had dried up, and the mud was cracked from the heat. He went to the neighboring buildings and managed to bring back some supplies. To thank Yi Fu, he shared half of what he found with her. "There are survivors in the next building," he said. Yi Fu looked at Officer Song but didn't reply. "But I didn't get close. I heard some not-so-good sounds. Yi Fu, we need to be more careful. It's best if you don't go out." Yi Fu nodded, already guessing what might be happening. The two of them went back to their own homes. Yi Fu went to the balcony, took out her binoculars, and started watching the nearby buildings. Sure enough, on the 11th floor of Building E, she saw a man on the balcony. He was holding a cigarette and seemed to be doing quite well. That night, a scream came from downstairs. Yi Fu quickly got out of bed and went to the balcony. She saw a snake suddenly appear and bite a man. They were trying to kill the snake downstairs, and the man who was bitten probably died. Yi Fu left her home with a bow and arrow. In the corridor, she met Officer Song. They both went downstairs quietly. There were 5 people that night, including the man who was bitten and died. After they killed the snake, they quietly arrived at Building D. Just as they were about to push open the safety door, an arrow shot out and hit the leading man's chest. Yi Fu raised her eyebrows happily. Her aim was getting better. "Who's there? Come out." After the man fell, the 3 others behind him looked around in fear. The night was dark, but they were in the light. Yi Fu and Officer Song were in the shadows. The outcome was already decided. Yi Fu shot 3 more arrows in a row. The last one missed a little and hit the man's stomach. Yi Fu and Officer Song pushed open the door. She pulled her arrow back and looked at the only survivor, then kicked him hard. "From this distance, I could smell your animal scent." The man hunched over and wailed. Officer Song stepped forward, dragged him back to Building D. They didn't care about the other bodies. "Let me go, please. I didn't do anything. I was forced." Yi Fu slapped him. His face twisted from the hit, and a few teeth fell out of his mouth. Officer Song looked at Yi Fu with admiration. "Being forced to eat people too? Tell me, how many people are in your gang? How many witnesses have you taken?" I'll tell you. There are only 8 of us. The people we caught include 3 women and 2 children. They're all locked in room 1102 of Building E. I've told you everything. Can you let me go?" A short knife sliced across his neck, and the man immediately collapsed. Officer Song wiped the blood off his knife, dragged the man outside, and threw him into a muddy swamp. "Any thoughts, Brother Song?" Yi Fu looked at him. "Remove the weeds by the roots and eliminate evil completely." Yi Fu looked toward Building E and nodded. "Exactly what I want." The 2 of them arrived at Building E and found that the snake corpses there had not been cleared. They struggled to climb to the 11th floor. Yi Fu looked at the door number 1102 and knocked. They heard angry curses and muffled crying and begging inside. The 2 exchanged a glance. Yi Fu made a gesture as if cutting across his neck, and Officer Song nodded. As soon as the door opened, Yi Fu shot an arrow from the crossbow. It pierced the man's throat, and the short, chubby middle-aged man fell straight down. Blood gushed from his throat, and he made a choking sound. His eyes widened as he died. Yi Fu pulled out the arrow, and Officer Song stepped forward. They entered the room together. The man lying on the sofa was shirtless. When he heard the noise and tried to get up, Officer Song quickly strangled him. Yi Fu looked around the room. 2 women were in the living room, still dressed in revealing clothes. They looked numb, injured all over, with a dog cage nearby containing 2 children whose ages and genders could not be seen. When they saw the crossbow in Yi Fu's hand, they shrank back in fear. In the bedroom, there were sounds of a man's lewd laughter and a woman's faint crying. Officer Song strode over and kicked open the door, kicking the man away. Before the man could react, a knife was already stabbed into his chest. The floor was full of trash, bottles, and plastic bags. On the balcony, there was a plastic bucket, and a strong smell could be smelled from nearby. Yi Fu took out a military knife and approached the dog cage. The 2 children inside looked terrified and stunned. "I won't kill you." With a quick motion, the chain clanked and broke. Yifu pulled the children out, cut the ropes around their bodies, and tore off the duct tape on their mouths. Then he went to the two women. They only now showed some reaction, staring blankly at Yifu. He looked at their wrists and ankles. The ropes had cut into their flesh, causing swollen, infected wounds. Horrible to see.
Yifu didn't speak.
After cutting the ropes, he tore down a tattered curtain and covered them. Officer Song confirmed that the three men were dead and nodded slightly at Yifu. He threw the three men out the window. The room's smell of blood and decay was somewhat reduced. Having dealt with these people, the two of them planned to leave. Wenwen was alone at home, and Officer Song was very worried. "Can I go with you?" The woman saved by Officer Song looked at him nervously, whispering questions that sounded more like pleas. "Everyone is gone. You're safe now. You are a police officer," she said confidently, looking at Officer Song's right hand. In this world, calling the police doesn't help anymore. Everyone is on edge. She showed calluses on her hand from holding a gun. "My husband is also a police officer. Have you ever seen him?" When she mentioned her husband, her eyes briefly lit up with life, but then quickly dimmed. "What is his name?" Ding Jun. Officer Song looked at her with a complicated expression. "Ding Jun is my colleague. After the heavy rain, I haven't seen him since." The woman nodded stiffly and then lowered her head, no longer looking at Officer Song. He softly said sorry, then turned to leave. He knew his duty was not to save others, but to keep his promise to his wife and protect his daughter with his life. After Yifu and Officer Song left, the house fell into long silence. They each sat in a corner. Even though their ropes had been untied, the mental chains still held them tightly. Back home, the cool air in the house made Yifu feel relaxed. She wiped blood from the arrowhead, her mind filled with images of the dog cage where people were kept. That night, Yifu had another nightmare. She dreamed she was trapped in a narrow cage, her limbs bound, a rope around her neck. She shouted for help. Suddenly, several blood-covered men appeared, walking toward her and inspecting her from head to toe. "These two-legged sheep are pretty good. We'll stew them later." "No, roasting is the best. It has to be steamed. Since they're two-legged sheep, of course, we'll make lamb skewers."
Ha ha ha.
She woke up, touching her forehead. The hot temperature told her she had a fever. After taking medicine, Yifu leaned back on the bed. Because of the high temperature, she had already packed away the mattress and bedding, leaving only a pillow and a cooling mat. The air conditioner was still on. Her body alternated between hot and cold, and her vision was a little blurry. Yifu wondered if she would die like this. Would there be a next life? Laughing at her own thoughts, she raised her hand and patted her forehead. No more daydreaming. Only by staying alive could she have a future. Darkness or light, she would only see if she kept living. At dawn, Yifu's high fever had subsided a little. She heard footsteps outside the door and opened it to find Officer Song collecting the bones in the storage building. It's important to give them a proper burial. Yifu saw him carry the bones out and place them in the hallway. Wenwen, like a little puppy, followed closely behind him. Yifu put on a mask and gloves, then took alcohol wipes and a lighter and went outside. Downstairs, all the bones were gathered and burned. The weather was hot. Wenwen and Yifu stood in the shade of the hallway, watching Officer Song carefully stare at the fire. A few hours later, the fire died out. After so many people, only broken bones and ashes remained. Officer Song dug a hole downstairs, collected the ashes into a suitcase, and carefully placed it into the ground. On her way back upstairs, Yifu passed the 9th floor and looked at room 902. She pushed the door open and went inside. Yifu stood in the room feeling a bit sad. There were some clean books in Chiolan's room. She wiped them and put them away. A crumpled piece of paper fell from between the shelves. Yifu bent down to pick it up. Seeing the messy handwriting, her eyes darkened. Duna and her daughter wanted to take over 902. When she noticed their plan and hid in the bedroom, Chiolan locked the door, thinking she could avoid trouble. But then many snakes appeared in the house. Chiolan realized she couldn't escape. After leaving a short farewell letter, she chose to end her life. Yifu, if you find this letter, I am happy for your safety. I should have listened to you and not tried to be a hero. Sadly, I didn't get the chance to fix my mistakes. Live well, little sister Yifu. Yifu smoothed out the paper and placed it inside a law book belonging to Qiulan. In the corner, a photo frame had fallen. Yifu turned it over. It was very dirty, and she wiped it for a long time until it was clean. This was a family photo of Qiulan's family. Yifu looked at Qiulan in the picture. She was holding her university acceptance letter, smiling brightly. She should have had a bright, happy life. When Yifu went upstairs, Officer Song was just coming down. He looked like he was heading out to find supplies. He was tall, wearing torn clothes, with long, greasy hair and a scruffy beard. His eyes looked fierce, and he seemed quite intimidating. I saw a snake downstairs. Yifu understood what he meant. Small snakes are still meat. The daytime temperature is too high. It's safer to go out at night. Heat stroke is no joke. At this temperature, once you get it, survival is unlikely. I understand. I plan to go somewhere farther in a few days. Wenwen will stay at home, and I might need your help watching over her. No problem. Yifu isn't planning to go out now. She still has a slight fever, and going out in the sun would be like risking her life. Wenwen is a very obedient child, and Yifu is happy to take care of her. Because of the fever, Yifu has little appetite, but her stomach is very hungry. After thinking for a while, she decides to make a carp tofu soup to open her appetite. She takes out a carp, a block of tofu, and some small pieces of pork. She cleans the carp thoroughly, cuts slanting lines on both sides, cuts the tofu into small pieces, and scalds them with boiling water, and washes the pork before mincing it. She mixes the pork with chopped scallions and salt, then stuffs it into the carp's belly. She heats oil in a pot, fries the carp until both sides are golden, adds shredded and cooking wine, then pours in hot water. When it boils, she adds the tofu and simmers on low heat for 30 minutes. The milky white carp soup is very salty and flavorful.
Yifu sudenli feels her appetite returnen.
With a bowl of rice, she feels like she has come back to life. The next night, Officer Song left under the cover of darkness. After he left, Yifu went to his house to check on Wenwen. Officer Song said Wenwen was already asleep, but when Yifu entered, she saw Wenwen using a chair as a footrest, small body leaning by the window, tears streaming down her face as she looked outside. Although she is very young, Wenwen understands everything. Yifu didn't say anything and just stood beside her, quietly keeping her company. Officer Song didn't return until the third day. During these 3 days, Yifu took Wenwen to the neighboring building to look for things: tables, chairs, books, pots, and utensils, anything they could find. Wenwen wore a sun-protective outfit that Yifu had modified for her, panting as she followed behind. Sometimes, they would encounter the 5 people from Building E. They looked like frightened birds, trembling at the slightest noise, panicked and scared. They went to Building A, and Yifu went to Building B. They kept a distant but peaceful distance from each other. So far, Yifu hasn't found any other survivors in the neighborhood. Officer Song's trip was somewhat successful. He brought back an old tricycle loaded with quite a few things. However, judging by the injuries on his arms and face, he must have faced a dangerous situation. He didn't say much, and Yifu didn't ask. He gave Yifu 5 packs of instant noodles. She didn't refuse. The packaging was covered in dirt, but she was careful when bringing it back, making sure not to crush the noodles. The outside road is very difficult to walk on. Many places are collapsed, and snakes sometimes appear. The most frightening thing is the green-headed flies. These insects swarm around people's heads and are hard to chase away. They are both stinky and noisy. During this trip outside, I also saw many people. Some of them collapsed and died while walking. Officer Song sighed. When I passed by the city library, I went inside to check the situation. It used to be a shelter, but now there's not a single person left. Yifu's eyes lit up. Are there still books in the library? No, everything is gone. There are snake carcasses everywhere. The library is dirty and messy. Not a single clean spot. The books were burned to make warmth. Yifu felt a little disappointed but quickly accepted it. After returning, Officer Song didn't rest. He went to the small neighborhood behind to look for supplies. This time, he took Wenwen with him. Yifu wore a mesh hat and carried a steaming pot she found, heading back to Building D. All she could hear was the buzzing of green-headed flies. These insects feed on rotten flesh, and when they get close, you can smell their sour, foul odor. Everywhere in the neighborhood, there were snake carcasses. Besides the rotten smell, these flies were the most annoying. In Building C, 12th floor, Yifu searched the room and found a generator and 2 bottles of oil. In the study, she discovered a hidden compartment. She studied it for an hour and finally opened it. Inside was a safe. Yifu remembered that long ago, she had found a safe while searching a pharmaceutical company for supplies. She had forgotten about it since. The safe had been stored in her space and never opened. She knocked on it and suddenly became curious. The safe needed a password.
Yifu sighed.
Never mind, I'll figure it out at home. There was another surprise in this house. She found more than 10 clean, intact books. She picked up 2 and looked through them. They were both about architecture. It seemed the owner of this house worked in that field. In the bedroom, there was a very beautiful lamp. Yifu checked it carefully. The lamp was in perfect condition, not damaged. She even stored it along with the small table that held it into her space. On the bedroom floor, there were many clothes and shoes, some belonged to men, some to women. She also found a few unopened bottles of shampoo and body wash in the top box of the wardrobe. After searching this house, Yifu moved to the next door. The situation there was quite tragic. There was a skeleton at the entrance, and the room was full of red-headed flies. The heat and the rotten smell made it hard for Yifu to breathe several times. This household has 5 members. Yifu placed their bones in a room, covered them with a cloth, and then began searching for items. There was no food left at home. The snake meat in the pot had grown green mold. However, Yifu's search was not for food but for other things like furniture, books, and tools. In the house, there was a child, and Yifu found 2 unopened cans of milk powder in the study, along with a stack of torn coins and 2 marriage certificates. She didn't touch these items, closed the drawer, and moved to the next room. This bedroom likely belonged to the elderly. On a simple dressing table, there were a few boxes, and nearby, a highly decayed snake. Yifu took a clean box and opened it to find a bright green jade bracelet inside. The search continued. The first room on the 10th floor was occupied by an elderly couple. Scarves and fans needed for square dancing were placed in the most obvious spot at the door. On the bed, 2 skeletons lay side by side, and next to the bed was a wheelchair. On the balcony, several flower pots were knocked over, and the shoe rack nearby was broken, with shoes scattered all over the ground. Back home, Yifu took out 2 safes. She didn't know how to codes and could only use tools, wrenches, and screwdrivers to pry them open. After half an hour, she looked at the 2 open safes, feeling speechless. Do wealthy people really like hiding gold bars at home? Yifu picked up a gold bar, which was engraved with a bank number and stamp. She admired it for a while, then stored both safes in her space. Honestly, what she found was different from what she imagined. She thought the safes from a pharmaceutical company might contain guns, bullets, or special medicines. Unexpectedly, both safes only held gold bars. Although Yifu liked them, she wasn't sure if she would ever have a chance to use them. Forget it, she decided to keep them. Maybe she could use them as burial items after she dies. The temperature kept rising, but Yifu went out for 2 or 3 hours every day. She had already searched most of the happiness community and could only try her luck in a farther neighborhood. Despite the heat, many people went out searching for supplies. Yifu changed into the most tattered sun-protective clothing she had, carrying a torn burlap sack. If she were in ancient times, she might have been mistaken for the leader of a beggar gang. Ahead, a little girl had fallen to the ground. Some people hurried over to check on her, while others looked away and walked on. Don't go there, it's a trap. Officer Song carried a burlap sack and approached. Wenwen was carried on his back. He held a broken umbrella, but it was useless. The weather was very hot, and Wenwen felt a bit dizzy. Is the child the bait? Officer Song nodded. When I went out to find supplies earlier, I ran into this kind of situation. Usually there's a gang behind the kids. They lure people into alleys and then kidnap them.
You can guess what happens next.
It seemed that the last time Officer Song went out for supplies, he came back injured, probably because he fell into such a trap. For Yifu, she was not easily deceived or taken advantage of. She didn't have much empathy or kindness. She had no intention of going over just now. It was people like Officer Song with a strong sense of justice deep inside who were most easily tricked or morally pressured. The two of them went to a nearby upscale neighborhood. Many people were searching for supplies there. Some had even started fighting over a package of dried tofu. Let's go to the old neighborhood next door. There are too many people here, and we can't get in. Officer Song agreed. Wenwen leaned on his back, secretly watching Yifu. When Yifu noticed, she shyly turned her head away. Yifu reached out and touched her fingertips. Wenwen grinned, showing a row of tiny teeth. This area was on higher ground. The floodwaters only reached the 5th floor. Yifu and Officer Song split up, each going to different buildings. Since more people were out searching for supplies, Yifu, to be safe, tied a short-bladed sword to her waist. She used it to scare off any suspicious people, avoiding trouble if she had to fight. When she entered a building, 2 people followed behind her. Yifu ignored them and carefully searched each floor. When she reached apartment 701, she pushed the door. It was locked. She thought there might be survivors inside, so she went to the next door. She searched that house and then went to the balcony. On the balcony of the neighboring apartment 701, she saw a skeleton. Thinking of something, she turned back. Yifu's lockpicking skills were very good. She opened the door in less than 5 seconds, then closed it behind her. On the floor, there was a snake carcass that had rotted into a pile of black, rotten flesh. Inside the rotten flesh, white maggots were wriggling and many red-headed flies buzzed around. Apart from the skeleton on the balcony, no other human remains were found in the house. The owner probably died during a heavy rainstorm. The rice container in the kitchen was still full, potatoes had sprouted and grown tall, and other vegetables had rotted. Yifu also found 2 bags of snail rice noodles, 2 handfuls of rice noodles, some salt bags, and a jar of dried chili on the spice rack. She was busy gathering supplies when she heard some noises outside. Her eyes turned cold, and she quickened her movements. She found many supplies in the house. Before leaving, Yifu moved the skeleton from the balcony to the bedroom. She opened the door and kicked the man who was eavesdropping at the entrance out. Yifu recognized them as the 2 people who had followed her upstairs earlier. She held her sword, ready to attack, but the man next to her quickly removed his burlap bag and rope. Another person stood up fast, pulling out a hidden knife to block her. Yifu drew her short sword, but neither side made the first move. Sure enough, she's a woman. The man with the sword moved his wrist and suddenly lunged at Yifu. She dodged to the side and, using the momentum, stabbed her sword into his back. He shouted in pain. Yifu tried to pull out her sword, but the blade was stuck in his bones. She noticed both men had an unusual rotten smell. Their faces were twisted, eyes crooked, bodies twitching, and their skin looked abnormal. Yifu narrowed her eyes and didn't hesitate. She shot her crossbow, hitting one man who fell to the ground, twitching and dying quickly. She aimed at the other man, who was still stunned by the sudden appearance of her crossbow, and shot him in the throat. Both showed signs of a strange virus and mad cow disease, which are common after eating their own kind. Blood sprayed on Yifu's body. She fought the urge to, removed the arrow, and took her knife and burlap bag before leaving the building. On her way back, she encountered many people. Seeing the blood on her, they quickly ran away in fear. Once home, her first action was to take off her sunproof jacket and throw it in the trash. She needed to disinfect her knife and crossbow, and she also had to take a shower immediately. After washing up, her short hair was still wet. Her face was delicate and bright, with no makeup. Her strap dress showed her curvy figure, and her slim, Long legs were visible. Looking at herself in the mirror, Yifu sighed with fear. The outside world is full of dangers. Thinking about the two men just now, Yifu's eyes grew cold. Diseases like prion disease and mad cow disease, which send chills down people's spines, have appeared before her. She remembered the blood sprayed on her sun protection clothes. She hurried to the trash can, took out a lighter, and burned the clothes inside. The next day, the temperature reached 48 degrees Celsius. It was too hot to go outside. Yifu looked at the blindingly white sky and moved the flower pots from the balcony back into the living room. Officer Song reinstalled the security door downstairs. Recently, more robbers had been coming out at night. He endured the heat while searching for supplies until Wen fainted from heatstroke, after which he stopped going out. Suddenly, wood washed down by the flood below caught fire on its own, and this happened almost every day. Yifu once again stayed indoors. The biggest problem now was extreme heat and water shortages. After heavy rain and flooding, the water flow was disrupted, leading to increased water and air pollution. Since June, the high temperatures began. The riverbeds dried up gradually. The Qing River, which runs through the center of Lan City, overflowed, collapsed, and breached its banks, eventually drying out. Now, only shallow shoals and mudflats remain. The dried-up riverbanks are littered with corpses, and fights often break out over a handful of polluted water. Officer Song cut a piece of cactus for Yifu. He brought it back while searching for supplies. The cactus was shriveled and dry, but he was very excited, as if he had found a treasure. Yifu appreciated his kindness and took a pound of fresh soil from her space as a gift. Officer Song thought it was leftover from her flower planting and also gave her a bowl of polluted water he had snatched from the riverbank. Yifu took the cactus back to her room, took out a flower pot and soil, and started transplanting. Cacti are heat-tolerant plants. In times of water and food shortages, they can help sustain life. Lan City had become barren. Trees along the streets had been cut down by residents during storms to burn as firewood. Otherwise, eating leaves or bark was also a way to survive. After long periods of hunger, people can become either extremely thin or swollen. Long-term dehydration and salt deficiency cause dizziness, trembling, weakness, fatigue, and also lead to tooth and hair loss. Many still went out to find food despite the heat. Officer Song said that now there were many snake-catching teams out there. During the day, staying at home, and going out at night has become the survival pattern. The temperature at night remains high, but without direct sunlight, there is no need to worry about heatstroke or sudden death from exposure when going outside. The downside is that it's easy to get robbed. Even a strong man like Officer Song often returns with injuries. After 3 days at home, Officer Song brought some news. The authorities have established a base in Longtan Town, 30 kilometers outside Lan City. People who went to the shelter have been moved to the Longtan base. It is said to be very large, able to hold 1 million people, controlled by the military, with strict discipline, ensuring personal safety. You only need to show your ID to enter the Longtan base. No materials need to be handed over. Officer Song was testing Yifu's thoughts. Unconsciously, he no longer saw Yifu as a 19-year-old girl but as a mature adult who is quick-witted, decisive, brave, and clever. Yifu would not go to the base, but at least she wouldn't starve there. For most people, this is the best choice. In her previous life, Yifu also didn't go to the base, but she knew a lot about it. Although it was officially built and controlled by the military, there were factions fighting for control. Powerful families banded together to protect themselves, creating a three-way balance among the authorities, the military, and the factions. Even in the end times, wealthy families still held the best resources. This is only the negative side. Everything has two sides. On the positive side, the base is at least a safe refuge, and as long as you work hard, you can survive there. Once inside, if you follow the rules and your part, you can get food, a bed, clothes, and medicine. I won't go, Yifu said clearly. Hearing her answer, Officer Song already had his own opinion. The base is like a small society. Although there are controls, it's chaotic. Bringing one along might lead to even greater danger and trouble. I and Wenwen don't plan to go either. I heard that men and women are separated there. If Wenwen and I are separated, I can't imagine what would happen. Since Wenwen experienced some shocks, she has become somewhat withdrawn. Although she temporarily lost her voice, her condition makes her unsuitable for going to the base. After 2 days, Officer Song returned with water and told Yifu that many people had left recently. The 3 women from Building E had gone to the base, and 2 children were abandoned as burdens. At night, Yifu saw Officer Song taking those 2 children out to fetch water. They only returned around dawn, limping badly. Yifu hadn't gone outside for many days. She successfully grew cacti and was surprised to find she had a talent for farming. In the future, if she had the chance, she could find a good place, set up a small farm, build a house, plant fruits and vegetables, and raise chickens, ducks, and geese. Living self-sufficiently would be nice. Another 2 days later, the 2 children from Building E moved to Building D, living on the 12th floor. Thanks to Officer Song, Yifu learned their names and ages. Hirue, 10 years old. Zhang Yuan, 11 years old. Why they ended up in those people's hands and what they experienced no longer mattered. Yifu didn't oppose or support Officer Song's actions. Most of the time, she stayed inside and rarely met the children. They were well-behaved, and even when passing her door going upstairs or downstairs, they would walk quietly. The temperature rose to 49 degrees Celsius, making it impossible to go outside at night. The heat wave felt like burning on the skin. Those heading to the base would walk for half an hour or an hour before collapsing from exhaustion or heat stroke. Once they fainted on the ground, they couldn't get up again. The sky, once white, had changed color. Large red clouds moved and gathered, turning the sky blackish, as if blood might drip from it. Yifu stood on the balcony, holding cold water, but couldn't calm her restless mind. A small snake that appeared downstairs was burned to death in seconds by the hot ground. Every evening, Hirue and Zhang Yuan went out to find snakes that had died from the heat. They didn't dare leave the community, so they searched among the nearby buildings. To prevent the snake meat from rotting, they dried it into jerky after collecting it. In mid-August, Yifu developed 2 heat blisters on her lips. She hadn't eaten meat for half a month, only drinking plain water and eating vegetables daily. Yet, she still got a fever and heat rash. She brewed a pot of herbal tea and drank it for 2 days. The fever didn't go down. Instead, she started nosebleeding. Others were not much better, suffering from heat stroke, nosebleeds, heat rashes, vomiting, seizures, cold hands and feet, and mild hypothermia, taking turns. Now, only 5 people remained in the building. Yifu wouldn't just watch them die. Throughout the day, her hands trembled as she tried to give injections. Fortunately, everyone survived. That near-death feeling was so painful, like a pair of hands forcibly tearing the soul from the body. You struggle against it, like a tug-of-war, and failure means complete death. Frequent incidents of spontaneous combustion caused by high temperatures occurred. Thick smoke billowed from tall buildings nearby, and the burning smell was so strong that it could be smelled from several streets away. After a chemical plant explosion, black smoke rose into the sky, and the sky returned to its dull gray appearance. A sharp, piercing cry broke the morning silence. A large black-brown bird circled above the happiness community. It flew quickly, sometimes high, sometimes low. Its head was bare and bald, with only short black-brown feathers. The back of its neck was also bare, without a single feather. Its huge wings fluttered slightly, about 2 meters long. When it spread its wings to dive, its hooked beak opened, and it let out another cry. This bird was a vulture. It mainly lived in high mountain wastelands or deep forests. It was a social animal that fed on carrion. It was fierce and would attack other animals. Its claws were very sharp, capable of tearing open the bodies of large animals like buffaloes and lions instantly. The vulture flapped its wings and swooped down to the ground, grabbing a black snake and soaring into the air. After circling once, it let out a cry and flew away. When Hirue and Zhang Yuan knocked on the door, Yifu was sharpening a knife in the bathroom. The 2 children, wanting to thank her for saving them earlier, brought her a recently deceased snake. Yifu looked at the hot, dead snake and hesitated for a few seconds before accepting it. Little Yi, today when we went out to pick up snakes, we saw an eagle. It was very big, very big. If Zhang Yuan hadn't pulled me away, I might have been caught by it. If you go out, you must be careful. He Rue and Zhang Yuan looked scared. Yifu had heard some sounds during the day, but she was busy tidying up miscellaneous supplies in her space and hadn't gone out to check. A very large eagle? Okay, I will be careful. You should be too. Their clothes and shoes were already tattered, probably because they often stayed with Officer Song. The fear in their eyes was gone. Although their clothes were ragged, the inner strength they exuded was impressive. Yifu was also happy to make friends with smart, quiet, and grateful people. Although she was used to being alone, she wouldn't refuse kindness from others. Likewise, if someone harbored ill will toward her, she would return it tenfold. The cauliflower snake is non-venomous and edible. Fu Kaihua carried the snake back to the kitchen, took a knife, cut off its head, peeled the skin, removed the internal organs, cut it into pieces, and placed them in a basin. These days, her appetite has greatly increased. She plans to enjoy it tomorrow. Cauliflower snake hot pot sounds like a very good idea. The next afternoon, Yifu saw the eagle that Rue mentioned. She looked at it through binoculars for a long time before confirming it was an adult vulture, a large bird of prey known for eating animal carcasses. Vultures are active during the day. At night, they usually do not appear or hunt. Having stayed indoors for nearly half a month, Yifu decided to go out for a while. At 9 o'clock at night, the darkness was deep. Yifu quietly left the happy community. Under her cap, her cold eyes scanned the surroundings sharply. Besides her eyes, she was wrapped very tightly, revealing no skin. She had previously done an experiment showing that hot wind at 45 degrees Celsius on the skin causes a burning and itching sensation. After 40 minutes, Yifu arrived at the most expensive neighborhood in Lan City. Before the apocalypse, the housing prices here were ridiculously high, with a single large apartment costing over $1 billion. People who once lived here were either very rich or powerful, far beyond the reach of ordinary people like Yifu. Now, as she looked up at these tall buildings again, she felt a strange, dreamlike sense of awe. The luxury apartments were now empty. The dirty, stinky stairs couldn't stop Yifu from moving forward. She put on night vision goggles and quickened her pace. She needed to get back to the happy community before dawn, or she would be trapped here by the heat and blazing sun. Yifu searched door to door from the 3rd floor upward. Every house that was open had already been looted. Only large items that couldn't be moved remained. If she saw a corpse inside, she could only cover it with a cloth. However, the high-end neighborhood still had many eye-opening things: powerless robots, dried-up swimming pools, private cinemas, wine cellars, and more. On the 7th floor, Yifu found a motorcycle worth tens of thousands. It looked cool, but it used a lot of fuel. She hesitated for a few seconds, but decided to take it anyway. The space was large enough, and it wouldn't take up much room inside. The 9th floor door showed no signs of being open before. Yifu knocked, but after a few minutes, she heard no response. She then forced the lock open. As she entered, she was immediately attracted by a huge poster on the wall. The person on the poster was a very popular female star from before the apocalypse. Yifu had watched her TV dramas and thought she was a very beautiful, commanding woman. The news said her family was ordinary and her parents were both working class. Yifu couldn't help but feel amazed. After 3 years in the industry, she could buy a mansion worth over $100 million. Being a celebrity is really good. Her house was full of posters and photos of her. In the walk-in closet, there were many clothes and bags, which broadened Yifu's view as a country girl. These beautiful clothes and bags didn't attract Yifu much. Since she didn't find any body in the house, she guessed the owner might still be alive. If they returned someday and saw the house searched, they might be very upset. Anyway, the house was full of flashy but useless things. Before leaving, Yifu only took a set of kitchen knives. The door on the 10th floor was also tightly shut. When she opened it, she smelled a strong bad odor. Yifu used her flashlight to find the source of the smell. After a few seconds, she saw a highly decayed body on the living room floor. Next to it was a half-rotten golden retriever corpse. Yifu looked around and found there were quite a lot of rice, flour, and bottled water in the house. Based on how decayed the bodies were, the owner probably died less than half a month ago. It seems the owner suddenly fell ill and passed away. The dog's bowl still had food and water, but since the owner was gone, the dog stopped eating and drinking, starving itself to death. Yifu covered their bodies with a clean cloth. She took everything from the kitchen. On the desk in the study, there was a photo frame. The man in the photo was tall, handsome, and around 30 years old, holding a golden retriever puppy. He looked mature and elegant. Yifu put the photo frame into a drawer. She looked around the study and only took some books from the bookshelf. On the 11th floor, as soon as Yifu entered, she saw the house was badly damaged by a group of snakes. The expensive leather sofa was covered with snake carcasses and decay marks. Almost no clean spots to sit. The bedroom and study doors were locked. Yifu struggled but managed to open them. The bedroom was simple and clean, with no signs of snake invasion. Based on what she saw inside, she guessed the occupant was a successful man in his 40s. The walk-in closet was full of custom suits and leather shoes. Several dozen watches were kept in glass cabinets. She couldn't tell their brands or prices, but she knew these were luxury items she couldn't afford after decades of hard work. Looking at the time, it was 3 a.m. Yifu decided not to delay anymore. She finished packing and prepared to leave. By around 4 a.m., it was already dawn. She had to get home quickly. At 3:40 a.m., Yifu hurried through the streets and alleys, head down. The uneven roads were scattered with broken glass and protruding rebar. Buses and private cars were stuck in mud, and the once lively shopping malls and cinemas still faintly showed signs of their former bustling scenes. A gust of hot wind blew, causing Yifu to stop quickly and hold her breath. After the wind passed, she continued walking. Almost every few steps, she encountered a pile of snake corpses. Sometimes, people like her hurried out of empty buildings, all ignoring each other, heads down, passing by silently and quickly heading in the opposite direction. Yifu's back was already sweating. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain under her feet. She looked down and saw that her hiking shoes had 3 nails stuck in the soles. The nails pierced through the thick sole and into her foot. She took out a wrench from her space, removed the nails, which still had blood on their tips. She didn't have time to clean the wound on the road, so she just put her shoes back on and kept moving. At 4 a.m., Yifu returned to Xingfu Community. As she entered Building D, a bright light rose from the horizon and quickly covered the land. She hurried upstairs. When the sun just rose, the heat almost burned her eyes. Yifu suspected the temperature had risen again. She opened the door to her room, took off her clothes and shoes, turned on the air conditioner, and stood with her hands on her hips in front of it, letting the cold air over her. After a few minutes, her body cooled down. Yifu took some cooled tea from her space, mixed in a bottle of Huaxiangjingqi, and drank it all at once. Her face instantly contorted into a funny expression from the strange taste. The temperature had risen another degree. The cacti on the balcony looked a bit wilted. Yifu took her clothes and went into the bathroom for a cold shower. Her foot wound was serious. The nails were rusty. She gave herself a tetanus shot, disinfected and cleaned the wound, then wrapped it with gauze. Besides searching for supplies, Yifu also cleared out all the trash from her space. To avoid unnecessary trouble, she deliberately went somewhere farther away to throw it out. She took everything she found last night and laid it out in the living room. After rechecking and organizing, she kept the rice, flour, grains, and oil, and packed away the rest. She had a bit of OCD. She liked everything in her space to be neat and orderly. The space is like a giant storage room. Yifu doesn't know how big it is, but no matter how much she fills it, it never seems full. Looking at some items piled on the ground, Yifu strokes her chin, thinking that next time she goes out, She should look for shelves to organize things. After a simple breakfast, Yifu plans to take a nap to catch up on sleep. She turns on the humidifier and lies down quickly. She sleeps straight until 3 p.m. When she wakes up, she hears loud banging from the balcony. Rubbing her eyes, she walks over to see a vulture circling outside. Seeing it, Yifu instantly becomes alert. The vulture its wings and flies past the window. Yifu notices its strong claws are holding onto a person. The person is struggling desperately, which makes the vulture angry. It beats its wings against the glass of Yifu's balcony. Yifu's appearance seems to excite the person caught by the vulture. Help! Help me!
I see you.
Please save me. It's a young woman. Her voice is still young, but right after she calls for help, the vulture suddenly releases her. She screams as she falls quickly. Just before hitting the ground, the vulture dives and catches her, then flies up several meters high before dropping her again. It repeats this grabbing and dropping. Yifu squints at everything, feeling that the vulture is toying with the woman. Like a cat playing with a mouse, not killing it immediately but teasing and frightening it until losing interest, then finally eating it. But vultures are not like cats. They are fierce and brutal. When they catch prey, they eat it right away, not playing with it. Unless the woman did something earlier to provoke this kind of revenge from the vulture. Help! Help!
Please save me.
Her voice grows weaker and weaker until she faints. At that moment, there's a knock on Yifu's door. She glances at the still-obsessed vulture outside, then changes her clothes and opens the door. Xiaoyi, did you see the eagle outside? It's a vulture, Yifu corrects seriously. Officer Song gasps, a vulture? How could such a thing appear in Lan City? Yifu stays silent, looking at the 4 people at the door. Wen is lying on Officer Song's back, her hair messy like a chicken coop, and her big eyes are fixed on Yifu. Rue and Zhang Yuan stand behind, both silent with their heads bowed. Could this thing appear like the previous waves of poisonous moths, toads, and snakes? Officer Song was feeling worried. It might be okay if she stays inside during the day. Vultures only hunt during daylight. They don't come out at night. Only then did Officer Song relax a little. It seems there is another new danger. No one suggested going to rescue the woman outside. Everyone knew it was impossible to save her from the vultures. Lil Yi, what's wrong with your foot? Rue asked as he approached Yifu, looking at her worriedly. Last night I went out and stepped on a nail. You should be careful too. There are many broken glass pieces, nails, and rebar on the road. I have some ointment at home. I'll go get it for you, Officer Song said, turning to go upstairs. Yifu quickly refused. No need. I have ointment too, and my injury isn't serious. By the way, the temperature has risen again today. Zhang Yuan and Rue exchanged a look, both filled with deep despair and fear. You can go see Finalizing Residence, someone suggested. Finalizing Residence is the upscale neighborhood Yifu visited last night. Officer Song's eyes brightened. He immediately looked at Rue and Zhang Yuan. I'll take you there tonight. Each of them went home. Yifu walked to the balcony and saw that the vultures had already flown away. There was a large patch of fresh blood on the ground below, which had dried in the sunlight. Zhou Kaifeng deeply regretted throwing a stone at the vultures out of impulse. She didn't expect that vultures would remember her and recognize her among the crowd. When the vultures grabbed her, Lin Jiao and Su Ran didn't rescue her. Watching her legs being eaten, Zhou Kaifeng felt nothing but regret and endless resentment. But she seemed to see Yifu. Although through the glass, she knew she couldn't be mistaken. The girl with short hair was definitely Yifu. In her last moments of life, Zhou Kaifeng still harbored resentment towards everyone. Lin Jiao, Su Ran, and Yifu. None of them had saved her. That night, Officer Song took Rue and Zhang Yuan away from Xingfu community. Wen was locked inside her house. Yifu's foot wound showed signs of infection, and she could only lift her right foot when walking. Yifu took out a map of Lan City, marking the higher ground neighborhoods, industrial zones, and commercial areas. By 2:30 a.m., Officer Song and the others returned. In a daze, Yifu heard their footsteps going upstairs. However, half an hour later, A helicopter flew over the neighborhood. Its loud noise woke Yifu. She quickly got out of bed, ignoring the pain in her feet, and ran to the balcony to check what was happening. Attention survivors! Attention survivors! Attention survivors! 30 kilometers southeast of Longcheng, in Longtan Town, the authorities have set up a survivor base. The base is guarded by military personnel and can hold up to 1 million people. All survivors are urged to go to the Longtan base as soon as possible. This message was repeated 3 times.
Yifu listened carefully.
The helicopter was flying slowly, and the speakers hanging from it played this message in turn. It was the first time in over 4 months that she saw any sign of official help. Yifu watched the helicopter fly to the next area. For Chinese people, there is a deep sense of reliance and trust in their country. Even though she chose not to go to the base, she felt a strange excitement inside. The country did not give up on anyone. The helicopter mobilization lasted for 3 days. After that, the sky was quiet again. This time, the effort was very effective. Officer Song and 2 others went out every night to find supplies. In the first 2 nights, they met some people, but in the following days, the whole city became empty. Maybe some people, like Yifu, hid in a corner of a building, but most had already left for the Longtan base overnight. When the temperature rose to 51 degrees, the number of vultures outside increased. Officer Song collected some magnets and wooden boards to make 3 hand-cranked fans. He gave 1 to Yifu, 1 to Hirue, and 1 to Zhang Yuan. Yifu took out 3 cans of food and 2 compressed biscuits as a gift. The 5 people in the building lived peacefully together. Time quickly passed to early September. A few days ago, when Officer Song and the others went out for supplies, they brought back a bag of beans. After dividing them, they gave the extra to Yifu. She weighed it, about 2 jin, approximately 1 kilogram. 2 jin of beans was not a small amount. In this world where supplies were running out, even a dry biscuit was precious. Yifu was never someone who liked to take advantage of others. She immediately gave them a few pounds of soil as a gift and taught them how to grow bean sprouts by steaming the soil. Over the next few days, Officer Song and the others stayed indoors. They spent hours each day kneeling in front of plastic basins, eagerly waiting for the bean sprouts to sprout. Under Yifu and Officer Song's thorough search, several buildings in Fonlin Mansion had been emptied. Everyone's supplies have become more abundant, but no one dares to eat too much, especially water, which now has to be used very carefully, even a sip. Starting in September, Yifu noticed some people appearing in Lan City. They seemed to be a small team sent by the base to look for supplies. They search each neighborhood house by house, and then transport the found supplies by helicopter. After talking with Officer Song, that night she, Hirue, and Zhang Yuan came to Officer Song's home to discuss plans. Xiao Yi, where did you find them? 2 nights ago, I saw them searching near Tianhe Mall on the bridge. Last night, they were at Li Jin Hotel. Each team has 10 people, 8 searching for supplies and 2 guarding. Everyone carries guns and knives. While speaking, Yifu casually Wenwen's messy hair. Are the teams you saw 2 nights in a row different?
Hirue asked.
Yes, judging by their appearance, they are probably military personnel. Officer Song sighed in relief. Then we don't have to worry. If they are military, they won't bother us. My suggestion is that we shouldn't go out much during this time. Our neighborhood is old buildings, so maybe they won't come into search. But if they find survivors here, we might be taken to the base, and the supplies could be confiscated. As soon as Yifu said this, all 3 of them became anxious. That can't happen. If the supplies are taken, what will we eat? I won't go to the base. Even if I have to die, I want to die here. The base is so big, with so many people, there's bound to be all kinds of people. I don't want to be bullied there. In this situation, does the base still have food? Yifu was quite optimistic about food supplies. Every city has a storage warehouse. During heavy rain, the supplies in the warehouse are taken over and moved by the military. Although some are lost, it can last for several years. Right now, the most urgent thing is water. The authorities are mobilizing survivors to the base, not only to take in survivors but also to build the base, dig wells for water, and set up indoor greenhouses to grow vegetables and fruits. The three of them suddenly understood. With such high temperatures and being sent to build the base, can people's bodies handle it? Hirue nervously tapped his fingers, his face full of fear. Everyone fell silent. In the end, Officer Song made the decision. For the next 2 weeks, everyone must stay indoors, avoid lighting fires, and make no loud noises. It's best not to even go onto the balcony. Yi Fu returned home, exhausted, and leaned on the sofa, lost in thought. He peeled a candy and put it in his mouth. The sweet taste filled his mouth, and all his worries disappeared in that moment. On the third night, the search team passed by the happiness community. Maybe because the neighborhood was too run down, they didn't go inside. Yi Fu thought the crisis was over, but late at night, 2 men with flashlights sneaked into the community. They observed from the balcony for half an hour before heading to Building E next door. Perhaps everything inside had already been looted, so they quickly left. Yi Fu's palms, holding the bow and arrow, sweat started to form. Only after their figures disappeared at the community gate did he stand up, supporting his tired legs. For the next half-month, except for Wen, everyone remained tense and alert. It wasn't until there were no signs of people outside and flocks of vultures appeared that everyone finally relaxed. Compared to those well-trained teams, vultures seemed less frightening. They had guns and numbers on their side. Yi Fu didn't want, nor was willing, to encounter them. After half a month of poor sleep and food, once the alarm was lifted, Yi Fu slept soundly for 2 days. On the third day, Hirue came to knock on the door. When Yi Fu saw the half-dead vultures behind him, he thought he was seeing things. "Little Yi, can we eat this bird?"
Yi Fu.
"I don't know if we can eat it. I really want to know how you managed to make it look like that," Hirue chuckled. "We were about to go check the situation when I came downstairs. This vulture was fighting with a bigger one. Once they hurt each other badly, we could benefit from the chaos." Yi Fu raised an eyebrow. "So, there are 2? Little Yi, I have another one here downstairs." Zhang Yuan struggled to carry a vulture upstairs. Vultures are scavengers. They're large and can fly thousands of miles. Their meat is tough and often carries parasites and bacteria. Plus, handling them is not easy. Yi Fu analyzed the pros and cons for both of them. However, from Hirue's expression, it seemed he wasn't planning to give up on these 2 vultures. "Sun-drying the meat will prevent parasites, and we have strong resistance, so we're not afraid of germs. Sister Xiaoyi, don't mention vultures. Someone has already dug up tree roots before. Be careful when handling the meat. Don't cut your hands. Salt curing, air drying, smoking, and sun exposure must all be done properly." Yi Fu went back inside to borrow a sharp kitchen knife for the 2 of them. In a civilized era, there are proper ways to live. In the end times, there are different ways. If she hadn't been reborn and gained a space, Yi Fu knew her situation would only get worse. The next day, when Hirue returned the kitchen knife, he brought half a kilogram of vulture meat. The meat was cut into strips and coated with chili powder, which they had brought back from their last supply trip. The vulture meat was well prepared, and Yi Fu was quite impressed by their skills. 2 days later, Officer Song took 2 others out to find supplies again. Officer Song is very active, probably because of his job. He is very thoughtful and aware of potential dangers. During the day, the temperature kept rising, reaching 52 degrees. At that point, the vultures outside also couldn't handle the heat and started making sharp, screeching sounds. The ground downstairs had already cracked. Late at night, Yi Fu went downstairs to check and saw cracks about 5 centimeters wide. The soil had turned sandy, and with even a little wind, yellow dust was blowing everywhere. The next day, after Officer Song and the others returned, they knocked on Yi Fu's door to share good news. They found some supplies at Yong'an Temple on the Western Mountain. There was a lot, enough for Yi Fu to eat for a long time. They invited her to come and help carry everything at night. "Brother Song, Hirue, Zhang Yuan, you can split the supplies yourselves. What we brought back from Fonlin Mansion last time is enough for me for a long while. Don't refuse. There's really a lot. This time, it's all thanks to Hirue. He said that his mom took him to Yong'an Temple to burn incense, and he saw the monks moving rice into the cellar. We went there last night on a lucky guess and found the cellar was still there. We're so lucky, Officer Song said happily, gesturing with his hands to show the size of the cellar. Yes, Sister Xiaoyi, I hope all 5 of us can survive. We need to stay united, help each other, and not turn against one another. Don't refuse. If you refuse, we won't dare to bother you if we get sick later, he said. Yi Fu looked at Hirue and smiled helplessly. All right, I'll go. What time do we leave tonight? Leave at 9:30. Bring ropes and burlap sacks, he replied. Officer Song was wearing a watch. He checked the time, and everyone went back to their homes. At 9 p.m., Yi Fu started packing equipment: 2 burlap bags, a bundle of rope, a bow and arrow, and a tang sword hanging on her arm. She put on a tight, sun-proof suit. Then she thought of something and took a large barrel, filled it with water, and hung it on herself. Wenwen was still locked inside the house with Officer Song. At 9:30 p.m., the 4 of them left the happy community on foot, heading toward Yongin Temple on the West Mountain. It took about 50 minutes to walk there. No one spoke along the way. Everyone kept their heads down and hurried. Officer Song led the group, walking at the front, while Yi Fu followed at the back. Hirue and Zhang Yuan had less strength, but kept going bravely, without falling behind. At 10:20 p.m., they reached the foot of West Mountain. Due to flooding, the stairs and paths were destroyed, replaced by rocks and sand, making climbing very difficult. West Mountain was originally just a forest park, but now all the trees had been cut down, leaving only some wooden posts. They gathered some branches to use as walking sticks and crawled up the mountain on all 4s. Yongin Temple was also badly damaged by the flood. The large Buddha statue at the entrance was half buried in sand and soil, but its compassionate gaze still looked over the city. The cellar is behind here. The path is difficult, so be careful, warned Officer Song. Worried about causing trouble, everyone moved in the dark. Yi Fu's flashlight was off, but luckily, she wore night vision goggles, which made things easier for her than the others. Hirue and Zhang Yuan kept tripping and falling. Yi Fu saw that their knees were scraped and bleeding, but no one said anything. They crawled and stumbled to a small, separate courtyard behind Yongin Temple. Hirue said, "This is the kitchen. The cellar is below it." They moved aside a large stone, and Officer Song used a small shovel he carried to dig. After a while, he uncovered some soil and revealed an iron plate. Yi Fu finally understood why the cellar was still intact despite the heavy rain and flooding. It was a very sturdy underground cellar like a metal cage. Inside, they found not only food but also many books, Buddhist scriptures, and valuable collectibles. Last night, when we came in, there were several bodies at the entrance. They were probably guarding these items and hid inside. Since the iron cover can only be opened from outside, and the people outside are gone, those inside must have been trapped and died here, explained Officer Song. The bodies had been moved to a corner, and Officer Song covered them with a black cloth. Yi Fu looked around the cellar. It was not very big, about 150 square meters. According to records, Yongin Temple has a history of over 1,000 years, and this cellar was probably built by ancient people over 1,000 years ago. The cellar was airtight, with little oxygen, and very cold. The walls were decorated with exquisite murals. Such a pity, Officer Song sighed as he started moving things. They had rice, flour, noodles, and many potatoes, sweet potatoes, and cabbages. Yi Fu took a 50 bag of rice, 5 large cabbages, 3 bunches of noodles, and about 10 of potatoes. Let's come back again later, Officer Song suggested. He, Hirue, Zhang Yuan, and Yi Fu all agreed, and no one objected. The 4 of them packed what they could carry and left the cellar one by one. Officer Song replaced the iron cover, covered it with sand, and finally, they pushed a large stone on top together. The way down was very difficult. The loose, soft sand made it easy to fall. Yi Fu fell several times. She was sweating heavily, and the sweat dripped into her mouth, tasting salty and bitter. Her socks were soaked with sweat, making walking very uncomfortable, as if water had entered her shoes. Because they carried supplies, The return trip was slow. Yifu shared her water with everyone. After drinking some, they regained a little strength and continued on. The return took about an hour and a half. Luckily, they didn't encounter anyone. They unloaded the supplies and rested for half an hour before setting out again for the second round of carrying. The food in the cellar could last them a year, but their only survival problem now was water shortage. They set out again at 1:20 p.m. Everyone was very tired, but thinking about the food in the cellar, they suddenly felt very motivated. However, on this return trip, they encountered bandits. "Put down what you're carrying, and we won't hurt you," the bandit leader said, holding a gun pointed at Officer Song's head. His sharp, triangular eyes gleamed with excitement. 4 of his men stood beside him, each holding a large cleaver. Their eyes were fierce, faces grim, and they emitted a foul smell.
"Boss, I smell rice."
"They're carrying rice," one of the bandits said excitedly. "And cabbages and potatoes." "Boss, we're going to get rich," another added. "Boss, there are 2 kids," a skinny, sneaky-looking man pointed at Hirue and Zhang Yuan with his cleaver, speaking in an excited tone. He finished speaking and then came in front of Yifu, looking at her with a mischievous gaze. "This person still smells nice. Brother, she's a woman." Hearing this, the bandit leader turned his eyes toward Yifu. He chuckled and walked over with a gun.
"Take off her hat and mask."
"Okay." The skinny man immediately reached out to do so. Just then, Yifu grabbed a bow and arrow hidden behind her, aimed at the bandit leader, and shot an arrow through his throat. Her speed was quick. Fearing he might not be dead, she shot a second arrow immediately. At the moment Yifu acted, Officer Song kicked over the bandit holding a knife to his neck. The dagger in his sleeve cut across the bandit's neck. In just 2 seconds, the man fell to the ground, dead. Yifu and Officer Song worked very well together. Hirue and Zhang Yuan also didn't fall behind. The 4 of them silently moved to the side, making it easier for Yifu and Officer Song to counterattack. Looking at the 5 people on the ground, Yifu's expression was cold. She picked up the bandit leader's gun, looked at it, and then threw it to Officer Song. "It's a real gun, but no bullets." Officer Song checked it and spoke with a hint of sarcasm, then returned the gun to Yifu. They used this gun without bullets to do many bad things. Holding the bandit's machete, everyone continued on their way. This small incident didn't affect their mood. However, when they returned to Building D, Officer Song stopped them and seriously warned. "It seems there are still many people in Lawn City who haven't gone to the base. Next time we go out, we need to be more careful. The items from Yongin Temple must be moved back quickly to prevent others from intercepting them." Officer Song nodded in agreement. "That's right. Also, tonight we need to take a different route." No one objected, and they each went home. After a busy night, Yifu was not only tired but also extremely hungry. After closing the door, she immediately turned on the air conditioner, unloaded the supplies, and took out 2 boxes of food from her space, eating them quickly. Her clothes, soaked with sweat, clung tightly to her body. Yifu, feeling exhausted, took a shower and changed into new clothes. During the shower, Yifu noticed deep marks on her shoulders. Because she didn't have a backpack, she had to put the supplies in a burlap bag, tie it with rope, and carry it on her back. She casually applied some medicine to her wounds. She didn't pack the supplies properly and just lay down to sleep. She was too tired and needed to rest as soon as possible. When Yifu woke up again, it was already 3 p.m. The water in the humidifier had dried up, and her face felt very dry. She quickly added water, applied a hydrating mask, and then started packing the supplies she had carried back from Yongin Temple last night. She removed the rotten parts from the outside of the cabbage and stored everything else in the space. Yifu thought for a long time, but didn't know how to repay Hirue and the others for sharing their supplies this time. Maybe she could find a place to put a few boxes of water and then take them there.
Yifu tache terchin.
This idea was okay, but she shouldn't do it too obviously. She decided to wait a little longer before trying. In the following days, the 4 of them were busy moving supplies. After 5 days, all the supplies had been moved. On the last trip, Yifu was the last to leave the cellar. After the others went out, she stored the books from the cellar into the space. These were cultural treasures, and she had been eager to see them when she first entered. She sealed the cellar and left with the supplies. On the way back, everyone was very happy. Having food meant having a way to survive. That night, everyone gathered again at Officer Song's house for a meeting. Our supplies are enough for us to eat for a long time, so everyone should stay inside for now. Avoid encountering bandits or being targeted by others. Most importantly, if you see someone in need, be very careful. Don't give away supplies just out of kindness. He Rue and Zhang Yuan, remember, not only adults, elderly people and children in need are the most dangerous in such times. He Rue and Zhang Yuan nodded seriously. Second, starting tomorrow, He Rue and Zhang Yuan will learn self-defense with me. Xiao Yi, you are capable of protecting yourself and are better than us, but if you don't mind, you can also learn. These are techniques for killing, used to fight back with skill and speed when unarmed. The two children didn't hesitate and knelt down to salute Officer Song 3 times. The apprenticeship was completed in this way. I know you wanted to learn these things before, but we were busy finding supplies to survive. Now that the supplies are temporarily enough, we must train our physical strength and skills, Officer Song said as he helped them up and patted their shoulders. Yi Fu thought about Officer Song's skills and was willing to learn from him. In the following days, everyone cleared out a room on the 11th floor to use as a gym. Brother Song, tomorrow night I need to go to Lon City University to find some medicine. Do you want to come with me? Officer Song knew that Yi Fu was studying medicine. Based on his understanding of her, she usually doesn't do things she isn't confident about. She immediately agreed. The next evening, the 4 of them left at 9:30. It took over an hour to walk from the happy community to Lancheng University. Due to the difficult roads, everyone was very tired when they arrived. This time, Yi Fu took the lead. She guided everyone into the school. Seeing the familiar yet strange campus, Yi Fu felt a mix of emotions. They passed the cafeteria, library, dormitory, and administration building. Last time they came to move things, the place was full of green plants and lively. Now it was mostly deserted, and the buildings were abandoned. The laboratory is ahead. If we're lucky, we might find some supplies, Yi Fu said. The ground was covered with loose dirt that crunched under their feet. Yi Fu led everyone straight to the top floor. Little Yi, is this your alma mater? One of the others asked.
Yi Fu nodded gently.
Yes, and it's a very good school. They opened the door to the laboratory. A rotten smell came out. Luckily, there were no signs of snakes or other animals inside. The lab was filled with various instruments and bottles. Yi Fu looked inside with a hint of nostalgia. Using her memory, Yi Fu found several bottles of iodine solution in a cabinet. The others also started searching carefully. There was also a storage room in the lab. It was a place where students changed clothes and stored their things. Yi Fu quickly took some prepared water from the space and placed it in the corner. Brother Song, He Rue, Zhang Yuan, there's water here, she said. Hearing this, the 3 hurried into the storage room. When they saw the 5 barrels of water in the corner, He Rue and Zhang Yuan hugged each other and cried. Even Officer Song looked at Yi Fu in disbelief. We 5 each have a barrel. But Brother Song, can you carry 2 barrels alone? Someone asked. Yes, I can, Officer Song said excitedly, rambling. He stepped forward and touched the barrels. Some gray sediment was on the outside. Carefully wiping it clean, he poured the water into cups and handed them out. Little Yi, you found the water for us. You take 2 barrels and we'll take 3, they said. Yi Fu waved her hand. Last time, when you found things, you shared them with me unconditionally. I was happy to find water this time, too. Let's not argue about it. Let's see if we can find anything else. We should go back quickly. Wenjin is still at home, she said. Okay, they agreed. Officer Song nodded heavily, then turned around. Yi Fu and the others pretended not to see his reddened eyes and quietly looked away. They pried open a small cabinet and took out everything inside. The protective suits, masks, gloves, instant noodles, fruit candies, alcohol, iodine solution, gauze, glucose. They found quite a few supplies. Officer Song suggested dividing everything after they returned. They the bottled water and carried it on their backs. The other supplies were wrapped in curtain cloth and hung on their shoulders, with some items in their hands. This trip was also a full load. Although it was heavy and tiring, everyone felt happy. Yifu was also very happy. She returned favors, and everyone felt more comfortable. No one liked people who took advantage of others. She felt the same. Back home, Yifu looked at the water she carried back with a bitter smile. She found it funny. Things taken from the space still had to be carried back from several kilometers away. Her acting skills were quite good. If she entered the entertainment industry, she might even win a small award. The supplies they gathered from the laboratory were divided equally among everyone, one share each. The extra bottle of alcohol belonged to Yifu. Starting the next day, everyone focused on learning self-defense from Officer Song. At first, they spent time stretching, bending, squatting, doing push-ups, and strength and speed training. Only after they started improving did Officer Song begin teaching actual self-defense techniques. Because of the hot weather, even indoors, training sessions lasted no more than 3 hours a day. When Yifu returned home, she continued practicing overtime. Not only her, but Hirue and Zhang Yuan also worked hard. Compared to Yifu, they had more worries, fearing encounters with bad people again, and being abandoned because of weakness. Yifu dragged her sore legs home, squatted down, got up, stretched her legs, and raised her hands, all feeling very sore. She didn't expect that after so long of training. She thought her physical condition was pretty good, but in Officer Song's hands, she lost after just 2 rounds. Without a bow and arrow, Yifu was still somewhat inferior to the absolute male strength. Besides, she couldn't always rely on the bow and arrow. Soon it was October. Yifu's training had shown some results. During this time, Officer Song occasionally went out to check the outside situation. Perhaps because the temperature had risen to 53 degrees, there was no sign of anyone outside. Yifu drew a simple map of Lawn City for everyone, marking some higher residential areas so they could try their luck. Lawn City is truly very large. This top-tier city once housed 35 million people. It has tall buildings and ancient city walls with a history spanning thousands of years. This city, where history and modern life blend together, remains a beacon of hope in the end times. Even if it becomes a deserted ruin, it still symbolizes hope for many. As long as the city exists, there is still a chance to survive. Every survivor has a seed of hope to return here in their heart. Yifu leans on her hiking stick and sets out once again on her search. At this moment, she feels full of strength. Behind her, countless tall buildings stand in the dark night. Her figure gradually disappears into the endless yellow sand. On the way, Yifu finds 2 vulture eggs. The eggs are larger than her palm, with one pointed end. Their white shells are thick and slightly rough. She looks around but sees no vultures, so she quickly puts the eggs into her space. To prevent vultures from becoming a problem, she needs to stop them at the source. Putting the eggs into her space means they cannot hatch. Yifu praises herself for being clever. She continues walking with her stick. The ground is cracked and turns into soft, sandy soil. Stepping on it causes sand to get into her shoes. Every half hour, she takes off her shoes to empty out the sand. Her destination today is the largest entertainment club in Lawn City. In high school, a rich kid once said his father was a shareholder of this club. The top floor has a huge garage with luxury cars, which is the private domain of the club owner. Besides her father's car, there is also a Unimog. She hopes to find some more valuable items. Of course, after the end of the world, wealthy people probably use planes to move some supplies. But Yifu believes some things might have been missed. Even if not, finding a barrel of oil would be good. The bumpy road makes walking difficult. She might fall or step on glass or nails. She initially wanted to bring out her bicycle or tricycle, but now it seems useless. In the past, this road would take only an hour to walk, but now it takes more than 2 hours. Yifu is exhausted. She quickly takes out a bottle of ice-cold water to quench her thirst. She rests in place for 3 minutes before continuing. She and Officer Song did not go out together. They went to the Lingxiu Villa area, another wealthy neighborhood on the outskirts, on the hillside. Maybe they could find some good things there. Walking alone has its own benefits. Yifu took out her MP3 player, put on her headphones, and felt her steps become much lighter. Occasionally, a gust of wind blew dust into the air. Yifu quickly crouched down. When the wind stopped, she stood up, and her body could shake off dozens of pounds of dirt. Yifu couldn't help but imagine walking in a desert. Maybe there was a camel waiting for her ahead. But in the end, the camel didn't wait. Instead, she arrived at a club that looked no different from a ghost town. This was once a popular place in Lawn City, where people could spend millions in one night. The white walls were stained with flood marks, and the large round pillars at the entrance were cracked. 3 out of 8 pillars were broken. The building was designed like an old European castle. At night, a strong wind blew through, making it look very much like a haunted house. The club had 17 floors. Sand and dirt had already reached the 2nd floor. After rolling and crawling inside, Yifu was hit by the stuffy heat and bad smell. She adjusted her mask, cleaned the dirt out of her shoes, and took a few minutes to breathe. Then she took out her flashlight and started searching for supplies. On the 3rd floor corridor, there was a shiny gold metal sign. Yifu wiped off the dirt on it and looked carefully to understand the layout of the building. There were signs for a bathhouse, sauna, restaurant, gym, guest rooms, beauty salon, KTV, foot massage, game room, tea room, and coffee shop. The top floor was marked as private, with a note saying no entry. Yifu wasn't in a hurry. She decided to search floor by floor. Since she was already here, she knew she had to take something back. Her biggest strength was that she never left empty-handed. However, as soon as she entered the 3rd floor, she saw many skeletons. Yifu guessed there was a stampede that caused many deaths. The bones were scattered all over the floor, showing how fierce the scene must have been. The bathhouse was a mess. She couldn't find anything valuable or clean there anymore. Yifu had to keep going upstairs. She reached the gym, where only a few skeletons remained. The place wasn't badly damaged. She picked up some dumbbells from the ground, they were still usable, and put them into her space. She also took 2 treadmills. Looking at the brand logo, Yifu clicked her tongue. Each one cost over 100,000. It was really luxurious. The guest rooms have 3 floors, but most are very dirty and messy because of the snake group. Yifu found some unopened bedding sets, blankets, a water boiler, tea bags, towels, bath towels, toothpaste, toothbrushes, shower gel, and shampoo in a large storage room. This is only the 2nd time Yifu has found so many supplies outside of the cellar at Yong'an Temple. Opening these mystery boxes and finding such treasures made her feel incredibly happy. The storage room is big, probably the warehouse for the guest rooms. Yifu's eyes lit up with excitement, and she was so happy she almost wanted to laugh out loud. She put a flashlight on her head, pried open each cabinet, and packed all the items inside into her bag. She didn't bother checking what everything was. As long as it was clean and undamaged, she took it all. It took her 2 hours to clean out all 3 floors of the guest rooms. She often says, "When I open up, I eat for 3 years." At the beauty salon, it was badly damaged, but stepping inside, she was still amazed by the luxurious decor. The wealth, power, and status of people vary so much. If it weren't for the apocalypse, Yifu probably wouldn't have the chance to come here and spend money in her lifetime. She heard that to use this place, customers need a membership card worth 5 million, and they must spend it all within a year. Inside the salon, Yifu was attracted by various beauty devices. Before the end of the world, the medical beauty industry grew rapidly. Besides regular skincare, many people chose minor adjustments or plastic surgery. Although Yifu studied medicine, she didn't know much about this field. There were many bottles of hyaluronic acid scattered on the ground. She picked one up and saw it was from a foreign brand. One injection could cost tens of thousands. She looked around but didn't find anything particularly valuable, only a few beauty beds that she took with her. At the KTV, Yifu started searching for the wine cellar. When she graduated from high school, she went to a KTV for a class reunion. She thought the layout of KTVs was pretty similar everywhere. She found a small supermarket, but unfortunately, everything inside was destroyed. A few shelves looked cleaner, so she decided to search those. She had been wanting to find some shelves for a while, and now it was easy. She found them without much trouble. After collecting the shelves, Yifu grabbed a chair, cleaned it, and sat down to rest. It was hot and stinky, really not a place for humans to work. Remove the mask and hat. Wipe your face with a damp tissue. Yifu took out a bottle of water from the space and drank it. Still feeling hot, with sweat on her back, soles, waist, even underarms and arms, she closed her eyes and rested for 10 minutes. Once she recovered, she dressed again and continued searching for the wine cellar. The corridor of the KTV was like a maze. Yifu wandered around for a long time and surprisingly ended up back at the small supermarket. She sighed and used a flashlight to look at the numbers on the signs, continuing her search. After half an hour, she found the door to the wine cellar behind a potted plant in an office. When she entered the wine cellar, a strong smell of alcohol hit her, making her eyes blurry and her mind dizzy. After a moment, she carefully stepped down the stairs. Although it was hot and stuffy outside, this place was still cool. Yifu looked at the various wines and cocktails on the shelves, picked up a bottle, and smelled it. When the temperature dropped below 10 degrees, she drank a little white wine to warm herself up quickly. But the aroma of red wine was very different from white wine. Yifu didn't know much about wine tasting, but she knew some basics. Red wine doesn't have an expiration date. It only has an optimal drinking period. If stored properly, it can be enjoyed many years later. She carefully packed up all the wine and red wine bottles on the shelves. Looking at the empty wine cellar, she thought about how, like a swarm of locusts, nothing was left behind. Leaving the wine cellar, Yifu continued searching upstairs. When she saw the words foot bath massage, she couldn't help but laugh. Whenever she saw something related to entertainment or relaxation, she thought there might be something hidden behind it. Most people probably think the same about this place, something not quite proper. After searching around, Yifu collected more than 10 foot bath buckets, feeling quite satisfied. The game room and tea room were connected. Seeing the scattered mahjong tiles, Yifu took a detour to the tea room. Tea, like alcohol, can last indefinitely if stored properly. Fortunately, she found several boxes of tea in the storage room. She seemed to have good luck today, as she didn't find any empty floors. Around 2 a.m., Yifu reached the top floor. The top floor was lavish beyond imagination. The floor tiles were different from those on other floors. Yifu didn't have time to admire it and went straight to the parking lot. Besides the parking lot, there was also a helipad. She couldn't imagine the lifestyle of wealthy people, but she was happy to find some luxury cars. Seeing a few cars parked in the corner, Yifu felt speechless with emotion. Thank you to the wealthy person for the tip. Yifu was very generous and stored everything into her space. Although she had searched the entire building, she was not in a hurry to leave. There might still be many good things on this floor, and she wanted to look carefully. She checked the time, it's already 2:30. Yifu took out a piece of chocolate to boost her energy and started searching each room one by one. Maybe the wealthy person took all the valuable items away. Yifu looked around and found only 2 safes. Thinking they might contain gold, silver, or jewelry, she felt happy again.
Great.
Her collection of items for her journey was growing. At 3 a.m., Yifu hurriedly left the club. The sky was full of blowing sand. She kept her head down and walked quickly. The wind was strong. Every few steps, she had to squat down and wait for the storm to pass before standing up again. The road ahead was still difficult. Yifu wiped the sand off her goggles and hummed a silly song. Why the heck did I let you run?
Run.
Why aren't you running? I'll beat you to death. Third brother, take out what's in his arms. Break his legs. Yes, Brother Chung.
Yifu fell.
Just as she was about to get up, she heard some noises around the corner. She held her breath and listened carefully. She faintly heard some painful groans. Brother Chung, there are really quite a few things. I don't know where he got them. We're so lucky, like finding a fat sheep. All right, hand over the stuff. Let's finish him off quickly. Don't kill me. I'll give you everything. Spare my life. The desperate pleas only brought more brutal beating and mockery.
Yifu frowned.
She thought she recognized that voice from somewhere. Please, let me go. I don't want the stuff anymore. Yifu's eyes widened. Wasn't that the person she met earlier at the pharmaceutical company? What was his name? Chi-Yuan? Let you go? Haha, dream on. You wanted to leave the stuff earlier, but you ran away. That made me fall. Third brother. Beat him hard. Hit him hard. The man's subordinate responded and kicked toward Chi-Yuan's stomach. Yifu's eyes sharpened. She grabbed a nearby stone and threw it, hitting the subordinate right on the head. The man's head burst open, blood pouring out, and he collapsed to the ground. Who?
Come out.
Who the hit me? Third brother, get up. You really are a weakling. The man looked around nervously while cursing under his breath. Yifu stood up, brushed the dirt off her clothes, and slowly walked toward him. Are you looking for trouble? Yifu still held a piece of stone in her hand. She was covered in dirt and fully armed, making it hard to see her face. She sounded a bit low and hoarse, probably from not speaking for a long time. Was it you who threw the stone at the third person earlier? Yifu looked at the man lying motionless in the dirt and shrugged. Who else could it be? The man was furious, his eyes nearly bulging out. He picked up a knife from the ground and rushed toward Yifu. She threw the stone she was holding, hitting him squarely on the head. He wobbled a little and then collapsed straight down. Why are you here? Chi-Yuan struggled to get up. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he staggered a few steps and fell back to the ground. Do you recognize me? Yifu asked, a bit surprised. I'm a researcher. Not only is my nose sharp, but my ears are too. All right, I'm leaving now. You should go back quickly. These two aren't dead yet. Even Yifu, who is very capable, couldn't kill someone with just a stone. She only knocked them out. Wait a moment. Chi-Yuan crawled over, protecting his bag in his arms, then struggled to stand again. Yifu saw that his face and body were covered in blood, looking terrible. What's wrong? Heroine, this is the second time you've saved me. I don't even know your name. Yifu looked at his bloodied face and corners of her mouth twitched. My name is Yifu.
Yifu.
Okay, I'll remember that. Do you remember my name?
I'm Chi-Yuan. Yifu nodded.
I remember. Didn't you go to the base? Chi-Yuan spat out another mouthful of blood, pressed his chest, and said with difficulty, I don't want to go. Yifu remembered he had a cat, but given the situation, he was barely able to take care of himself, so the cat was probably gone too. My cat died back in June, he said, sensing Yifu's confusion and explaining proactively. Yifu looked into his tired eyes, but didn't know what to say to comfort him. The atmosphere fell into a strange silence. Suddenly, Chi-Yuan picked up a robber's knife, slit the throats of the two unconscious robbers, then took off their clothes and put them on himself. Yifu watched all this quietly, stepping back without making a sound. She quietly said goodbye and quickly walked away. After 5 minutes, Yifu turned to look at Chi-Yuan, who was about 5 or 6 meters behind her, with a look of helplessness. Why are you following me? Do you want to repay kindness with enmity? I have nowhere to go. I won't take you in, Yifu said coldly.
There's no need to take me in.
I won't trouble you, but can I know where you live? Yifu stepped in front of him and looked him over carefully.
No.
Let me stay near you, and I can tell you a secret. Yifu chuckled. Do you think your secret is very valuable? Yes, this secret is very valuable. The vice president of our company went abroad before the end of the world and hasn't come back. I know where her home is. She has a hidden room with a lot of things inside. Yifu kept her gaze fixed on Chi-Yuan, who looked her straight in the eyes. After a minute, Yifu chuckled softly. I'm not interested. Years ago, she married someone from M country and got an M country green card. She also got a gun license abroad and bought many weapons. I know about the hidden room, but I can't open it. Yifu raised an eyebrow. How do you know all this? Qi Yuan stayed silent. Yi Fu snorted and was about to leave when he got anxious. She was interested in me before, and she tricked me into her house under the pretense of work. That's how I found out. Is this something she can listen to? You should be in your 30s, right? And I see you're so thin, not tall, and your looks. Are you sure you're not joking with me? Qi Yuan was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. Yi Fu quickly took a step back to avoid getting splashed. I'm 29 this year. When she was interested in me, I was only 26. I'm 1.78 meters tall, and I'm not ugly, he said loudly, almost shouting. The atmosphere fell into an awkward silence again. After a while, Yi Fu cleared his throat and awkwardly touched his ear.
Got it.
Be quiet. Do you want to cause trouble? Qi Yuan looked wronged. You're attacking me personally.
Yi Fu coughed again.
Did she succeed? After a long pause, Yi Fu asked curiously, almost bursting with gossip. Qi Yuan clutched his chest and looked like he was about to cough up blood again. No. How could I possibly betray myself? She is almost 50 years old. Anyway, I have revealed all my secrets. Just say whether you want to make this deal with me or not. Yi Fuzi thought for a few seconds and agreed. If you're lying to me or have bad intentions, I will kill you. Qi Yuan raised his right hand and swore, I swear on my face and my height. If I lie or want to harm you, let me be disfigured or shrink by 20 centimeters. Yi Fu looked at him with a complicated expression. Actually, you've already been disfigured. Qi Yuan staggered twice and almost lost his balance. Do you have a mirror?
No.
Have I really been disfigured? Yi Fu. Is that the main point? It looks like you've been disfigured, but that doesn't matter. You're a grown man. Do you still care about this? Hurry up, it's almost dawn. Qi Yuan clutched his chest and looked like he might blood. Yi Fu kept her distance from him. He trembled slightly, as if the sky was falling. Yi Fu ignored him and continued walking with her hiking stick. Qi Yuan, seeing her so indifferent, felt bored and unimportant. He hobbled after her. Yi Fu, is your place far away? Are you alone? I can't believe I still meet you. I thought you were dead.
Yi Fu.
Is it still possible to regret the deal now? You're so annoying. Qi Yuan was proud rather than ashamed. I'm not just annoying, I just talk a lot. Although you look more ragged than me, you speak with confidence. It seems you're doing well. Oops, I stepped on a nail. Yi Fu took out a wrench from her backpack, squatted down, and helped remove the nail from his shoe sole. You carry a wrench with you? That should be good for self-defense. Ouch! It hurts so much. I hope I won't get infected. Yi Fu no longer wanted to talk to him. Throughout the journey, Qi Yuan kept chattering. By the time they reached the happiness community, it was already after 4 o'clock. The sun had risen, shining fiercely on them. The bright sunlight made their clothes and pants hot to the touch. Yi Fu had to pull Qi Yuan along and run. They entered Building D, and both of them collapsed on the ground, gasping heavily. Although through their clothes, their arms and thighs were burned. Yi Fu turned to glare at Qi Yuan. If it weren't for this burden stepping on a nail and unable to walk, she would have gone back long ago. Are you blaming me? Qi Yuan shrank his neck, his face covered with dried bloodstains, making him look both ugly and frightening. What do you think? Yi Fu snorted, sounding a bit annoyed. I'm already so miserable, so don't argue with me. At most, we split the things in that dark room 50-50, 7 to me, 3 to you. Yi Fu gave a cold smile. So, what was your original idea for the split? 50-50, fair, right? But I want it all. I get everything, and you get nothing, Yi Fu said as she stood up, brushed the dust off her clothes, and hunching over, headed upstairs. Qi Yuan was shocked by her ruthless attitude, but, now under pressure, could only follow quietly, feeling wronged. At least give me a little. 8 to you, 2 to me? No? Then 9 to you, 1 to me? Yi Fu took a deep breath, paused, and looked back at him. How much I give you will depend on my mood. There are 5 people living in this building. You can choose any empty room to stay in. Later, I will take you to meet the others. You must follow the rules here, or you understand what I mean. If you break the rules, you'll die. Qi Yuan nodded crazily. They arrived at the 10th floor. Yifu pointed to her own door.
This is my place.
All the rooms next door are empty. The 11th floor has been turned into a gym. 2 families live on the 12th floor, Officer Song and his daughter Wen, and he Rue with Zhang Yuan. Yifu took him up to the 12th floor, knocked on Officer Song's door. He quickly opened it, saw Yifu safe and sound, and sighed in relief. Then he saw Chiyuan, face covered in blood. Brother Song, this is Chiyuan. He's staying here for now. Yifu briefly explained Chiyuan's situation. Officer Song nodded.
Got it.
Welcome, Chiyuan. My name is Song Chuanha. You can call me Brother Song. Chiyuan knew the man was a police officer and was so excited he almost cried. Hello, Brother Song. My name is Chiyuan. I met Yifu during the outbreak of the poison moth. It was a stormy night. Stop, shut up. Yifu cut him off, glaring fiercely. Chiyuan chuckled awkwardly, his bloodied face almost scaring Wenwen, who was hiding behind Officer Song. Just then, the neighbors He Rue and Zhang Yuan came out. Yifu introduced Chiyuan to them again. In the end, everyone shared their secrets. Chiyuan lives next door to Yifu at the Qin family. Officer Song, He Rue, and Zhang Yuan helped him clean his house. After a few words of warning from Yifu, he went home, closed the door, and Yifu took off his backpack, gritting his teeth as he removed his clothes. His face, arms, neck, thighs, and calves had various burns. After a simple wash, Yifu applied ice packs to the burns to ease the pain, then used ointment to reduce the discomfort. Last night's harvest was good. Yifu reorganized what he collected and neatly stored it in his space. The storage shelf was useful, as he could put food on it. He took out 2 safes found in the top floor of the clubhouse. Yifu forcibly opened them. One safe contained several sets of jewelry. He couldn't tell if they were real or fake, but they sparkled brightly and were hard to resist. The other safe held a gun and some bullets. Yifu's heart beat faster. He found these in the middle of a bed in a room. The foam mattress was hollowed out, and the safes were hidden inside. He thought they were just some gold and silver jewelry, but to his surprise, there was also the weapon he had been longing for. His eyes lit up. The gun he brought back from the robbers could still be used. Now he had 2 weapons, and Yifu suddenly felt like he had become rich overnight. After studying for a while, he put everything away. He worked all night, feeling tired, sleepy, hungry, and a little uncomfortable in his stomach. Yifu looked at the calendar. His period was about to start in these 2 days. There weren't many boxed meals left in the space, so he needed to make more. He took out a small fried pork rice box. After eating, he lay down on a cool mat, feeling the refreshing breeze from the air conditioner. It was very comfortable. Thinking about the secret room Qi Yuan mentioned, Yifu quickly fell asleep in less than 2 minutes. He didn't sleep long. The burns on his body hurt too much. The rubber products left in the sun melted and smoked in just a few minutes, showing how terrible the sunlight was. After waking up, he reapplied ointment to himself. Since his period hadn't started yet, he washed his hair with cold water. Although there was plenty of water, he didn't want to waste it. The used water could still be used to water the plants or wash his feet. In the afternoon, he took a battery into the kitchen. He brought out a very high-tech range hood from his space. This range hood was from Fonlin Mansion. It was mainly used to absorb barbecue smoke. It was only as big as a pen holder. When placed nearby, it would instantly absorb the smoke without making any noise. Yifu felt like she had found a treasure. She was originally worried that cooking with oil fumes might make loud noises and cause trouble, but now with this device, she didn't have to worry anymore. Sichuan Cantonese Shandong cuisines. Yifu started studying the recipes, and her stomach growled loudly again. By the way, she could also cook some mung bean soup and cold sweet rice balls. There were many ingredients in her space, almost untouched, so Yifu decided to prepare enough cooked food for a year or 2. At night, just as Yifu finished tidying up the kitchen, there was a knock at the door. Luckily, she had put the air conditioner in the bedroom, so the living room was still hot, preventing anyone from knocking. When she opened the door, a cold breeze blew out, and she couldn't explain it. Qi Yuan was standing in the hallway, his face wrapped simply, looking quite funny. You're actually looking like this? Qi Yuan saw Yi Fu's face, full of disbelief. From your voice, I thought you looked very ugly. Sorry, I didn't mean that. I meant to say, hearing your voice, I thought you looked very ordinary because your voice is so deep, even more like a man's than mine. I didn't expect you to be so pretty. Are you a star or an internet celebrity? Why are you looking for me? Yi Fu crossed her arms, looking at him coldly. I'm here to ask when you'll go pick up those things. Yi Fu was silent for a few seconds. Tell me where her house is, and I'll go by myself. Qi Yuan doubted he heard wrong. You're not going to take me? Isn't your foot injured? Do you still want to hold me back? But what if you get the items and then refuse to pay? Yi Fu sneered. I wouldn't bother to cheat. But if you trick me, you might as well find yourself a grave. I never lie, Qi Yuan said, frustrated and helpless in the face of Yi Fu's distrust. In the end, he gave her the address, knowing he would only be a burden, so it was best for Yi Fu to go alone. Back inside, Yi Fu started packing her gear. She had been hiding during the day and coming out at night, feeling her schedule was almost like that of a bat. The address Qi Yuan gave was quite far away, and walking back and forth would take 3 or 4 hours. Yi Fu changed into a pair of sturdy combat boots, which were very hard and thick. She placed a thin board under the insoles to avoid stepping on nails or steel bars again. Wearing everything tightly wrapped, Yi Fu grabbed her keys and backpack and left the house. She set out at 9:30 and arrived at the destination by 11:30. Looking at the tall apartment building in front of her, Yi Fu took out a tissue to wipe the sweat from her face. The 22nd floor, she was exhausted just thinking about it. This area had been searched by the Dragon Pool base team, and they had cleared it out thoroughly. Aside from some large furniture, everything that could be moved had been taken. Yi Fu headed straight for the 22nd floor. Her legs kept trembling, and she started feeling dizzy. The hot sweat on her forehead kept dripping, and her clothes and pants were tightly pressed against her skin, making her uncomfortable. The door had already been removed, and the floor was dirty and messy. There was nowhere to stand. Yi Fu rested at the doorway for 2 minutes, then moved around the dirt and entered the kitchen. She pushed aside 2 large refrigerators, then felt along the wall. She took out a small knife and made 2 cuts, tearing off the wallpaper. A tiny door appeared in front of her. This door had 3 combination locks, and it was made of thick iron. Yi Fu sighed and took out tools from her space, beginning to pry open the locks. High-end combination locks often only need simple, brute force methods to open. 20 minutes later, the door to the secret room opened. It was called a secret room, but it was really just a small space of about 5 square meters. There wasn't much inside, but as Qi Yuan had said, everything was weapons. This trip hadn't been in vain. Yi Fu planned to give Qi Yuan a little extra. She stored everything into her space and didn't linger. She immediately left. On the way back, Yi Fu encountered 2 vultures. It was almost dawn, and the vultures had come out to scavenge. They seemed to have gone a long time without finding prey, flapping their wings excitedly and circling. Yi Fu listened to their sharp, piercing cries. She quietly took out her bow and arrow from her space. Animals can sense danger very keenly. Just as Yi Fu raised her bow, the 2 vultures suddenly swooped down toward her. Yi Fu remained calm, quickly shooting her arrows. After some real combat practice, her aim had become perfect. The arrows hit the vultures' bellies, causing them to screech sharply in pain. Yi Fu wasn't unscathed either. The vulture's claws scratched her shoulders and arms, leaving deep, bone-visible gashes. Yi Fu rolled into the dirt and hid behind a rock. Both vultures had been hit with her arrows, but one shot wouldn't kill them. She had to wait for the right moment to strike back and kill them. Her wounds kept bleeding. Yi Fu endured the pain and shot an arrow at the critical moment. When the vulture fell to the ground, she drew her military knife and lunged forward, quickly cutting off its head. A strong wind blew past. Yi Fu lay in the sand, 2 vultures nearby already dead. Her vision was blurry, sweat soaked into the sand, and the fresh blood from her wounds continued to flow. The pain from the scratches shifted from sharp to numb. She was grateful to Officer Song. If she hadn't trained with him in speed for so long, she might not have made it tonight. In the end, she was just an ordinary person. Every time she faced danger, she was afraid and wanted to retreat, but she had to face it. She pushed herself again and again, surviving through tough times. Yifu's hands trembled badly. A dull ache spread through her chest. When the vultures scratched her, they also flapped their wings, and in that moment, her internal organs felt like they shifted. She took out painkillers from her space and took a handful at once. A suppressed cough escaped from her fingertips. Once the pain eased a little, she struggled to stand up, leaning on her trekking pole to keep moving. Because of those two vultures, she lost quite a bit of time on the way back. Luckily, it was still early morning when she returned. "You finally came back," Chi Yuan said, pacing in the hallway on the 10th floor. He was surprised to see her suddenly appear and was a little startled. "What are you doing here?" Chi Yuan snorted, "Just worried about you." "Wait, are you hurt?" Yifu waved her hand, stopping him from pulling her arm. "It's just a small injury." "Why don't you ask about those things?" Chi Yuan shook his head. "It's impressive that you got those things. Anyway, I just want you to stay alive. No matter what, we met for a reason. Your life is more important than those things." Yifu looked at him, speechless. "I got the stuff," she said, "but I need to go home first to treat my wounds. Later, I'll send the things over to you." She glanced at him, sweating heavily, and waved her hand. "Go home and rest. Don't stay here." Chi Yuan nodded. "You should treat your wounds first and rest a bit. I'm not in a hurry. By the way, Brother Song and the others are back too. He told me that once I recover, I can go out with him to find supplies." Yifu nodded, indicating she understood. After opening the door to her room, she quickly treated her wounds. Looking at the scratches in the mirror, she once again felt lucky to be alive. This time, Yifu was injured quite badly, so she needed to rest for a while. Her period was also about to start, so she had no energy left to go out and find supplies. When she delivered the share belonging to Chi Yuan, he was at home making a fan using leftover materials from Officer Song. "You're giving me 2 pieces? Are you sure you want to give me both?" he asked.
Yifu nodded.
"Didn't you say 50-50? I was joking. Since you went through so much trouble to bring this back, just give me 1 piece. You can also give me an extra box of bullets." Yifu chuckled softly. "That's all. Don't give me everything back." She reached out to take her things, but Chi Yuan quickly hid them behind his back, looking at her with a guarded expression. Once she had them, she said, "Once I give it to you, it's yours. You can't take it back. Will you use it? Be careful not to accidentally shoot yourself." That remark seemed to hit a sore spot for Chi Yuan. His face flushed with anger. "I'm not that stupid. All right, you patient, go back and rest. I'm busy here." Yifu glanced at the scrap metal on the ground, shook her head in disgust, then walked away confidently. Chi Yuan watched her proud figure, feeling his chest ache with frustration. In the afternoon, the wound showed signs of infection. The injury was large, and since it hadn't been stitched, inflammation was inevitable. The wound was red, swollen, hot, and painful, with pus and blood streaks seeping out. Worried that the tissue might die, Yifu carefully cleaned the wound again, scraped out the pus, disinfected, applied medicine, and took antibiotics. To prevent infection, she didn't even dare to lie down, sitting upright to rest. Fortunately, by the next morning, the wound started to improve. Her immune system seemed to have built up resistance from previous illnesses. Despite the severe infection, she didn't develop a fever, which was good news. It showed her body had adapted to the harsh, extreme weather. However, her period arrived before her wound healed. Yifu had to stay in bed for a few more days. Once she regained her strength and went out again, Chi Yuan had already become very familiar with Officer Song and the others. She didn't know how much longer the high temperatures would last. Many of the original plans had changed, and the black acid rain expected a month after the heat wave never arrived. The only thing she could do now was to work hard to improve her physical strength and prepare enough preserved food to last a year or 2. Chi Yuan was adapting well in Building D. With his help, their trips to find supplies often yielded unexpected surprises. One day, Yifu was still asleep when she suddenly heard the engine noise downstairs. She thought an uninvited guest had arrived and grabbed her bow and arrow, rushing to the balcony. To her surprise, it was Chi Yuan and the others returning. Seeing the van they drove back in, Yifu was a bit surprised. The road outside was completely damaged, making it impossible for bicycles and electric scooters to pass, let alone such a large vehicle. In the high heat, the tires might burst or soften. They had set up a temporary garage downstairs. When Yifu went down, everyone was busy and happy. Yifu, come see our spoils. We found this car in a factory warehouse. It's soaked in water, but still usable. Besides the car, they brought back quite a lot of supplies, including instant noodles and bottled water. How did you drive it back? Chi Yuan wiped the sweat from his forehead. Other vehicles are hard to drive. This kind of car is very durable. Besides the bad smell and loud noise, it's basically top quality. Officer Song cheerfully unloaded the items from the car and gave Chi Yuan a thumbs up. Chi Yuan is amazing. Finding so much tonight is all thanks to him. Chi Yuan proudly raised his eyebrows. It's nothing. I couldn't have done it alone. Luckily, Brother Song is a strong fighter, and He Rue and Zhang Yuan are very capable helpers. Also, I found these items because I looked at the map Yifu drew. So, the credit isn't just mine. Yifu's opinion of him improved a bit. She didn't expect he was quite skilled at gathering supplies. Tonight, while we were moving things, I saw someone walking in a building across the street. It seems there are still quite a few people in the city, Officer Song said, glancing at the vehicle with a worried look in his eyes. Plus, several buildings in the North City are on fire. If the fire spreads here, we might have to leave. Yifu looked outside thoughtfully as Officer Song continued. Finding supplies is getting harder and harder. If we run out of water, we won't last 3 days. If the heat continues and the ground keeps cracking, underground water won't come up. If we don't leave, we're just waiting to die. His words shattered the previous joyful mood. Everyone understood that this was the harsh reality they would face soon. There was no avoiding it. But where can we go? Will Lan City turn into a sea of fire? He Rue whispered. Maybe we should go to the base. Zhang Yuan looked at everyone and suggested what he thought was the best place to go. How about you? Officer Song looked at Yifu and Chi Yuan, since in this building, only they seem to be doing relatively better. Don't be so pessimistic. The fire is still in Beicheng. Lan City is so big that it won't reach here. The trees outside are gone, and there's a safe zone between each building. Without something to burn, it can't catch fire. Even if it does, that won't happen for a year or so. As long as we're alive, there's always a way to survive. Chi Yuan stepped forward and patted their shoulders one by one. When he reached Yifu, Yifu quickly stepped back to avoid his touch on his healing wound. Chi Yuan chuckled and continued. Plus, we have a car now. When we look for supplies, keep an eye out for gasoline. When we need to escape one day, just step on the gas, and all 6 of us can leave together, without leaving anyone behind. Yifu, say something. He gestured with his eyebrows, signaling Yifu to calm everyone down. My thoughts are similar to Chi Yuan's, Yifu replied, unsure of what else to say. All right, stop looking so gloomy. Brother Song, let's quickly divide the supplies. With water and instant noodles, we can give Wenwen some extra food. Officer Song also calmed down, divided the supplies, and everyone went upstairs to their homes. Yifu, why don't you want to go to the base? Yifu and Chi Yuan were walking at the back. When they reached the 10th floor, Chi Yuan didn't rush to open the door and go home. Instead, he stopped Yifu and asked seriously, after so many things happened, do you still trust strangers? Yifu asked back, of course, but I also stay cautious. And I especially fear women who cry all the time. Yifu slightly curled his lips, but didn't respond further. Of course, most of the bad people I've met are men. Like those 2 thugs who robbed me last time. If you hadn't appeared, I might have died at their hands. So, you don't want to go to the base because you're afraid of meeting bad people? Yeah, I guess so. Seeing Yifu admit it, Chi Yuan was a bit surprised. You're so capable. You can adapt anywhere. Plus, you have a weapon. What are you afraid of? Yifu looked at him with a look that said he thought he was slow. Do you think you can carry weapons into the base? Moreover, living in a harsh collective environment and standing out is very foolish. Yifu looked at Chi Yuan with a half-smile. You do have some looks. Do you know that? No matter if you're a man or woman, if you have some charm but can't protect yourself, your future will only be worse. Chi Yuan couldn't help but shiver. After saying that, Yifu opened the door and went inside. It was still early, so she could sleep a little longer. She wasn't trying to scare Chi Yuan with her words. It wasn't just women who were in danger in the end times. Young, handsome men were also at risk. In the days that followed, Chi Yuan and the others still went out to find supplies. Maybe because of good luck, they always found a lot. One time, they even found several barrels of gasoline at a gas station. With gasoline, everyone's mood improved. When the time came to leave, as Chi Yuan said, they could just step on the gas and go. Yifu stayed inside, preparing cooked food. Outside, the temperature reached 54 degrees, and the wind grew stronger. The big fire in the northern city had already burned through several industrial and commercial areas. Because many people still lived in the city, Chi Yuan and the others often encountered ambushes. The worst was when they were robbed of all their supplies, and everyone was beaten up badly. Now, Yifu was treating their wounds without asking for supplies in exchange. In this building, they were all close friends, like a tight-knit team. She was willing to help everyone. The iodine and gauze they found at Lon City University last time came in handy. Chi Yuan looked at the supplies with envy and jealousy. He was the most badly hurt this time, one broken rib, a dislocated wrist, and a fractured shin bone. Yifu took back her earlier comment about him being lucky. Clearly, he was just unlucky. Where were those people hiding you? Are you planning to avenge us? Yifu, I knew I didn't misjudge you. You're so good. From today, we're half-siblings. If you ever need help, I will definitely be there for you. Yifu pressed his wound, and Chi Yuan cried out in pain. It hurts. It hurts. I was wrong. I'll call you big sister. From now on, I'll be your little brother. Is that okay? Stop talking nonsense. Can you speak properly? Chi Yuan looked sad and said softly, I've been talking properly. Faced with Yifu's cold stare, Chi Yuan trembled and whispered, At the Manhwa street market, there are quite a few people, 8 or 9 big men, and they have weapons. Yifu is confused. You also have weapons? Don't tell me you don't know how to use a gun? Chi Yuan looked guilty and said, I left the gun at home. I think you left your brain at home. Yifu quickly bandaged his wound. He Rue and Zhang Yuan had minor injuries and received treatment last. Officer Song's nose was broken, and he was shot in the back with an arrow from a crossbow, so his condition was not good. Little Yi, don't go after those people. This time, we were careless. We admit it. But those people have bigger crossbows than yours. If Uncle Song hadn't thrown a homemade bomb, we would have been wiped out today. Hirue lost a tooth and spoke with a lisp. It was truly a pitiful sight. Wenwen held a small fan, desperately fanning Officer Song. Yifu walked over and patted her head. Wenwen, don't be afraid. Your dad will be fine. Little Yi is going to bandage his wound now. You need to cheer for us. Wenwen reached out and hugged Yifu, then nodded firmly. Yifu took the medical kit and began treating Officer Song. The person shooting the crossbow was not very accurate, so the arrow didn't hit a vital spot. After sewing him up, Officer Song woke up from the pain. Seeing that he was clear-headed and in good spirits, Yifu felt relieved. Little Yi, thank you so much. Yifu shook his head. No trouble at all. Rest well, and don't talk. Your injuries are serious. You probably won't be able to leave the house for half a month. Officer Song gave a bitter smile. Last night, I finally found some biscuits and ham sausage, but unfortunately, those foods are gone now. Hearing this, everyone's mood sank. Big Brother Song, don't be discouraged. Once we're better, we'll take Yifu to wipe them out. We won't let this revenge go unpaid. Yifu thought Officer Song would oppose, but surprisingly, he nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll sharpen my sword in a couple of days.
Yefu.
Well, avenging enemies is also a virtue. After treating the four of them, Yi Fu returned home. She poured the cooked bone soup into plastic containers and covered them. A large bucket of bone soup filled 200 boxes. She packed the boxes into a container and stored them in her space. Several days of sleepless work had made the prepared food in her space visibly increase. The steamed buns and dumplings she made earlier had been eaten. In the coming days, Yi Fu planned to steam thousands of buns. Lan City is located in the south, but Yi Fu really likes eating steamed buns. When she was young, she was much taller than her peers. Her classmates' parents asked her parents if she had been eating some special nutritious food. Her mother told them that she loved eating bread and was not picky, so she grew taller. Yi Fu remembered these things and couldn't help but smile. Qi Yuan and the others rested for a week and then did some recovery exercises on the 11th floor. Yi Fu brought them a box of herbal medicine and checked their wounds again. I have a big discovery. Over the past few days, I haven't seen any vultures. Qi Yuan pointed outside the window. Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing. Outside, there was only yellow sand and strong wind. Nothing else. With such strong wind, do you think the dust storm from the northern city might overhear? Hirue asked worriedly. We are southeast of Lan City, so that's unlikely. Qi Yuan patted Hirue's head. Since the vultures are gone, could other animals have appeared? Everyone looked at Hirue. He touched his ear and smiled shyly. I was just talking nonsense. Hirue's idea makes sense. We should all stay alert for the next half month, Yi Fu said, thinking about the time. It was already mid-September, and in 5 days, it would be the Mid-Autumn Festival. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, let's gather some food and have a family reunion dinner. How does that sound? Officer Song suggested. The last time they had a reunion dinner was at Officer Song's house, when their family was still whole. Qiulan was still alive then. Sounds good. I'll bring 2 packs of instant noodles and a bottle of water. Qi Yuan volunteered first. Yi Fu had no objections, and everyone agreed with Officer Song's suggestion. As the wind grew stronger, going outside became very difficult. Everyone had to stay indoors. The strong wind blew sand and dust against the windows, which were covered thickly with sand, making it impossible to see outside. Officer Song reinforced the protective door downstairs, and the glass in the hallways and at home was boarded up. They used torn pieces of gauze to make masks to cover their faces, as they couldn't go out. The air was stuffy and hot, with dust blowing into their clothes. The dust mixed with sweat, making it salty and causing their skin to feel sticky. Yi Fu checked the air quality index. It had reached 200. She had to consider leaving the place. Besides the base, where else can we go? Yi Fu takes out a map of the country and considers heading southwest or northwest for safety. She only needs to avoid one factor: nuclear power plants, and both southwest and northwest are free of them. Late at night, Yi Fu lies in bed, listening to the howling wind outside. The cars buried in the sand are being blown around, and the glass from the neighboring building shatters loudly as it is blown off by the wind. Yi Fu doesn't sleep well that night. When she wakes up the next day, she still has heavy dark circles under her eyes. She repeats her daily routine: cooking, steaming buns, boiling sweet soup. After preparing everything, she stores it all in her space. She doesn't feel tired. Instead, she feels satisfied and at peace as she sees the increasing amount of food inside. The cactus has grown 2 leaves, and a few potted plants are wilting as the temperature rises. There's no point in trying to save them anymore. On Mid-Autumn Festival, Yi Fu takes out 6 cans of meat and some half a pound of bean sprouts she had been holding back, then heads to Officer Song's house on the 12th floor. When she arrives, others have already been there for a while. Seeing the canned meat Yi Fu brought, Qi Yuan almost tears up. I haven't seen meat in months. Brother Qi Yuan, don't you hunt snakes? Snake meat is quite tasty, Hirue says, taking the braised meat can from Yi Fu and sniffing it. Snakes aren't for me. During that time, I stayed at home, too scared to go out. I only went out when the snakes nearly disappeared. I used to have a cat, but it got sick and died during the toad outbreak. I survived by eating cat food afterward, Qi Yuan says. a hint of sadness in his eyes. Just as everyone is about to comfort him, he suddenly laughs carefree.
Cat food has meat, though.
It doesn't taste great, but it's nutritious. Still, after eating cat food, I've been constipated. Everyone falls silent. Let's make a big stew. First, put in the canned food and instant noodles. Officer Song sets a cast iron pot over the fire. Everyone steps back, as it's already hot, and now with the fire, it's even more uncomfortable. Boil some hot water for the noodles, then add the bean sprouts. Don't put the canned food in. It's too salty. Yifu takes a stainless steel basin and places it on the table. She puts the noodles in the basin, washed and ready to cook, along with the bean sprouts. There's also a bottle of chili sauce and some sausage on the table. Yifu takes on the task of cooking, while others help her. This canned food smells so good. As soon as the lid was opened, the smell of braised pork filled the room. Wenwen also leaned over to smell it and looked happily at Yifu. Yifu took a piece of pork and gave it to her. Actually, before the end of the world, Yifu had stored a lot of canned food, but none of it was as tasty as what he found at the food factory. Canned meat and fruit were okay, but he couldn't get used to seafood cans. There were also a few snow cakes on the table brought up by Chi Yuan. Since there are no moon cakes, let's make do with these snow cakes. Here, one for each of us. He Rue and Zhang Yuan were reluctant to eat, carefully holding their pieces. Yifu poured boiled bean sprouts and soup into bowls, and the instant noodles quickly softened. I used to think instant noodles were junk food, but now I realize how fragrant they are, Chi Yuan said happily after taking a sip of soup, sighing contentedly. Wenwen crouched beside Yifu, holding a small bowl and sipping the soup little by little. Officer Song offered her a piece of meat, but Wenwen refused to eat. Yifu thought it was too salty and asked Officer Song to rinse the meat in clean water, but Wenwen still wouldn't eat. Wenwen probably wants to give the meat to Brother Song, Chi Yuan said, and everyone was stunned. Officer Song, with tears in his eyes, hugged Wenwen tightly. Everyone felt very sad. They spent the first Mid-Autumn festival after the end of the world like this. Before going home, Yifu took out a few candies and put them in Wenwen's pocket. When the temperature reached 55 degrees, the API value also exceeded 220. Despite saving water, Chi Yuan and the others only had enough for about 20 days. Late at night, occasional distant fires could be seen. Each day on the calendar was crossed out, and a new day began. In the past few days, Chi Yuan had been studying how to condense water, but it seemed he hadn't succeeded yet. Their injuries were no longer serious. They had originally planned to find the bandits who had attacked earlier to get revenge, but the strong wind forced them to postpone it. Recently, a strange plant suddenly grew downstairs. It looked a bit like plantain, but it had a faint fragrance. Its leaves, when torn open, released water droplets. At this time, Chi Yuan's expertise came into play. He smelled, touched, licked, and wiped off the dirt from a leaf, then ate a piece. After waiting half an hour and experiencing no side effects, he confirmed that this plant was edible. Once the wind dies down a bit, we'll go out to find wild vegetables. Chi Yuan thought this was a wild vegetable, although he didn't know its name. Its juice was sweet and clear, and it could withstand high temperatures. It was like a gift from nature during hot weather. From my observation, the wind is weakest between 10 p.m. and 2 a.m., Yifu concluded after watching for several days. This is the best time to go out and dig for wild vegetables. With the wild vegetables, everyone felt more energetic. At 10 p.m., each person took a bucket and a small shovel and went out. The wild vegetables didn't grow densely. They appeared a few meters apart and were very small, about the size of a chicken feather. Yifu wore night vision goggles, carried a bucket, and used a small shovel to leave the neighborhood. It took her an hour to dig up just a handful. Yifu, it seems there's still hope, Chi Yuan said softly as he came over. The ground has turned sandy, and I thought there would be no more grass or plants. But surprisingly, edible wild vegetables are still growing. Nature is truly amazing. Yifu looked at his basin, which held a few scattered wild vegetables. Keep talking about it, and it'll be 2 a.m. soon. I have nearsightedness, and it's so dark at night, I can't see well. Are you wearing night vision goggles? Do you have any extras? Could you exchange a pair with me? Yi Fu had stocked many night vision goggles, buying several boxes at wholesale prices. Sure, she replied.
Great.
Later, you can pick something from my place that you like. After they finished talking, they went their separate ways. After a few hours of digging, they had collected about half a bucket of wild vegetables. Officer Song whistled briefly, signaling everyone to retreat. Back home, Yi Fu handed the night vision goggles to Chiyuan and also took 2 painkillers from him. The appearance of wild vegetables quickly eased everyone's food shortage. Yi Fu made some vegetable buns and dumplings which tasted pretty good. But she still thought eating them raw was better. Wild vegetables also helped reduce internal heat, making people feel much more comfortable after eating. In the hot weather, people easily get heat-related issues or nosebleeds. Even though there was cold water and air conditioning or fans at home, Yi Fu still had nosebleeds several times. After eating wild vegetables for 2 days, the symptoms of heat gradually disappeared, and everyone felt much more energetic. In the evening, everyone appeared on the corridor on time. When the wind was lighter, they went out together again to dig wild vegetables, even when wind joined in. The wild vegetables in the community have all been dug up. Yi Fu suggests everyone go to the main street outside to look for more. They should form pairs, stay close together, carry weapons, and be ready to fight if they encounter the same band of robbers as before. A hissing sound comes from a flipped car nearby. Yi Fu draws her military knife and slowly approaches. The sound resembles a snake flicking its tongue. When she lifts a piece of wood, a rat suddenly jumps out, and Yi Fu is stunned. She has never seen such a fat rat. Instinctively, she throws her knife, stabbing the rat into the ground. The rat looks very much like a porcupine but without quills. It is very large, with gray-brown fur. It doesn't look like typical domestic rats and resembles an African giant rat more. Usually, rat meat can be eaten, but rat-borne diseases are very dangerous. Yi Fu picks up the rat to examine it. Its fur is smooth, it reacts quickly, its tail is intact and healthy, and its eyes are clear without any growths or discharge. The fur color is normal. This giant rat appears healthy. She hangs it on a bucket and continues digging for wild vegetables. Chi Yuan and Officer Song also encounter a giant rat. Although rat meat is edible, everyone remembers the risk of plague. They quickly bring the giant rat to Yi Fu to ask if it's safe to eat. You're almost like a doctor. Can't you tell if it's safe? Yi Fu asks, inspecting Chi Yuan's rat, which he's examining repeatedly. I don't study rats, he replies confidently. This one's fine. Its skin is thick, so we can keep it. Maybe it'll be useful later, Yi Fu says, handing him the giant rat. She then checks the rat in Officer Song's hand. I'll teach you how to check in the future, so you can tell for yourselves. All 3 rats are healthy. It's been a good catch tonight. By 2 o'clock, except for Yi Fu, no one wants to go home. Don't lose everything because of small gains. The strong wind might away your rescue efforts, Yi Fu advises before heading back. The others, afraid to stay longer, quickly carry their buckets and giant rats home. While processing the giant rat, Yi Fu takes out a boning knife. She plans to carefully peel off its skin completely. As for the meat, she will dry it into jerky. She coats the meat strips with chili powder, Sichuan pepper, and salt, then hangs them on the balcony. She continues working on the rat's skin and fur, removing fat, kneading, drying, soaking to soften, then removing fat again, and drying once more. A few days later, a perfect giant rat pelt was finished. Because of the appearance of wild vegetables and giant rats, everyone in the building has been very busy lately. Officer Song gathered everyone to make some nets. If they encounter a giant rat, they won't need to fight it. They can just trap it with a net. Yi Fu gave each person a handful of salt, and Rue and the others gave Yi Fu a bag of chili powder in return. The giant rat meat was made into dried meat. As long as it is stored properly, it won't spoil for a long time. If they leave here in the future, it will be easy to take with them. With food, there is a small chance of survival in this desperate situation. But they don't catch giant rats every night. When luck is bad, they might not see a single rat for 2 or 3 days. they still need to dig for wild vegetables. After drying, they put them in plastic bags. When they want to eat, they boil the vegetables in water until soft. They can also mix the wild vegetables with the dried rat meat and bake them into meat patties. Officer Song and the others handle wild vegetables in a simpler way. They just wipe off the dirt and eat them raw. Water is so precious. They have to carefully measure how much they drink each day, so they don't waste it. The wild vegetables in the neighborhood and outside on the main street have been completely harvested. Everyone has gone farther away. In the past few days, the wind has calmed down a bit, making it easier to go out. However, the temperature remains high, which is very annoying. Suddenly, a building in front caught fire and burned for 2 days and nights before the flames started to die down. Smelling the smoky air, Yifu couldn't help but sneeze. When the wind slowed, visibility improved. Standing on the balcony with binoculars, she looked at the burning building. Besides the thick smoke, it was just a black, burned-out shell. Fortunately, the wind was gentle enough not to sparks into the happiness community. Yifu went to the 11th floor, where everyone was training. When they saw her, they looked a bit surprised. Brother Song, the cars downstairs should be serviced. If anything happens suddenly, we can leave immediately. Everyone's belongings should be packed, so we won't be slow when we need to leave. 6 people squeezed into a van along with quite a bit of luggage, but the roof could still hold some items. Besides essential tools and food, and some important clothes, try to bring as little as possible. Little Yi, do you think the big fire in Beijing is coming this way?
Yi Fuyao shook her head.
The fire in North City will take a long time to burn out. I've noticed that several nearby communities have experienced spontaneous fires recently. We might face the same situation here, so it's better to prepare now. I have a suggestion. We should find a few more tires. We need spare tires because driving 2,000 kilometers with the gasoline we have isn't a problem. I'm just worried about tire issues, Chi Yuan proposed, and Yifu agreed. She remembered there was a car repair shop behind the happiness community. Maybe we could find some useful items there. I'll go with you. It would be great if we could find some repair tools too. Officer Song had no objections. Let's go out at 10 p.m. It's a pity we didn't find an off-road vehicle with a higher chassis. All the good vehicles have been swept away by the flood. There are many luxury cars in that big pit ahead, Chi Yuan said, looking at those cars with a sad expression. After returning home, Yifu packed the refrigerator, cabinets, pots, bowls, knives, and various seasonings into storage. She left only some essential daily items at home. She removed 2 of the 3 doors. These doors were custom-made with the best materials. If she had to leave, she would take them with her. At 10 p.m., Yifu, Officer Song, and Chi Yuan left Happiness Community promptly and headed to the car repair shop behind it. Yifu was familiar with this repair shop. Before the end of the world, her father's car had a minor accident there once. She had gone to repair it. The terrain of the repair shop was higher, and the floodwaters would only reach the 2nd floor. The 3 of them moved quickly and arrived at the repair shop in half an hour. However, it had already been flooded and turned into ruins. Seeing the wreckage, they fell silent. There's a small building nearby. Let's check it out, suggested Officer Song, holding an iron shovel. He walked ahead to the small building and looked at the branches, glass, and steel bars blocking the door, washed in by the flood. Without hesitation, he swung his shovel and started working. Yifu and Chi Yuan quickly went to help. After clearing the debris blocking the door, Yifu used lockpicking tools to open it. Inside the small building, they saw a mess everywhere. In a room on the 3rd floor, they found several skeletons and lots of snake skins on the ground. In the warehouse on the 4th floor, they found a few tires, some tools, and gasoline. I confirmed the tire size, moved the belongings downstairs, and before leaving, Yifu covered the skeleton in the room with a cloth. It took 3 trips for the 3 of us to finish moving everything. When we got home, Yifu quickly drank a bottle of water to quench his thirst. When he took off his clothes, the dirt on his body was enough to sweep up about 2 pounds. With a spare tire, everyone felt a bit more confident about leaving. However, a sudden incident a few nights later broke the peace of the happy community. A large group of refugees suddenly flooded into Lan City. They spoke different dialects from other regions and entered various neighborhoods to settle in and search for supplies. That day, Chi Yuan and Officer Song went out to pick wild vegetables. They mingled with the crowd and overheard some information. They are refugees from Huasien, Xinjiang County, and Shiguang City. I heard the Dragon Pool base is accepting survivors, and they want to go there. Everyone knew these three places. Huasien and Xinjiang County are over 100 kilometers away, and Shiguang City is a bit farther. It's a prefecture-level city about 300 kilometers from Lan City. Many people came to escape. Several buildings in the happy community are now crowded with newcomers. It feels like there are tens of thousands of people. Today, I asked a big brother, and he said there are still many more behind them. Everyone gathered at Officer Song's house, looking serious as they discussed how to respond. When some people entered today, they saw us, and I'm worried they might team up to rob us, Chi Yuan said seriously for once. I still have some leftover medicine, poison made from a mix of toxic moths and toad glands. I'll bring it later and smear it on everyone's knives for self-defense. The security door downstairs is safe, but I'm worried they might climb up and come in. Since these people arrived, the wild vegetables and giant rats outside are gone, Hirue said with a bit of sadness. North City is almost burned down. Right now, only our area is relatively safe, so it's normal for them to come here. For the next few days, no one should go out. Let's wait and see what happens. Everyone looked worried, and Yifu is no better. The refugees showed no signs of leaving for the Dragon Pool base immediately. During the day, it was fine, but at night, they came out in groups to look for wild vegetables and giant rats. They fought over a single vegetable in the neighborhood, crying and yelling. Some people downstairs were begging the residents of Building D to give them some food. When ignored, they threw stones at the windows. Officer Song's homemade bombs are very simple and have little destructive power, but they have one advantage. They produce a lot of smoke and loud noise. Due to limited materials, only 5 were made, and they should only be used in emergencies. Yifu started clearing the bedroom, removing the bed, wardrobe, air conditioner, and outdoor unit, leaving only a folding bed, a fan, and a battery in the living room. To look more ragged, she hadn't washed her hair or face in a long time. She wore her dirtiest, most torn clothes, changing them whenever she went out. She wore a mask on her face, and outside the mask, she wrapped a dirty cloth. Among the fleeing crowd, there were few elderly or children. Most were young men and women. By the third day, some people had gathered below with torches, threatening the residents of Building D to hand over all their food. Yifu stood in the hallway on the 4th floor with a bow and arrow, shooting from that position for better accuracy. Everyone inside, listen up. You have 3 minutes to bring down all edible food. If not, I will set this building on fire and burn you all inside. Yifu and her companions exchanged angry and fearful looks. She took out a lighter, lit the tip of an arrow, and the arrow immediately caught fire. I've coated the top with poison and gasoline. At this moment, killing a chicken to warn the monkey is enough. After speaking, she shot the flaming arrow like a gust of wind, piercing through the chest of the man holding a torch and finally embedding in the sand behind him. The man fell straight down. The people nearby were so frightened by this sudden change that they scattered in all directions. Those who aren't afraid of death, come on. I haven't eaten meat in a long time. If it comes to you, don't waste it, Officer Song shouted loudly. The people below begged for mercy. The man killed by Yifu's shot suddenly caught fire and was quickly consumed by the flames. Yifu intimidated those who came to challenge her. She killed 1, then 2, and then a pair. She looked like a killing god, making even Officer Song and Chi Yuan behind her feel nervous. Meanwhile, those fleeing below, smelling the scent of meat from the fire, had green light in their eyes and crazily rushed forward. Are they going to eat that person? Zhang Yuan asked, wide-eyed, stepping back in fear. Yifu looked down. In the dark night, the fierce faces of people fighting over food were very clear in her eyes. They seemed to have forgotten that this person was once their companion. Hunger can bring out the beast in people. Yi Fu originally wanted to go pick up the crossbow arrow downstairs, but now she just wants to escape from here. She quickly went back upstairs. The others looked outside and hurried to follow her. Will Yi Fu be so scared she cries? Chi Yuan was a bit worried about Yi Fu's state. She personally killed the provocateur and saw that person being eaten by his companions. She must feel uncomfortable, but she won't cry. She isn't that fragile. Officer Song patted Chi Yuan's shoulder. Yi Fu returned home, her mind full of the recent scenes. She knew she ran away not because she killed that person or saw others eating him, but because she had poisoned her arrow. Those people would be rotting and dying within 3 hours. Yi Fu entered the bathroom and vomited. She looked at her relatively clean hands and suddenly felt as if her hands were covered in blood. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knocking sound at the door. Yi Fu rinsed her mouth, her face returning to calm. She opened the door and saw Chi Yuan holding a crossbow arrow. Thank you. Yi Fu took the arrow back. The blood, flesh, and dirt on it had been cleaned, but she could still faintly smell a hint of blood. No problem. Rest well. Those people got what they deserved. Don't feel guilty. Tonight's patrol is on us. Yi Fu forced a small smile, took the arrow, and closed the door to her room. Perhaps the arrow intimidated everyone, or maybe they had filled their stomachs for now. The troublemaking refugees downstairs left, leaving only a few extinguished torches and broken bones. That night, Officer Song and Chi Yuan stayed downstairs, while He Rue and Zhang Yuan borrowed a telescope from Yi Fu and kept watch from the top floor. No one dared to rest or close their eyes, afraid the refugees might come back to cause trouble. At 5 in the morning, Yi Fu heard some painful screams from the neighboring building. Soon after, someone staggered out. Yi Fu stood on the balcony, watching them. They ran while vomiting blood, mixed with rotten flesh. The people behind them cried, cursed, and moaned in pain. They tried to rush to Building D for help but collapsed halfway and couldn't get up again. The dead, under the intense heat, rotted faster. No one who ate meat last night escaped. The air was filled again with a foul smell. There are some survivors in the neighboring building. When He Rue and the others came to return the telescope, they told Yi Fu that those people were hiding on the 6th floor of Building C, about 20 or so, mostly women and children. Where the corpses are buried downstairs, many wild vegetables have grown. They've grown very big in just a few hours. Are these vegetables feeding on the rotten flesh? After Zhang Yuan finished speaking, Chi Yuan and He Rue looked worried. Yi Fu remained silent, standing quietly to the side. She looked at the gray sky outside, lost in thought, and no one knew what she was thinking. Should we go dig for wild vegetables? Zhang Yuan asked quietly, looking at Officer Song, the only normal person. Yes, we should. This land has buried many people from ancient times to now. The dead just turn into soil. Food grows in the soil, right? There's nothing to fear. Tonight, we'll go out again to dig for wild vegetables. It's our life-saving food. At 10 o'clock at night, the people from Building D just stepped out with their tools. Suddenly, 2 fragile, thin women appeared beside them. Yi Fu saw that their legs and arms, which were accidentally exposed, had whip marks. She glanced at Chi Yuan and Officer Song and suddenly understood the purpose of these women's arrival. Big brother, can I talk to you privately? One woman stopped Officer Song, but she didn't dare to look directly at everyone. Her trembling hands showed her inner struggle and fear. What do you want to say? Officer Song frowned at her, subtly stepping back. The woman timidly reached out to grab his clothes, but was almost knocked over when she saw the knife he suddenly pulled out. Big brother, I. She hesitated for a long time but couldn't speak. The woman behind her twisted her waist and pushed her in front of Chi Yuan, suddenly pulling open her clothes. This big brother, my sister just turned 20. She's very pretty. Are you interested? The woman tried to cover her clothes, but someone nearby held her back. Chi Yuan was startled by this sudden situation, his eyes wide. Reflexively, he drew a knife and pointed it at them. Why you? Don't come any closer. Just then, the woman was pushed by someone nearby and lunged directly at Chi Yuan. That person then approached Officer Song, skillfully unbuttoning his coat. Seeing this scene, He Rue and Zhang Yuan were so frightened they hurriedly hid behind Yifu. Big brother, we have no other intentions. We just want a safe place. My sister and I have no family left. We escaped from danger and came to Lan City. It hasn't been easy. We don't eat much, can do work, and just need a place to sleep. Put on your clothes and leave. Officer Song looked unhappy. Wenwen was still on his back, wide-eyed, watching everything. Big brother, this is your child, right? I can take care of her. Don't think I'm dirty. I'm only 25. Please don't send me away. We really have no way out. The woman said softly, then knelt down weakly and hugged Officer Song's leg, crying. Next to them, Qi Yuan kicked the woman aside and hid behind Yifu. The woman, seemingly unbothered by the kick, got up and tried to reach for Yifu's hand when she saw him wearing a mask. Why are you so shameless? I told you to stay far away. You can't pull me, and now you want to grab Yifu? Qi Yuan raised his foot again. Yifu looked at the woman and, holding a shovel and a bucket, walked away. Wait, don't go. The woman tried to follow but was stopped by Qi Yuan. Get lost. I said it again. The woman shrank back but still looked at Yifu with hope. Big brother, can my sister and I stay? No way. Get out of here. Officer Song hadn't said much when Qi Yuan came over, grabbed the woman's arm, and dragged her aside. Come any closer, and don't blame my knife for being reckless. You all have it hard, but do you think it's easy for us? The two women were ruthlessly dragged out. They couldn't understand why this tactic didn't work anymore. Facing two lively women, these people could remain so indifferent. The security door was locked. No one paid attention to the crying women anymore and started looking for wild vegetables and giant rats. Recently, the wind had lessened, so Officer Song didn't need to whistle at 2 o'clock to signal everyone to leave. Yifu's trip outside wasn't to pick vegetables, but to see how many people had arrived. Like them, many people on the streets and alleys outside were also digging for wild vegetables. Everyone was like a startled bird, running away quickly when they saw Yifu suddenly appear. Yifu didn't go far. He took a quick look around and then returned. When he came back, the two women were still squatting outside Building D. When they saw Yifu, they ran toward him with their clothes open. Big brother, please be kind. Take us in. We are good at caring for people. Just give us a place to stay, and we can find our own food. Did you just have a baby? Yifu looked at the woman who called herself sister and stared at her chest for a few seconds. No, I didn't. The woman licked her cracked lips and clumsily adjusted her clothes. She looked at the whip scar on her rough, cracked hand. Yifu raised an eyebrow but said nothing. Please help us. Another woman knelt and begged Yifu. How can I help? The woman, with tears in her eyes, pleaded. I know you are capable people. Just give us a shelter. We are willing to do anything. Do you know why so many people died last night? The woman looked at Yifu in fear.
Yifu nodded.
I did it. After saying that, she made a gesture, as if cutting her throat. The woman was so scared she fell to the ground. Then she grabbed the other woman's hand and staggered away. Yifu slammed the door shut with a loud bang, watching their retreating figures with a cold smile. Can those who survive until now really be weak? Officer Song and the others returned one after another. Yifu told them what had just happened. These two women probably have a group behind them. They control these women, using their beauty to men for shelter or food, or even turning the foolish men who fall for it into food. The way those people ate last night shows this wasn't their first time eating human flesh. Officer Song asked, do you mean the children of those women are controlled by the group behind them? Are those people using the children's lives to force them to do these things?
Yifu frowned.
There's another possibility. The children might already be gone because I saw many whip marks on the two women. Maybe they're afraid of being beaten and are forced to do these things. When I asked if they just had a baby, their expressions seemed frightened. Qi Yuan rubbed his temples. It feels like there are hardly any normal people left in this world. Everyone is crazy. The two women returned to the entrance of Building E, hesitating for a long time and not daring to go inside. At this moment, the door opened. A man came out, looked around both sides, and seeing nothing unusual, pulled the two women inside. Did they fail? The man sitting on the chair with his shirt off lifted his eyelids slightly. The belt in his hand rhythmically slapped his palm. Brother Xiong, they don't even look at us. They have knives, and each of them is very fierce. Chaoyang, do you not want your son anymore? After saying this, the man who had just opened the door entered a room and took out a boy about 7 or 8 years old. Chaoyang knelt on the ground, desperately kowtowing. Brother Xiong, please don't hurt my son. I will find them again. I'll go now. I will complete the task. Brother Xiong tapped the boy's head twice with his knife. Tell me, how many of them are there? 6, 3 adult men, 2 teenage boys, and a small child. Clearly, she also considered Yi Fu as a man. Only 6? Last night, more than 10 people in Building C died from poisoning, and it was probably them. It seems these people have a lot of good stuff. Chaoyang Fushue, you have 2 days. If you can't catch them, you know what I mean. Chaoyang glanced at her son, who looked pale with fear and could only nod with tears in her eyes. At this moment, 2 men came in and dragged them into a nearby room. Brother Xiong patted Xiaoyang's son's head, signaling his men to take him away. Saijia, should we escape? Fushue, with new injuries on her body, crouched in the corner and whispered. We can't escape. Fushue, my son is in their hands. I can't run. Fushue looked up at her. Saijia, don't you want revenge? Don't you hate these scoundrels? They killed your daughter right after she was born, and her words caught in her throat. I had no choice, Fushue. I had no better option. Using her life to save my sons, I feel I owe her. I hope she doesn't hate me. It's my fault. I am useless, I am powerless. Fushue looked at her in disbelief. Saijia, she's your child too. Just because she's a girl, you send her to that beast to eat her? Xiaoyang's eyes turned red as she stared at Fushue. What could I do? They want to hurt my son. He's my life. Anyway, that child just born, she hasn't seen the world yet. She won't feel pain. Fushue looked at her for a long time, her eyes full of despair. You're really crazy. You're just like them, beasts, scoundrels, lunatics. The number of refugees in the city is increasing. The fire in the northern part has reached the city center, and leaving is urgent. But how to leave has become the biggest problem. With so many refugees, if they drive out, they will immediately become targets and be attacked without doubt. Survivors who manage to escape to Lan City are skilled. In the end of the world, never underestimate anyone. Underestimating others only leads to a worse death. I checked and some people are coming by car, tricycles, vans, and motorcycles. Once their main group leaves, we can blend in and leave without drawing attention. Qi Yuan has been using Yi Fu's telescope to observe outside these days. His information is quite accurate. They probably want to search for supplies in the city before moving on. But there's nothing left to find now. It won't be long before some people start leaving. By the way, I saw those 2 women downstairs again today. Are they still not giving up? Officer Song divided the sharpened knives among everyone and nodded at the comment. They probably want to infiltrate us. Their backers might think we have a lot of valuables. Honestly, Officer Song was right. Remember, anyone you meet on the road, especially children, pregnant women, and the elderly, should not be helped blindly. The ones who seem harmless are often the most dangerous. If someone is in danger, should we help them? Officer Song patted Zhang Yuan's head and shook his head gently. It's better not to. The best we can do is protect ourselves. We can't save everyone. We're not heroes and don't have the power to rescue others. Every day, Officer Song reminds women not to shout, cry, call out, or walk away with strangers. He hangs a whistle around her neck so that if she's in danger, she can it and he can come quickly. Refugees keep coming, and the wild vegetables and giant rats outside have disappeared. Everyone locks the protective door and stays inside, waiting for the escape team to leave so they can blend into the convoy. Meanwhile, Kai Yang and Fu Shui, who have been waiting for a chance, are being beaten every day because they haven't completed their tasks. After resting for 3 or 4 days, the fleeing group began to leave one after another. However, The convoy had not moved yet. Officer Song and Chi Yuan went out to check again, but they found nothing. Yi Fu had already packed everything needed from home into his space, including the bedroom and bathroom doors. In early October, the temperature suddenly dropped overnight from around 55 degrees to about 40 degrees, giving the illusion that the end of the world was near. But Yi Fu knew that such abnormality meant a greater disaster was coming. After the temperature dropped, more people started to leave for Longtan Base. Everyone's luggage was packed and loaded into the cars, mostly tied on the roofs. The cars were designed for 9 people. Without luggage, 6 people could sit comfortably. With luggage, 2 people had to share one seat. At the back of the car, 3 tires were hanging, which made Yi Fu worried about the car's capacity to carry such weight. It's such a pity. Decades, generations of effort, all destroyed like this. Chi Yuan sighed on the rooftop, watching the distant fire. All the buildings burned by the fire were now just black shells. The flames shot up into the sky, turning half of Lawn City's sky red. This was the first time everyone saw the fire so clearly, as if witnessing a devastating catastrophe. When I was young, Lawn City was full of small, low houses. There were many bicycles on the streets, few trees, and a lot of dust. My parents' combined monthly salary was only 200 yuan. 30 years later, Lawn City became a first-tier city, with beautiful greenery and tall buildings rising everywhere. Their retirement pensions now totaled 20,000 yuan. After 30 years of hard work by millions, a disaster came and took everything away. People, tall buildings, everything. Officer Song leaned on the railing, gazing into the distance, murmuring to himself. Life used to be pretty good, working 9 to 5. Even annoying bosses suddenly didn't seem so bad. If I had another chance, I definitely wouldn't refuse the favor of a wealthy woman again. Everyone turned to look at Chi Yuan. He shrugged. Relying on looks to get by is also a skill. It's just that I was too slow to realize it. What about you? Do you regret not having fallen in love or doing something rebellious? Chi Yuan looked at Yi Fu, full of curiosity. No, Yi Fu replied simply. Chi Yuan clicked his tongue. What a boring life. Let's all make a wish here. I'll go first. I hope this terrible day ends soon. I wish Wenwen to stay healthy and safe for her whole life. I hope to find my parents. I wish to avoid danger in the future. Will we come back? Yes, as long as we are alive, we will return. October 10th. Good day for travel. On the 3rd day of continuous cooling, after discussion, everyone decided to leave on October 10th. The vehicle has been serviced and checked several times, with no problems. A few survivors from Building C next door have also left, but no one from Building E has moved yet. Yi Fu packed a few clothes into her backpack, tightened the straps around her waist, and stored her bow and military knife inside to avoid trouble. Everyone gathered on the first floor. Officer Song drove the car, and everyone squeezed in and sat down. With a signal of let's go, the car slowly left the happy community. Seeing them leave, the people from Building E hurriedly packed their things and followed. Where is the convoy now? Near the commercial city. The good cars are parked at the front, and behind are motorcycles and tricycles. Chi Yuan had already checked secretly several times. Later, we'll blend in. If we're discovered, we'll stick to the story that we're refugees from Shiguang City, not locals from Lawn City. Also, everyone, get your faces dirtier, especially Yi Fu.
Yi Fu looked in a mirror.
Her face was already very dirty, including her neck and ears, which she disguised, and her hair was greasy. She looked more like a beggar who had been wandering the streets for over 10 years than a person. Remember, all 6 of us are men, including Wenwen and Yi Fu. Officer Song seemed worried. He drove while muttering to himself. An hour later, their car arrived at the commercial city. The street was full of various vehicles and exhausted refugees. Yi Fu took out her binoculars and looked at the front of the line of cars. At that moment, a few men approached their car. The leader knocked on the window, signaling everyone to get out. Yi Fu wrapped her head with a dirty, stinky scarf, hunched slightly, and pretended to be malnourished and very tired.
How many people?
6. The man held a notebook, recording the license plates and the number of people. His gaze swept over Yifu and the others, finally stopping on Officer Song. Follow our convoy. Pay protection fees. Not much, half a kilogram of grain per person or cigarettes and alcohol. 1 pack of cigarettes, 1 bottle of wine. Officer Song had already considered this situation, but he didn't immediately hand over the items. Instead, he hesitated for a while. When the man grew impatient, he started bargaining. The man was difficult to deal with. The people behind him held steel pipes, ready to attack at any moment. Big brother, we don't have enough grain. Can you be flexible? This is the rule here. Everyone else paid, but you're special? If you can't pay, don't follow us. You 6 only have 3 gene of grain, not much. Hurry up. If you don't hand it over within a minute, you'll be asked to leave immediately. Officer Song reluctantly took a bag from the car. The man leaned in to look inside, saw that it was filled with tattered clothes and a small bag of grain underneath. He snatched it, shook it, then threw it to the people behind him. What's on the roof of the car? Just some hose and shovels. The man opened a bag and checked. It was indeed filled with hose and iron shovels, so he stopped searching. Are they all men? Yes, all men. Open your backpack. The man approached Yifu, poked her shoulder with a pen, and Yifu remained calm, taking a step back and lowering her head slightly. She opened her backpack, saw dirty clothes inside, and the man snorted before walking to the next vehicle with his notebook. Everyone returned to their cars, and no one spoke. At noon, the convoy started to move. The front vehicles began to start their engines. Following these bandits, are we really safe? Chi Yuan looked worried. 3 gene of grain lets them lead the way. It's worth it. Officer Song's mood eased a lot. The cars gradually set off, with some pedestrians walking behind. This time, leaving Jixiong was uncertain, but everyone felt the same. Confused, scared, lost. Because the road was difficult, they only traveled about 10 kilometers in an hour. By afternoon, the convoy had not yet left Lawn City. Occasionally, loud noises came from the walking group behind. There were constant scenes of fights over a hard biscuit, with people hurting each other. Wenwen sat on Yifu's lap, holding onto the window frame and looking outside. At 6 p.m., the convoy suddenly stopped. Everyone got out of the vehicles and hurried into an abandoned building nearby to use the restroom. Some careless people squatted by the roadside to handle their needs and were whipped by a few burly men collecting protection money. They could only beg for mercy and leave. A dirty hand tapped loudly on the car window. Yifu looked over. It was a middle-aged auntie in her 40s or 50s. Please give me some food. I'm starving and can't take it anymore. I'm old and pitiful. Please, just a little bit to eat. Nearby, other refugees walking by also begged for food. Inside the car, only Yifu and Wenwen were left. Everyone else had gone to the bathroom. She naturally ignored these people. She took out a pocket watch hanging around her neck to check the time. It was 6:30. It took Shi Yuan and the others half an hour to go to the bathroom. The tapping on the window continued. Yifu took a tissue and stuffed it into Wenwen's ears, then closed her eyes to rest. The inside of the car was filled with various smells. Although the temperature had dropped, 30 degrees Celsius was still quite warm. There was the smell of sweat, feet, and other unpleasant odors, making the air quite uncomfortable. A few minutes later, Ji Yuan and the others returned. As soon as they opened the door, the strong stench inside made everyone's face twist in disgust. Open the window to air it out, someone suggested. No, if we open the window, people will come rushing in to ask for things or even try to grab them. Let's hold on and open the window when we start driving, another replied. Officer Song handed a knife to Yifu and pointed toward a building on the right. Go there. That building is cleaner. I'll stay back here to protect you. Yifu hugged Wenwen, lowered her head, and quickly walked toward the building on the right. Along the way, some people looked at them. Yifu showed the knife in her hand, and they quickly looked away. They found a relatively clean room. Inside, Yifu pressed her back against the door and told Wenwen to go to the restroom first. She took a bottle of water from her space and took a big sip, feeling a bit more comfortable. Wenwen was very sensible. She didn't cry or make trouble along the way and did whatever Yifu asked. After she came out, Yifu gave her 2 candies to eat quickly. She then used a piece of wood to block the door, feeling relieved enough to go to the back to use the restroom. Is there any sound outside? After finishing, Yifu pointed outside and asked Wenwen softly. Wenwen immediately nodded and held up. Is it 2 people talking? She nodded again. Yifu carried her on his back, took out a knife, and held it in his hand. As soon as he opened the door, 2 men outside quickly moved in. Leave this child behind, and I'll spare your life, they said, holding machetes and slowly approaching Yifu. Go to. Yifu couldn't stand their gaze on Wenwen. He kicked the man in front in the lower body. As the man bent over in pain, Yifu swiftly sliced his throat with the knife. Seeing his partner die, the other man raised his knife to attack, but someone stabbed him from behind. He stared with wide eyes and fell straight down. Yifu and Officer Song exchanged a look, picked up the 2 machetes, and dragged the bodies into the room before quickly leaving. Back in the car, Chi-yuan noticed something was wrong. Did we run into trouble? He asked.
Yifu nodded.
He placed Wenwen in Chi-yuan's arms and took out a cloth to carefully wipe the blood off the knife. What's going on with the convoy? It's not even 7 o'clock and you're not planning to keep going?
Chi-yuan asked.
Let's eat something first. If we're going to stay here overnight, everyone should stay alert. Watch the roof, the tires, and the gasoline. Everyone took out food from their backpacks to fill their stomachs. The 3 of them, Officer Song, Chi-yuan, and Yifu, took turns driving. By 8 o'clock, the convoy suddenly moved again, and everyone had to brace themselves and keep going. A few people just took a woman away, Hirue whispered. Also, the old lady asking for food earlier was hit with a stick and dragged to the back, someone added. The atmosphere inside the car was heavy. They had already faced many problems on their first trip, and everyone felt uneasy. Don't eat outside, even if someone looks pitiful. Never give away food. Always travel in groups, including me and Chi-yuan, Officer Song warned again. Chi-yuan was driving now. Yifu let him smell some essential oil, and he looked alert and energized. The Longtan base was about 30 to 40 kilometers outside Lon City. But the direct road was destroyed by floods, so they had to take a detour, which added several hundred kilometers. The detour went through a prefecture-level city, 2 counties, and some towns. This is the information Officer Song learned from a pack of cigarettes. The route was left by a small team searching for supplies earlier. The people in the front few vehicles probably have some connections at Longtan Base, so they are acting very boldly. During rest, we can go pick wild vegetables by the roadside. I checked, and the wild vegetables are growing very well. Sounds good. Let's split into 2 teams, 3 people each. While one team is out gathering vegetables, the other stays behind to guard the supplies. I'm most worried about the gasoline. If some cars run out of fuel, they might come to rob us. At 2 a.m., the convoy stopped. A burly man collecting protection fees held a basin and knocked on it loudly, making everyone quiet. Rest here for 3 hours. After 3 hours, we'll continue moving. As soon as he finished speaking, some people in the front and back vehicles got out. Yifu, Chi-yuan, and Hirue formed one team. After getting out, they first took care of their needs, then started digging for wild vegetables with shovels. Seeing this, many others joined in. It was already dawn at 2 a.m. Yifu quickly dug up a vegetable, casually put it into a cloth bag hanging in front of her, and bent over. After a while, she felt dizzy when she stood up. She suspected she had low blood sugar, so she took out a candy and put it in her mouth. The sweet taste helped her feel better. After filling a bag with vegetables, Yifu returned to the car. She swapped shifts with Officer Song, Wenwen, and Zhang Yuan to go to the bathroom and gather vegetables. Alone in the car, Yifu carefully cleaned the vegetables, leaving only a small handful. She put the rest into the storage space. She didn't wash them with water. Everyone just wiped them before eating, and she didn't mind. Chi-yuan and Hirue had gathered more vegetables than her. Probably because of the cooler weather, the wild vegetables they saw after leaving Lon City looked very lush. Just now, an old lady tried to steal my vegetables. I was so angry I kicked her. Is it easy for me to dig vegetables in the dark with my nearsighted eyes?
And she still wanted to rob me.
Where are your night vision glasses? Chi Yuan shook his head. I didn't dare take them out, afraid I'd get robbed. 3 hours passed quickly, and the convoy set out again. With the daylight, the long escape team started moving slowly. Why did we stop again? Less than an hour after leaving, the convoy stopped once more. They kept stopping and starting. When will we finally reach the base? Someone on the back of the car couldn't help but complain. When a few strong men came over to collect protection money, they were so scared they didn't dare to speak. 2 people from each car go ahead to fix the road. There's a landslide up front. Hurry up, no one should be hurt, and bring half a jean of grain. Chi Yuan and I will go, Brother Song will stay. Yi Fu volunteered to go fix the road. Chi Yuan had no problem and took out a shovel from the car. He Rue, and Zhang Yuan also wanted to go, but Officer Song stopped them. Yi Fu's plan is reasonable. You 2 kids go ahead. It might be dangerous, and the things on the car are important. We'll stay here to guard the vehicle. Everyone had spent so much time together that they had developed some understanding. Yi Fu and Chi Yuan went to the front of the convoy. Seeing the dirt mound and large rocks blocking the way, they felt a bit complicated. More people arrived one after another. They couldn't help but complain, but didn't dare to leave their posts. Hurry up, finish in 2 hours. Yi Fu looked at the burly man urging them and casually glanced at the cars behind. The front was an off-road vehicle, in the middle was a large camper, and behind were 3 more off-road vehicles. When she passed by earlier, she saw some people playing cards on the camper. They were dressed neatly, and bodyguards with guns stood outside the door. Anyone who looked inside was scolded. What are you looking at? Chi Yuan whispered. Nothing. Yi Fu started working. Chi Yuan looked back at the cars behind, but said nothing. After 2 hours, the road was cleared. Chi Yuan's palms had blisters. The burly man told everyone to quickly get back in the cars. The convoy was about to leave. People jogged back. Originally, Yi Fu was going to drive this section, but after working, she handed the driving over to Officer Song. Back in the car, both of them were too tired to speak. They took a sip of water. Yi Fu watched the convoy start moving again and felt sleepy. Brother Chi Yuan, is what you said true? Of course. The first 5 cars belong to rich people, and they have bodyguards. Those men collecting protection money are their henchmen. Be careful and stay away from those cars. He Rue and Zhang Yuan quickly nodded. It's good to have money and power. Even in the end times, you can still look good. Chi Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Are you regretting not accepting that wealthy woman? Brother Song, I didn't expect you to tease me, but you're right. I really regret not cherishing a chance to get rich overnight. If I had a second chance, I would hold on to that wealthy woman's hand and say, I'm willing.
Haha.
Everyone laughed happily, even when one sneaked into a corner to giggle quietly. Yi Fu looked at the rising sun and slightly smiled. At 10 o'clock, the convoy stopped again because of a problem ahead. This time, Officer Song went alone to fix it, while women stayed in the car under Yi Fu's watch. The others went out to pick wild vegetables. Chi Yuan was lucky and caught a giant rat. Because of this rat, a serious accident almost happened. When Chi Yuan, He Rue, and Zhang Yuan returned, they all had bloodstains and injuries. Seeing the giant rat in Chi Yuan's hands, Yi Fu understood what had happened. I was going to step back and not argue with those bandits, but then a foolish girl appeared. She tried to guilt-trip me into giving the rat to the elderly and children. If I didn't catch it, it was because I wasn't capable. If I caught it, it was mine. Why should I give it up? I just told her off, and a few men came out to fight me. He Rue and Zhang Yuan helped me and got beaten too. But we didn't lose out. They knocked out a few of our teeth. Wenwen quickly took some wild vegetables from her small bag and handed them to them. Chi Yuan grimaced and ruffled her hair. Thanks, Wenwen, but I can't eat right now. Yi Fu took 3 painkillers from his bag and handed them to them. He gently placed Wenwen aside and started bandaging their wounds. This road is useless now. We have to stop several times a day to fix it. Everyone behind us is catching up. Oh, there was a motorcyclist earlier. He had a really bad time. He went to pick wild vegetables, and when he came back, his vehicle was stripped, tires and fuel gone.
Ye-fu nodded.
No wonder I heard someone crying behind us. It's so hard for everyone. If we can't help each other, can we at least avoid doing bad things that hurt others? Everyone's suffering now. People are selfish. Everyone just wants to survive. It's just unlucky for those who get robbed. However, theft wasn't just this one case. It happened every day. People stole food, clothes, and gasoline. If you weren't careful, all your belongings could be stolen. The team is so long, and there are so many people. This world can only be endured by suffering, and there is no real reason to it. After eating wild vegetable pancakes for a few days, Yi-Fu felt her stomach twisting in pain. During the rest at the next stop, she took the opportunity to walk away under the pretense of gathering wild vegetables. She took out 2 steamed buns from her space and ate them quickly. The worst part wasn't just eating wild vegetable pancakes or going to the outdoor toilet, but dealing with her period. Others noticed she was unwell and tried to let her rest more, but Yi-Fu didn't want to take advantage. After resting for a day, she refused to lie down the next day, no matter what. She took 2 painkillers, then drove, cleared roadblocks, and by the end of the day, her pain seemed to lessen a lot. But the sticky feeling on her body was unbearable. Yi-Fu even smelled blood, and she didn't believe others couldn't smell it. Yi-Fu, I have 2 more relatively clean clothes, Chi-Yuan whispered close to her in a low voice. Yi-Fu was momentarily stunned. What do you mean? My clothes are clean. You can cut them up and use them as padding. It might make you feel better. A warm feeling crossed Yi-Fu's heart. I have sanitary pads, so don't worry. Seeing her so calmly say those words, Chi-Yuan's dirty face showed a hint of awkwardness. That's good. You're my half-sister. If anything is inconvenient, just tell me. I'll help you solve it. Yi-Fu suddenly reached out and patted his shoulder, making Chi-Yuan grimace in pain. You're really strong. Do you want to beat me to death?
Yi-Fu awkwardly smiled.
Sorry, I just wanted to thank you. Thanks don't require hitting me. Even though I'm a guy, I'm quite delicate.
Yi-Fu, just go away.
The temperature dropped to 28 degrees, and the air became moist. At midnight, the convoy stopped. The tall man who delivered messages returned, announcing a 5-hour rest on the spot, and they would set off again at 5 in the morning. Yi-Fu quietly left the team. This place was at the border between Lan City and other cities, with high mountains on both sides of the road, making it easy to hide. She slipped into the mountains, planning to find a cave to change her close-fitting clothes and wash herself. She decided not to wash her face, neck, or hair. The dirtier, the better. Many trees in the mountains have died from the intense sun. Yi-Fu, wearing night vision goggles, quietly walks through the withered forest. At a small valley, she finds a cave, checks inside with a flashlight, and sees no animals hiding there, so she feels safe to enter. She takes a basin of water from her space storage, quickly washes herself, and changes into clean, close-fitting clothes. She doesn't have time to enjoy the rare full moon. She puts the basin back into her space and leaves the cave immediately. On the way back, to avoid unnecessary trouble, she digs up half a bag of wild vegetables and catches a gray rabbit. Just as she is about to go down the mountain, she hears some strange sounds coming from a nearby small forest. Almost starving, she quickly covers her ears and leaves in a hurry. Why did you take so long? Someone asks. What's wrong? She replies. A few people had gone ahead to ask for food and got into a fight. The ones asking for food were even beaten. It seems the group ahead is not simple. They dare to kill openly. Chi-Yuan nods and says, maybe they are relatives of someone important at Longton Base. Yi-Fu smiles but doesn't continue that topic. She reveals the rabbit she hid under the wild vegetables. The others are surprised when they see it. You actually caught a rabbit? Luck was on my side. Many people are already cooking, so we should do the same. After everyone gets out of the vehicle, they dig a small pit by the side. He-Rui and Zhang Yuan go to gather firewood. Yi-Fu peels the rabbit and threads the meat onto a stick. Nearby, many others are roasting giant rats, some are boiling rice and making porridge. Yi-Fu and her group hide among them, making themselves less noticeable. Brother, can we trade some things with you? We'll give you 3 bowls of porridge for half a rabbit. Officer Song stands up to negotiate. Seeing the white rice porridge in their pot, he feels tempted. 5 bowls. The bowls are small, typical for eating rice. Their iron pot is full of porridge, a bit thin but still containing rice grains and broth. The other side hesitates, then looks at Yifu, who takes a plastic bag from her pack, pulls out half a packet of chili powder, and sprinkles some on the rabbit meat. They can't help but swallow hard.
Deal.
After the other side leaves, Officer Song squats down, looking at Yifu with an apologetic expression. Sorry, I acted on my own without talking to you first. We are now a team. Anyone can make decisions, and there's no need to argue over small matters. Even if you don't agree, I will still go ahead because this deal is very good.
Yifu agreed.
We are a team. The most important thing is to help and support each other to reach the base, not to argue over small issues within a little group. Okay, tomorrow I will also work hard to catch rabbits so you can enjoy the fruits of my labor. Officer Song works the hardest in the group, but he feels the least safe because he has a 3-year-old child. Most of the time, everyone helps watch Wenwen. To avoid burdening the group and to thank everyone, he always tries his best. After the rabbits were roasted, Officer Song traded them with others. He received 5 bowls of porridge in exchange. He shared half a bowl with Wenwen. Yifu looked at the bowl. There was a layer of rice at the bottom, and a little sugar was sprinkled in the porridge. The taste was light, but still sweet. My simple dream now is to eat enough every day, sleep well, and not be afraid. Yifu glanced at Qiyuan. That's not an easy dream. Yeah, just eating enough is hard. But now that the temperature has dropped so much, do you think the disaster is over? Yifu looked at the bright full moon, feeling uneasy. She had a strange feeling that this was the calm before a storm. Back in the car, everyone was getting ready to rest. But Yifu couldn't fall asleep. She kept counting how many people walked past the car. The tires at the back had been tied to the roof to prevent anyone from puncturing them. At 4 a.m, someone quietly approached the back of the car. Yifu and Officer Song both woke up at the same time. Just as they were about to act, they opened the car doors, covered the person's mouth, and quickly knocked them out. They were stealing fuel and tires, Officer Song said, looking at the 2 men on the ground. Go back. I'll handle this, Yifu nodded. She just got back into the car when Qiyuan and the others woke up. She briefly explained what had happened. 2 minutes later, Officer Song returned. I threw them into the ditch. They're still alive, but I cut 2 of their fingers. It seems we're being watched, Officer Song said coldly, wiping blood off his dagger. At exactly 5 o'clock, the convoy began to move. This morning, the journey went smoothly, without any obstacles. In the afternoon, at 4 p.m., the convoy stopped in a small town. They saw collapsed buildings and cracked roads. Each vehicle sent 2 people to clear the debris, while others entered nearby intact houses to search for supplies. How much longer until we reach the base? We've been traveling for 3 days, but I heard it's only about 30 kilometers. Why are we taking such a long detour? Inside the RV, a young man was complaining. The others whispered softly to comfort him. Why didn't the old man send a plane to pick me up? I had to travel by car, which was exhausting. I had to walk with these dirty, stinky refugees. Bring that woman over here, so I can see her. A young girl next to Yifu was pulled away. 2 big men took her to the front of the RV, handed her a towel, and told her to wipe her face. She was scared and trembling but dared not resist. She carefully wiped her face clean. TSK, she's decent looking. Clean her up and bring her here. A lazy voice came from inside the vehicle. Everyone dared not look and quickly lower their heads to continue working. It took 3 hours to clear the debris and fill the holes. The convoy set off again. Now at 7 p.m. inside the vehicle, Yifu used a needle to pop a water blister on his palm. He squeezed out the pus and then peeled off the dead skin. Didn't you say this road was safe? Why are we clearing debris every day? This road just needs clearing. Other routes are blocked by floods. Yifu, can I borrow your needle? Yifu handed the needle to Qiyuan. Seeing his palms covered with tiny blisters, he felt a bit uneasy. Is there a doctor? Is there a doctor? 10 minutes after the convoy started again, it suddenly stopped. The men demanding protection money, with whips shouted through the convoy, looking for a doctor. Seeing one man's arm with bloodstains, Yifu remembered the girl from earlier. She looked out the window silently. The men questioned each vehicle one by one, asking if anyone was a doctor. After a while, they dragged a middle-aged man to the front. Everyone waited anxiously and uncertainly. Inside the RV, the cleaned-up girl curled up in a corner, holding a blood-stained dagger. The man lying on the bed looked at her with a cold gaze. "Mr. He, the doctor has arrived." A few strong men dragged the doctor onto the RV. The exhausted doctor saw the knife wound on the man's arm and quickly calmed down a bit. The wound needs stitches and antibiotics to prevent infection. Where are the surgical tools? Are you kidding? You're a doctor and you don't have tools? The doctor looked upset. I'm a doctor, but I don't have those tools. No suturing equipment, so I can only take hemostatic and pain relief medicines. Just clean the wound and bandage it. Go find someone else. I don't believe there's no other doctor in such a long line. Throw him out. He Xiao gave the order, and the doctor was dragged away. Not afraid to hurt me, huh? Find her family, and teach them a lesson. As for her, feed her to Blackie. Blackie was a fierce wolf dog kept behind a SUV. It was aggressive and only ate raw meat. The girl was trembling in fear. When someone came to drag her, she waved her knife to try to scare them off. With a loud bang, the girl fell down. A pool of blood spread out beneath her. The person who shot moved forward, picked up the dropped dagger, and opened her chest wound to remove the bullet. She was dragged to the back of another SUV. The black dog in the cage caught the scent of blood and instantly became excited. Meanwhile, Yifu's side, a big man knocked on their car window and pressed a gun against Officer Song's head, demanding to know if there was a doctor. Everyone inside the car shook their heads silently. The big man was not convinced. He opened the door to drag Chi Yuan away. I'm really not a doctor, brother, Chi Yuan said. The big man kicked his stomach. He stepped on Chi Yuan's hand and pressed down hard several times. After venting his anger, the man moved on to the next car. Yifu got out, pulled Chi Yuan back into the car, and everyone inside was silent, tense. After a long while, Hirue quietly started crying. He was wiping the shoe prints off Chi Yuan's hand, but the wound was still bleeding. Shh, don't cry. Don't make a sound. Officer Song quickly covered Hirue's mouth and shook his head seriously. Zhang Yuan also silently shed tears. Everyone was feeling very down. Finally, a few more big men pulled some people from behind to the front, and everyone's tense mood eased a little. Brother Chi Yuan, does it hurt a lot? Chi Yuan grimaced and shook his head. It doesn't hurt. It's okay. Just rest for a bit. Stop lying to us. It must hurt a lot.
Yifu handed Chi Yuan a painkiller.
He didn't refuse and immediately took it into his mouth. Now, I'll say this again to everyone. Remember, each of us should try to stay low and not draw attention. Don't let those people in front recognize us. Avoid eye contact and stay away from them. We don't know how many weapons they have, but one thing is certain. Those people are ruthless. They tolerate us following behind them, probably to collect protection fees or to expand their influence in the base. Officer Song spoke, and both Yifu and Chi Yuan nodded in agreement. This Longton base isn't necessarily a good place either. I worry there might be deep water inside. The leaders are busy fighting for power, and the lower-level people are just targets for profit. Chi Yuan nodded. We can't be the ones to stand out. The most important thing is to protect ourselves. I'd rather take a beating than go ahead to help those people. The lesson of staying low to survive was deeply ingrained in everyone. An hour later, the doctors were released, indicating the problem was resolved. The convoy resumed its journey. By 6 a.m., they stopped to rest. Everyone come out. Hearing the call, everyone hesitated for a few seconds before opening their doors and getting out one by one. Our convoy has over 1,000 vehicles, including motorcycles and tricycles, with more than 4,000 people. Those walking behind us can follow us to Longtan Base. As long as you stay behind our vehicles, we, He Xiao, won't charge protection fees. Everyone has been following us from Launcher City, so you're all on our side. When we reach Longton Base, remember, he shows kindness in leading the way. At this moment, a young man, flanked by a few bodyguards, stepped into the crowd. He wore clean, neat clothes and had his hair styled with gel into a slicked-back look. His right hand was bandaged. He took off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of triangular eyes. His features weren't ugly, but the combination looked somewhat strange. We're halfway to Longton Base now. In a few days, we'll reach it. Due to the disaster, everyone has suffered. Like you, I just want to get there quickly. I've heard that the base is crowded right now, but don't worry. With me here, I promise everyone will get in. He finished speaking, glanced at everyone, and left under the protection of his bodyguards. What does he mean? How else? He almost said he would only enter the base if they announced his name. It seems we have to follow him if we want to get into the base.
I don't want to.
Remember last night when his people came looking for the doctor, holding a gun to your head and asking if you could treat injuries? So what should we do? We need support wherever we go. If we don't follow him and get assigned to a broken, poor place inside the base, what then? Once again, Brother Song was right. Even in a disaster, some people still play power games. We, who are at the bottom with no power or influence, will always be used as stepping stones.
Chi Yuan looked a bit sad.
Didn't they say the Longton base has soldiers stationed there? Can we still trust the authorities? Yi Fu rubbed his temples. Compared to others, he remained much calmer. In a past life, something very absurd happened. A small team was specially sent to catch people with special eyes. It was said that those with special eyes had divine powers, and their blood and flesh were as precious as Tang monk's meat. In that same life, in the 4th year of the apocalypse, Yi Fu heard that the base had captured someone with special eyes. The outcome for that person was obvious. When they first set out from Lon City, why didn't they tell everyone these things? Instead, after traveling halfway, they only revealed it through half-truths and threats? Refugees who made it here, whether by car or on foot, are already exhausted. Now that they've revealed this, everyone is stuck between a rock and a hard place. Still, they chose to follow them to Longton Base. They probably can't turn back to Lon City, which is likely already burned down. By saying these things now, they can better exploit the remaining journey. Isn't this psychological abuse and oppression? Like PUA tactics, trying to break free from control, but still forced to depend on it. You might think the other person is just a useless, but little do you know, fate has already been carefully arranged for such people. Sure enough, over the next 2 days, the management of the convoy became stricter than ever. That He Xiao clearly regarded these thousands of people as his slaves. With a wave of his hand, everyone was ordered to clear obstacles. With another wave, they helped him lift the vehicles. His gun in his hand seemed almost unnecessary. The person who led the way and left first was quickly caught up by the convoy. They looked numb, but their eyes greedily watched the convoy. On the road, the only animals encountered besides giant rats were a gray rabbit.
There was not a single bird in the sky.
As the temperature dropped, days became shorter and nights extended to 15 hours. After a few more hours of driving, we'll reach Broken Cloud Mountain. It used to be a protected area for plants and animals. The mountain is made of 18 connected peaks. Before the end of the world, an adventure streamer went inside to do a live broadcast and disappeared deep in the mountains. Later, many police were sent to find him, but after several days, they found nothing. People speculate he was eaten by a black bear, Chi Yuan said, spreading out the map and drawing Broken Cloud Mountain. Most likely, all the black bears are dead, Hirue interrupted. Those creatures are much more resilient than humans. As long as humans are alive, black bears probably aren't all dead, Chi Yuan said, putting away the map and looking worriedly at the scenery passing outside the window. Do you guys feel cold? It was so hot just a few days ago, and now it's suddenly so cold. The weather changes so unpredictably, it's really dangerous. He took a black jacket from his bag and put it on. Seeing Yi Fu wrapping himself up tightly, he couldn't help teasing him. Yi Fu, take off your scarf. Aren't you worried about lice in your hair?
Yi Fu.
To be honest, his scalp was starting to itch.
No.
You should check. If it's really bad, I can help shave your head, Qi Yuan said. I told you, no, Yi Fu replied coldly. Qi Yuan raised his hands in surrender. I was wrong. I don't have lice. Can you, Dr. Yi, help me shave my head? Yi Fu refused coldly, no time. Officer Song looked at the two with amusement, pulled a dagger from his pocket, and unfolded it in front of Qi Yuan. I'll shave it for you. Qi Yuan quickly stepped back. I was joking. I want to keep my hair, to stay warm. Wen, in Officer Song's arms, covered her mouth and laughed. After resting for half an hour, the convoy set off again. The big man who was passing messages said they needed to reach Broken Cloud Mountain before dark. Yi Fu suddenly had a bad feeling. At 6 p.m., it was dark. The convoy stopped at the foot of the first peak of Broken Cloud Mountain. Yi Fu took out binoculars and stared at the dark forest for a long time. This is the first peak of Cloud Shattering Mountain, which is part of the Ecological Botanical Garden. The area has rich plant life and many animals. As He Xiao said, everyone can move freely, go into the mountain to hunt, but one thing to remember. The team must leave at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. The big man who delivered the message shouted loudly. What do you think He Xiao really wants to do? Yi Fu raised an eyebrow. Probably setting a trap. A trap? If there's really a bear, he'll throw bait. The first people to go in will become the bear's food, and he can profit from it. Yi Fu continued, if there are skilled people among us, he can take advantage of that. That's so cruel. Is this what rich people do for fun? Qi Yuan looked annoyed. Who knows? I've never been rich, Yi Fu shrugged. I haven't either. I only earn a few thousand a month, Officer Song sighed. I haven't either. I haven't started earning money yet, He Rui hummed. I only get 10 yuan a day as pocket money. I'm also poor, Zhang Yuan said with a pout. Even Wen shook her head sadly. Sounds like I'm rich. I don't even have a car or a house, Qi Yuan said with a sarcastic smile. At this moment, many people started opening their car doors, ready to go into the mountain to try their luck. Even if they don't catch a black bear, a roe deer, or a moose, they might at least catch a rabbit for a meal. Should we get out of the car?
Yi Fu nodded.
Everyone's getting out, so we should too. Never be the one who always does things differently. You can build a fire next to the car, and I'll go explore the mountain. Qi Yuan was speechless. Didn't you say not to be the one who always does things differently? I promise I'll come back alive. Can you promise that? Yi Fu looked at him quietly. I'll go with you. If you go, you'll just hold me back. Then let Brother Song go with you. Qi Yuan still thought it was too dangerous for Yi Fu to go alone, especially since she's a girl. Brother Song needs to take care of Wen and watch the car. I can go alone without attracting too much attention. Just wait for some roasted rabbit. Yi Fu grabbed her backpack tightly, holding a dagger in her hand, and opened the car door to leave. Be careful and come back early. Qi Yuan finally gave in.
Got it.
I'll be back in no more than 2 hours. Yi Fu was dressed in black and entered the forest, blending instantly with the darkness. She put on night vision goggles, and even distant figures 100 meters away were clearly visible. The dead roots in the mountain had started to sprout again. There were traces of animals passing by on the ground. Going deeper into the mountains, she could see some animal droppings left behind. Yi Fu crouched down, carefully examining the black round droppings on the ground. Honestly, she wasn't sure if they belonged to a goat, a rabbit, or a muntjac. She was just trying to estimate how long ago the animal had left based on the hardness of the droppings. Not far away, she heard voices talking. Yi Fu dropped the hard droppings, brushed her hands with some dirt, and quickly moved away from the nearby bushes to scout ahead. Based on how hardened the droppings were, the animal probably left about 4 or 5 days ago. This suggests that there are still some wild animals in this mountain, hopefully just small ones like rabbits. If it were a black bear, there might be some blood involved. Yi Fu marked the trail she had taken to avoid getting lost or trapped in the mountains when she went down. After about 40 minutes, she had entered the deep forest. She found a grassy area to sit down, took a bottle of water from her space, and gulped it down. Then she started observing the surroundings. Although many trees had withered, the forest was still dense. There were plenty of animal droppings on the ground, and new grass and wild vegetables were sprouting. After resting for over 10 minutes, Yifu took out her bow and arrow, ready to continue into the mountains. She remembered reading a news story from when she was young. Besides being an ecological botanical garden and wildlife reserve, Xian Mountain also had various mineral resources. Some people had been caught illegally mining silver there and were sentenced to death. Yifu's only goal in entering the mountain was to find minerals. Although the chances of success were small, she still wanted to try her luck and venture into the interior. The path ahead became more difficult. Suddenly, the grass in front of her rustled twice. Yifu quickly shot her crossbow. When she approached and parted the grass, she saw a fat gray rabbit. Unfortunately, its fur was ruined. She removed the arrow and stored the rabbit in her space. Then she continued walking forward. Suddenly, something hit the back of her head. Yifu turned around to find the culprit. She spotted a large brown squirrel on a pine tree, clutching a pinecone shell in its paws. When it saw her looking, it immediately threw the pinecone shell at her. Yifu tilted her head to the side, and the shell fell into the grass. Squeaking. It was a little angry, quickly climbing up a bit, then picking another pinecone and tossing it toward Yifu. Yifu wasn't easy to scare. He picked up a handful of small stones from the ground and started to throw them back at the squirrel. After 10 minutes, the squirrel gave up because most of the pine cones on the tree had been taken. Yifu blew a short whistle at it. The squirrel's fluffy tail wagged wildly twice before jumping down from the tree and slowly walking over to Yifu. Yifu crouched down and took out a bag of sunflower seeds from his pocket, offering a handful to the squirrel. "Hi, little one. Where are your parents?" The squirrel twitched its ears and tail, sniffed slightly, and started nibbling on the seeds. Yifu tentatively reached out and quickly touched its tail. It was soft and furry, feeling quite nice. The squirrel looked up at him, continued eating the seeds, and didn't mind Yifu getting close. Meeting someone is a kind of fate. I came into the mountains to find some things. Would you like to be my guide? The squirrel ignored him. Yifu smiled and gently pinched its ear. If you agree, just wiggle your tail. If not, stop eating my food. The squirrel wagged its tail. Yifu raised an eyebrow. All right, then I'll reluctantly take you along. After finishing the seeds, the squirrel jumped onto Yifu's shoulder. The two, one person, one squirrel, immediately headed deeper into the forest. They reached a mountain hollow. The squirrel jumped down, sniffed the ground, and started nibbling on some wild greens nearby. Squirrels are omnivores and also eat plants. Yifu went over to look. Next to the greens, the soil surface had a layer of white crystals. He used his finger to pick some up and smelled it. No smell. He licked a bit with his tongue. It was very salty and a little bitter. Yifu's heart pounded faster. He took out a small from a space and started digging on a gentle. The soil was soft. After about 30 centimeters, he couldn't dig further. He scraped away the top layer of soil, took out a small flashlight, and saw large yellowish-white stones. This was saltpeter. Saltpeter is not only used to make ice but also for black powder. Yifu's eyes lit up. He quickened his movements, digging away the top layer of soil. Large chunks of raw saltpeter ore were exposed. Yifu quickly stored them in her space. After collecting the saltpeter, only a big pit remained. Yifu circled around it but found no other resources. She placed the squirrel on her shoulder and continued walking with her bow and crossbow. Squeak! The squirrel wagged its tail on Yifu's shoulder. She reached up, grabbed its tail, and gently rubbed it. The squirrel sniffed her clothes and hair, probably annoyed, and looked a bit unhappy. Yifu climbed over a mountain but didn't see any water nearby. She took out a bottle of water and gave the squirrel a little to drink. "Little one, do you know where this thing is? The thing you drink when you go glug glug? Can you take me to find it?" she asked. The squirrel blinked its dark eyes, seeming to think about her words. After jumping down from her shoulder, it quickly climbed a nearby big tree, reached the top, then leapt to another tree. Seeing it jump farther and farther away, Yifu hurried after it but lost sight of it. It seemed the little squirrel had left. Yi Fu felt a bit sad, took a moment to compose herself, and decided to look for water on her own. Just then, a pine cone was tossed onto her forehead. She looked up and saw the squirrel sitting on a nearby pine tree, baring its teeth at her. "You're not gone?"
Yi Fu exclaimed happily.
She picked up the pine cone from the ground and threw it at the squirrel. "I thought you left," she said. The squirrel chirped twice in the distance. Yi Fu quickly ran to the tree and looked at it. "Do you know where the water is?" The squirrel tilted its head and looked at her.
Yi Fu patted her shoulder.
"Let's go.
Take me there.
I'll buy you some good food." She took a pack of nuts from her space and poured some into her palm, offering it to the squirrel. The squirrel sniffed, then immediately jumped down. Half an hour later, Yi Fu reached a swampy area. The water puddle was small but deep, about the size of a vegetable garden pond. The water was very clear and sweet. She took out an empty bucket and water tank from her space. There was a water pump, but it was loud and might attract trouble, so Yi Fu only used some hoses to drain water from the puddle into the tank. Then she thought of something. She took out shampoo, washed her hair in a basin of water, and dried it quickly with the wind. Luckily, her shampoo was unscented. She looked at the puddle and decided to tell Officer Song after she returned to town, so they could also collect some water. The swamp is the easiest place for various animals to gather. Yi Fu plans to hide and wait quietly. If she can catch a muntjac or a deer, she will have made a great gain. Although she told Chi Yuan she would be back in 2 hours, it seems unlikely now. Based on their good understanding, Officer Song will take care of everything. Yi Fu hides among a patch of rushes, holding a squirrel in her arms, and carefully watches her surroundings. After washing her hair, she feels much better. Luckily, there are no lice or hair loss. She puts on a black hat and wraps a scarf around her neck. The squirrel sniffs her hair and becomes more affectionate toward her. Yi Fu crouched for nearly 20 minutes. She didn't see the deer she was eager to find, but instead, a group of wild buffalo appeared. The black buffalo have long horns and are very tall and strong. They are much bigger than ordinary water buffalo or yellow cattle. Yi Fu counted 7 of them. She plans to make some noise to lure 1 or 2 buffalo into the nearby forest. "Stay here and hide quietly." Yi Fu gently pats the squirrel's head and points to the forest nearby. "I'll go over there and come back quickly. If there's danger, you should leave first." "Thank you, little one." She picks up her bow and arrow and quickly runs toward the forest. The leading buffalo hears the noise and immediately chases after her. Seeing it follow, Yi Fu quickly tucks her scarf into her space. She hides behind a large rock. 3 buffalo approach, very alert. Each looks in a different direction. Yi Fu must ensure she can kill them quickly and smoothly. Buffalo are naturally aggressive and large in size. Even lions and tigers might find them tough opponents. Cold sweat beads on Yi Fu's palms. She begins to count silently in her mind. 10, 9, 8, 7. The leading buffalo snorts heavily, sniffing the air to confirm the enemy's direction. Yi Fu accidentally steps on a leaf, which makes a soft rustling sound. The buffalo seems to have sensed her position and slowly starts moving toward her. A buffalo weighs about a ton. They run very fast, and their horns can kill opponents easily. Yi Fu must avoid direct confrontation. The buffalo stops about 20 meters from her. It flails its tail impatiently. Yi Fu raises her bow, aiming carefully at it. Just as it was about to turn around, an arrow shot out instantly, piercing through its head. Yi Fu didn't hesitate and immediately shot a second arrow. The leading wild bull fell down, and the other 2 became scared. Yi Fu didn't give them a chance to escape. With a quick strike, all 3 wild bulls collapsed into the forest. After waiting 3 minutes to confirm they were dead, Yi Fu approached and removed the arrows from their bodies. She checked them and saw that all 3 were mature male wild bulls. Their meat must be very tasty. There was no time to skin or cut the meat today, so Yi Fu stored them in her space. She wiped the blood off her hands with soil and then returned to the swamp's edge. The remaining 4 wild bulls drank water and started heading into the forest to find the others. Yi Fu had already erased their tracks, so the three missing bowls wouldn't stay long. She washed her hands and saw the little squirrel still sitting among the rushes. She quickly went over and picked it up. "You're still here, little guy," she said, taking out a bag of sunflower seeds. After opening it, she signaled that the squirrel could eat. "I'm leaving now. Stay here and be careful. See you again someday." She patted its head and was about to put it down when the squirrel jumped onto her back, clutching tightly with its limbs. "Are you coming with me?" The squirrel bit her finger lightly and then jumped onto her back again. Yi Fu winced in pain and quickly pulled it off. "You can't come with me. The places I go might be more dangerous." The squirrel pushed its head under her coat, looking like it wanted to hide inside. Yi Fu raised an eyebrow. "Are you getting smarter? You know to hide inside? I'll give you another bag of seeds. Stay here and live well, okay?" The squirrel didn't move and insisted on sticking with her. Yi Fu sighed and finally relented. Although the squirrel's tail was long and fluffy, its body was about the size of a 4-month-old kitten. Holding it in her arms didn't seem to be a problem. She took out the canvas bag she used for vegetables, put the squirrel inside, and hung it in front of her. Looking at the time, it was about time to go back. The return trip was quick. As Yi Fu was descending the mountain, she heard a few shouts, probably from those hunters who had caught the big animal. She didn't approach them and took a detour to go down the mountain instead. As Yi Fu approached the convoy, she saw Officer Song and Chi Yuan sitting by a campfire beside the car. "I've returned." Both of them stood up immediately when they saw her. "Did you encounter any danger?" Yi Fu shook her head. "No. I found water. I divided into 2 groups. I'll take you to fetch water, put the buckets in the bags, and keep it quiet so no one notices." She spoke very softly, and only Officer Song and Chi Yuan could hear her. They were surprised and took a moment to react after hearing her words. "Hurry up." Yi Fu originally wanted to mark the spot for them to find later, but the mountain trails were complicated and she was worried they might get lost. Also, she had left with nothing but her bag, so she had to take another water bucket and go back up the mountain with them. Inside her bag, she had a 5-kilogram plastic water container, which she packed into her backpack before heading into the mountain with Chi Yuan and Hirue. The little squirrel still hung on her front. She wanted to leave it in the car, but the squirrel gets very nervous when away from her, so it clung tightly to her chest. She couldn't bear to leave it behind. "What's that shouting about?" As soon as they entered the mountain, they heard voices calling out. Hirue couldn't help but ask. They might have encountered a very big animal. "Let's go this way and ignore them." Yi Fu led the way, walking in front. She was in good shape, running all night without feeling tired. Chi Yuan and Hirue, after climbing a short, looked flushed and exhausted. "Yi Fu, you have the potential to be a special soldier," Chi Yuan said, looking at her back with admiration. "Are you saying you can't do it?"
Chi Yuan. Impossible.
To drink water, I must succeed. Even if I die, I want to drink water first. Carrying 2 burdens, Yi Fu's pace slowed down. On the way, they saw a rabbit. Hirue and Chi Yuan wanted to show off, but the rabbit ran away. Yi Fu chose not to comment on them and continued forward. When they reached the marshy area, she saw rippling water among the reeds. Chi Yuan suddenly knelt down with a poochie sound. "Even if I die now, I can rest in peace." Yi Fu ignored him. After filling the water containers, she carefully observed her surroundings. There were many footprints of wild buffalo passing through the grass. It seemed they had returned again. They filled their water bottles and cups, and Chi Yuan washed his feet at the lowest point of the stream. Seeing this, Hirue also went over. Yi Fu glanced at the time and urged them to leave. "Hurry up, it's time to go. Or we could stay here. With mountains and water, we won't go hungry." Chi Yuan was a bit reluctant to leave this place. "But I still need to find my parents. I can't stay here." Hirue looked at Yi Fu, worried. "Come on, just joking. This is a wild mountain area. What if a wolf comes out and eats us? Besides, who knows what might happen tomorrow? If there's an earthquake, living in the mountains leaves us no chance to escape." Seeing Hirue's concern, Chi Yuan patted his shoulder to comfort him. Suddenly, a small squirrel peeked out of a cloth bag, curiously looking at Qi Yuan and Hirue. "What's that?" Hirue exclaimed in surprise when he saw the squirrel. "It's a clever little squirrel. From now on, it will stay with me." "You've even tamed a squirrel? Impressive," Qi Yuan said, leaning over to play with the squirrel's head. The squirrel immediately scurried back into the bag, its dark little eyes watching him cautiously. "This little guy is quite smart. But, Yifu, if you take it, you'll need to feed it and take care of it. Can you really raise it? The forest is its home after all." Yifu understood this naturally. "But it's attached to me now." "No worries, I have food so it won't go hungry. Let's go down the mountain." "Have you named it yet?" Yifu shook his head. "Just call it Little Squirrel. If you're taking it with you, give it a proper name. Then let's call it Do Meow." Yifu looked back at the two of them. "What do you think? Is that okay?" Qi Yuan nodded. "It's okay, it sounds like a person's name." Yifu gently tapped the squirrel's head. "I've given you a name. From now on, you'll be called Do Meow. Remember to respond when I call you, understand?" Do Meow opened its mouth, trying to nibble her finger, and Yifu flicked its ear. "Be good. After we go down the mountain, don't make any noise. Be careful not to get caught by bad guys and be skinned." She didn't care if it understood or not, just warning it first. Yifu packed the water container into her backpack and started down the mountain with the two of them. Back with the convoy, Officer Song and Zhang Yuan hurried over. "Something happened just now," Officer Song said in a low voice. "What happened?" "A group of people just encountered a black bear on the mountain and called for help. Later, many others came, all thinking about hunting the bear and sharing the meat." Yifu didn't react much. She had seen wild buffalo before, so seeing a black bear was normal. "Forget about them, Brother Song. I'll take you up the mountain. I remember the way." Yifu has already gone twice, so let her rest. Qi Yuan offered to lead the way this time. Yifu looked at him distrustfully. "Do you remember the way?" "Yes, I do. Don't worry, my memory is good." Yifu didn't insist further. She was a bit tired, so she put the water bucket back in her bag, hid it well, and tightly closed the car door. Qi Yuan, Officer Song, and Zhang Yuan set out first. Yifu sat with Wenwen and Hirue by the fire to rest. All around, people were building fires to keep warm and cook food. The young and strong had gone hunting on the mountain. After checking around, only the elderly, women, children, and the weak remained. "Little Yi, I smell blood," Hirue whispered to Yifu as he leaned in close. Suddenly, there was a noise ahead. Someone was being carried down the mountain. Yifu quickly grabbed Wenwen and opened the car door, jumping inside. She sat in the driver's seat, waited for Hirue to get in, then deliberately moved the car slightly to the side, trying to make it less noticeable. "Little Yi," Hirue looked at her nervously. Someone died. The people being carried back were badly injured. 2 had already passed away, and the other 2 were crying loudly. Their families were anxiously looking for doctors. The doctors who had gone earlier to treat Hishao had been called away to help others. One doctor said, "There's no hope," and was punched in response. Yifu watched all this with a blank face. The bean sprouts in her arms peeked out, eager to join the chaos, but she pushed them back. "Their legs are bitten off. How can we save them?" A doctor shouted angrily. None of the 4 people being carried back had intact bodies, and the ones carrying them looked terrified. 2 bears hurt many people. "We should leave now. The bears might come down the mountain." Hearing about the 2 bears, everyone was scared but didn't want to run away. Instead, they became more excited. "How can 2 bears not be killed by so many people? I want to go up the mountain. Even if I only get a pound of meat, it's worth it. I haven't eaten meat in half a year." "Don't go. Bears are tall, big, and very fierce. Everyone has already run away." At this moment inside the camper, Hishao was holding a woman dressed provocatively. On the table was a map of the Yunshan area. He pinched the woman's waist, causing her to make a playful sound, and laughter immediately echoed from the camper. A bodyguard entered, handing Hishao a camera. "Mr. He, 2 adult black bears appeared on the mountain. These are the photos taken just now." Hishao waved his hand irritably, and the woman wisely got up and left. Mr. He, most people hunting bears on the mountain are injured, for have already died. Only 4? Weren't there hundreds of people up there? The bodyguard continued. Many ran away after seeing the bears. There are still a few hundred people who haven't come down. Since there are bears, there are probably other animals too. If we hunt some and bring them back to the base, Mr. He would be very happy. He Xiao sneered coldly. The old man is no longer young. He can't bite through these animals, and they'll probably end up in someone else's stomach. Then I would have wasted my effort. Mr. He, there's no need to worry about these things. The most important thing is to secure our position at the base. If all these people die, our numbers will decrease. Even if they are common folk, every extra person is another pair of hands to work. He Xiao took out a cigarette, lit it, and nodded. You're right. Gather a few people and some tools and go take care of the bears. Yes. The 4 dead were just buried, and the injured had escaped back. Suddenly, the mountain echoed with the roars of bears, frightening many to hurriedly get into their vehicles for safety. Yi Fu looked at the time. An hour had passed, and Qi Yuan and the others still hadn't returned. It was now exactly 1 a.m. The cold night wind blew fiercely. Yi Fu put on a jacket he found, while Wenwen kept staring out the window. Yi Fu knew she was worried about Officer Song, and gently patted her head to comfort her. He Xiao's men came to reassure everyone, promising to go up the mountain to rescue others and deal with the bears. The frightened people suddenly found a sense of hope and began to be grateful for He Xiao's great kindness. Little Yi Jia, is Mr. He a good person or a bad person? Yi Fu slightly curled her lips. What do you think? I don't know. With so many people in the convoy, who is truly a good person? Even Yi Fu didn't think she was a good person. At 2:30, Officer Song and the others returned. Yi Fu saw that everyone was covered in dirt, but luckily no one was hurt. What happened? Yi Fu asked. Qi Yuan took a moment and whispered, We encountered a wild buffalo while descending the mountain. We tripped while trying to avoid it, but luckily no one was injured. Officer Song poured a glass of water and handed it to Wenwen, then held her for a long time to comfort her. It's a pity the gun isn't silenced, and there are 4 wild buffaloes. Even if we were lucky enough to shoot one, we couldn't take it with us. I'm worried that if we try to hunt them, we might get chased, and that would be terrible. It seemed they had encountered the remaining 4 buffaloes. Yi Fu also told everyone what had just happened. That Xiao he already sent his men up the mountain to deal with 2 black bears. They probably planned to bring the bears back to the base. Qi Yuan snorted. So all those people died for nothing?
Exactly.
Around 3 o'clock, 1 black bear was carried down the mountain. 8 people were involved in lifting it. Some were still mourning the loss of their family members, while others hoped Xiao he would share some of the bear meat with everyone. When the bear was brought to the RV, which had a refrigerator, they quickly skinned and butchered it, even cleaning the bear's fur thoroughly. For people who had been killed by the bear received some internal organs, but the rest of the group got nothing. The smell of blood filled the entire convoy. Some people were happy, others worried. Suddenly, a roar of a black bear echoed, and everyone looked toward the dark mountain. The ground trembled slightly. A group of black bears rushed down from the mountain, perhaps seeking revenge for their fallen comrade, charging straight toward the source of the blood scent. The convoy instantly became chaotic. Some people cried out, others screamed, and some started their vehicles to ram forward and backward. Over 1,000 vehicles were stuck here, blocking the way forward and preventing retreat. Yi Fu pressed her hands on the steering wheel. Seeing a small gap ahead, she immediately started her car and chased after it. The others looked worried. They hadn't expected there to be so many bears in the fractured Cloud Mountain. Several gunshots rang out ahead, but none hit the bears. Instead, 2 fleeing people were shot dead. This sudden attack sparked public anger. Bears came unexpectedly, and instead of uniting to defend, some armed individuals even harmed unarmed civilians. What should we do? We can't get the cars out. Should we get out and run? Yi Fu took out several small bags from her backpack. Inside, there were some prepared medicines, a hand-drawn map, a lighter, a pair of night vision goggles, and a compass. She handed these small bags to each person. If we get separated, Remember to head north. But it's best if you stay in pairs and don't split up. Remember, Longton Base is north. If you can't reach Longton Base, go southwest or northwest. Little Yi, I don't want to be separated from you. Rue's hands were trembling. He looked at the black bears attacking humans ahead and was close to breaking down. I don't want to split from everyone either. If we do get separated, stay calm and don't panic. The backpack has a lighter and night vision goggles.
Don't lose them.
Everyone keep your backpacks on. Listen to Yifu. Carry everything with you. Try to stay in pairs. If you get separated, don't look for each other. Just leave quickly and head north, Officer Song said. He tied Wenwen in front of him and took some things to carry on his back. Yifu moved quickly. She looked at the cars packed outside and the people killed by the black bears. She immediately opened the car door and stepped out. Suddenly, the world spun wildly and Yifu's face changed color.
Run.
There's an earthquake. Yifu really wanted to slap Chiyuan. It was all his fault for joking around earlier. Now, the earthquake was happening for real. The towering mountains of Swanyun Mountain were full of strange rocks, and the cliffs below were dangerous. No matter which way they went, it was a dead end. Yifu quickly calmed herself down and pulled the others out of the car. Run east. There's a small plane over there. Hurry. At this moment, everyone around felt the earthquake. Under the attack of the black bears, the sudden quake made everyone desperate to survive. They all crazily ran for their lives. Yifu ignored everyone else. She kicked open the car door blocking her way, fell down, then quickly got up and kept running forward. The ground beneath her started cracking. Someone nearby suddenly fell into a crevice, and Yifu's foot was caught. She almost got pulled down. It was a child about 10 years old, looking at her with terrified eyes. His feet were still dangling in the... Yifu hesitated for a second, then quickly pulled him out. She looked into his frightened eyes. She then turned to look back at the people buried under falling rocks from the mountain. Without hesitation, she turned and ran. Help! Save me! It hurts so much. My leg.
Dad, Mom.
My son, Xiaowei. Due to the intense shaking, Yifu fell several times. Her forehead was already cut, and blood was flowing down her face and cheeks, dripping into her mouth. She felt dizzy, as if she needed to sit or squat for a moment. Yifu was pushed down by a strong man. He stepped on her back, causing her internal organs to ache. Her limbs felt weak and soft. She could only stagger to her feet and keep running forward. A stone rolled from behind and hit her in the back of her knee, making her cry out in pain. She fell countless times and got up again and again. All she knew was that she couldn't die. She must not die. Ahead, someone fell down. Before they could get up, they were trampled by people running behind. The person struggled to get up, but was crushed by a falling stone.
Boom!
Thunder suddenly roared in the sky. Within seconds, heavy rain poured down, mixed with hail the size of eggs. The hail hit her head, making her dizzy and disoriented. The beans in the cloth bag kept restless sounds. Yifu had no time to comfort them. Her body was covered with wounds. The fleeing crowd was crowded, with some waving knives to force others to make way. Yifu was cut on her arm by a man's knife. Reflexively, she used her military knife to fight back. The people around looked at her as if she were crazy. Yifu held her knife tightly, ignoring everyone, and continued to run forward with heavy steps. The sound of crying and screaming seemed to pierce her eardrums. The growling of the black bears echoed behind her. Yifu saw the bodyguards following Xiao. They were covered in blood and quickly ran past her. In the next second, a falling stone hit him, leaving him unrecognizable. Yifu was only 2 meters away from him. His blood splattered on her face, still warm. She looked at the cloud fragment mountain. The 18 peaks looked like 18 giant mouths of demons, ready to swallow all humans. Yifu saw Fu Shui and Kai Yang in the fleeing crowd. Both women seemed to have many new wounds. When Fu Shui fell into a collapsing pit, she tightly held onto a man trying to escape, pulling him down with her. Kai Yang fell down. She cried out her son's name and reached out her hand, hoping her son would pull her up. The pale-faced boy looked back at her, then sighed with relief and ran into the crowd. The earthquake lasted for 20 minutes. When Yifu ran to the small plane, the shaking had stopped. Many people like her had come over, kneeling on the ground and crying loudly. They cursed the bear, the earthquake, the heavens, and their own helplessness. Yifu leaned against a rock, took off her coat, and covered her head with it. The heavy rain was still falling, but the hail had stopped. The water below her formed a small stream, flowing toward the lower area. She took out Domiao to check on it. Luckily, it was not injured. Domiao saw her covered in blood and with its face smeared with blood. It was so excited that it squeaked loudly. Yifu gently patted its head and quickly covered its mouth.
I'm fine.
Don't cry. Don't be afraid. Domiao looked at her with teary eyes. Yifu couldn't help but feel amazed. She had such good luck. She found a tiny squirrel that seemed to have become a spirit in the mountains. Just as Yifu was about to take a painkiller from her backpack, after a moment, aftershock struck again. She quickly squatted down and hugged Domiao tightly. Once more, cries and shouts sounded around her. Some people ran away in fear. Yifu couldn't move, so she stayed crouched there. After a few minutes, the aftershock stopped. This cycle repeated until 5 in the morning, when the earthquake finally ended. Only the heavy rain continued, without showing signs of stopping. The crowd of thousands had dwindled to only a few hundred. Yifu walked around the small plane but didn't see Officer Song, Wenwen, Chi Yuan, Hirue, or Zhang Yuan. Suddenly, she felt like crying. She was scared that her friends, who had been with her day and night, might have died. Yifu hoarsely called out their names, starting softly and then shouting until she was exhausted. Most people around her were injured, to varying degrees. Yifu took out her foldable hiking stick and took 2 painkillers, deciding to go back to the place where her car was parked to check on it. Most of the cars had been pushed down into the cliffs by the earthquake. Some were buried under fallen rocks and collapsed dirt. She put on her raincoat, her hands trembling. She couldn't tell if she was shivering from the cold or the pain. Help!
Help me!
A hand reached out from inside a flipped car. The person trapped underneath waved at Yifu. She hesitated for 2 seconds, then slowly walked toward the hand. But just as she reached it, the hand drooped down, and the person inside was no longer moving. Yifu stared at it, her eyes red and wild, glaring at the hand as if she had gone mad. The heavy rain fell on Yifu, washing away all the dirt on her body. She felt her face warm, and when she reached up to touch it, she couldn't tell if it was rain or tears. A small aftershock hit her, and Yifu collapsed to the ground. Tears at the corner of her eye mixed with the rain. She was so tired. She closed her heavy eyelids. Squeaking sounds came from a small creature. Do Miao crawled out of a cloth bag. The rain soaked its fluffy, beautiful tail. Now it looked more like a wet, awkward little mouse. It nudged Yifu with its head and flicked her with its tail, trying to wake her up. Half conscious, Yifu opened her eyes. Seeing her awake, Do Miao was so excited it darted into her arms. Yifu looked at the dark sky and smelled the muddy earth, which made her nose tingle. She forced herself to sit up. Around her, only collapsed landslides, overturned cars, and silent strangers remained. It felt like only she and Do Miao were left in the world. The road ahead was blocked. Yifu got up, carrying Do Miao, and kept walking forward. She still wanted to find Officer Song and the others in the convoy. If she couldn't find them, it meant they were still alive. The rain seemed to lessen a bit. The air became damp, and the temperature dropped several degrees. Yifu reached the middle of the convoy and found the buried van. She called out everyone's names, but got no response. She moved to the front of the convoy. The camper was surprisingly intact, but its body and doors were covered in blood. Yifu opened the door and got inside. A strong smell of blood hit her. She saw He Xiaozheng, who had a broken leg from a bite, hiding under a table. When he heard footsteps, he opened his eyes. Yifu looked at him for a few seconds. Inside the vehicle, there was another trembling woman. When she saw Yifu, she picked up a gun from the ground and pulled the trigger. Unfortunately, the gun was empty. She looked outside at the scene: severed limbs in the rain, cracked ground, bloodied people crushed under huge rocks, and cars piled on top of each other. She froze for a moment, then suddenly lunged at Hishao, grabbing his hair and smashing into the car. Hishao looked at Yifu and begged for help. But after just over 10 seconds, the woman died in her hands. The woman ignored Yifu, crying and laughing as she ran out of the car and into the storm. Yifu looked at the camper. Besides it being a bit dirty, all the equipment inside was intact. There was bear meat in several refrigerators. Yifu picked up Hishao and threw him outside. He looked around and saw no one else, so he stored the camper away into the space. Unfortunately, the other off-road vehicles had been shaken down the cliff. Yifu couldn't find Officer Song and the others. There were no roads ahead or behind. She glanced at Broken Cloud Mountain and decisively entered the mountain. Among the 18 peaks of Broken Cloud Mountain, there are small plains and mountain hollows. Yifu planned to find a place to rest and heal her injuries first. Once she recovered, she would consider other options like going to Longton Base or even farther northwest or southwest. Broken Cloud Mountain isn't suitable for permanent living because it's too close to Lawn City and High City, both of which have nuclear power plants. The mountain roads are very difficult, especially when it rains, making travel almost impossible. Every few steps, Yifu would fall. She decided to go into a mountain hollow, but it would take several hours. After walking for an hour and a half, she finally found a small cave. She planned to bandage her wound and wait out the rain inside. As soon as she released the bean sprout, it became very uneasy and stayed close to Yifu. "Bean sprout, I'm not leaving. I won't abandon you. Don't be afraid, understand?" She took out some sunflower seeds for it to eat and used dry wood from her space to make a small fire in the cave. Watching the rain outside grow heavier, Yifu didn't feel like mourning or feeling sad. She changed out of her dirty clothes, took out gauze and iodine, and began to bandage her wound. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Raindrops splashed on the dry leaves on the ground, creating splashes of water. Yifu squatted beside the fire, gently wiping the wet fur of the bean sprout. The cave was very small, only about 5 square meters, too tight for the car. Yifu could only set up a tiny makeshift tent inside. After drying the bean sprout's fur, Yifu checked her right leg and arm. She hadn't noticed earlier when she was fleeing, but now she saw her right lower leg was broken. The bone was fractured, probably from being hit by a stone when she hit her knee and the back of her thigh. She could only fix her leg with 2 pieces of wood. Her arm was cut by someone's knife. She hadn't noticed it before, but now she saw the wound was deep. She had several other cuts on her body, but nothing serious. She wiped her face clean, took out a mirror, and looked at the bump on her forehead. She started disinfecting and applying medicine. After the earthquake, Yifu surprisingly heard birds singing. They were sitting on the branches, chirping a few times before flying away. Du-Miao was shivering from the cold. Yifu added some firewood to the fire. After about an hour and a half, all the wounds were treated. Yifu took out a lunchbox and ate breakfast quickly. Then she took a shovel from her space storage and prepared to clean the cave. Unsurprisingly, she would probably stay here for a few days. Her leg hurt so much she couldn't walk, so she had to rest in the cave for a while. After clearing away the dry grass and leaves inside the cave, Yifu took out a small tent. She had already read the instructions for setting it up. Even with one leg injured and one arm hurt, she was still very quick and efficient. She laid down a moisture-proof mat on the ground. After opening the tent package, she spread the tent on the ground, separated the inner and outer layers, and first set up the inner tent. She took out the support poles, threaded them through the inner tent's fixing straps, and set it up firmly on the ground. Then she put on the outer tent and fixed it with stakes. Inside the tent, she placed a thick mat, a sleeping bag, and a pillow. The cave entrance was small. Yifu took out a protective door from her space storage and covered the opening. She opened the ventilation window on the door to let air circulate. She then took out a rechargeable battery and a standing lamp, and the cave immediately became bright. For now, she decided to stay here and make do for a few days. Since leaving Lon City until today, Yifu had hardly slept well. Every day, she was busy clearing obstacles, driving, and dealing with her period over the past few days, which was very exhausting. Her dark circles and bags under her eyes had become very serious. After experiencing the earthquake, even the strongest person couldn't hold up. Yifu made a cozy nest for Du Miao beside the fire, with a mat inside. Next to it, in a plastic bowl, she placed water and sunflower seeds. She planned to rest for a while. She no longer cared if the sky fell. She really needed to close her eyes and sleep for a few hours. Du Miao, don't run out secretly, understand? If you need to go to the bathroom, just use that basin over there. Inside the protective door, there was a litter box. Yifu pointed to it, then hobbled into the tent. Fortunately, the cave was very dry, with no standing water or leaks. Yifu lay inside her sleeping bag and, within 10 seconds of closing her eyes, she fell asleep. Yifu slept restlessly, waking up almost every hour. She saw the fire still burning with crackling sounds, and the nearby bean sprouts were sleeping peacefully. Only then did she feel at ease and close her eyes, but after a while, she woke up again. Although the mountain was usually very calm, Yifu always felt the ground was shaking. After paying close attention for a long time, she realized it was just her illusion. Her bow, crossbow, and military knife were always next to her pillow, within easy reach. She looked at the time, it's noon. The rain had eased a bit, and the birds in the mountains were singing more happily. Bean Sprout, what are you doing? Bean Sprout was circling outside the tent, anxious because it couldn't find the entrance, and was chirping loudly. Yifu unzipped the tent a little more and gently brought it inside. You little troublemaker, you can't leave me for a moment, huh? She placed it beside her pillow and started talking to it boredly. At 1 p.m., Yifu got up. The fire in the campfire was almost out, so she quickly added some wood. She checked the temperature. Surprisingly, it had dropped to 17 degrees Celsius. No wonder it was so cold. She wondered how Officer Song and the others were doing. Thinking of them made her feel sad again. Chirp, chirp. Bean Sprout jumped onto her shoulder, and together they looked out through the ventilation window at the outside scene. Yifu patted its head. Do you want to go outside? Suddenly, Bean Sprout jumped down and ran to its little nest, curling up as if it refused to leave. Yifu smiled and sat down beside it. At 2 p.m., Yifu took a nap inside the tent and slept until 6 p.m., waking up then. The rain outside the cave had stopped, but tiny drops of water still dripped from the trees. Yifu opened the protective door, ready to go outside to use the bathroom. Bean Sprout almost followed her everywhere, even to the bathroom. The two of them, one person and one squirrel, stood under the tree, staring at each other. Yifu felt a bit helpless. Although it was just a small animal, being watched made it hard for her to go. Hey, friend, please don't stare at me like that, she said, picking up a stone and tossing it nearby. Bean Sprout immediately ran over to check it out. Back in the cave, Yifu picked up Bean Sprout and decided to talk some sense into it. But first, she needed to check whether it was a boy or a girl. You seem to be a boy, right? If so, just nod. The pea sprout stubbornly tilted its head and ignored her, making Yifu feel a bit tired. The evening wind carried a sharp chill. Yifu explained many reasons, but it seemed the sprout didn't listen at all. Yifu couldn't help but smile bitterly. Had she gone crazy because of the end of the world? She was actually talking to a small squirrel for so long. Yifu was wearing a winter jacket on top, and because of her broken shin, she had a splint on her leg. She was only wearing loose sport shorts. Sparks suddenly burst out with a pop, and Yifu took out her calendar, marking October 20th with a cross. After dinner, Yifu checked the protective door again, then propped it open with a long stick. The door was mainly for blocking wind and rain. If a bear or wild buffalo came, it could easily be pushed open. Yifu added more firewood to the campfire, feeling strange. She used to come here alone in Building D, but now, alone in this wild mountain area, She felt a little scared. Of course, there might be others in the mountains. After the earthquake, besides those missing, there were hundreds of survivors.
Maybe they also went up the mountain.
Looking at the firelight, Yifu couldn't help but mock herself. Her hands had also been stained with blood. She wasn't afraid when killing, but now hiding in the mountain, she was starting to feel scared. As night fell, she could occasionally hear birds chirping. Yifu held a stick, poking at the glowing red embers of the fire. That night passed quietly. Yifu sat by the fire all night. Her wounds still hurt despite taking painkillers. She couldn't sleep in the tent, so she simply kept warm by the fire until dawn. At 6 the next morning, thick fog covered the mountain. Yifu went for a walk. Within 300 meters, there was no flat land or water pond. It seemed finding a good place to stay was quite difficult. Yifu liked the marsh where she had fetched water before, but it was on another mountain. Going back wasn't easy, so she decided to find another marshy area instead. Dumiao had a kind of bird-like attachment to Yifu. As soon as she opened her eyes, it wanted to jump onto her, and it followed her everywhere. This little creature was harder to tame than the monkeys on Mount Ame. Yifu had given up trying to reason with it and just let it do as it pleased. Although the rain had stopped, thick fog still filled the air, and the mountain's temperature remained very low. Yifu took out a military coat and put it on, and her body immediately warmed up. The tail of the bean sprout has regained its fluffiness. It follows closely behind Yifu, sometimes accidentally getting its tail stepped on. It acts like a startled cat, yowling a few times before hiding in the corner, looking at Yifu with a sad expression. Yifu comforted it for a long time until it calmed down. But as soon as it was better, it forgot its pain and soon followed Yifu again, getting its tail stepped on once more. In the morning, Yifu ate boiled eggs and warmed milk. To avoid reopening the wound, she didn't eat spicy or sour foods. By the afternoon, the pain at the wound started to lessen, but the thick fog didn't seem to be clearing. As she stepped out of the cave, her eyelashes and hair immediately got wet from the fog. Yifu held her breath and listened carefully to the sounds of the forest. Occasionally, a few birds flapped their wings and flew away. The fallen leaves under the trees began to drop. Yifu reached out and caught one just in time. The smell of wet soil after the rain carried a slight hint of fishy odor, but it wasn't unpleasant. Wiping the mist off her face, Yifu hobbled back to the cave. The trees in the mountain are thick and strong. Many trees have died from the heat. Yifu plans to find a good place to settle down, cut some wood, and store it in her space. After the apocalypse, extreme weather is unpredictable. There might even be severe cold. She needs to stockpile more firewood just in case. After 2 days, Yifu hadn't seen any other people on the mountain. She felt more at ease now. She was alone, free to eat and drink as she pleased. Still, she occasionally thought of Officer Song and others, which made her a little worried. On the 3rd day, the temperature suddenly dropped sharply. Cold air blew over her, and Yifu had a bad premonition. She was worried about a sudden snowstorm, so she quickly checked her thermometer. The temperature had fallen to 11 degrees Celsius. She frowned and looked at the narrow cave. If it really snowed, she would have to find a new place quickly. Luckily, her wound didn't hurt much anymore, and her body seemed to be healing faster. The fog in the mountain grew thicker each day. On the morning of the 4th day, after breakfast, Yifu didn't delay and decided to set out to find a suitable temporary shelter. She packed everything into her space, put on her hat and gloves, and used her trekking pole. Carrying Bean Sprout in her arms, she set off again. The Bean Sprout struggled to stay in her arms for a while before trying to jump down and walk on its own. Sometimes, it jumped onto a tree to look for pinecone shells, but the nuts inside had already fallen out. It was angry and chattered loudly in the tree. The ground under the leaves was covered with moss. When Yifu stepped on it, she lost her balance and fell. Her knees hit the ground, but luckily she reacted quickly and lifted her injured leg to prevent further harm. Do Miao saw her fall and immediately jumped down from the tree. Yifu supported herself with her walking stick, spat out the dirt and leaves from her mouth, and almost curse it aloud. This was really unlucky. She had only been walking for less than 20 minutes when she fell. Looking up at the misty forest, her breath turned into fog. She clenched her teeth and kept moving forward. After about 7 or 8 hours, Yifu finally found a small valley between two mountains. The area was quite large and flat, filled with cedar trees, and there was a swamp nearby. Yifu was very happy with this place. She rested for half an hour, took out a chainsaw from her space, filled it with gasoline, and prepared to cut down some cedar trees to clear a spot for her camper. Then she could live inside it. The chainsaw made a loud noise when started, scaring away all the birds in the mountains. Dou followed her for a while, then jumped onto a tree and scampered around. Yifu paid no attention and put on her gloves to start working. She thought she looked a bit like a tough character now, but hoped she wasn't as unlucky as that character. She definitely didn't want to meet a bear. In just over an hour, Yifu cut down more than 10 cedar trees. She used A to clear stones and uneven ground, then moved her vehicle into the space. As for her new camper, Yifu didn't want to damage it. The large off-road camper was very high-end, but unfortunately, it was covered in blood. When she opened the door, a strong, bloody smell filled the air. She put on a mask and decided to clean the vehicle first. She stored the refrigerator inside, took out a high-pressure water gun, and started spraying and cleaning all the inside facilities. Yifu had no reservations. Even though there had been people inside, she just wanted it thoroughly cleaned. She also washed the outside. She dismantled the big tent on the roof. Sure enough, it was a luxury item, much better than hers. She accepted it without hesitation and smiled. She didn't plan to stay in the camper today. She also took out her family car from her space so she could squeeze into that tonight. She didn't want to set up the tent anymore. Putting it up and taking it down was too much work. Fortunately, her luck was good. She thought it would take a day or two to find a place to settle, but she found one in just a day, by the mountains and water. It was really a great spot. Yifu's biggest worry now is how long the snow will last, 2 or 3 months, or 2 or 3 years. Does she still have a chance to go out? Will she see Officer Song and others again? She decided not to think about these things anymore. Thinking about them was useless. Yifu cleaned her car and built a small fire beside it, covered with a large umbrella. Her makeshift shelter was starting to take shape. Just as she sat down, she noticed her arm was bleeding from a cut, and her lower leg was in pain. She guessed she had hurt herself when using the chainsaw earlier. She took out her first aid kit and rebandaged her wound. Looking at the time, it was 7:30 p.m., and it was already completely dark. She fed the bean sprout water and some beans. It curled up in her arms, ready to sleep. Yifu leaned back in her chair and gently stroked its fur. The fire burned brightly, and she started to feel sleepy. Could the camper withstand the snow and wind? Could she build a house that would block the cold and snow all by herself? She thought about building a fireplace and a heated brick bed. As she thought, Yifu eventually fell asleep.